It's so quiet in here today.
Yeah, it really is.
Well,
Oh,
good hello.
there's light
Hello.
there. Hello, everybody. So
It's
it's
not quiet.
we're just having a
You
peaceful day, are we?
you just got in like right when everyone stopped talking.
Oh, okay. Well, perfect timing then. I guess we'll kick off the precious metal takeover.
Yeah.
So, um, well, for now, I'll be your host, Redford Bear, and yeah. So we'll keep going. We'll continue. I don't know. Oh, Roger's not in the live stream. I'll see if he can send it a ping to everybody. So this is when the silver and gold plus get to take over the live stream, and all of the other roles moderators in a minute. If you guys could please mute your mics. How is everybody doing today? Cuddle, let's start with you. How are you?
Fantabulous.
Well, that's great.
Fantabulously saucy. There we go. There's my word.
Perfect. Perfect. So I guess we will have a question today. It's a little different. We're actually, Cuddle, are you still there? Can I ask you the question today? Maybe not.
Speak cuddles. Fucking hell.
Iggs, K. Hey Iggs, how are you? It's been a while. How have you been?
Yeah, good. Yourself?
I've been well, thank you. It's been a good hot summer here. So I can't complain, except for the last 2 days it's been pretty rainy, but we need it. It's been quite a drought. So Iggs. So in an effort to encourage more quiet silvers to participate in precious metals, what do you think is a good idea as a community to encourage more quiet people to speak up?
More quiet people. Speak up.
Good environment.
Say
That's the
their
good
name
one.
until they speak up.
Just
Yeah.
harassment. Perfect. All right.
It's harassment and love, so it's not really harassment anymore.
Yes, we can always put a
I would.
positive spin on it, right?
Sorry, I
I would
missed the
say
question.
if there's an easy question, um, we should be mindful and say um, actually like shout out when say there's somebody want to answer the question, and people who talk a lot should then have the mindfulness to shut up and let somebody else come and include. I think is the best way, and because everybody knows how much they talk, so then they'll pull back a bit, and somebody else should hopefully step up. If not, then we can probably mention a name. I hope that made sense.
Yeah, and I get it. I understand where you're coming from. I know that there's a little bit of struggles with that as well, but this is all good feedback. So, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I don't know if there's another way. I usually do that if I'm here, and because I speak when nobody else is speaking. If somebody else says I'll ask somebody else if they want to answer.
Yeah, and I think that that's good. I know, and I'm gonna try do that a little bit more during this show as well, and to just I had reached out or put a note in the silver text as well that if anybody wants to DM and what things that they're more comfortable talking about and they are afraid to interrupt kind of thing, then I can call them out if they're comfortable doing that. But again, I know not everybody is okay with that. Some people do just prefer listen, but I think that the more we talk about it and the more we can figure out solutions to get more people involved would be
Well,
good.
I think a lot of the people that are quiet don't talk because, well, what Ig says. I mean, I'm seconding that. There's people that talk and 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 talk, and they never shut up. So other people really don't get an opportunity to no longer be shy and to actually be bold.
Yeah, and I think some of the feedback that I've gotten as well is that, the Silvers and others just don't feel like we make as well, or sorry, as a strong argument. We don't have the language down to the, same degree as the ones that do speak all the time. But that's how we learn, right? Is trying, and then if we can as a community, the ones that are more well versed in it can kind of pick up the slack and help the ones that are, might miss something in the conversation, right? And have it be constructive. I mean, that's pretty wishful thinking, hopefully.
No, but yeah, but that's how you learn. That's how they'll learn to, you know, tighten up their language and the way that they convey stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I think that and doing it in obviously a not condescending, a negative manner, but more of like a mentorship kind of way and have it be a positive experience.
What I was going to ask,
Yeah.
would you normally have like a theme or a topic for Precious Metals Night? Because then you could get some of the more quiet Silvers to actually think, create the theme or topic for the show.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what Precious Metal Takeover it was created to give the more quiet Silvers more of a voice, but we're finding as well that they're still not speaking up even. Like it's better, right? But we're just trying to fine tune it a little bit and just get more people that might want to be involved but are afraid to actually speak up during the show in ways that we can include everybody kind of thing. So and just get everybody's feedback and what they're comfortable with, right? Because I think was it yeah, Iggs, you said it was or somebody said it was the environment, and I do agree that that is a big part of it as well.
If you have somebody, that speaks up and that doesn't come across, somebody shouts it out over the top. No, let me explain it, and kind of shuts them down. Just yeah. My
So
thoughts.
you could make all the Silvers sing on karaoke.
Yeah, embarrass them all.
Force them all to sing. Yeah, get over that shyness. Let's go.
Red, what would be your theme song?
Oh my gosh. Good morning, Sophia. Or afternoon, or night, wherever. I don't even know what it changes, right? It would probably change. I don't know what my theme song would be. I'll ask you, Sophia, what's your theme song?
Maybe. Oh boy. Okay, I didn't think you were gonna throw my own question back at me.
I know, right? It's always fun when I do that to like CI when he's not expecting it to.
Answer the question with a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we have to do yours first. You're higher up in the food chain than I am.
No. No, this is hey, as the host, I don't answer the questions. I make the rules.
The hostess with the mostest.
Lioness of Africa is going to play coy. This is funny.
Yeah, I guess then my theme song would have to be Waka Waka from Shakira. This time for Africa.
Jeez. Oh my goodness, Sophia, I forgot to message you yesterday. So this is like totally off topic, but I just thought it was hilarious because you complain about the weather there, right? Because it's cold, it's winter there right now, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit better at the moment, but yes, I was heavily complaining a few months ago.
Okay, it's a little better because I bought mandarins yesterday and they came from South Africa. And I'm thinking, man, she complains. It's the winter and you guys can still grow citrus fruit. Like we can't even grow that properly in the summer. So anyways, I just thought that was funny.
How dare you complain when you have mandarins?
Right? Growing in your winter season. How cold is it
I
really?
know. Mandarins just make the day better.
There's
How
like a
don't you
few
know? That's so
Australians.
fair. Come on.
It's like I heard a few Australians saying, "Oh, it's cold. It's 16 degrees." That's summer temperature here in England. You know.
Oh, I
People are
know.
sunbathing.
I used to tell Red about my problems with all the cold and me freezing, and then she would laugh at me and say, "Oh, but you're around bare arms in that weather."
It's like +10. Yeah, shorts and t-shirt. Go for it. Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah. And then I guess I made a mistake when I told you I've never seen snow.
Yeah, that's just s- just
Sad.
yeah, it's baffling. You'd like snow. Snow's fun.
Yeah, what happened to you? What happened to the snowman? You remember the snowman you built? We gave him a name.
Oh yeah, I can't remember his name. Yeah, he didn't make it because he melted too fast. He fell down.
He didn't make it.
He didn't. I went out during
He
later in
did.
the day. He's just like a heap on the ground. I'm like, oh dear.
Yeah, then we decided I'm gonna go to Canada and we're gonna make a snow family.
Yeah, that's right.
Awesome.
Okay, Sophia, you come to Canada in the winter and we'll make lots of snowmen and a family.
Yeah, is there anybody that can help me to get there? Who's gonna
There's
get
two
me out of
people.
Africa?
Qantas?
There's two people that can help you with your paperwork to get here.
Oh wow. Yeah, DM me.
Special passport. It's in every country's stuff.
Yep.
As far as I can tell, there's 5 that a group of friends are helping. There's Canada, U.S., UK, New Zealand, and Australia. They're working with people in those 5 countries right now, and each one of them still has the same thing: it's special passport.
Cuddles, will you send me a message?
Did
You
I?
can.
Did you use my method?
What's yours, Eggs?
You take control of the passport and it becomes a C pass. So then you don't have interference from nobody. You just walk past
How
because
does that work?
I need to in I don't know, maybe when you're free I'll go down in another
Yeah.
what's it called, another thing, and I'll tell everybody, and you
Yeah,
can
that
use
would
it
be
during the day, and nobody can touch you because then you're kind of protected. You're above everybody in government and everything because you haven't taken control of the passport. It's up to their interpretation, but as soon as you stamp it, sign it, and seal it properly, that's your C pass. But
okay.
yeah, I can explain that to yourself and whoever else wants to know.
Yeah, I'd be interested in learning about that. So, I mean, you guys do go down and talk about it if you wouldn't mind pinging me. I would appreciate it. I'm just curious about all that stuff.
Yeah, no, not
Yeah,
a
me.
problem.
Yeah, because at this stage, our best plan is for MJ to pirate a boat from where he is, pick me up when he comes around Africa. Then we go up, get Redford, and then well, I think that's where the plan stops.
You got
We
get
just all end
Elisha.
up in Canada. Who knew?
Yeah,
I
no,
love that.
you gotta get Elisha. You gotta get
I
Elisha
love it.
and his wife and babies.
Yeah,
I
yeah. I
love
mean,
it.
we're obviously gonna make the crew bigger as we go. I'm sure when word gets out that we're on a pirate ship, other people will join us.
Other pirates will come aboard.
The more the merrier.
Yeah, we might have to interview them to see that they have the special skills required for such a journey.
Yeah, exactly. You have to be able to pull your weight. That's for sure.
Yeah, yeah. And at least maybe like rob another ship if you have to, or something to that effect.
Well,
If you can't make a grown man cry that's armed while you're unarmed, you can't fly on my boat.
Bedford,
Yeah,
have
it's
you
gonna
made a
be.
grown man cry?
Have I
Can
made?
you?
We can talk about that later. Okay. So we have we have
that's
God
where an ankle
one
hurts.
here. Yeah, that's exactly why I have a wrecked ankle. No.
Kapow.
God 01, even though I don't really like referring to people by that. Are you there?
I am.
Welcome to the server. How are you?
Oh, thank you. I'm pretty well on yourself.
I am doing very well, thank you. So what brings you by today?
I was just stopping by. Not really new. I've always been here.
Oh,
Just
have you? Oh, okay.
yeah,
So,
yeah. They just
okay.
took away my roles here for some odd reason, but it's fine. Um, but yeah.
Okay, so you've been in the server before. How long ago were you in here?
Definitely since last year, but I left or got kicked out or something, and now I came back in. So,
Okay. Well, welcome back. What shape do you think the Earth is?
what shape?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, so
That's
one
what
of the roles
that's what we're here to talk about, the shape of the Earth, right? That's the point of the server.
Yeah, I've been here. Okay. So look, one of the roles I had was on the fence, right? If I can have that back, that would be great. But anyways, to answer the question, um, fuck, I don't know. That's the best thing I can say. But if I can speculate and what I observe flat. That's what I observe. So if I had to guess what the shape of my world is, it'll be flat. Not spherical or anything like that. Not curved. I would say flat. That's my answer.
That's a good answer. So why would you want the on the fence tag then? So what's
Oh,
keeping you on the fence?
because of bullshit.
What kind of
BS.
what kind of BS?
Just because there's always some type of BS with something. We just well, some people are always so sure about something, right? But until they're proven wrong in the end, and we didn't quite have it right. We thought we did, but it's not just right. So, yeah, it could either be not flat or round or spherical. It can be both, or it can be something that's never even thought about before because we don't know.
Well,
Understand
have you
how it
ever
could be round like a globe and flat at the same time. I never understand when people say that. How is that possible?
That's just speculating, right? I'm just talking, but I'm just yeah. I just think that we just really truly don't know, and that's
have you
perfectly
ever
fine.
been have you ever been to the ocean?
I've been to the ocean plenty.
Okay, and when you look out, out away from land, and you look left to right, do you see a curve? Do you remember seeing a curve?
Oh, never. If anything, the water curved. That's about it. No, I mean, not curved, but waved, right? It's waved.
Right, waves, which is normal,
Right,
movement
it's
of
normal.
water,
Correct.
right? But it didn't seem like a bouncy ball of any kind. No weird bendy movements anywhere other than the water, right?
Correct.
Well, there you go. There's your proof.
Yeah, there it is, But I wouldn't say that's your definitive 100% evidence of like, yeah, the earth is completely flat, like it's Minecraft, and that's it. GG's. I'm not gonna sit up here and say that. You guys can. You guys feel confident in this, right? But however, me, I rather stay like I just don't know. What I do know is I observe flat, and that's my final answer. That's it. Everything else about space and everything, I already know NASA's full of lies and BS, so you don't even hit me with that. But yeah.
See, now you got 2 proofs that it's flat. Dude, you're doing great.
Oh,
I've got something for him. What about if I told you one of the biggest agencies that is out there, bigger than NASA, and that NASA takes its information from? They've been working for 6 years, with statistics and everything, say that it is flat and stationary.
oh wow. That'll be great. I mean, it's cool to
I've got
listen
the
to.
documents.
You know,
I've got the
that'll be
documents.
okay. That's fine. I'll give it a look. Um, that's great. But I wouldn't like. Do I take this person's answer because someone else says it's valid? I'm gonna take it with a grain of salt. There's a grain of bullshit on there,
Yeah. Well,
somewhere. So,
Well, yeah, and I mean, use your what logic, what makes sense to you, like you're doing, that's good, but like you observe that it's flat. I get there's terrain and everything, but it does
right.
measure flat, so that's why we kind of say that it is flat. I kind of do believe it's more like a realm thing that we are in. So, yeah, it's
Oh,
interesting.
okay. Round and flat, huh? Like a flat circle.
That I don't know for sure, right? Because that's just all speculation. So I don't really like to talk about that in the live stream because we talk more about facts, and this is just me speculating, right? I can't actually go prove that. That's just what I kind of think.
Yeah, totally understandable.
Hmm. Do you have any questions for us?
Oh no, I just listen.
Okay.
I only chime in when needed. If somebody's talking about like God or something.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, if any questions pop up or you want to join this conversation, feel free.
I
Thank you for
appreciate the
joining
gesture.
us. Of course.
so God, now you have to sing for us.
What? Why would I do
What?
You
that?
have to sing for us now. That was the deal that we made. Just joking,
Oh,
bro.
he says I
So-
have to
Oh,
sing for you.
I know. I heard some to a no yesing. No.
okay, thank you.
Sing for you.
I, I
Bingo.
thought
So
I
we
thought
have.
everybody missed the joke. Sorry.
Yeah.
Gee.
No, it's just no. It's all. It's all good. We have Sarugaki. If I'm saying that, I just butcher the names. I mean, we're all kind of used to it, I think, by now. Are you there? Sarugaki. You are unmuted. Do you want to say hello? I guess not. What about Soviet Dom? Your v's verified? Are you there? All right.
A lot of quiet people.
Nobody wants to speak. That's okay. We'll get back to the
You killed the
questions.
chat. What are you doing?
No,
Like, bro,
no.
You're
this is a
wrecking their
voice
ankles in the morning.
Yeah,
Fuck, I just
that's
spilled
the
some coffee.
problem. I'll get after them. Okay,
Get
so
after it.
back to our question then. I want to ask DCO, are you there? You might be out, so maybe I'll give you a second so you can get to
Yes,
your
I
mic.
am. I got two little.
Oh,
I got two little ones here, but yeah, go ahead. Ask the question. And I'll answer it.
okay, perfect. So our question for today, and I do think that you are a more quiet silver, and I would like to hear from you more, especially during Precious Metal Takeover. So what can we do as a community to make this environment help you to speak up more and want to join the conversation?
What's precious metal takeover?
Oh, but you're here
Hmm.
quite a bit, and you don't even know. So Precious
Hey,
Metal Takeover.
I've been missing for like a year and a half. Missing
Oh,
in action. Come on now.
you don't know what Precious Metal Takeover. Oh, sorry, that was
Oh
you,
yeah, I don't.
Cyrus.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
okay.
know.
Okay, so
Means we
precious
take
metal.
over and bust your ass, bro.
Yeah, basically beat you
You
up.
wish.
So, so Precious Metal Takeover is an event that is hosted by CI and co-hosted by myself. However, I am hosting today, and it runs from 12 Central to 2 Central on Saturdays, and it is a place for, or the show is basically created for silvers, more quiet silvers, and gold plus to take over the live stream, and they answer all the questions from the Globers, and then we have a question theme for the day, and it just runs for 2 hours, and then the moderators and the
Okay.
admins are not allowed to speak.
Oh, I did not know that. Oh, okay. All right. You can mute me then. Go ahead. That way
I don't
I can
have
just
the
ban you.
power to mute you, so I'll have to ask that you mute yourself. I'll kindly ask you
Fine,
mute
fine.
yourself.
I'll shut up.
All right.
I was just trying to have
You
a
know,
conversation. All right, assholes.
I'm just
I
All right.
got
waiting for
someone
Cyrus to
now.
You
go.
can come back in an hour and 34 minutes and join the conversation, but you're
All
free
right.
to stick around and listen in. That would be great, and
No,
then
I'd rather go away.
provide your feedback at the end as well. Would be
Yeah, leave your mic on, bro, and have a bonk. Like
I'm
you
about
usually
to
do.
rip a bong right now, so
Yeah.
I'm back to the weed store. Just made my coffee. Well, you gotta smoke with the coffee, man. Come on. All
Of
right, I'll
course.
shut up. Unless you guys want me to talk, then I can just keep on talking. That's
no,
easy to do.
no. If
Oh,
you, if you
want me to
wouldn't
stop talking?
mind,
I can do that. My
well, unless you
pleasure.
want to.
You're
Okay.
just
I'm
messing
gonna
with
do
you.
that. I'm gonna do that one day. If there's a moderator going ham, just taking over, I'm gonna be like, "It's precious metals time."
Well, it's moderator time. Yeah, Ben Hammer. Okay, who wants to get banned? I'm just
nah,
joking with
not
you,
me,
man.
please. I don't
Been
do
there,
that.
done that.
Okay, sorry, DCO. Back to you. Are you still there?
Shush. Smelly mode. Shush.
Yes, I
Not
am.
you.
And the only thing I would say that would make it a little bit more. Here's the thing. I enjoy everything about this server. The only thing is I've never really had a chance to talk to a baller before, and I think I would do okay against a baller. So that's the only thing is I have had the chance to ask the 3 questions before, but I was busy at the time, so I couldn't do it. I think if we were asked if we could ask the 3 questions like to a new person, more of like the newer people, we could all learn a little bit more. Because I think I could take on a baller, and I've done it in real life. Like I've been to like a meetup, and yeah, I've done it. I've talked to like ballers and stuff before, so I think it'd be fun to do it here. I just haven't really got the chance to, but that's the only thing. I'm not complaining, by the way.
No, and I that was very respectful. Thank you for your feedback. This is kind of the whole point, right? Just to get everybody's opinion and what works for them. So if you're comfortable with that, then especially during precious metal takeover, I can I can stop the conversation and let you take over, right? You can talk to the Glober, and that's just kind of what I think I'd like, just to know what everybody is more comfortable with, and then we can work with that and get more people involved in the conversation, especially during this time frame. So I appreciate your feedback. That was helpful. Thank you.
Do I have a question?
I think that
Uh,
was a really good idea, actually. Sorry,
yeah, no,
Lisa
all
there.
good. Somebody just said
Uh,
something.
I said what I said about saying precious metals because last night 2 moderators were going at it, and it was just weird.
Yes. Let's not discuss that.
I want to hear it. Well, what happened?
No, you guys can discuss that after. I don't want
That's
to.
fine. I
Oh.
can take it later, but it's just that's
It's
where the
fine.
joke came from.
Oh, I have a question.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, who has a question?
I do.
Oh, hey, yeah, go for it.
All right, so I seen this on Instagram, right? And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna ask this question one day. Here it is. So, you guys believe in history, right? Like World War II, like Pearl Harbor, stuff like that, right? Like that stuff actually happened, right? Or no?
Of course.
Okay.
Yes, it
So,
does.
all
Yeah.
right. So, how did Japan attack Pearl Harbor if the Earth is flat? Like, which way do they come from?
The Pacific side?
So it just traveled like straight.
Yeah, they just went across the ocean. Shortest path between 2 points is a straight line.
Right.
If you look at the flat Earth map and you find Japan, and then you look for Hawaii, you make a beeline right for it, and boom, there you go. But see, that's the thing about false flags, is that people do die in a false flag.
Mhm.
Innocent people
Yep.
will die in a false flag.
Yeah.
However,
School shooting
the
stuff.
story that's built off of the false flag is BS.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Amazing.
He doesn't know what the flat Earth map looks like.
Looks like a sheet of paper, bro. It's lost on my toilet.
Well, I mean, if somebody's got one on hand, I'm doing stuff in my room right this sec. I got new sheets. I'm happy.
Ooh.
Let's go. New sheets. Nice.
The UN flag is a flat Earth map.
That's right.
Hey, Iggs. Long time no see, Iggs.
Hey, Sonny, how are you, brother?
All right, man. How you doing?
So who asked the question?
I did.
Was I?
God01.
Yeah, I posted an image for you in the live stream.
Oh, an image?
Yeah, at 31 minutes past the hour, Roger posted something for you.
Thank you, Roger.
Is this in lobby or?
So the live stream
Yeah.
voice text. So if you go right
Oh,
above this room, there's the voice text. If you click on that.
Oh, I see. Okay, let's look at this. Okay. I also didn't think they travel this way.
Oh, and Roger also posted an image at 32 minutes past the hour.
Japan's actually closer to us than most people think.
Is there anyone could unmute Ivanov, please? He's a good guy. He can talk about this stuff. He knows
Sylvia Dom, welcome to the
Yo.
server.
Hello.
No concern trolling, please.
Yeah.
No, we're not sure.
So we'll ask. Well, actually, let's just have a conversation with you for a little bit. So, what brings you to the server?
Bored, I guess.
You're bored.
Yeah.
So you've decided to pick up a hobby of learning about the shape of the Earth.
No, not really. It's boring.
It's boring. So you
Yes.
find being here boring as well.
Technically, yes, but technically, no.
Wow, it's quite the conundrum you're in.
Yeah.
So what shape do you think the Earth is?
I guess it's a ball.
You
That's what most people
guess.
think.
So appeal to the most people? If everybody
Yeah,
believes
of
it, you believe it? That makes most sense too.
That's usually the right answer. Usually, if most people believe it.
So what's your proof then that
I don't
actually,
know.
you know what? DCO, are you there?
It's the worst time. I don't debate this stuff because I don't really care what the shape of the Earth is.
You don't care what the shape of the Earth is.
No, it doesn't affect me in any
Well,
way.
why you are on food
Why are you
server
here?
then? Why you on
Because-
food server?
Food server?
Yeah.
What?
Is this
What are you
not
saying?
food server? This is not food server.
What are you talking
He's
about?
basically saying if you're not interested in the topic, it has no bearing and no effect on your life. Why are you here?
No, but sometimes people change the topic, and I like to talk about other topics, and it's very fun to
Right.
talk to other people.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah,
got a
cool.
question for you, buddy. Do you breathe air? Right? Do you breathe air?
Yes, but it doesn't.
Okay. All
Ooh.
right. Another question. Do you enjoy breathing air?
Probably.
Okay. Well, then it does matter then what you live on and where you live at and what It is,
Yeah,
and
but the shape
things
of the
about
Earth.
it does matter because you like breathing. And in order to
Yes,
breathe and in order to have life, you got to breathe.
but
And there's necessary antecedents that go along
but
with being able to breathe.
okay, if it's a ball, let's say it's a ball, and if it
Holy
comes out to be a
man.
flat Earth, who cares? I'm still gonna breathe the same air. If
No,
it's really
no, no, no,
about,
no,
then
no,
I'm
no,
not
no,
gonna
no, no.
breathe.
Hold on, hold
Okay,
on,
okay,
hold
okay,
on.
okay.
Because what you don't see is on the ball. You have gas, all right,
Yes,
next to a near vacuum without a physical container, without a
ozone,
physical wall
ozone
on the
layer,
ball.
ozone layer.
Gases don't contain other gases. You can't just
Why
go,
not?
oh well, there's a gradient,
They do.
and that's what holds oxygen down to Earth. No, no, no. The definition of gas pressure is the forces of the particles colliding with the walls of the container.
Container.
This is thermodynamics. It's a law of nature. It is an unbreakable law of nature. So gas pressure, you breathe, you have gas pressure because you're breathing, right? Right. Okay, so you have to have walls of a container or you don't have gas pressure. On the
Lungs.
ball, you don't have any oxygen because there's no walls of a container. You can't just, oh, well, fairy dust holds the oxygen down. Because that's not even true or real or possible.
Yeah, sure.
So if you
Okay.
like
what?
breathing, the
For
subject
what?
does matter. And if you don't like breathing, well, I guess nothing matters. And, dig a hole in the backyard.
True. My Discord crashed. What the frick? Oh, it's back.
That's what I've been telling people for years. Do you like learning? Well, no, not really. Well, you might as well go dig a hole in the backyard, dude.
Yeah,
And
but the
jump in
shape
it.
of the Earth doesn't correlate to oxygen.
Right, but
Trees make
shapes
oxygen
aren't
for
science.
photosynthesis.
Shapes are math. And shapes come from measuring things.
But I
It's a
didn't ask.
secondary. Math is secondary to science.
Sure, but
Math comes after.
What are you talking
Cuddles,
about?
you're absolutely right, man. The kids nowadays don't even want to try to fucking learn anything.
Nah, why? You have the phone, you have Google. Easy.
But see,
Wow,
Google.
that is such a sad answer.
It's
Very
so easy,
sad.
Such
bro.
a sad answer.
Everything is so easy, it's boring, you know?
Yeah,
Oh,
Yes,
imagine.
you
You
can.
said why? Because we have Google?
Hold on.
Imagine
I
using
got it.
not using your consciousness.
Okay, Cuddle.
See,
I'm
What
clearly
did you
using
want
my
to say?
people
consciousness.
stepping on me, I will stand up for myself and tell all y'all to shut up.
Cuddle.
Other silvers won't.
Go for it. Continue.
All right, this is why the other silvers don't talk, because, dude, you got so many people just wanting to jump. Google's great. In an age of information, ignorance is a choice. But the thing
Yeah.
is with research comes much diligence. So the first search result isn't necessarily the correct one. I don't even use Google anymore. I use other search engines that give me way better results. I stopped using Google like 5 years ago or so. But it's great to have it. But the thing is if you ask Google, is the Earth flat? It's going to come up with stuff that they were paid to put up in the top 100. They were paid to give you this result instead of actually based on the question and the answer that accompanies the question.
I have a question.
Yes, Sasha.
How Google will show the curvature in the nature?
Sasha Ivanov. What?
When you Google it, how the Google will show you curvature in the nature?
You can see an apple and you can see it curves. No, apple is usually round, some kind of a round shape. So
No, when you Google it, when you go to computer, how you will go outside when you go inside the computer?
Oh wow.
Ivanov.
When you go to Google, how you will
yeah.
realize how it is outside when you go to the Google?
I can go outside while searching on Google.
Can you go outside together with your laptop and find the curvature?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, where? Can you show me
Okay,
where?
let's
Can you
see. Let's see.
show me
NASA space
location?
24/7
Not
live.
NASA space. You will take your laptop and you will go to space to show me
Yes.
curvature.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
How?
I cannot screenshot
The question
myself.
is how.
Google Eyes. You can see the screen.
Because see, you have
What? Okay, whoa. Okay, we gotta stop this here. Okay, so
I'm so sorry.
no, it's fine. He's talking
Fine.
nonsense right now. Okay,
Bad.
so let's get it back to the shape of the Earth, right? So let's take you through the 3 points. Has anybody gone through the 3 points with you, Sylvia Dom?
I have no idea what those are.
Oh, that's perfect. You're gonna have a great time. DCO, are you still available by any chance?
Yes, I am. But the thing is, I got two little ones right now, and they're gonna start yelling in the middle. I promise. So I'll have someone else take over. But when I can, I'll type it in the chat, and I'll
I
take over.
cannot read, so if you type, I cannot read. Sorry.
Yeah, why don't you, DCO, why don't you start, and then maybe Sophia can take over if your kids start making too much noise and you need to stop.
Okay. So I guess we like to ask a few questions just to see kind of where you stand. It's kind of like a diagnosis. So, are you okay with answering like 3 basic questions?
Go ahead.
Cool. The first question would be, do you know how curvature has been detected, or how someone has detected it, or how it's been done in the past?
I know one. I heard one type of way with the sticks and shadows. Yes, but I don't know how it's called.
So you heard about it?
Yeah.
Have you done it?
No. Why should I?
Well, my question to you would be, how would that prove the goal?
I don't know. I just heard about it. I don't do. I haven't looked up anything on it.
So you just kind of think, or you just believe that it's a proof?
I didn't say it's a proof. I just said I heard of it.
So do you know how the curvature of the Earth is proven?
No.
Perfect. And just so
Okay,
you know, I
that's
don't
good.
know or no is a perfect answer.
And
He
it's clear
doesn't
my
even know
problem
if that guy had Google or not.
because
No, it's okay. He heard something. He believes that it was measured. That's all right. He said
oh
no.
my God,
Let's go
you're
to
such a
second question.
Yeah,
strawman
now
guy,
we're good,
please.
Kate. We'll let DCO take
Bro,
the second
strawman.
question.
Biggest strawman I ever heard. Please shut up.
Let's go to the second question. The second question is going to have to do with the rotation of
Okay,
the
go ahead.
Earth. So we're told that the Earth is rotating, and so I'd like to know how you know, or how you believe, or if you don't know how the Earth is spinning or how to prove it. Please let us know.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Well, that's good. There's a lot of information down below too, where you can research all those questions that you're asking, by the way. But let's go to the third question, which is one that's actually, in my opinion, very important, and it has to do with gas pressure. So, do you know that we experience gas pressure at sea level, 14.7 psi?
Yeah, I heard something about it.
Wait, so you don't even know that we have air
I
pressure?
know we have gas pressure because we have gases. There must be gas pressure if they have gases.
Okay, so if we have gas pressure and outer space is said to be a vacuum, which is like void or very, very low, low pressure, how could we have high pressure at sea level and then have no pressure without a barrier?
Ozone level layer. The ozone layer.
What? Wait, that's ozone layer. That doesn't answer the question. Can you please answer with a more elaborate
The
answer
ozone
as to
layer.
how ozone layer? That doesn't answer the question.
But you have to disprove my point. It doesn't matter. If I say something
You
now,
can't.
then
You
No,
can't just
man.
say ozone.
Just let him go for a sec, Sasha.
Okay.
Sasha.
If someone else can take over, I got a little one.
Oh yeah, okay. So
Go.
go for it then, Sasha.
Hey,
Bro, I
this
don't
What did
understand him, so if he speaks, I still don't
you,
understand him, man.
did you say
We
no to,
will.
to that question, or you are sure that it's ozone layer?
I don't know. I just said something.
Okay, that non spiraling with some. I could say whatever, and that will be like only
True.
nothing, because I said
Free
you
will.
can say I don't know. That's all right.
Yeah, but I said something still.
Yeah, but are you sure that
there's
it's
no such.
is
I'm
that
not
proving? Is
sure,
that
but I think.
are you? Do you? Is that proof? Are you 100% sure?
What can you be sure of?
But,
That's the question.
Well, what
it's
it
not.
is.
It's a space dust, man. It's not ozone layer.
What?
There's no such thing as an ozone layer.
It's not ozone layer. It's a space dust.
Space dust?
Yeah.
What?
What ozone layer?
Okay,
Yeah.
your accent.
Do you understand me? You said ozone layer, and I said what? I said space dust, and you said what? Of course, space dust bullshit. Ozone layer bullshit. Let's go to real thing. Do you
Okay.
know or you don't know?
No, I don't know ozone, of course.
Oh.
Okay, so that was your answer, right? So
Yes.
then do you not know how we can have a pressurized system next to a near perfect vacuum without containment?
I have no idea.
Okay. All right. So then basically, from what we gathered from these 3 points, from these 3 questions, these are all very, they're just claims made by the globe model. And you've answered that you don't know any of them. So then this is just a belief that you hold because you can't prove any of this.
True.
Exactly.
True.
But you don't need to say true. You can say true.
True.
So do you agree to that?
You
Like,
don't. You,
did you
no,
learn anything from this little exercise at all?
No.
Okay, so you didn't learn anything. So basically, going through these 3 points, these are all positive claims made by the globe model that actually needs it to exist, right? You need curvature to be on a spinning ball. Then the next one is axial rotation to make that ball spin, right? And that we live in this pressurized system, right? Next to a near perfect vacuum. And you've said that you don't know how any of these things exist. You don't know how it's been measured. So then you still hold this belief.
Sure.
It's just a belief. You can't prove any of these things.
Sure.
Do you have any evidence that we live on a spinning ball? Or is this just a belief that you hold?
It's probably a belief.
Yes.
A
Exactly.
blind belief.
Yes.
I got no way.
Thank you for being honest.
But that's cool.
Do
He is believing. Now we can move.
you know what not knowing to answer these questions means?
No.
It reveals your education.
Thank you. Yeah, because I fucking suck at physics.
Yeah, it's not physics. Hey, Soviet Dom.
Coward.
Hey, Soviet Dom.
What's
Could
your
I ask one?
education level?
Could I ask?
Science, physics.
Sorry. Could I ask one question? I didn't mean to interrupt, Sasha. But
Okay,
could I ask,
Roger, go ahead.
no, it's Sunny. It's not
It's
Roger.
sunny.
Oh, Sunny, sorry. Go.
Once again. Soviet Dom. So, if the Earth really is flat, would you want to know that?
Not really.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
See you later.
Thank
You don't want
you,
to know,
Sunny.
so why are you here?
Yeah, then there's no
Yeah.
point.
Just a waste of time.
That's what
I was
they
gonna say, Sasha, try to be patient with this guy, but never mind. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was here before I checked him.
Oh yeah, he was here yesterday. He was
Yeah.
here talking, trying to take advantage of our ladies' night.
Oh, I must have missed him then when he was in here.
Yeah,
didn't
he was.
I?
It was him and Mushi.
Oh,
Oh,
wait,
yeah, I
oh
remember.
yeah, Mushi.
Look, and you know what?
Okay.
I'm not the arbiter here of anything. So I mean, if I don't have to, I can unmute him if you guys desire that. You want to play with him a little more, that's fine.
No, I suggest
Well, there's
a ban.
I mean, just Sasha needs to be patient with this guy. I know he's gonna get really underneath Sasha's skin, bro.
I can unmute him.
No,
I
listen,
don't mind.
Sonny, it's wasting time however you want, you know. He don't want to know. You can maybe
yeah,
have
I mean
people
he
who
can
want you maybe will have young people who want to listen to hear what we have to say, for example, and then after that, like Matthew, they can decide, okay, that is not enough for me.
Yeah, because if he doesn't even care, then why is he here? And then so how is that gonna proceed from here on out if he doesn't care, if it's
I'm
flat?
just
So
wondering, like,
when we
why
go
is
to
he here
when we go to show
if he
him
doesn't really want to know?
when we go to
Why
show
are you
him,
here,
I'm still
Soviet?
talking. When we go to show him our evidence, then how is that going to turn out if he doesn't care in the first place? I don't know. It just doesn't seem fruitful.
I will tell you how honest is working with the voice. With the voice is like this. The honest guy will say, oh, ask some question, be honest, go on with communication. He was like, dude, that mean, man, you will go on with trolling. I know. Go on if you want, you know.
Okay, so I guess
Yeah, that's why I was asking,
I'm
like,
feeling
why
generous
is he here?
today. Yeah,
The
I'm
point
feeling
and purpose,
generous
bro.
today. So let's unmute him, ask him what he thinks about what was just said, and we'll see what the
Sir,
response
I
is.
see. I already know what kind of
Let
what
I
mimic me.
know,
It's
let's
all
give
right.
him the benefit of the doubt. Soviet Dom, did you
What's
hear
happening?
everything that was said?
I said something is not truthful, and he doesn't care.
Right. So then what is your purpose of being here? If you're not here to learn, you don't seem to care. So what is your purpose of being here?
Communicate
Communicate what?
About
anything.
About anything. Okay,
Yeah.
so not about the topic of the earth. Maybe if that's not what you're here to talk about, maybe a different room would be better for
Some
you.
things have more priority than others. That's
Like a food, like I said in the first moment.
Okay, well, if you don't have any questions for a Soviet Dom, and if you don't want to talk about the shape of the earth, then I'll ask that you mute yourself, unless you have something constructive to add to the conversation about the shape of the earth.
Anything. You just asked me to talk, so I talk.
I know, but now I'm asking you to not then, unless you have something to contribute to the
Yeah,
conversation.
I'm not talking.
Yes, you
All
are.
right.
Wait a minute. I just have a question. You said communication. Are you just looking for a one-way communication, Soviet Dom?
What do you mean one way?
Well, communication can be several different ways. Most of the time it's considered to be a two-way, but some people think that communication is only one way.
If it's an interesting person, sure, we can have a two-way or maybe a three-way sometimes.
So how do you determine that? Whether you're going to allow a two-way form of conversation or you're just going to only have one way, which basically sounds like just your way.
It's a boring subject. I probably not even gonna
It's
talk.
a boring subject.
Yes.
How to be idiot to come on the 24/7 flat earth and to say this is
Real.
Okay, you guys, let's keep it simple.
That's my point. Because of that, I asked you for food, man. Because I would understand if you think that it's food server, but you think you came on the 24/7 flat earth server and you're saying this is boring. Okay, good.
We yeah, we're just gonna let that one go. Please and thank you.
Yeah, it's none of our business if you just are the type of person that just likes to search out boring content. Go for it.
Yeah. It's easier if you know what's boring than you know what's interesting.
Soviet Dom,
Yeah, I'm not talking.
thank you. We'll try Seryugaki, if I'm still saying that right. If you're there. Should I
Hey,
talk to
what's
you
up?
again? Oh, hi! Welcome to the server. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Yeah, I've been on this server for probably about a month now.
Oh, okay. So, well, this is the first time I'm speaking to you. So, what shape do you believe that the Earth is? Or do you know what shape it is?
Well, definitely know what shape it isn't. But yeah, how do we define Earth? Are we talking the overall system itself? Are we talking the land or the ocean separately? Like, what's going on?
Well, it would be both. It would encompass both, right? The sea, the water, and the land.
Well, the surface of the water definitely lays flat.
Okay.
Hey, I have a question for the flat earthers.
Okay, lemons, or melons, sorry. Could you wait? We're just having a bit of a conversation.
Show us your melons.
Just hang on, we'll get to you, okay? Sorry.
Sorry, Tal.
Sarugaki, back to you. So, what you think that the water is a different shape than the land? Is that what you're saying?
Not just, of course, generally speaking, when taking into account mountains, valleys, stuff like this. Yeah, but overall, considering flat as a 2D, description, I wouldn't say the Earth is flat, but horizontal, level. Yeah, definitely.
Right. Yeah. I agree. It definitely measures that way, and it appears to be that way. So how did you come across this realization?
Depends on how far back you want to go, but yeah.
Well, we like hearing the stories about how people came to this realization. So you can feel free to share if you'd like.
I definitely just heard about it in a YouTube video, which I cannot necessarily remember what it was about, the video itself. And I'm like, okay. Is this an actual topic of interest? Well, I mean, if it is true, it's definitely interesting. So I'm going to have to check it out. And it's about 2 years ago now. And so I started doing my own research, and it just becomes more and more obvious the more and more time you look at it. Like, yeah, like how was this? That's it's a kind of a crazy but beautiful model they give us and expect us to just take for granted, and we do. But look into it. You'll see it's not what they tell you.
No, it most definitely is not what they tell us. That's for sure. So do you remember, like, what was the one thing that really caught you and really kind of sealed the deal that you knew that you'd been lied, that we were not a spinning ball?
So the first was the mention of the water. Like, the water always, lays flat, seeks its own level. It equalizes out, takes the shape of its container. All of these points. It's like, yeah, actually, I already know all of this in the back of my mind. Why didn't I ever think about it like that? But yeah, that really sank in with me originally.
That's awesome. Well, you're in the right place then to have discussions about this. Do you have any questions or anything that you're curious about that you've been looking into?
Right now, I'm curious to what's the absolute best proof or / defense for the globe model as it stands. So I'm more like an audience member. I'm just trying to see what the globe defenders what they're saying at this point.
Oh,
trying to
the
see
globe.
what the actual good defense.
Oh, they don't have any. They don't have any. They
Yeah,
really
that's
don't.
what I'm
Yes, they
checking
have.
too.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just curious
Sorry.
to see who will show
Sorry
up and
to
say
tell
something.
you, to disappoint you guys, but Globers do have something they lean on. Their best shot will be dilithium crystals, gravitational dilithium crystals that can bend space, time, and light, around a curved ball. Nobody knows dilithium crystals?
No.
Star Trek.
Wait,
No.
wait, I do.
Go,
Yeah.
Sonny, go.
Yeah, it's in one of the Star Trek episodes. I don't remember which one.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Are you
Yeah,
telling me?
I let
No
I let
wonder
him.
I've never heard of it. What is it
Yeah,
called?
Dilithium crystals. Yeah.
yeah. You got to go back through those Star Treks, man, and see how hilarious
Yeah.
Captain Kirk is. Oh my
Well, I
God.
do need a
How much?
nap after this,
Stargate.
potentially. I might throw one on. No.
So I have a question for the flat earthers.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yes, melons. I know. We have to get to you. Yes. What
All right.
question do you have?
So, how would it be possible for a globe for boats to go over the horizon?
They don't.
They don't. You can
Don't go
zoom. You can
over
zoom
the
back in.
horizon.
How
If
can
you
The
can,
something
horizon
go
is
We
over a
observe it.
flat line?
We
Bro?
observe it
One
happening.
at a time. Okay, Sophia spoke
Yeah.
first, so let's let Sophia go.
Yeah, you don't actually see that. When you zoom in, you can just bring them right back into view.
Well,
So there
Have
you
you
go.
have you ever
zoom
done
in, you
this
can still
experiment?
see it going over the curve, so that doesn't make sense.
You can't.
That's not.
No, you
That's not.
can't.
That isn't it. When you actually zoom in with a lens or a camera or something, you bring them right back into view. If they were going over a curvature or beyond a curve, you wouldn't be able to do that. And we can do that. It's been done. It's been shown.
Well, you can only do that because of refraction, but in
no, we're not talking about refraction. Look, do you understand that, Melons? If you can zoom back in over something, you're saying it's going over a curved edge. Do you understand why being able to zoom it back into that ship? Do you understand that whole concept? How could you zoom back in when it's supposed to be it's supposed to be a geometric curve edge? That's a physical area.
Obstruction. Yeah. Physical obstruction of light.
So Melons, do zoom cameras and binoculars, do they zoom in over a
Behind the
curve?
corner.
Do they allow you to see further over a curve?
Or behind the corner.
well, regardless of the zoom, you can still see it going over the edge. So I don't know what
Can
you guys
you
are
can
talking
see
about.
behind the
Okay,
corner?
just answer the
You
question.
mean
Hold on, Sasha. Hold on. Answer the question I just asked. Do zoom cameras zoom in further over a curve?
Sorry, what was the question?
Do zoom cameras or binoculars zoom in do they allow you to see further over a curve?
No.
There you go.
Can they see through an object?
But you
Can they
guys
see
are
through a hump? Can they see through a hump?
regardless of the zoom, you can still see it go over though. That's what I don't understand.
Can you
not
if there's
going
a hump?
over?
If
Yeah.
there's a hump, can a camera or binoculars see through a hump, a physical object?
Through a hill.
Yes.
No, sir. No.
What you mean
Okay.
by going over is that it would be going downward. We don't see this when we zoom in. We can zoom right back in, and perspective still applies. In other words, the bottom section of your view ramping upward, the top ramping down, it all squishing into a vanishing point.
Triangular resolution. It's the way your eyes work, buddy. You can only see so far.
Well, accepted science would say it has something to do with refraction.
Accepted science said,
Yeah.
whoa, refraction. That's exactly what I wanted to tell you about, because you invoked it at the beginning of this conversation. And can you tell us how many types of refraction there are? How many types?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe there are 4.
5.
Yeah. Do you know the difference between those and how you would separate the differences? Yeah, that's what I thought. So the next time you give up your geometric horizon, bro, and try to begawk refraction, you're gonna get slammed back. You're gonna get
Well, I know the main type of refraction that y'all are invoking. So
The
No,
main
you're the
drive?
one that
What is
invoked
that?
it. We didn't invoke
Melons,
it. You did.
Melons, we have example that Horizon is 10 times.
What?
We have example that Horizon is 10 times further than should to be. Can you tell us now which kind of refraction it's doing that extend the horizon,
Yeah,
please?
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
I have no idea what y'all are talking about, but
Okay, that means that
it
you
would
have no
most
idea.
likely be terrestrial refraction.
Listen, this is
Okay,
great.
Sasha.
You have no idea. You have no idea.
Yeah,
It's great.
exactly.
But you now need to go and see who has idea about that, because you said refraction. Now you find which kind of refraction is happening on black swan example, and then we can realize that is happening, and then we can speak about that.
Okay, Melons.
Yeah.
Or why? Like, I mean, are we just gonna pretend that we don't know who you are with a different account? Can you go to the voice text? I don't know why you're on another account, by the way.
I know this guy's voice.
Yeah, it's Sasha. Okay, so if you go to 1 minute past the hour, I survive you. She posted a video for you. If you want to watch that.
Are you telling me this is Sasha Ivanov?
Yeah, not you, Sasha.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Well, it sure
What?
sounds like him.
Sasha, are you
I don't know
Sasha?
what you guys are talking about.
Okay, great.
You stop bullshitting in here.
So obvious. It's like so obvious.
Why though?
Yeah, I don't understand why either.
Why?
But
Why?
I'm
It's
being
called
sincere.
dissemination.
But I guess we don't need to know the motive, right? The fact is, it's happened. So.
Well,
But like Muti told us yesterday, sometimes the motive is important.
I know, right? That's why.
He was even in karaoke night one night singing.
Oh, I see. Because he was muted. Interesting.
What? What the hell are you guys talking about?
But trying to fake it is really amusing.
Oh, I know. Like we're the
Oh.
crazy ones. My goodness.
Well,
Like,
you
I
guys are the
couldn't
ones that
tell.
believe in a flat Earth. That's fucking
I couldn't
insane.
see.
Well, it depends on the day I talk to you. You do too. So I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say.
You know why it's fucking insane to believe in flat Earth?
That's okay. We got all types here.
Do you know why it's
All
fucking
right.
insane to believe that Earth is flat?
The Earth is not flat, first of all.
People that think they're
And second
faking
of all,
you-
evolution is
you-
true.
You spot 'em.
Oh. Okay, you know what? We're not going to talk about evolution.
Sasha, how about
Did you
Well, we
did
can
you
talk
watch?
about how the Earth isn't flat. Like, what do you have a measurement of curvature?
Well, no, actually, I have another type of evidence to
No,
present.
you really? You don't?
Oh,
No?
please do.
Well, now you got another topic.
Ooh, now we
Well-
want to. Okay, what do you have then, Melons?
Well, if the Earth is flat, how do we explain celestial poles?
Why does it always start with if the Earth is flat? Why? Just why?
Hold on, hold on.
Galaxy such and such.
That's
Oh,
a
yeah.
question. That's a
We need
question,
to
bro.
There
That's
is the globe.
Okay, guys, one at a
I have
time.
a
One at a time.
poll that I can. Ooh, I'll leave it at that.
a question isn't evidence.
What?
Evidence is evidence. A question is obfuscating from providing the evidence you were asked to provide.
One moment. He said celestial poles. Can you give
what
me
does that even
definition
mean?
for a celestial pole? Yeah.
Yeah, give us a
What does that
definition,
even mean,
please.
bro?
Celestial
explain it
poles.
now, yeah.
Well, if you take a
Yeah.
time lapse of the stars,
Yeah.
because the Earth is rotating, it creates a pole in the stars.
A pole. Do you know
Create-
what a
Sorry.
pole is?
Like a dancing pole?
Can you tell me the definition of a pole?
Definition of pole, yeah.
It's polar, so there's a positive and negative.
Not polar.
Oh,
you
yeah,
said,
right. Let's go
You
to
said celestial poles.
And
Two
what does
of them.
what does the sky have to do with the ground?
Plural. You
Bring
use
in that-
plural
bring that
word.
train
Well,
wreck.
it shows
Okay, you
Plural.
guys, one at a time.
it's
One at a time.
proof
So
of
you were.
rotation, sir.
I don't care what proof it is. I ask you what is a pole.
Uh, Well,
He's
it starts
full.
with a dot, and then there's a bunch of circles around it, showing that the
Okay.
circles are going from the stars in the time lapse.
The center of a circle is a pole.
Whoa.
I don't know.
Well, I think that's the claim you
Exactly.
just made if you want to go back and listen to how that sounded, because that was,
Why
wow.
would you know anything? But yeah,
And
all
he's
you
the
can do
plural
is
as well.
talk
All right.
bullshit out
Well,
of your
Pole.
well,
celestial pole.
well, why would they lie? That's what I don't understand. If they're
Oh,
Oh
why
my
would they
God.
lie? My gosh.
Why would
Are
they
you
lie?
are
Why
you
would they
bored
lie?
too, Melons? Just like your
Uh,
buddy here? Like, my goodness. Do you have any evidence of this globe that you think that you live on? Because that's
NASA proves it with their photos. What the hell are
He
you talking
doesn't
about?
even think it. This guy's the most
okay, you guys. We're not
the
gonna
most
entertain this.
dishonesty I've ever witnessed.
Yeah, NASA proves it with their fake photos. What the hell are you talking about?
Not even a funny
That's all
troll.
Bigfoot.
No,
Bigfoot.
it's just
Bigfoot's
sad.
proven, guys.
Thank you for
You gotta
muting
be
him,
funnier.
whoever did that.
You gotta be funnier than that if you're gonna troll.
Yeah, I got photos of Superman.
No.
He's
You have
real
to go
bad.
along so it
I
would be
know.
funny.
Yeah.
No one
He's
goes along
real.
with trolling. It's not funny.
We're at the
real.
advanced. We're at the advanced funny level, so yeah, you got to be more funny than that. Thanks.
I've got me dressed up as Superman and Batman flying through the sky because I have superpowers.
Might as
Who's
well.
got that funny gif with the pole dance, huh?
Oh, the things that never existed. How
All that in less than 10 minutes.
about
So we have Lino Tomo, who's a globe earther. Maybe they want to speak to us.
That one never speaks. Maybe tonight.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't.
He always comes to ladies' night too, but I've never heard him speak. Never.
Well, he must have at one point if he got that role. Maybe he wants to talk to us right now. We can be hopeful.
You don't think that's Sasha too?
No.
It is.
Hey, wait a minute.
hear me?
Oh, he's lighting up. Lino Tomo, are you there?
Yes. How you doing?
Hi. Pretty good. How are you?
Good, good. Thanks.
Good. So you believe we live on a spinning ball?
Yes.
Why? What is your best evidence for that?
Well, just I did some observation and it looks like it's curving. Like watching from the beach and all the stuff. But right now I can't really talk for long because
Where is it curving at the beach? Could you tell me where?
well, the last one that I did was in San Francisco Bay. I did from Sausalito to Emeryville, and I took a picture of a building that is missing about 40 feet, and it
Great. We'd
matched
love to
with-
see all the details. Could you put that in the live stream voice text so we can look at we need all the data, location,
I know.
heights,
Yeah.
distances.
I can post it like a bit later because I have it on my phone. But let me just check if I find it. So keep going, talking.
Yeah, that'd be
while I
great
look
though, because then apparently you have your hands on evidence that no other glober has ever provided in all of history.
Well, I just think that,
that's a pretty big deal. How come it's not published?
Well, because
Yeah,
at the end of the day, I know you guys don't believe it because I've been listening.
Oh,
I've
so
been
it's not published because
listening for-
flat earthers don't believe it? Oh, okay.
Well, no, it's just like if I present it, I know that it's gonna be some
Okay,
problem.
we'll wait for the flat
Yeah,
earthers
Bible
to believe
Plus,
it,
yeah.
then we'll publish it.
Why you
Well, you
didn't go
should.
to Netflix?
Great globe proof. All right, nice talking to you.
Why you didn't go to Netflix first, man? You can earn money, man. Go to Netflix. You came here. You are crazy. But okay, pause that because I want to see also.
And this is exactly the reason why I'm not gonna. I'm not really.
No, man. I
No,
want to
if you
see
had
that.
proof, you would show it. You're just
I'll
you're
show
you're a
it. Hold on,
con.
just give me.
You'd be
give me
rich
2
as well.
minutes. Give
Pause.
me 2 minutes,
Not
okay?
one.
I'm looking for because I took a picture.
Okay,
Hold on.
show us it. distance, all like in Black Swan. You know, we can speak about Black Swan and no, you know, distance, elevation, everything.
Just a second.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
If you have proof of curvature, you should show us. Everyone here,
I'm doing
open-minded
it while
enough,
I'm talking.
examine evidence.
Meanwhile, I will post you one guy. It's not flat earther. He's checking the zoom of the Nikon P900, but he made one good video, and he's not flat earther. I'm telling you that second time. Now I will post you that video.
Tell him a third time, bro.
That's my proof of zoom, nothing else. You can watch all video.
I want to see this picture.
Yeah, me too.
I
And then I'm gonna steal it and make like $1 trillion.
Live stream. Okay. Doesn't matter.
Are you gonna post your picture? You can post
I'm
it in the
trying
live
to.
voice
Yeah, because I'm
text.
trying to. I say share to the live stream and.
Copy.
You should be able to just drag the picture into the voice text.
Yeah, I'm on phone, so.
Okay. For you, it's video. I posted. You know. Now you post the picture. The video. It's 93 kilometers. It's guy made the picture. The video, not picture.
I think now it worked. Let me see. Oh, I tried 3 times. Oh wow. They all came the same. See that the building over there says Bay Street?
Yeah, what's your observer height?
It was 4 feet from Sausalito. I have other pictures.
Yeah,
of
it's the
the-
huge waves. How big are the waves that day? They're huge waves. The waves are less. The waves are less than a quarter mile out, and there are huge waves there. I need the wave
Hang
height
10, boys.
that day. The tides and the wave heights
Okay.
at
Hang
that
10.
location where you were at 4 feet, because those waves are bigger than 4 feet.
Well, anyway, the point is,
No.
If that's
Wait.
I'm a banana.
No. Anyway, feet. We need to see. You know, the guy who is making video about Black Swan. You can see how he's approaching the beach, and he's on the 1 feet observation. We need to see all that things, you know, and then we need to see where is that, and we need to see distance to that ship, and blah 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 blah.
Yeah, we need to see you setting up the camera. We need to see the whole thing live. We need to see you going to the beach, setting up the camera. We need to see you point down to see how far or measure it with something. So it's verifiable the height of the camera and then the distances.
That
We
is,
just need all that
bro, that
information.
is Photoshop something bad. Somebody just go into it and they construct this thing, bro.
And like I said, I posted to you video about zoom testing. You can watch there because there is all. He's saying on which elevation he is. He's saying where are the islands, and he will explain you everything in video. Okay, go up and watch that video. You know. Okay.
Yeah, then maybe
Only 90
Tom, you
it's only
should
90
recreate it. Recreate like he did it. So you just go to that same place where you took your picture and just recreate that experiment and then come show us that curve.
Wow.
So we know all the variables.
This is the worst
Okay,
Photoshop
for
ever.
example,
Look at
the
how
second picture I
look
sent.
at how it's so quiet. It's no waves. Look at this flat, quiet sea, ocean, whatever it
Well,
is.
it's the Bay Area, so is a bay.
The bay.
But I mean, it's okay. I mean, you asked me, I told you, and that's it. I just like to listen.
That's curvature.
In my opinion, I'm not saying
Is
100%,
that
but
8 inch
I
per
also,
mile curvature?
well, the observation I did, for example, the second picture, there is a little rock, and is it front? Is it exactly? Is exactly the horizon?
How
of
far
the
is the
observation?
geometric horizon? Listen, how far is the geometric horizon at that height?
At 4 feet, probably like around 3 miles, something like that.
What?
But the picture,
Not
like
less.
Boom.
the third thing is like
You're
12
done.
mile from.
You're already done. Even without your information, you're done. Boom. It's over.
Okay.
Yeah. If you can see those buildings, if you can see those buildings at 4 miles, Your geometric horizon's no more than about 5 miles out.
I say
At
like
4
about 3
feet high.
minutes.
So it's
No,
over.
I say about 3 minutes.
It's over.
At 4.
It's over. You're done.
Actually,
Over.
2.6 at
It's over.
4 feet high.
It's over.
So anyway, I'm not here to like convince anybody. I just like to listen what you guys say. That's all. And I
Train
love
wreck.
Sunny guitar.
Oh,
Well,
thank
just
you.
understand that wasn't any evidence. You have nothing.
It's okay.
Yes, he does. He's got Sonny's guitar. It's
I just
Like
enjoy
people, why
listening
you
to.
are so rude? Let's close the server. Guy has the proof, and you are rejecting. That's not fair.
No, I didn't say I have a proof. I just say I did like because I have fun to do some like taking picture at the beach and I
Yeah,
just observe this.
but listen,
Can I,
Tell
can,
me, you said
can
you
I,
saw curvature though. That's the whole thing here.
can I ask you
Well,
something
like
about?
if you can I say one
Okay,
more
can I
thing?
ask
Just one.
only one
Okay.
question? Do you know what is angular resolution?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, great. Only that.
Well, no, I have a because like if you have a field of view of like 180 on a beach, you can actually observe there is a semicircle around you because if you're in the middle of the ocean, you look around, you can see you're in the middle of a circle.
Man,
And
I was
depends what high you are.
7 days ago. I was on UK beach, and I was looking like almost 270 degrees from the left to the right. And do you know what I saw? It was incredibly something. What I was like, what the fuck? Look at this. It's flat. It's so straight that you cannot believe. It's not too much. It's only 200. It's not 360 because I was not on an island. I was on the beach, but it was almost 270, more than 180 for sure. It's like a 200 degrees, man. And do you want pictures? I will show you one now. 7 days ago, I was on holiday.
Well, the picture
What can you
is
say?
always
You will see now my ocean, how it's nice, quiet, without waves. Okay, you want to see? 7 days ago, actually.
like when you take a picture, your field of view is so small, it's always gonna look flat. But if you look left to right, it turns around you. That's my opinion. That's what
If
I
you look
observed.
left to right, it will not curve.
To me, it does.
To you, it does. How for other 6-7 billion people not?
I think the majority can see it, but I don't
You're
know. I did not
wrong.
do a research.
They don't even claim that in your model. They don't
can
even
see
claim
it.
it.
No, if you go to a beach and you look and you have good condition, I'm usually at the Mediterranean Sea.
Man,
And
if you
it's very
say
like
now that
sharp.
sentence, if you say that now, that you know that you will be first person who saw the curvature from the beach. Maybe not
No,
one,
I'm
maybe
not the first. I'm not the first because I grew up like
no,
in a
you're not
place
first.
where
Like a
there's a lot
10
of
or
sea.
20 person, 10 or 20, not more. I'm not.
Okay, I'm unique then. Great.
You are, man.
I just tell you what I see,
You
man.
are.
I
I'm
honestly when
sorry
I
to say,
see.
but you are. Your eyes are incredibly curving, more
No,
than other
it's
people.
pretty easy because if you think about, okay, let's do it.
I have my eyes. I don't need to think. And I watch left 270 fucking degrees, and it's fucking flat. And you're telling me now that my eyes is wrong.
Okay, let's take a breather.
Hey, can I get in the queue after Sasha?
Yes, of course. Hey, how are you? Okay, Sasha, are you good to let her go? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Wifey, go for it. What would you like to say? Contribute.
Cool. Well, you guys were talking about observations and stuff and long distancing. And I went and took a sailboat ride in Seattle, and I myself on the sailboat took some pictures and noticed that I posted the pictures 21 minutes after the hour. And
That's awesome.
so I. What?
That's awesome.
Oh, thanks. And So I did the calculations. Well, I mean, I put it in this thing and it did it for me because I'm pretty bad at math. But I see this island. It's called Sandy Hook Island, and where I was 17 miles away from Sandy Hook Island, at about 6 feet, because I was sitting down on the boat and I looked down, and that's like approximate. I didn't have a measuring tape with me. Distance to the horizon should be 3 miles, but so that means that Sandy Hook Island should be 130 feet approximately below the horizon. But if you see the second picture below that red X I made, and then you zoom in, and that's Sandy Hook Island. You can even see another sailboat there too. So there you go, guys.
That's on the
My
left
own
side.
black swan.
The sailboat. Is that boat on the left
No.
side?
Awesome.
Very good. See, that's what we see, Linatomo, that's what we call an observation. You see that information she's got? So yeah, very
And
good.
anybody can do that. Yeah, thanks, guys. Anybody can do that.
17 miles. That's a lot of curve that's supposed to be there.
There is extreme refraction
Exactly.
there.
Yeah, that's extreme refraction. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the data where the refraction
Yeah.
that actually moves the horizon. Now we're talking 20, 30 times further out than it's supposed to be. What? Yeah.
Yeah,
Waiting.
seriously, where can we actually see light bending like this up? And I mean, if I go to that island, I mean, it's not a mirage, like, are you claiming it's a mirage? That my camera, I even use my phone. That's like a phone camera that I use. It's not a mirage, man. It's real life.
We're gonna have to start a new skit now because we have a globe or surveyor, and then you've heard globe or sniper, right? Now we're gonna have globe or sailor. No, Captain, it's not an island. It's a mirage. But we run into the rocks every time you say that.
Yeah, right. No, it's your telescope. What's that thing called where they use telescoping thing that they see? Man, guys, I'm
Sextant?
bad.
A sextant?
No, they have the eyeglass, the glass in it, and then
A spyglass.
Monoscope?
spyglass.
Yeah, monoscope. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. A monoscope. Thank you. Fail on that
You're
word.
welcome.
Yeah. Iggs is on it.
The sextant has that in it, though, doesn't it? On some of them?
Yeah, it does.
You want to talk to Kangaroo?
Oh. Did he just pop in? Yeah, I think actually we had spoken maybe to him before. Kangaroo, are you there?
Oh, I know Kangaroo. He's my buddy.
Is he Australian?
Kangaroo.
Kangaroo. Is it just Sasha again?
No, it's not. It's not. It's not Sasha at all. It's like I've been waiting for this guy actually. He dipped out on us one day. I'll shut up. I just want to verify that it's him.
Time a kangaroo down spot. Time a kangaroo down.
Well, Kangaroo, if you're there and you want to mute at some point and join the conversation, that would be great.
That was concise.
And that's the globe proofs, everybody. 0. No comment.
No comment.
Wow. That was exhilarating, wasn't it?
Okay. Well then. Oh wait, is this person Juice? Juice, are you there? You have the space herpes. Ooh. Are you there?
Is that contagious?
Don't make fun of me.
Welcome to the server, Juice. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
Thanks.
So,
How
what
did
shape
you play therapy?
Yeah. We'll start with the more important pressing question. Yeah, how'd you end up with that?
I don't know. I think they're trolling me.
Why have I been put in detention?
Who
Who's
was
in?
that? Who's in detention?
Me, Omni.
Omni. You're in detention.
Probably
I
for
don't know.
text, for swearing, probably in the text.
Oh, yeah.
Careful
Maybe
with that.
the bot maybe got you.
Mm-hmm.
You'll just have to wait.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't remember how long it takes for it to let you back.
Yes, I think it's a few minutes.
I think I got it. Just do the
So
unmute one, right?
Jude, what shape do you think the Earth is?
Definitely flat.
Oh, okay. So why do you think it's definitely flat?
I mean, just going off by what I mean, there's a lot of like the Bible tells you. It's a lot of things, man. Just a lot of things, you know. So a lot of I feel like
Oh,
it's
I know.
just
Oh, yeah.
stationary. I feel like we're not moving. I don't know. It's just it doesn't
Yeah,
feel
that's
like
a
we're
good. That's a
spinning.
good one. That's one good one. Try to be more specific, like so the surface, you know, where or whatever. You know, I don't want to direct you. Never mind. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But
The
no,
good one is
Mm.
we're not spinning. You don't
Yeah,
feel it. That's a good one.
that is a good one. And I know there's tons of proofs, right, and tons of information. So it does get kind of overwhelming when somebody asks you because everything just kind of there's so much to say. But I guess just if you want to tell us like the main one that kind of brought you to the realization that the Earth was flat, what was that proof or thing that
Well,
you came across?
I started getting into flat Earth when I realized about how far, like, about the stars and how you can zoom in on things that are like they supposedly say is like so far away, which really it isn't, you know. And then I just started like looking into it, and it's just very interesting. And like I said, that's how I started getting into all of this flat Earth thing. I don't know. I'm not really a very I don't go into it like the way you guys do, but there's a lot of things that I know on why it's flat, like a lot of history and stuff in the Bible, and you know, it's a lot of shit, man. It's a lot of fucked up shit.
Yeah, there's a lot of. Well, I won't put it the way you put it, but yes, definitely. So, well, that's good. I'm glad that you're here. How long have you been in the server?
I mean, I just joined this year, but I've always knew about this server about 5 years ago, like 4 or 5 years ago, I believe. I'd just be in the chat, in the YouTube live chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's nice that you came in to join us. Do you have any questions or anything that you're wondering about that you want to have a conversation about?
Honestly, there's always this. There's just one question I've always wanted to know about, and like, it's like there's days where I'll see the moon, like let's say, like 7 p.m. Right? All right, so the moon's up. Then there'll be the following day. I would see the moon wouldn't be up, and it's like 8 p.m. Like, what does that mean? Like, why does it do that? I don't understand. Like, all right, so one day I was looking up at the sky and I saw the moon.
Well, I can like pretty quickly because the whole hour thing they base it on the sun and not the moon, so the moon isn't gonna match the hours the same way.
Okay, because it's like weird. Like, wouldn't it always be, you know,
the same time throughout the year? It will actually change. That's the NLM, right?
Martov, it's Precious Metal Takeover. It's nice to hear from you, but
Was that Martov? What's up, Martov?
Oh damn! I always
Yeah.
forget. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. No, thank you though.
Okay, that makes sense. Cool.
Do you have any other questions or anything? Anything else? Or just
No, that's about it. I just came here to see what you guys are talking about. That's one of the questions I've always wanted to ask about, you know, seeing the moon rise at different times and day, and you know, that's all.
Do you believe in gravity?
No, I don't believe in that shit. I really don't believe in that shit, bro.
Do you know the counter arguments?
What? What do you mean?
I mean, why gravity is not real?
I mean, they tell you that. All right, so you jump. Okay, that's gravity. I don't like. I don't know, man. It's a lot of weird shit.
I know. Yeah, they give these stupid examples like dropping a microphone on the floor. Neil deGrasse Tyson does that.
And by the way, this is man, it just.
Yeah.
I feel like they know, but they don't want to say. It's whatever, yo.
I know.
Well, they obviously are paid to preach it, on
Yeah.
TV, media. They are actors.
Oh, like actor nuts.
Yeah, yeah. Clowns hanging on strings, back in 1800s. They were telling the people in the audience, hey, everybody, I know you see us hanging on strings, elastic strings and stuff, but try to imagine that you don't see them, while they were watching these clowns show and stuff. And yeah, people just imagined, they followed what they've been told. They believed that those clowns were jumping and doing the moonwalk, flying.
I have a question for that. Why we can see that string? No, really. Why we can see that? No, that's really why we can see that in ISS, because we could see that.
Yeah.
If you saw the real one, I saw one. Yeah. You can see the string or the part.
You can see it pulling the T-shirt of the guy.
But even worse though, why did they leave the cameraman on the moon?
Yeah.
Right?
They
Well,
left him there. Yeah.
that's what I said. I was like, who? That's was always, even before I came here, I'm like, who took the picture? I'm like, who's filming all of these? When Tesla put the car up, I'm like, who's taking a picture of that? Like, and everyone's like,
That big
oh, they don't know.
That big head in the space.
He's got a house there. So he's waiting for the next ship to arrive.
In a studio, you can, in a studio, filming studio, you can mess with 3 walls and floor and ceiling, but you can't mess with the 4th wall.
But
Problem is because
they say about the. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I want to say only that the young people didn't see anything of that. If they see anything of that, maybe they will change it, or they are yes.
Come on, seriously. I mean, people today watching that Flat Earth Netflix debunk documentary, mockumentary, they can't even tell where there is a video cut. I mean, if you are not capable to understand that this is a edited video, I'm sorry, but
I just want to know where are all those flags, man, on the moon?
Yeah.
Like what happened to the flags on the moon?
I believe
No,
somebody claimed they can still see one up there. I was like, wow, that's
I
fascinating.
actually saw that on YouTube. Like some person said you could see it with the. Oh, actually, the person said that it's extremely it's so small that you just can't see it.
It's so small. I can see it, but it's too small to see.
I don't know.
Right. It's just
I don't know.
Yeah, but the footprint. We have photo on footprint immediately, and that ship, what was Apollo, didn't make any kind of dust, how to say, to move when it was landing down.
They should be able to show us. They should be able to show us all the tracks and everything, all the tracks of the dune buggy and all the walking around. There should be the landing spot. It should be all well traveled on with all those footprints.
The footprint should still be there, right? I mean, I don't see why
But-
not.
What
you guys,
kind of tires did that rover use?
Ask Elon Musk.
Because they were rubber inflated.
That the same tires used Elon Musk now.
And they were withstanding in the sun temperatures.
No, they're like
Being
wire
hot.
tires, but that's kind of besides the point. They had no room inside the module to put the freaking rover thing, that dune buggy.
But you know what else I realized? So when they show the footage of the astronauts in the ISS or whatever, they don't really show us anything other than brushing their teeth, spinning around in circles, and I don't know. And what they say doesn't mean anything to me. It doesn't mean anything what they say or they talk about.
Then you have letter C on the stone somewhere on the moon. What is that letter C? They are using something for when you were making movie, but doesn't matter that even. Then you have not parallel shadows, but that doesn't matter even.
Yeah.
But Juice, yeah, you're right, because I remember when they were like, they do just brush your teeth. I remember watching this video because it was like just ridiculous of this woman like trying to wash her hair on the ISS. Like,
Why do we care
don't
about that?
care.
Why should we care?
It's so stupid. This is supposed to be like riveting, like the greatest thing, right? "Quote unquote" for
And
mankind and being in there.
how fast does this ISS go anyways? How fast is this going around whatever, like
17,000 17,500. That's all.
But
it doesn't make any sense.
And that's 17,000 miles per hour, and Earth orbital speed is 66 miles per hour. How ISS catching the air?
Bro, there's no one
How
in
did
there.
they get them on and off the ISS? This is what I never understood. Like, if it is going that fast, right? How do they get the people on and off? So I looked into it, and the explanation is just like it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't even explain it. So I still have no idea how they get, or quote unquote, right? Allegedly get on and off this thing.
What did they say? What does the
It was like it takes like a few days even because it has to like try to meet up like with the speed and like attach itself to I guess whatever rocket that they're putting up to get them.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was just
So
like
complicated.
Yeah.
You can't even describe it to you.
I have a problem still with the speed. 66,000 miles per hour, and in 1 hour, 60. That means in 3 hours, Earth is gone. In 24 hours, Earth is gone. Understand that, people? 70,000 miles per hour and 66 miles per hour.
Yeah, they could have a change in
You
speed that would
can't
equal
see
to
it
270 yards per second difference, or feet per second difference, at least.
And
So,
then,
oops,
and then there was that woman driver when they were docking with the ISS, and she made a hole in the outside hull. But luckily, they all survived.
Whoa, what? They made a hole in the ISS and they survived?
Yeah,
they
because
closed up with their finger.
How did they fix it? I thought
bubble gum.
He closed with the finger.
Bubble gum.
With
He
your
put
trusty
Finger over it.
Or finger.
If you
Yeah.
have one of these,
I got the specialized little Dutch boy.
Yeah, I was just
Stick
gonna
his
say
finger.
with the
It's very special
finger in the
though.
jam or whatever.
Probably. Little
How do
Dutch boy eats dilithium crystals and puts his finger in holes.
That's silicone what you put on the
you put some
bottom.
bubber in there, and that's it.
Who's driving this ISS? How is this thing moving? Like, what is it? Who's driving it? Like,
It's
No one.
why are there no
It's
windows on it?
supposedly, it's supposedly
How can you
in
drive
the
something that's falling?
gravitational orbit, and it just stays there magically.
We don't
and
have
there's
technology
no
for that.
satellites that get in the way.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You don't have the technology for that yet. I don't know, man.
My question is how that came in the first place in the space, that ISS.
I don't know. It's like it's like a Beyblade. Let it rip, bro. And it just goes around or whatever. I don't know, man.
Yeah, it was one of the astronauts. One of the astronauts was saying, "Yeah, it gets pretty beat up out there, like so the surface of the outer surface gets kind of beat up." Yeah, 17,000 miles an hour. So all of the debris they supposedly have up there, Nothing's ever been completely demolished? No, no problem.
Of course.
And how long has it been up there? Apparently.
A long time,
Well,
right?
some of them.
Oh, like
2 decades.
What
how
about
many?
And yet every month there's an asteroid about to hit Earth, but just
It's been there 60 years since the win on the moon.
No.
Wasn't it Voyager or something like that is still out there or something? Didn't they say this?
Yeah.
We got a
Captain
message.
Kirk is on there too.
It's been out there 35 years. No problem. Oh, it still
You know,
works. Great.
Kirk and Spock are on there, bro.
I think
Great batteries.
they
How-
also
what-
said like in like a billion years, like or something like that, like the Andromeda galaxy where hit our galaxy. I don't know.
Yeah, I've heard that one too. It's pretty cool.
Cosmic demolition.
The
Yeah,
ever-expanding vacuum.
both
they say that
galaxies will mix.
the asteroid AJ193 is approaching Earth at 26 kilometers per second. Yeah.
Wow.
Uh-oh, they need a
Yeah,
oil
for sure.
rig team to get up there.
The ISS can dodge that, no
Bruce
problem.
Willis, yeah.
I
It'll
think
just
it's a
touch it.
1
It'll
kilometer radius or something. No radius, 1 kilometer big.
No, Neil deGrasse Tyson is gonna paint its back black and it's gonna be deflected by solar mirrors and stuff.
Dude, Neil's a joke, bro. Like he doesn't let anyone talk. He always talks over them. I've noticed.
Yeah.
It's like I think Joe Rogan had him on a show. Yo, he didn't let Joe Rogan speak. He just cut him off every second. Yo, this guy.
Yeah.
I don't like Neil, man.
He's a narcissist.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I think so. But I don't know. Man, we focus so much on space, whatever it's called, but like we don't even focus on like like the important things here on Earth and stuff like that. It's like it's weird. I feel like
Because space is the. Oh, go ahead.
I just feel like it's not important. Like it's a lot of shit that there's a lot of stuff we don't even know about on Earth. And we're over here finding out about different galaxies and different stars and names and all this stuff. I don't know. It's weird.
I agree. I think people go to space because that's what so many movies are about space, and NASA is such a huge. All these space agencies are so huge and prevalent and stuff, and they need to keep us distracted with something new every day. Like, oh, we found something new. Look, this constellation, this galaxy looks like Pluto or a turkey. Oh, it's Thanksgiving.
it's
I mean,
like-
for real, you guys look that up, and they found like on Thanksgiving a place that looks like a turkey or something.
It's
I
like
was
endless.
Yeah, it's to
do
keep
people
your
really believe
attention,
this?
right? Like to keep you in.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's
I
the
guess-
problem with space? Because anything can be true out there because it's all fairy tales.
It's like
so-
it's like infinite. It's like it's endless. You can just say this and that, say this and that, or whatever. I don't know, man. It's weird. I think we need to focus more on Earth. We need to focus more on Earth, man. We need to focus on waters and like our oceans and like it's just not important, man, out there. And it's I don't even think we should even. It's just not important, man. That's not something we should even look at. What's out there. We got to focus here. But whatever, dude.
Yeah, like what's the deepest anybody's ever dug? It's like 7.8 miles, and that's it. Nobody knows that. Do they teach that?
Cola
in school?
super deep.
Well,
Yep.
that they can't teach that because then some critically thinking child will be like, well, then how do we know there's a core and it's molten lava moving and blah blah blah.
P waves and S waves.
It's weird.
Yeah, right.
Can't go past 8 miles. Like the movie 8 Mile. That should tell you something, though. I don't know.
That's
But
so funny, yeah.
it's we don't even know. We don't know about Challenger Deep. We don't know about a lot of stuff, man. But we have all this technology to go, land on Mars, and I feel like we can make something to go really deep down in our oceans, right? I don't know.
Yeah, we can fly in 1% of Earth's atmosphere.
It's weird, bro.
Yeah, another thing I thought of too is that the reason that they push this space thing is that because maybe they don't want us to realize that there are heavens above us and that the Father is right there, and they don't want to take responsibility for their actions.
Right.
You know, if they think there's nothing up there and we're in this big vast expanse, and that, you know, there isn't actually like a heavens right there, maybe they just don't have to be accountable. I think that's a big part of it too.
I think Hillary Clinton would always say we have to tear down those glass walls or something. Forgot she used to say something like that. We
The
gotta,
glass ceiling, yeah.
it's freaking weird, bro. Was it like Operation Fishbowl or whatever they're doing to try to like break the firmament glass or something like that? I don't know. A lot of weird shit they're doing, man.
The high jump over the fishbowl of the Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Project Dominic.
Yeah.
Starfish Prime. Starfish in the fishbowl of the Lord.
It's nuts.
Yeah, but I like what you were saying earlier about like focusing on Earth more and stuff. And what about the exploring deep oceans? And I mean, what is the farthest depth that we can go in the ocean? I haven't looked that up yet.
I think
It's like 7 miles in the Mariana Trench. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's called Challenger Deep. If you Google Challenger Deep, and there's like no images, it's all old. It's like it's nothing new. But like, you know, you type outer space, you see all these new images. I don't know, man. It's just weird.
Yeah.
But Challenger Deep is the deepest. I think one person was able to go down there or something. I don't know.
But it is interesting, right? Because yeah, we definitely do need to discover everything on Earth. There's so much left, or you know, that we're not aware of. Who knows what everybody else is?
Yeah.
But
What about
but they
the
just
Amazon forest?
Yeah, it's pretty
and all
sad.
of these species and stuff that we don't know about.
Hey, that's a lot of tree. You know,
And
you have any
medicine.
idea how much
Yeah, that
furniture
too,
you can
Sonny.
make? Furniture, wood furniture is very expensive.
That's funny. It is, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're in Brazil. They're actually trying to, you know, I haven't looked it up recently, but there were huge protests about their like governor or whatever, their president wanted to build a
Yeah.
dam and flood like thousands of hectares of the Amazon.
Villages. Oh my God.
Yeah, it was, and they had to move lots of tribes and everything.
Yeah.
Maybe they already did it. I don't know. I haven't looked it up. I'm being slack.
They will do it regardless.
We're too focused on wars and space. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, and then the things like that I survived, she just said, right? Like nobody hears about that, which I mean, it's just crazy displacing people.
It's like a lot of people are like brainwashed.
Well, yeah, it's always like, here, look over here. We're distracting you with this, but don't look at what we're actually doing or what's actually important, what we're doing on this, you know, on the Earth. We'll make up something called Mars and tell you we're going to go there and distract. Crazy.
Yeah, you know, every night I normally see a lot of these Starlink, what are they, satellites? I guess these Starlinks.
Yeah, yes.
I'm seeing more and more of them. It's like, and they're not even in space. It's like they're like really close.
Oh yeah, they are. Actually, it's funny that you bring that up because the other day, sometime last week, it was after the meteor, quote unquote, meteor shower, and there was this shooting star, but I've never seen a shooting star go away from me. Usually it goes across the sky, right? But it was literally like going away from me. So I'm thinking it was one of those stupid Starlink things, but it just like it disappeared. Because every day I go out and I stare at the sky every night, and there are some really interesting things going on up there.
Yeah, I can see it I see it every night. At least one.
Yeah.
I see it every night. A Starlink. I don't know. It's I think, you know, I did some research on it. It's like you get like better Wi-Fi or something, and people are saying it's like bad. It's not even good. It's actually really.
Yeah, the Starlink, like I know actually one of my friends has Starlink because they're pretty rural and they can't get internet, so that's how they get their internet is like through this Starlink thing.
I had something
I
weird
have Star
happen
Tracker.
about 3 days ago. Mic check.
Yes, sorry, Guppy.
Yeah,
Yes, go for it.
about 3 days ago, I was watching the sky. I saw shooting star and stuff, and I also saw these tiny little lights, which are supposedly satellites.
Oh, that's the
I can
Starlink.
distinguish, I can distinguish very well between a flying plane and when it's a little object which is flying at much higher altitudes. And yeah, but the funny thing that I saw, uh, I was looking at the place where I saw that shooting star. Because sometimes you get to see another one or two or three. And as I was watching a little bit on the right, um I saw a blitz. It blinked bright like a star, you
Mhm.
know, but then it completely disappeared. There was no, I could not see any bright star in that region area.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah, because that's interesting. Because there was one area when I
yeah,
was watching one night, it was, like,
yeah,
just this little span of, like, this constant, like,
yeah,
shooting star, and it would just
mhm,
disappear, and it would, like, every,
yeah,
15 seconds, it would come back and do the same thing in the same
yeah.
spot. Yeah, yeah, there's lots of
But this one just
interesting things.
blitz, and it
Yeah.
looked like a little bit brighter than the North Star.
Mhm.
That's how I saw it. And then, bang, it vanished. It was a split second. Yeah,
Yeah, man, you
it
can see
was
some
very
weird stuff out
weird.
there. You can
Yeah,
see some weird stuff in the skies,
yeah,
man. If you just focus on it for
mm,
a good amount of time, just lay back on
yeah,
a chair, just look up. You can.
yeah,
It's interesting what you can see when you adjust your eyes. And
yeah.
yeah,
And it happened while I was focused looking at the sky, in that place where I saw that shooting star. But it was a little bit on the right, like how much? 10 degrees or something like that,
yeah.
on the right. Yeah. And it was very short lived, split second. Blank.
Well, they say that these meteorites or whatever they call them come off
Yeah.
of Halley's comet, or I don't know. It's just all weird, man. Pieces that come off.
Micro meteorites. Yeah.
Yeah. And these
That.
shooting stars, they go in all directions. They don't just go down, they go up, they go left, they go right.
Yeah.
They go in
Mhm.
all types of directions.
So, yeah.
Yeah. The Earth is so fascinating, right? There's so many things going on, especially the
Yeah.
sky. Let's just, well, that's good. I'm glad that you're here, Juice. Thank you for joining the server. It's good to have you here, and thank you for
I'm a little
contributing to the
shy. I'm
conversation.
shy. I'm shy. I didn't know that.
Oh, no, well, that's good. Thank you so much for participating in the conversation. We were do a show called Precious Metal Takeover. Actually, it's ending. I'll just end it right now
Yeah.
because it's 1:59, so it'll be 2 p.m.
Oh,
by the time I'm done. So I just want to say thank you, everybody, for contributing, to everybody who joined in the conversation and was here. Thank you so much. And if there's any feedback, please DM me or we can talk about it later. And I hope everybody has a good Saturday. Thank you.
sweet.
Thank
Take
you.
care, everybody.
Thank
You
you.
Thank
too,
Good
you.
job.
Bear.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Bye.
What a
Thank
great
you.
hostess.
Yeah,
Well,
thank
thank
you,
you. Thank you.
Redford Bear, for hosting again. You did an
Yes.
awesome job. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. And thank you for
Amazing.
doing the ping as always, Roger. That is
Sure,
very
sure.
much appreciated and quite helpful. Thank you.
Of course.
All right, guys. I'm gonna go play some video games.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll see you
Yeah,
around
but
again. Take care, Juice.
Take care,
yeah, do
everybody.
come back. Do come back.
Oh, I will, man. I'm not
And you
feeling
should
so
get the
shy
flat
anymore.
earther role.
Yeah, man. I've been flat earther for a while now, man.
Yeah, if you come back and stick around for a little bit, I'm sure if you speak to some of the moderators, they would
Yeah, no worries. I'm not
talk
worried
to
about
you
it.
about that. Sounds good.
I'm flat earther forever, man. So it's whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
Take care. Peace.
Enjoy your gaming.
Bye.
Have a good day.
Bye.
That's pretty much the way it is, isn't it? Once you go flat, you never go back.
Amen.
Yeah. Sorry, I was trying not
You
to.
could go back to globe Earth only if you go through a lobotomy or stuff like that, you know.
I had to do me a rip. I mean, I had to do a little rip, but that was it. That was. Was that Sunny? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, man. I'm just rambling on. I need to get my second cup of coffee.
No worries, me
and
too.
Another...
I'm just rambling.
It's beer time for me.
Really? Yeah, I don't do that anymore. I don't drink alcohol.
One beer in the evening, right?
What's one beer? Shit, what's one beer? I couldn't.
Yeah,
I could
for
never
real, right?
So that's why I don't drink anymore. Anyway. Yeah, but
I
anyway.
drink occasionally, just occasionally.
Some people can handle it. I don't put people down that can. You know, some of us just can't. But tried for years anyway, and okay, enough of that. It's not the
I can enjoy a beer with dinner, right? And then that's it for me.
Yeah, that's cool. I've recently I started liking kombucha though because it does help my digestion a lot. So I do like that.
Kombucha.
But that's it.
Kombucha is a very funny word.
I do energy drinks.
A cucumber. Cucumber.
Yeah,
Hey, that's
so
a good song.
Never mind.
Energy drinks are really bad for you, man.
That shit's
I
bad.
know.
It's just acid, right? I knew a guy that drank a lot of that shit, and he came down with kidney stones. Needed to go to the hospital, and it's like battery acid,
I
man.
think I metabolize them pretty good because I'm vegan, you know. And that helps me a lot, so I can kind of tolerate them. But if I drink like after 14 o'clock, then I can't sleep until 3 or 4 a.m. You know?
Try coconut water, orange juice, and a bit of honey. Oh, it's banging.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, that's good stuff. Even some lemon juice
yeah,
and water with a little
good.
sugar or honey, that's probably okay.
Yeah, but the best for sleeping for me, and this is what I know, that onions are the best natural sleeping pill. You know, when you have sleep issues, problems, just eat an onion, and in 15 minutes you'll be sleeping like baby.
Raw or cooked?
Raw. Yeah.
Eat it like an apple.
Yeah. Maybe with some tomato and little bread or something, you know.
Now you're making
Let's add
sourdough.
some
Come on.
olive oil in there, some balsamic vinegar.
Yeah.
Chili
Vinegar. Vinegar is gonna decompose the onion, and it won't be the same.
Apple cider vinegar with the mother.
Yeah.
It's good stuff. I take shots of that.
Yeah, that's really
Yeah, that's
good.
good
No,
stuff.
when I start having some indigestion or something's going on, like it needs to be alkalized.
Alkalining.
Alkalinized.
Yeah, alkalinized. Yeah.
Alchemy.
Everybody
Make
says
it
that word
more
wrong.
alkaline.
Alkaline.
I don't know if I've tried
Alkaline.
this, but I saw a video of some old farmer. He swears by this, putting garlic in honey and then letting it
Yes,
ferment for, well, not ferment, but like they even
macerate.
out, they balance out, and the honey becomes a bit
Yeah.
more watery. Leave it for a month, and
Hmm.
apparently have a couple of
Yes.
spoonfuls of that.
Yeah, that's a good one,
Yeah,
bro.
that's yeah, I do in like the winter times, I make a little immunity thing with apple cider vinegar, garlic, raw honey, olive oil, and cayenne pepper. You take shots of that and you will not get sick.
Yeah, I love cayenne. That's good stuff too.
I like Carolina Reaper, but they are so expensive. Oh my god.
Grow them.
And Dragon's
No,
Breath also. Those are very good. It's worth growing them. Yeah, it's quite a good business.
So you like your spicy chilies?
I
Oh,
don't
yes.
have that problem. But yeah, sometimes they give me belly pain and I'm like, I have to sit down.
On the toilet.
No, I mean, right after you eat it, it doesn't send you to toilet, but your belly hurts from that hotness, and it feels like a train just hit you in the stomach. You know?
Yeah, I love spicy food
Yeah,
though, bro. Me and chilies, yeah, where I'm from.
yeah,
Oof, can't get enough of it.
I know.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a lightweight. I use the mild ones, but
Mm.
I can handle mustard and wasabi better than I can chilies. It's more of a head banger than a mouth banger.
Yeah, that stuff is a different kind of hot. That's for sure.
Yeah, next year I'm definitely going to grow some wasabi. I'd like that too.
like
And
the
does
horseradish.
Horseradish,
Oh,
yeah,
radish.
got to love a bit of horseradish. Fresh one as well.
I just forgot the name. What's it? Beetroot. That's really good for you.
Yeah, and some daisy flowers. The salad, daisy flower salad is like amazing, good.
Mm. Builds up the strength of your blood.
Yeah.
But 90% of doctors think nutrition has nothing to do with health.
Yeah, isn't that weird? Isn't that strange?
It has
You're right.
everything. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what
because
they're
they are
taught though.
they are quacks.
That's why
no?
90% of the
Hey,
world's unhealthy.
Are
don't
you
insult
telling
the
me that
docs.
you're telling me that every single doctor in the world is hiding this truth?
About nutrition. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
I think a lot of them really don't know.
I was
I
just
mean,
about
if
to
you're
say
not
the same
taught
thing.
it, right? If
Yeah.
you're not taught it, then how would you know?
Yeah, they were brainwashed into believing what their practice, like we were being Globers,
But
Yeah,
think about it, like how did we find out about nutrition? Was by putting things in our body and seeing an adverse reaction, and then putting good things in your body and seeing a better reaction, and then suddenly deciding that things that go in actually have a causational effect, and thereby, like, how do these doctors live? Do they never test things and put things in themselves? Or we all found it by simply experiencing. How have they not experienced?
Yeah, they don't go
Well,
by
not
experience. They go by
right.
what
And
they're. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
not only that, yeah, I was just gonna add that, why don't they see what's happening to the patients that they are practicing on? all the side effects, and they're clearly not getting better. But they continue to prescribe because, well, I'm pretty sure they're given incentives and they make more money, and it's just all part of the big circle program.
Well, I work in a trust. We have about 6,000 employees. It's predominantly mental health. And a couple of years ago, every once a year, we would have what they call an away day for the whole team. And then a drug company would contact me, and they would sponsor the whole event. So they would book us a really nice, like a hotel venue. They would supply a really great lunch. And all they asked in return was that for half an hour of that day, they could the whole team would just go in a room and go and listen to their presentation on the new drug that they wanted, to bring to their attention. And they've stopped that now. They stopped that about 4 years ago. I don't know whose idea that was. But we used to have sumptuous lunches. We didn't have to pay for anything. And they gave us the best goodie bags at the end of the day, like with all sorts of useful stuff and whatnot.
Yeah, lobbying.
So yeah, that's how things
bribery.
Work. Of course.
You know, some of the large companies like your Walmarts and stuff, they also, if you exchange anything with an employee of Walmart, they have to declare it. So whether you buy them just like a box of bagels for their morning breakfast, if you're popping in there to say, how's it? They have to declare every single thing that they receive from someone to try and appear unbiased. We know that the big deals are done behind closed doors, so.
Sounds a bit like that sharing, that home sharing, right? When they invite you and have a great lunch and a meal, and then you've been tricked into what's called sharing your home or buying a share of a home.
Yeah.
Timeshare.
Timeshare, yeah, that's it.
Some timeshares are they work really well, but others are really scammy.
I'm surprised they don't have timeshares for, alleged nonsense in space. Whatever happened to the space hotel? You have a timeshare for that? Oh yeah, you can pay for it, but you can't ever go there.
That's a good idea, eh? Start collecting money for the space timeshare.
It's kind of like when they sell stars or property on Mars.
Yeah, we named this light after you. Now pay us $12,000.
Aren't they kind of already doing that where people can buy their seats on like Galaxy Air? Somebody's got to know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it was Virgin Galactic.
Virgin Galactic, thank you.
They were selling tickets at about $100,000 a seat. And I think that was started 10 years ago. But they would always list a whole bunch of celebs who've apparently, quote unquote, paid. But, when you realize that you've actually got to see something evidential to believe something these days, most of these news headlines or little quick stories that they put together have zero fact in them at all.
So the buying those seats is not real, or people have tried to buy the seats, but like other people.
The story claims that people have already bought seats. That's what the story says. But what I've seen from media outlets is that they can often embellish.
Agreed on.
Could just be a marketing piece, but in terms of how to see that people have actually, cool. Show me some actual evidence. It's I wouldn't sit with $100,000 waiting somewhere for 10 years waiting for a seat on something that's just not coming. And they wouldn't disclose the refunds, so.
So Mark Shuttleworth was the first.
South African.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But wasn't he also the first private individual?
I don't think first, not first individual, private individual, because I'm trying to think. I'm sure he was probably second to someone. There was someone else more famous that went up first. But that was, it was a complete, it was quite funny actually, because they showed how they were training him, and it was like on wires and harnesses and, you know, preparing you for the 0G environment. And then they show 1 or 2 videos where suddenly there's no harness there and he has to be in space then, you know, kind of like in the Avenger movies where they use harness work to send the characters across the screen and then just take the harness out afterwards. Like if you can't see the harness, no harness is there.
Right.
It's basically like training your kid to ride a bike by putting him on the backrest of a sofa.
While you ride the bike, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, see, this is how you do it. It's like, it has nothing to do with reality.
So you want to know what it feels like to be in space where it's 0G? All right, let's put you in a swimming pool where there's inward pressure on you at all times. Perfect simulation of an outward pressure.
Right.
Here's a great video by BMSLB. That's a 19.62 miles platform grace. Incredible.
So Ariel, if you work in the medical industry and you were part of that whole lobbying thing, how are they doing it now that they're still getting their drugs in? Is it just all commission based?
Well,
Prescribe our pull and you get a kickback, or
so now it goes through like a board. But I just want to mention something. I have a spreadsheet where all the recalled devices, medications, etc. And I just got an updated like spreadsheet the other day. And on that spreadsheet, there were 3 intubators. And yeah, and they were used last year during the panic. And they were recalled.
intubators.
Yeah, you know, the breathing apparatus. And the reason they were recalled was because they found after they were testing them that they were gaining, because they get a baseline for your lung capacity, and then they have to calibrate the thing so that they don't overinflate your lungs when you can't breathe for yourself. And they found that there was an incremental increase in the rate, or the, you know, the thing was malfunctioning.
Pressure. Well, I don't know whether that's a malfunction. I don't know whether that's a malfunction
or
whether
it was
that's
built in.
inherent. Because
So last year, I was listening to a guy who was explaining how IBM, which is a very, very nefarious company in my opinion, that they held the code, they had copyrights they had the rights over the code that are in these things. Remember how many of those Elon Musk made? Because he's such a
Well,
humanitarian.
he invented PayPal.
No, he took it
then,
over from somebody. He didn't invent diddly squat. You know, he has
He's
literally
retarded.
never invented anything.
I'll say it. He's retarded.
He took PayPal from somebody else.
Yeah, he
maybe it
doesn't
wasn't
invent anything.
PayPal. Maybe I'm getting the name wrong. But he invented some technology, but that was still when he was in South Africa, and then he went over to the States to try and grow that thing, and then
No, I'll link you a video, the real, and he's a bald man. Let me just put that out there as well.
who? Elon.
Yeah, his hair's fake.
Yeah, he was going bald like when he was 20, and then suddenly it's like no problem.
And the Tesla company he took from somebody else as well. So who were his backers? PayPal as well. He didn't come up with the PayPal idea. He has literally never come up with an idea.
No,
He's just the front
He did
man.
have an idea though once. It was for this awesome truck with invincible windows that can't be broken, remember?
That was great.
That break in the demonstration, right?
That's the
Twice.
one thing he made right there.
It's like a Homer Simpson car. It really is. I mean, have you looked
Yeah,
at
like he doesn't understand aerodynamics.
it? He had just seen Back to the Future for sure.
When he gets up on stage and he starts describing how impenetrable the car doors are, and then he takes that metal ball and lobs it straight at a window. And I just thought, like, even in the moment when he was doing it, I thought, oh, okay, go for the weak spot. But if you listen to Elon talk, not where he's edited, where they take the one sentence that he was coherent, but if you actually listen to like the 30 minutes that he talks, and he breaks his chain of thought many times, and other people consider that like this genius. You know, he's trying to dumb it down for us laymen so we can understand the mind of this savant. But when you listen to him, it's like he's a retard, an abject retard.
Yes. If you look at that skit that he hosted one of the Saturday Night Live shows, and his mum was on there as well. He just gives me the creeps totally. Oh, I can't stand him. He's got all these weird things going on.
If he didn't wear the wig, he'd probably look just like a James Bond villain, like Bezos.
Yeah, that's
Still kind of does.
Well, yeah, he's there for the Zoomers, and if he was a bald-headed, looking evil, Dr. Evil looking motherfucker, they wouldn't have bought into his bullshit. So they had to make him as appealing to the youth as possible.
I just watched him when he was interviewed by Joe Rogan when he was smoking that J, and I thought, so what did he take before he went in there, so that he could not, like, his lips don't get too loose and he gives anything away?
He just doesn't know anything. That's how he doesn't give anything away. I bet you he thinks he invented all this shit. They're like, come on, Elon, come on, buddy, look at what you did today. Oh, thank you, yay, yay. I really think it could be that simple, that it's just beyond him.
No, but there's a video out now that I think it's called The Truth About, or Elon Musk Exposed, maybe it's that one, that really highlights the fact that why is he getting all this adulation?
Or he's government sponsored. He can sell a Tesla for less than it cost him to make it. So for every Tesla, he makes a loss, and then the government subsidizes that loss. And if you go and look, just Google Tesla balance sheet for the last 20 years, there's only been one year that the company was profitable. Every other year, the company was in $150 million loss, $300 million loss, $600 million loss. And the government offsets that loss so that they can continue operation. It's like, show me one other business that can continue to make loss after loss in that scale and stay operational and then still get the media airtime that he does, like he's turning a quarter into like $1 million every week. He's not. And shooting little rockets up in space, it's marketing. Yes, great. He sells more cars. But to send up a $50 million rocket that comes back down and then cost you $50 million to do that, how is that profitable?
Comes back down. Allegedly, because there was a cut
correct.
in the continuity. To me, it's just fascinating that these autonomous cars of his, when they catch a light and those lithium batteries burn, the amount of water and the amount of hours that it burns, and they can't put it out.
They're dangerous. I watched one explode. They just let it burn. There's nothing they can do. The fire department just makes a big perimeter and they let the thing explode. That's all they can do. They can't even get near it.
Yeah, and it seems impossible to put out unless you want to throw like 6 metric tons of water on it or something.
Well, that's why all the old electric cars, the batteries go out in a barge off of the east coast of the United States and get dumped in the ocean because they want them exploding underwater.
There is a way to neutralize it. There's a way to chemically neutralize it. But like you say, water doesn't.
The other issue with these lithium batteries is that they have a life of about 8.5 years. And then when they are spent, what is the half-life? What are they going to put them in landfill? It's like it's like nuclear waste, basically.
Yeah, that's what I said. They all go out on a barge. Every single.
Where'd you get the 8.5 year figure?
There's different lithium technologies, lithium iron phosphates, litho P4, PO4. All of these different techs have different cycle rates, so therefore different lifespans. Some can be 10, some can be 2 years. I think your laptop is generally about a 5-year battery. But when a lithium battery has been used up, they call that then a second life battery, and you can sell it as a smaller capacity. So if it started off as like a kilowatt battery, okay, so these are the slightly larger batteries, not the things that go in your teddy bears and stuff that you recharge. Like your vape. Your vape has those little cylindrical lithium battery cells, and those cells are placed in series to create larger battery cells. So they can use the individual cells, and they call them second life. So when it's degraded down to 50% of what's remaining in its capacity, they then sell it as a smaller battery, but then often don't disclose to the client that it's a second life. And then it does have a much shorter lifespan.
And then when this battery that has been recycled and used again as something that cannot hold the original capacity, once it does reach the end of when it becomes depleted or degenerates, and you're then sitting with a thing, how will you dispose of that? I think Michael Moore, when he did that documentary about really taking a critical look at green energy and how it's generated, where the materials come from, how sustainable it is. I think he exposed, the whole, the narrative that is being driven with the underlying science being like mush. There's nothing there. Yeah.
Imagine how smug looking you'd look if you had a vape pen and you were driving a Tesla at the same time.
And both your lithium batteries popped. Yeah.
Wearing a SpaceX jacket.
No, NASA, man. NASA flag.
So what's the maximum kilometers that you can get out of one of these batteries? I think it's under 300 miles, is it?
They don't really measure them by miles as much as they do years, but which is kind of silly because people drive cars different amounts.
I'm talking about one charge, fully charged.
Depends on.
Teslas would be like 300 to 350.
So that has to do with what they term energy density, which is about the amount of energy per weight that you have in the battery module. So lithium batteries, as they're getting better, their power density is getting larger, more power for a smaller amount of space. So batteries are typically measured in kilowatt hours, and then the energy required to run the car is also in kilowatt hours. And then it's like if you had 1,000 liters of water and you're using 10 liters per hour, that's how many hours you can run for, multiplied by whatever speed you'd be going at. So as the batteries improve, that distance will improve. Or if they can put more batteries in, then they have further distance. I think Merck's done one that can do up to about 1,000 kilometers on a single charge. But then it weighs 1.7 tons or 1.8 tons, the vehicle, because they've packed as many batteries as they possibly can, obviously balancing the weight to a distance ratio. Like the more weight you pack on, the more energy you're using to do each kilometer. So but 1,000 Ks would be like, say, 600 miles.
So I just linked a YouTube video about an electric car from 1914. And I'm going to build myself one, I think. It's going to have solid tires as well. So
just buy one.
No, but I want that model. I want that kind of look.
Oh, the old school. Okay.
That'd be pretty
Is that the
cool.
same one they advertised to women because the lack of exhaust didn't mess with their perfume smells? You know, didn't make them smell like car exhaust when they were done driving it.
Well, by all accounts, they want us to stop using fossil fuels. So, yeah.
They don't want anybody going back to the wells and seeing that they're filling up again.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, there is an advantage to an electric car, though, over a gas-powered car. That's the acceleration rate. If you're in the inner city and you're racing, the electric car wins. If you're on the highway, the gas-powered car wins. And another thing goes with economics in regards to this, too. So a brand new gas-powered car, the purchase of it and use of it is more economical for, say, 5 to 10 years than a Tesla or any other electric car. However, after 5 to 10 years, buying a used gas-powered car and using it for many years after that is more expensive than buying a used electric car or plug-in hybrid. So used electric cars are a great idea to buy if you want to save money. And brand new gas-powered cars are a good idea to buy if you want to save money. It's kind of funny how that works out. That's why I bought, a little while ago, a hybrid, a plug-in hybrid. Not one of the really dorky looking ones, not one of those Priuses, but a Volt, one of the Chevy Volts.
Oh yeah, one of those cool Volts.
Yeah, and I got the 2017 model too, so I got the one with the really cool looking taillights too. It looks like a sports car in the back.
Stop, please stop.
I always get really peeved when I'm driving behind a prize here in London because these drivers, they all like my grand drives better than them. I don't know why they have to drive so slowly.
I love my bicycle. It's like literally like having a electric hot rod motorcycle or something. It's so fast. I have to really be careful.
We've got a hydrogen refueling station at our headquarters.
I was actually wanting to talk with Solar at some point. It doesn't have to be on Livestream though. About solar powering my battery. I suppose we may have talked about it before. I think we decided on the extra battery, but you might be able to give me some insight as to the best option of something, a small panel I can carry with me and power a second battery while I'm riding,
What do you want to power?
Why don't you put an alternator on it?
My
if you're on a
bicycle.
bike?
48 volt. I have a 1200 watt motor on the front. Yeah, so probably need to get a second battery that I could carry in my, it'd be cool if I could set up a solar panel to charge it. I think I just have to have something that ramps up the voltage from 12 volts up to, I think I'd need 54 for my battery something. So that's not that hard, is it?
No. Maybe if you can DM me a photo of your battery that you're presently using.
Okay.
The little nameplate, and then I can chat to you in privately about what to do.
Cool.
I don't know anything about electric bike technology, but are you able to charge it with, pedaling?
No.
Why not?
It doesn't have that capability.
I know, but wouldn't that
Unless
be a simple thing to do? Is to transfer some of the energy that you're putting into the bike into a battery?
Absolutely, and I've thought about little generators, which you can buy, and those would also need to be something that was the voltages have to be boosted up in order to charge my batteries. But this particular system, with the controller and everything, you're not able to charge it at the same time you're using this particular model.
Yeah, I'm just positing why the best minds in the world haven't figured this out and made it available to everybody yet.
I know. I'm like having to look through all this information as far as how can I do this, because I want to be able to like set the solar panel up when I stop and charge, or even better, put on my trailer, which I have a really sturdy trailer, and I could mount the solar panel so while I'm riding, I could tilt it. And that would be charging a second battery. That would actually be ideal. That way you just run down a battery and you have a new charged one there. Then you just switch them. Yeah. It's like the last piece. Anyway, the electric cars. Yeah, I really like that. That's a very interesting topic, the very first cars and what they were using. I think I saw something that Jay Leno garage or whatever. Yeah.
Well, it's easier to make an electric car self-driving, right? I think that's kind of where we're going, is they want the cars to be in control.
I hope they drive better than the people that are covering their faces because they can't see shit.
Oh, you got to protect yourself from yourself while you're driving by yourself.
Yeah, they created solar backpacks and there's solar hats. So there's like little panels mounted either on the backpack or on your hat. And then as you walk, you can charge up things. The difficulty most of the time is that you want the panel as perpendicular to the sun's angle as possible. So you want those sun rays to be hitting at 90 degrees to the surface of the panel. So whenever you stop, you want to try and set that thing up as accurately as you can,
right?
To try and maximize what you're getting. So a lot of people don't realize this, and then they just think, okay, well, sunlight's on it, even though it's very obtuse, and then it can end up taking several hours longer than what you need to charge up the thing. There's awesome fold-up solar panels. So you can get about a 60-watt panel that rolls out, and then you can get about 120 watts. But based on the size of the panel, obviously it's a different voltage and a different amperage, and you need some sort of a charge regulator.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, send me what battery it is, because then that'll let me know how many amps we can put into it, and then that will tell me how big a panel we can use. Or else later on, you pick a battery that can charge at a slightly faster rate. The newer batteries can charge at about 70 amps, which is very quick. You can get that thing full in about 2 hours if you've got enough panels. But that's I'm talking about like kilowatt hours of storage. What you're talking about is probably like 12 amp hours or maybe 15 amp hours, whereas I'm talking about filling up 200 amp hours. So depending on what your battery is, you can actually get a very fast charging solution or a slow charging solution, depending on what it is that you're looking to do. But if you go and sit somewhere for an hour or 2 hours, and it could be in the sun, you'd put the panel out against your bike, get it the right angle, and then, Bob's your uncle.
Ultra capacitors.
Say what?
Ultra capacitor.
Yeah, definitely. It's the future of fast charging. They call them supercapacitors or ultra capacitors. Ultra capacitors is sort of in Central Europe at the moment, and supercapacitors are in the rest of the world. It's a dry cell that effectively stores the energy without a chemical transfer, so there's no heating up of the battery module, and you can literally get it full in about 30 seconds if you want.
I thought Genty said flux capacitor.
Yeah, I thought he was trying to make a joke about Elon Musk, like, oh, he put a flux capacitor in one of his cars.
Flux capacitor.
Well, Elon bought Maxwell supercapacitors in about 2018. Maxwell is probably the world's second largest capacitor supplier, and caps are in most of our technology to stabilize voltage. So they just sit full, and then if the device needs voltage, it pulls from that at whatever it needs, and it gives instant access to that energy. So
They've been held in this technology for a while. This is nothing new.
So
since the 60s, yeah, they invented the capacitors in the 60s, and some of the original capacitors are still running.
Well,
since the 60s.
That they're buying the technology just to keep it on the low.
Yeah, that would probably help if I had some kind of generators now. That's another thing. I could have generators on the tires, and that could be charging. But going through super conductors or capacitors, that could probably help that kind of system, I would think, immensely.
Well, Sonny, imagine charging your build in a matter of minutes. If you want to go the solar way, you can also most likely charge it way more efficient, way faster, even on the go. Even on the go, will be charging.
Yeah, that would be cool.
And they hold more capacity, more energy. They charge faster, and they last longer as well.
So I just have to find a way to convert what I'm getting from the panel or whatever, and convert it and boost it up high enough voltage, and then put it in through the super capacitors. But yeah, that's going to take some research on my part.
So what do they make these super capacitors out of? Carbon nanotubes?
Yeah, graphene.
Surprisingly,
almost a carbon nanotube.
A curved ball or random out of hemp. They could make materials to make ultra capacitors. It's one of the best materials to utilize to build ultra capacitors. Hemp.
Interesting.
Yep, a lot of people don't know that, but it's one of the best materials because they can build the material needed to build the ultra capacitor. The thing that is holding the charge, which is the graphite.
So it's using enriched graphene, and enriched graphene is a very specialized process. I can't see how cannabis could be involved in that. Have you got any citation for that?
Yeah, Maxwell is the one. Maxwell, that company, is the ones that were actually doing that. I need to look it up but I'll probably find it. Because
it's the owner of the car company.
You are mentioning the material graphite, right? But there is an alternative to that, which the source of that will be things like hemp.
I wonder how they would use the hemp, though. I can't really Would that be the fibrous part of it, or
So
the
imagine
oil?
Like
Oil
you
part?
can make shirts and purses and whatever kind of things from it.
yeah, because you could basically destroy the material and pressurize it into some type of compound, some type of
You can
material.
make it into rope.
Somebody hot
No,
micing?
no, not a rope. You're thinking it the wrong way. They actually produce an end product out of the hemp.
Right.
Like producing how do you say
Oils.
Where's that hot
No,
mic?
it's a very different thing. We're talking about turning a plant into an electronically conductive substance and using it to make capacitors. Which I'm wondering how they do this other than just burning it and then using the carbon itself to make the capacitor. I mean, what other than
with the
metal and carbon
and a
are these things made out
compression,
of?
they use the carbon part of it, right? And they build a product made out of that.
And that's where this
So
reporter
imagine the process
Sorry,
that
guys,
is
1
going to
second.
build
Yo, buddy, you're
that.
hot micing, dude. Can you mute me?
when reporting on something so serious and so sensitive
Let me see if I
as
find
a
it.
death of a living human being. Make sure
Thanks.
What the heck was that?
And I wanted to listen.
Oh, my little one playing hide and seek with the other ones.
No, it was something about when reporting a death of another human being or something.
Oh, okay.
Really interesting. Okay.
So yeah, I don't think they can build cars that run off cannabis. As funny as that would be.
Wait,
Well,
you
from
don't
the
think
oil,
like
from the
do
oil
you
they
have
can.
you have some type of limit in your imagination or something?
No, the oil would come from hemp. I said cannabis. Cannabis is a female plant. Hemp is the male plant. Somebody
No,
a second ago
cannabis.
said cannabis, and I was like, no, I don't think they're making that out of chronic.
All marijuana plants or hemp plants are cannabis. Even the marijuana, the female, the male, all of those are cannabis plants.
Marijuana.
Oh, you're right. I stand corrected. But still, though, I don't think you can, derive an economically relevant amount of oil from a
It's already
marijuana
been
plant.
done. It's already been done. Four times more biomass than a forest.
That's why
I know, but,
Four
but
times
listen
more.
carefully. I'm saying that applies to hemp, not marijuana. It applies to the male plant, not the female
No,
plant.
it applies to all
marijuana too,
cannabis
bro.
plants. It applies
Yeah.
to all cannabis plants.
All cannabis
So
plants.
why would you want to
Well, then
waste
how come I
a
never see
valuable
anybody doing that? I only
medicinal?
see people growing marijuana and selling it for eating and
Because it
smoking.
was
I never see people
outlawed.
making handbags out of marijuana.
Because it was outlawed before. That's why they made it. They outlawed it. It used to be growing everywhere. People were making cloth, canvas, ropes from it, everything.
That's why I was saying all that stuff.
Are you sure you're
But
talking
that
about
was-
the female plant, not the male
No,
plant?
so
Are you sure about that?
Can I add something here? So the original car that Henry Ford made was made to run on ethanol, and ethanol was made from biomass. It's any crop, any vegetation. You can ferment and you can create ethanol. And when you go back and look, most of the farmers in the early 1900s were growing large crops of hemp. So they were designing vehicles to be run on the ethanol from hemp plants. So whether that be male or female, it doesn't really matter. They chop up all the green matter, and the green matter is what you use to extract ethanol from.
And hemp or cannabis can be an adult plant within 3 or 4 months. So you could harvest it multiple times a year. So it's a multi-resource that will provide the superior biomass of other plants compared to other plants. And the hemp, the ethanol itself, it's cleaner than other biomasses.
I want a citation for this. Show me a citation, please.
It takes also
It's been
Takes
done.
out less nutrients.
This is something known. This
It's
is not.
less harmful to the ground. It scrubs less nutrients out the ground than planting other perennial crops that take maybe 5 to 10 years to become viable to chop down and then use as biomass. So it's like you say, growing in the equatorial regions, you can grow it all year round. And then north and south, you've got to try and accelerate it with light. But you can get monster-sized bushes if you cultivate the soil correctly. And the more green matter, the more fuel you could be making. So ethanols and methanols, they are used for racing because they're also quite, there's a lot of energy density.
You know also that the cannabis plant, the way it takes the carbon from the air, and deposits certain things in the ground, it will leave the soil ready for the next crop. Even
I
if you
think
want
it's
to
safe to
plant a
say
different,
that I speak for all of us that we all like big bushes.
You want what?
He wanted to speak when I was speaking.
No, I apologize, my bad.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, so switchgrass works really well for this too because switchgrass can grow on sand, unlike most plants, and you can get a lot of biomass from it to turn into ethanol or maybe alcohol, depending on how you break it down.
Solar, you asked for me. I found a link. I tagged you in the Livestream voice text about the supercapacitors from hemp. Maybe there's some.
Unbelievable. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. So you guys know it takes the war on drugs to a really high level. We know this already, but do you see the capacity of
To a
hemp?
higher level.
Yeah, because imagine we can produce,
Say cannabis was a drug.
bro, you can produce fuel, concrete, supercapacitors, textiles, food, medicine. So this war that they fought against a plant is actually it's like a war against civilization.
Against health, against
Against
Earth.
civilization as
It's
a
a
whole.
war against nature on Earth. Separating mankind from our true nature.
Because we all come from plants.
Smoke the herb, put it in the earth.
We are all plants.
Yes, smoking it is one of the many uses, and it's an enjoyable one. You can smoke it. Yeah, that's a good use as well.
Why do you think it's called the tree of life?
Wow.
Never mind.
So the mighty hemp supercapacitor. Today's supercapacitors commonly use graphene, a carbon nanomaterial, to create electrodes, but making graphene costs up to $2,000 per gram. In 2013, researchers at the University of Alberta National Institute for Nanotechnology found a more economical material in hemp. These scientists discovered how to process raw herds, the plant's woody core, into activated carbons through hydrothermal processing and chemical activation. The final product is one that's able to soak up more electricity, providing better energy capacity. This solution produces not only a cheaper material, $5,000 per ton, as opposed to $2,000 per gram, but one that performs up to 4 times better than graphene. Better yet, the solution uses hemp stems, the part that's often left unused. Wow.
I don't believe
So
the
it's
scientists.
even the material is even superior to graphene.
And graphene
So
is
another question is, how much red tape are they going to put in front of this so that we can't get it into our cars?
There you go, Orion. You were skeptic about my comment, so there you go.
No, I wasn't skeptical of it. I was just making sure we were using the right words because, marijuana is the female plant, and I'm pretty sure they don't use that for industrial purposes. They use the hemp plant.
It can be used because it's about the carbon on it, in it, not the THC or the cannabinoid. It's the carbon.
That's the
Yeah, I know you're correct, but you're missing a point here. The important point you're missing is that it requires a lot of attention and care in order to properly cultivate a marijuana plant, a female plant, and it requires very little care and attention to cultivate a male plant. So what I'm saying is, even though you can do what you just described, nobody does that. You would go broke doing that.
No, but that's irrelevant to the point of using the stem to create the supercapacitor. So yes, no one's denying what you just said, but it's not related to using a stem to create a supercapacitor.
Yeah, regardless, what you're trying to say is you can still use the female plant, but of course it won't be as potent because you won't be carrying it as much.
Yeah.
If you want a potent plant, you gotta have a lot of care.
It can be. So like,
wait, what do you mean by
grows,
potent? I think you're getting a little confused there.
Meaning,
don't have-
what do you mean?
listen.
What I mean by potent? Meaning you can't have it mixed with the male plant, and you gotta take pretty good care of it for it to be a better quality for the cannabis itself.
Yeah.
We're not talking about chronic. We're talking about refining these things into industrial products.
Yes, but the whole thing is the important. It's not important. Well, when you're gonna, what we're trying to tell you is that it could be female or male. It doesn't really matter. Of course, the cannabis and the THC is not gonna be as strong. If you're gonna make it industrial, but you can have both in a field and still make it industrial.
You don't have male plants without female plants. You always have female plants. If you have males, where do you think they came from?
The whole crop that you have, the whole crop, miles of crops of the hemp, it includes male and female. You have both. And when you pass the machine, you're going to take both male and female. Doesn't matter. When you're harvesting it, you harvest the whole crop.
Okay, good point. But just remember, the opposite doesn't apply the other way. You can't have a bunch of males amongst your female plants and expect to get chronic. Can't do that.
No, but you're talking about smoking it. You're talking about smoking, and we're talking about making supercapacitors.
Yeah. I think we understand each other, but just so that whoever's listening gets it, you wouldn't want to smoke female plants in that field. It wouldn't be very good.
But regardless, even if let's say you do have a crop of just female and actually have it real good crop, right? Good chronic. You could still grab the stem and you could use the whole plant regardless. You don't just throw away the stem. You could actually grab the stem and make it industrial.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, Enoch, you shouldn't be afraid to call marijuana a drug. It is a drug, but you shouldn't be afraid of drugs because they're drugs. Drugs should be legal.
Just like caffeine.
It's not a drug, dude. It's a medicine.
Yeah, true.
Well, it is a plant that technically contains a drug because tetrahydrocannabinol is a drug and it's contained inside of it. So in essence, it is a drug, or at the very least, it can be refined down to a drug. So in a certain sense, yes, it is a drug, but you shouldn't be afraid of the word drug just because it's been demonized, like the term flat earther.
But I'm not afraid of it being called a drug. It's separate from being called a drug.
The THC, the tetrahydrocannabinol, is just one composition of the whole plant. So the plant is not a drug because it contains one out of hundreds of compounds.
Yeah, it has hundreds of drugs in it. Correct.
I guess it depends on how you.
It has other things in drugs. It has nutrition. It has oils. It has all kinds of things. Fibers. It has.
Yeah, I'm not denying that, but I'm just saying you're actually fooling yourself if you say it's not a drug. That's inaccurate.
It's a season.
Well, a drug is a thing you use to get high. I would say it's more of a medicine because it cures you.
What? A drug is something you use to get high? What do you call that?
Yeah, but the marijuana high is
I
different
consider it a medicine myself. Just saying. I
Yeah,
consider
I call
it.
it a seasoning because I put a lot of marijuana
But
in.
You can get high
Ryan,
on oxygen.
hold on, wait a minute. Did you say medicines are not drugs?
hey, if you say fooling yourself, if you don't call it a drug, the ones fooling people is the one calling it a drug because therefore they can send people to jail or make laws against it. Those are the ones doing the fooling, calling this plan, this multi-resource, a drug. Those are the fools.
It's still a drug though.
Well, it's just the people saying
Just
it's
like-
bad.
Just
The
like
people
coffee.
saying that drugs should be illegal. Those are the ones, screwing you over. I mean, there is no such thing as a drug that should be illegal, except, I don't know, maybe, possibly, potentially fentanyl. Other than that, there's no such thing as a drug that should be illegal. It's just bullshit. Freedom leads to prosperity. You shouldn't be afraid of freedom. It's like being afraid of your own shadow.
Just like caffeine, just like aspirin. That's just all drugs, dude.
You know,
Yeah.
God made these drugs for a reason, and we should make them legal, and we should take them every day in every aspect of our lives.
Are we going to make oxygen illegal?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I
did with the muzzles.
I breathe fresh air. Should we make air illegal? Doesn't air boost me sort of like a drug?
No, you need receptors inside your brain in order for it to have a drug effect, So if you don't have the receptors in your brain, then it won't have a drug effect on you.
Oxygen makes them
Oh,
work.
my brain doesn't take oxygen and other air compounds?
No, your body utilizes oxygen, but there are no receptors in your brain to make you feel different when you inhale oxygen. If there were, then it would be a drug.
Wait,
So if I don't inhale the oxygen, if I don't inhale the oxygen, will I feel different?
You're actually.
Can you repeat the question?
If I don't ingest the oxygen, if my body doesn't take it in with the receptors built to take the oxygen and the air, whatever, will I feel different if my body doesn't take the oxygen?
Yes.
I just said that there are no receptors in your brain, but you absorb it through your lungs and utilize it nonetheless. But it doesn't get you high. It's like saying, does drinking water get me high? No, it just hydrates you. You can't live without it.
So you're saying
You can live
pure
without
oxygen-
drugs. You don't need drugs to function and live.
Are you trying to say pure oxygen can't get you high?
Yeah.
You lost out, man.
Because when I was young and I went to the doctors, I had gas and air to be knocked out when I had my teeth taken out. So some of my teeth taken out. I was getting high on oxygen, bro.
Right.
So
Never mind. I guess I stand corrected. Maybe there are receptors for that.
Can I explain it, please?
Sure.
I'm sorry. I'm in school for this. I'm an addiction counselor. So what happens in the brain, real quick, about the whole drug thing? Because I don't want to hear you guys yell at each other about this. I love you guys. So what's happening in the brain is you've got neuroreceptors, neurotransmitters, and in between the neurotransmitters and neuroreceptors, there's an area called the synapse. Everybody's heard about that. That's where dopamine, serotonin, all of your brain drugs that are already contained in your brain, melatonin, all that stuff's already in your brain. So what quote unquote drugs do is release those chemicals, those naturally occurring chemicals in your head. So say you do a bunch of heroin, well, you're going to get a bunch of dopamine in there. But at the same time, if you're a food addict, right, and you're used to eating candies and cakes all day, well, the same activity is happening in between the neuroreceptor and neurotransmitter in the synapse as when the foodie is eating, when the heroin addicts, when the sex addicts is getting his thing. You see what I'm saying? It's all the same thing in the brain. So a drug, you can say I'm addicted to a drug, or I use a drug as medicine, or I use a drug as something else. But it's all the same activity in the brain. I think, to me, drug and words like narcotic and all that, that's more of a man-made thing, more of a construction. So anyway, there's some information and my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, I concur with that. Although he didn't directly answer, does that make oxygen a drug?
Oh, no. Okay, so it all does the same stuff, right? If you hold your breath long enough, you're going to have less oxygen. Who was the magician who held his breath for 17 minutes? David Blaine. He described when he was going through the process of training for that, getting his lungs and body accustomed to doing that, that he found himself, if he didn't wake up one day and take a bunch of deep breaths, he'd get dizzy. And then when he did take those deep breaths, he'd feel great and virile and almost high. So anyway, I don't know if that helps answer the question, but yeah.
How do you treat people that are addicted to the globe?
Kill them. Wait.
Oh dear. That's a cognitive deficiency that I have not studied on just yet.
I would say if you give them maybe antidepressants, because the globe belief kind of makes you depressed.
All they
Yeah,
see
they
is
get
the
really anxious.
The globe also gets them high, so
true.
NASA is a drug.
There you go.
And they're addicted to balls. Just seeing balls everywhere.
Yeah, I love balls. Oh
They're
my
addicted
God.
to balls.
I bet you guys do.
Anyway, thank you for you guys letting me say that. I was listening and I wanted to just chime in. I didn't want to step on anybody's toes, but I didn't want you guys to continue yelling at each other about it.
Yes, I think words are drugs, because when I come here and I listen to you guys, I get addicted. I have to come back.
Yep.
Yeah, you're
So
addicted to my beautiful ways.
So drug.
Keyword, dick, kid.
I think words are magical spells. That's why it's called spelling.
Oh shit.
And I think we should set up clinics that slowly give people, sections of NASA videos so they can wean them off of the globe, so they don't go through the withdrawal symptoms.
Yeah, we'd have to find like a cross addiction, because like that's what happens when people get sober a lot. They'll find something new to get addicted to, and so we'd have to give them like, okay, space isn't real, but unicorns are. Yeah, I just found one. You want to go hang out with a unicorn? Something like that.
No, give them something real, but just different, like deep sea exploration videos. See the bottom of the ocean, that's a real place.
I had a friend that was really addicted to opioids.
Oh.
It's all
It's a serious deal.
We're all addicted to words.
You know what we should make people addicted to? God. And
True.
God.
I mean,
religion.
I mean, each letter is a demon, right?
Yeah, like that.
D man. Each letter is a D man, right?
Yes. You're right.
These each they form words to create a spell with each D man, right?
No, I don't know. What do you mean?
Close.
Jesus will help you all. I believe. I will pray for you all. May Jesus help you in every way possible in finding the truth of the flat earth and the creation of his. Yes? Hello? Anybody agree?
You're coming in really low, Dom.
Oh, sorry. My bad. I thought I was very loud, so I speak very, very, very quiet. Yes?
That's better.
Okay. Yeah.
So now you started caring, Savia.
Yeah, God is...
right, he's telling people to believe in something that he doesn't even believe in himself.
Before you didn't care. You didn't care earlier, though. You didn't care. You said flat Earth was boring, and you didn't care what we had to say. Pretty much.
I found God. I was
now he cares?
Talking.
I was researching.
I think I was right the first time when I just muted you. Yeah. I think maybe I was right the first time.
No, I think that was a good move, Sonny. Good move.
Wait, what happened? I was getting water and I just came back.
Nothing.
So the Soviet guy thinks he can beat us to Mars.
Wait, was
he came back because we were talking about drugs. I.e. the globe.
Do you think religion is addicting? Because I think maybe it is.
Yeah, that's the globe religion we were talking about. Yep.
Yeah, if religion's addicting, then that means the globe worldview would be addicting. Because it's a religion. You know what I mean?
Do you believe the Earth is a globe?
I don't know what I believe.
How do you not know? Do you not know that you have eyeballs, brain, mind of your own?
Well, I kind of have like contradicting views. Like sometimes, like I don't know. Like people tell me that my worldview is a contradiction, so I don't know what I believe. You know what I mean?
No.
No, I don't know what you mean.
They took the words right out of my mouth.
Elaborate for us.
Please, please, please.
I don't know.
See, that's where you need to correct yourself.
I
What's
just
the
don't know.
What's the conflict in your brain?
Like, how do you not know, bro? Like, really? How do you not know? I'm concerned for you, bro. How do you not know what you believe in? How do you not
Well, I
know?
feel like there's good arguments for the globe and for the flat Earth, so it doesn't make sense.
What's the best argument you know of for the globe?
Celestial poles.
But how's that an argument? That's just a story. They just told you there's a North Pole and a South Pole and that you're on a ball.
No,
How's that
not
proof
the
of
poles on
anything?
the Earth, the celestial poles.
Elaborate.
You know, like the time lapse of the stars. Like how if you do a time lapse of stars, it creates a circle.
So you think the Earth is a globe because of that?
Kind of.
Or might be?
Yeah. But then I see things like the black swan, and I'm like, it can't be a globe because, you know, the black swan. So it's just
Yeah,
kind of
but let's go
confusing.
back to this thing that makes you think it might be a globe, though. How does looking at something in the sky help you determine the shape of the ground, or make you think that the shape of the ground is any particular shape?
Well, if it's rotating, like that could only happen if it's rotating.
What if the sky is
Who
rotating?
told you it was rotating?
Hold on, let me ask him. What about if the sky is rotating?
I guess, but that just seems kind of crazy to think about.
Why?
I don't know, like it just seems kind of strange to think that everything's rotating except for us.
Well, if you have evidence to the contrary, I'd love to see it.
I mean, you guys could be right. I don't know. It's kind of tough.
Stop saying you don't know, dude, because you do know. Your mind knows what yes and no, what's right and what's wrong. You do know.
Well, I do kind of like the idea that everything was created by God. Because God created all of us.
Okay.
Oh, what's there to like or dislike about that idea? It just is what it is. I mean, you shouldn't think something's true just because you like it. That doesn't make any damn sense at all.
Well, do you believe in God?
It's irrelevant.
Well, I acknowledge that there is a creator because you cannot have a creation without a creator, and you can't have gas pressure without a container. And so, since by definition we're inside a container, and that container is by definition a creation, and you can't have a creation without a creator. I mean, yeah, I acknowledge a creator, and yeah, I'm not religious. I don't know what to say beyond that.
Interesting.
Which brings us back to our first point. When we look straight out to the distance of the horizon, what do you see?
Well, I don't see curvature, that's for sure. I see like a flat plane, but
Precisely what we're saying.
But the Globers would say that's because the Earth is so big.
So why do you still believe they still think that it's bigger, but they're claiming that it's 3,958.8 miles, which is not. We already proved that. We have proved it.
With
So
the
now
red
they're
ball.
saying it's bigger. But when they put a person out there doing the Red Bull jump, you remember that video with the Red Bull?
Yeah.
It's flat.
Yeah.
It's flat, bro.
Yeah.
Watch the video.
Well, don't they use a fisheye as like a fishbowl lens in that video though, so to make it curved?
In the outside shot.
But the inside is flat.
The video from the inside, you can see the line being horizontal, the horizon being horizontal.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Regardless of that, the Earth measures flat. You know, the measurements taken by the FE core. So many tests being done showing that the Earth is flat and it's not. It doesn't curve. You know, within the rate they say it curves. So regardless of what happens in the sky, because we don't know where far the stars are, what are they doing, you know, anything like that. Other than what they tell you, their story, without any evidence, by the way. So you can't say what happens in the sky is you know, tells you what the Earth is at all.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I feel like I kind of killed the conversation.
You did it.
Okay.
You've pissed us off. No, I'm just kidding.
Any other conflicts in your mind?
Sacha, you want to revive the conversation? Just say evolution.
I was just gonna say that.
Nah, don't bring that shit up, bro. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Any other arguments that you think they have that is a good argument?
Well, I don't think the gas pressure argument's very good. Cause like, I don't know.
On our side or on your side?
On your side, I don't really like the gas pressure argument because, well, if solids and liquids fall, don't you think gas would fall also?
No, actually, gas don't fall. Gas go in every which way direction.
A question to you is: do we observe gases falling, like air in particular?
Well, they reach thermal equilibrium, so it's kind of
Yeah, equilibrium inside a container.
Well, I think even if the Earth is flat, like you still don't need a container. You know what I mean?
How else would you have gas pressure?
Well, the Globers would say gravity, which kind of makes sense.
But then, do you have any scientific evidence of gravity then?
Well, things like fall,
Say it again.
like things falling to the ground.
You're watching an effect. That doesn't mean so. What you're doing there, you're doing a what do you call that?
Begging the question.
No, it's
Equivocation fallacy?
not even.
He's saying things fall, therefore gravity.
Yeah, we need to be able to remove gravity from the situation if it existed, and then observe things not falling, and then put gravity back into the situation and observe things falling again in order to prove that gravity is doing that. So we're not saying that there isn't a force of some kind or another making rocks fall down to the ground through the air and making helium balloons and hydrogen balloons go up. We're acknowledging that there is some kind of a force doing that, but we need to verify what that is before we can claim that it is anything particular. And just saying gravity without proving it doesn't make it gravity. I could say it's invisible unicorns. Prove to me that invisible unicorns didn't make the rock go down.
Guys, specific gravity. Have you ever read the definition of that? Specific gravity?
Oh God.
Yeah, I like specific
wait,
gravity.
God?
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, God definitely has an influence into the system. That's coming from above.
That's divine fallacy.
So let me get it straight. It's picky. The gravity's picky.
Hold on. So that's it's like what you're saying when things fall. It's like you're saying correlation proves causation, and that's a fallacy in itself.
Yeah, but Orion said for me to prove gravity, we would need to remove gravity, but for
Yeah,
that
you
to
would.
happen, you would have to go to space.
Yeah, then that's a problem because you can't go to space, right? So it
Yeah.
becomes unfalsifiable. So, and then again, you're doing a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You go into a place where it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. So the thing is, you're doing what you're saying is something it's correlating. This is why it's happening, right? So it's like saying that because my rooster crows every morning, the sun comes out. So my rooster causes the sun to come out.
Yeah, it's a correlation without causation.
Right. So when things fall, is when they say specific gravity, it's just really that's another word for the relative density. Like to say a rock falling there. It's true. Balls falling there, but helium balloon. What happens to helium balloon?
They go up.
Why is that?
Relative density.
Right, because it's a lot less dense than the medium around it. I mean, if you could put an anvil in mercury and it will float because
Well, I wouldn't say it goes up. I would say gravity pulls the air above it down, and so it
But-
has the effect of it causing to go up. But
So why is it not pulling the helium balloon down?
because there's less mass.
Okay, define mass.
Yeah.
I think mass is like the force needed to move something.
No.
Wait, let me look it up.
Something inertia something.
Yeah, mass is the resistance to acceleration when the net force is applied. So it was pretty close.
No, it actually has two definitions and it can't be both.
Oh, okay. What's your definition?
Oh, I mean, it's not my definition. It says mass is both property of physical body and a measurement of resistance to acceleration.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. So it has definition for two things.
Well, it seems like they're kind of the same definition, just explained differently.
What?
No, it's two different things.
It's
So
two
you
different things.
so you have the one thing that exists, and then so it exists. Hey, there it is. It's over there existing, and then also you have what it does to its medium or its environment. Am I right on that?
Yep.
Hmm. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
I don't know how to expand it, but I think the negative charge of the ground and the positive charge of the air, and it goes higher. The higher you go, the positive charge.
Yeah.
That has an effect also on the environment, on the gases.
Well, I would say the flat Earth proof is more convincing than the globe proof. So yeah, if I had to pick a side, it would probably be flat Earth. But I still don't.
I'm still waiting for growth proofs. I haven't had not one.
Yeah,
all I have is yeah, exactly, Dempsey. All we have is stories and assertions, without any actual evidence.
Man, at this point, I'd rather ride a unicorn than see the Earth's curve.
Well,
I think it's more plausible.
Well, isn't that cognitive dissonance?
How high do you have to go on a unicorn to see the Earth curve?
No, we're not doing
Depends
that.
depends how much you smoke.
Maybe we should.
It depends if it's jumping or flying with wings like a Pegasus.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like he's trying to take it seriously. What do you want to know, man?
There's not really anything I wanted to know. I just kind of wanted to explain my thoughts.
Cool. Right. So now, can you explain Glober's thoughts?
The Glober thought is basically that we're orbiting the sun and we're spinning on a ball in a vacuum of space.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Are those really their thoughts, though? It sounds more like stories they're just repeating. I don't think those are really their thoughts.
Yeah, but the unique curvature for all of that, the fundamental of that is curvature.
They're adopted thoughts.
Right, but even the flat earthers kind of adopt some thoughts from other flat earthers.
Oh yeah, we're all brainwashed to some extent.
Yeah.
How well you can decipher the information you're consuming.
It's all about what you can prove. It's not about what you've been told.
It's kind of like the legal system. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove.
Soviet Dom's a Glober. If you want to ask a Glober his thoughts, talk to Soviet.
Yeah.
He's a real Glober.
He's kind of hard to talk to.
Oh, yeah.
But he's always more than welcome. Anybody is, you know? Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe we could talk to Ahmad and Ali.
Bring him in.
Well, they're already in here. They just don't have the voice verified thing.
Oh, okay.
Maybe we should check them in.
Who was that?
Oh, Ahmed's gone. Ali's still here. Come on, Ali, don't let us down.
Hey, Ali. Well, never mind. As soon as I say hello.
He got unmuted, and then as soon as he was unmuted, he left.
I think I need to be nicer.
They heard their names and were like, "Oh shit, no. Run!"
Well, the Glovers really, they don't want to defend their religion. That's what I find kind of convincing, is every time a Glover comes in here, they always try to ridicule, but they never defend. Yeah, that's one of the things that I observed.
There's Pega King. Oh, Pega King is already unmuted. Yo, King.
Even if we promise to be really nice, Globers, and I promise. I don't even have the power to do anything here. I just want to talk to you.
Pega King, what do you think of the shape of the Earth is?
Yes.
You said gas?
Yes.
He said yes.
Oh, that's your answer? Yes?
Yes.
It's a safe bet.
So do you think you're living in a spinning ball and vacuum?
Yes.
Oh my.
Okay. Why do you think that?
Yes.
Bro, come on, man.
That's what I figured you were going to say.
Yeah, that's the American educational system for you.
No, I live in EU.
Oh.
Damn.
You just
Even
say
worse.
how smart you are.
So, Pega King, do you believe in any other things?
What do you mean?
Don't ask him any more yes or no questions, because that's...
Do you think we're orbiting the sun? We just want to peer inside the mind of a glober and how they think.
Do you know who measured the distance to the sun?
Most of us were all Glovers as well, so don't.
Yep. I liked it too.
What?
I liked space. It's just not real.
What isn't?
Yeah, after all, a lot of the best movies and video games take place in space.
Yeah.
And do you also believe in evolution?
Who? Me?
Yeah.
Define or elaborate, like from monkey to human.
Yeah.
Sure.
No.
Do you think God created it?
It as in
As in humans?
yes.
Okay, so if God created humans, do you think God could have created the earth?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and do you think he would have made it flat?
No.
Oh.
Because in my religion it says that it's not flat.
And what religion is that?
Islam.
Okay.
Oh, that's wrong.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Islam says it is flat. I could be
Proof?
wrong. I could be wrong though.
Wait, I can send you a link.
Well, I thought all Abrahamic religions taught that it was flat. You know?
Yeah, I met a Muslim woman a few days ago that said the exact opposite. She agreed with me, and she said that the
Bro.
Quran says it's laid out like a rug, you know. But it's just religion, it's just books, whatever.
Wait, who do I DM a link? Like, it's proof saying that it's not flat.
A spherical rug.
Huh?
You can send it to me, man. Sorry.
Wait, who?
Elbow TV. That's a video.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he sent me. Oh, he's still around the earth.
Hmm?
Maybe someone could take him through the 3 points. Okay, so the first point is there's no curvature. Okay, and the black swan proves this. The black swan is an observation we made. We observed the horizon to be 10 miles away. Did you know that?
No.
And on a globe, it should only be 1.22 miles away. So that's a almost 10 times increase in what you should see.
This is at a height of 1 foot.
Yeah, this is at a height of 1 foot also. So they were standing at.
I just sent a link to when you said that don't all Abrahamic religions think that it's flat?
Okay, well, regardless of what your religion says, you know, like, do you think it's possible that they could be wrong?
I have logic.
Right, exactly. You don't need to use religion to decide what shape the earth is. You could just say logic.
Yeah, and it's logical to think that the shape is what I think it is.
Well, if you're gonna go with logic, so we observe a flat and stationary Earth, so you got to start with that as an axiom, you know. And from there on, if someone else is gonna say, "Oh no, the Earth isn't flat; it's a sphere, it's a ball," you know, then we need to see direct measurements of curvature proving it to be so.
Sorry. I'm like a minute 56 seconds into this video, man. Did you seriously think that this guy, that whatever he said, proves that the Earth was a globe, bro?
No, I'm just saying that when you said that you thought that all
No,
Abrahamic religions think that it's flat. I'm
No,
just
what
saying.
nothing in what he's saying is saying that the Earth is a globe. He's making an assertion because what it says, because it merges the day into the night and the night into the day. So because of that, and because his words that he says is coil, you could coil stuff in a flat surface. What are you talking about? So he's
Wait,
just making.
so you didn't watch it
Hold on.
fully yet?
I'm a minute and a half. I'm halfway there. I'm about to finish it, but halfway there, he's already making it. Only it can happen on a globe. It cannot happen on a flat surface. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Pego King, did you know we did a land survey of the United States and all the other continents? And in the land survey, it found that the continents are actually flat. So, did you know that?
No.
Yeah, you can actually look it up too, like it's real.
Wait, so what about taking a rocket to space and seeing
Where's
with
space?
your own eyes?
Where's space?
Yeah.
What do you mean, where's space?
What is space? You mean the vacuum of space?
Yeah. Is that what you mean?
Well, just like taking a rocket to space.
What is the vacuum of space?
So.
Yes.
So check it out. How can you have gas pressure without a container? Can you show me a demonstration of that?
Of what?
Gas pressure without a container. We have gas pressure on Earth. We're supposed to be living next to or adjacent to the vacuum of space.
Yeah,
so
but
it's
you know what's
and that
space.
definition, it's a containerless. It's called an open system that Earth is supposed to be in. So you need to show me or demonstrate gas pressure without using a container. I need a demonstration of that. Could you please show it to me?
Wait, so I'm talking
Or,
about
or
the
show me
space.
anyone else that has violated the second law of thermodynamics in all of history. Show me one example of somebody violating the second law of thermodynamics. Go.
Why do I have to do that?
Because your worldview right now is in violation of the second law. So
Yeah, but you can just, there are videos that show you space. I'm talking about that kind of
well,
space,
we don't accept CGI footage, sir.
like any kind of footage.
Well, maybe
CGI.
give us the footage and then we'll tell you if it's CGI or not, okay?
Even then, it doesn't matter. Here, guys. So you have to build a chamber in order to create a vacuum chamber here on Earth. In order to create a vacuum, you have to build a chamber first and then pump the air out of it. So let's pretend you do that, right? And next to it, you have another chamber with just regular air pressure at sea level, 14 psi. And you have a door in between these two chambers, all right? And you open the door. The gas pressure in the second chamber will find its equilibrium. Well, they will both find their equilibrium, and you'll have, say, not 14 psi, but say 7 psi in both chambers if you open up the door between the two. So this is entropy, this is finding its equilibrium. This is the gas pressure finding its equilibrium. So this is what the second law of thermodynamics is all about. So what we're saying to you is, in order for a vacuum to exist next to a pressurized gas system like we have here on the surface of the Earth, this would have to not be able to happen. Gas would have to not find its equilibrium. So can you prove to us that the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to the space above our heads, the gas above our heads? Why is it not going off into space like it would be, is our question to you. Can you prove to us that it's not, even though it does here down on Earth? Can't have gas pressure without a container.
What if I'm going to say that I'm just too lazy to do that?
Well, then what the hell are you talking to us for, man? Go stick your head
I
in a
don't know.
hole.
Hold on.
You wanted me to talk.
Peking. Okay, I just read the verse that he said that he made the earth egg shape. It does not say that.
What do you mean?
I looked up the verse that he said, which is Sarah Nasia, chapter 79, verse 30. And he said that he made the earth egg shape. That's what he said. It said. It doesn't say that.
What does it say then?
It says after that he spread the earth.
What?
That's what it says.
Show the
After
link.
that, he spread the earth.
Are you sending that?
So I already posted. I posted a link on the live stream voice text.
In Arabic.
Oh, hold on. Let me give you the DC verify.
Wait, ping me in the chat.
All right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, there.
So it should be. But he clearly contradicts what actually he makes up words. Because he says, and he made the earth egg shape.
Read like the bottom things, like from 1 to 9. Therefore, he spread out the earth, and after that, he has spread out the earth in the X shape.
That look like they're adding to it because the actual word says the haha, the halika, bada, waladra. In actual translation, from one to the other, he spread it, that after, and the earth, that's it. That looks like that those are other translations, aren't they? So Abdul Mahid the Hajaribi Badi,
Yeah,
sorry,
but
that's
in
one
Arabic,
translation.
it's the original one. And in Arabic, it says X shape.
So this one has a fuller translation than the one that the one on top says. That's what you're telling me?
Huh?
The translation word for word is different than the one that actually the
No,
one
like it was revealed in Arabic, so the
Well, are you sure that the translation that you're reading, are you sure it's not been subverted?
no,
Like,
I know that the Arabic word it means two things, and the other thing was egg shaped.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like it's added in translations. The other ones are other translations, right? You're saying all of them are the only one
No,
that says egg shape. The only one that says egg shape is that one translation, but all the other ones say it's just spread out. One of them translated as an egg shape, but the others are all translating it.
Wait, so why should I look at the translations when I can just look at the like book, like how it was revealed in the language?
All the whole translation from. Let's see.
I don't need the translation. The original text tells me egg shape. I don't need a translation to. That's not the original one.
You're not the first Muslim in here, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Where's MJ when you need him?
Where's Shekel?
Exactly. What's up, India?
What up? Trying to prove the shape of the earth with translations of Islamic?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna work. Next, we'll be trying to prove the shape of the earth by whether flat earthers got a good attitude or not.
I'm not trying to say that he's proving that it's a globe. I'm just saying that fucking.
Yeah, well, this particular issue of whether it says egg-shaped or not has been argued about 50,000 times on this server.
Yeah,
It's not going to be resolved.
Why did you bring it up then?
Because probably because the vast majority of what would you call it, passages say that it's flat.
What?
The vast majority of passages, at least in the holy books that I'm aware of, say it's flat. The way vast majority.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
but
there's
like in the
one
original
passage.
language it was revealed in, it doesn't say it's flat, man.
The original language. How do you know what the original language is?
Arabic, because it was revealed in Arabic.
Okay. So languages don't change over time?
What do you mean?
Languages change over time. The meaning of words change over time. So I'll give you a good example. The word fact, right? So the meaning of that word doesn't mean what it really actually means. Like the true meaning of that word, it's used wrong all the time. So people think like, if I say water boils at 100 degrees Celsius is standard atmospheric pressure, they think that that is a fact. That is not a fact. If I said I boiled water at 100 degrees Fahrenheit as standard atmospheric pressure, that event, me doing that, that is a fact. See, this is like using something out of context. The words change, the way people use the meaning of words change. So this word, this phrase, it could have changed. I mean, when was it written? Like 400 AD or something? 1400 AD?
1,400 years ago.
Yeah, it's quite a while ago. I'm not a scholar in the linguistics of Arabic, so I mean, you probably have to find one of those. I'm sure that Arabic is just like every other language, is that they change over time. I don't know. Do they have entomology in Arabic? Do you guys have entomological dictionaries and all that? Like where the words come from and all that stuff?
What do you mean?
So, at least in English, we have entomological dictionaries. So you can take a word and it'll tell you like where that word first appeared, what its original meaning is, if it came from another language, say French, Latin, German, whatever, like the roots of the word, like where the history of the word itself and how its meaning changed. That's called the etymology of the word.
Maybe
And I'm
there's
wondering
one.
if they have the
I don't know.
entomological analysis of words in Arabic. Or maybe that's a thing just for English because English is such a fucked up language.
I mean, there are words that mean more than one thing. I know that.
Yeah, but Arabic didn't spring up out of nowhere, right?
No.
There has to be a
The Arabic
precursor language.
So is it possible by egg shape they just meant the top part of the egg, like
The
the
Arabic
flat part of
language
the
came
egg?
from the Quran.
No,
So
dude.
the Quran did so. The Arabic language does not precede the Quran. They invented a
Yeah.
language to write the Quran. That's
Yeah,
what you're
that
saying.
doesn't even make sense. That would mean they were writing a book with a language that doesn't exist.
So who would read it?
It was revealed in fucking.
And this is where we get to the you guys got to make stuff up.
Yep.
Hey,
It's
earlier,
an egg-shaped verse from the Quran conversation. I just hopped in here.
Yeah.
Is this what's
Yeah.
going on?
Yep.
All that's old is new again, right?
Oh my
real
God,
quick,
man.
I wanted to add that earlier someone asked him about evolution. He said he doesn't believe in evolution, right? Is that correct?
Yep.
I believe in devolution. We're watching it happen.
Yeah, but how can you not believe in evolution but believe in the globe?
I'm losing brain cells.
Oh man, never heard that before. Type in losing brain cells in the search. See how original you are.
So he believes that God created humans, and he believes that God created the earth, but he doesn't believe that it's flat.
Wait, do you believe that God created the Earth?
Yeah, I do. I think God created the universe.
Anyways, Cyrus, I think he was talking about something. Cyrus wanted to jump in or something. Talk to the guy about.
No, I speak Arabic, so I just hopped in, I think, at the right moment. So
Oh,
I'm not sure what's going on.
Oh, so
Yeah.
yeah. Forgot that.
So it's like, I don't know what's going on, so I'm not trying to,
So
make
he
an ass out of myself by just jumping into a conversation that I don't know.
he gave me a video, which he wanted to post the thing that says that the Quran says that it is egg shaped, I guess, and is the Earth is a sphere. And I was going through the video. And the dude infers because he says that it coils the sun and moon or whatever. That's why it can only happen.
That's another verse. Yeah, he's mixing verses together.
Right,
I
and
know
then
what
from there he
yeah.
goes to the verse that says that he spreaded the earth into an egg shape.
Yeah,
I was like, well, when I went to look it up, it's like this translation doesn't say that, and he says, well, the Arabic translation says it does.
No, it was revealed in Arabic.
Yeah, whatever.
and yeah, the Well, when I hopped in India, it was saying like, yep, and I have a. The way I was able to advance myself in that book is I was able to find a dictionary, an Arabic dictionary that's supposedly 1,200 years old. Okay, so I have a 1,200-year-old Arabic dictionary, and when you actually look that word up, the one with the
Yeah, but
egg-shaped one.
Quran is 1,400.
Yeah, correct.
1,400.
So that's
Yeah.
yeah. Can you find me an older dictionary? That's the closest dictionary I found to the time that it was revealed in. So let's see actually how that word was used near those times, right? 200 years later. Okay, was it an egg? Absolutely not. The word actually means to spread out before, like an ostrich lays an egg or a bird lays an egg. So it's not. It's actually to make flat, sort of like a crib shape with an uplifted lip, uplifted lip around the edge. Look it up. I have that dictionary, and I have an 800-year-old Arabic dictionary. So I have ancient fucking dictionaries at home, bro. And when you actually use those, nothing matches up. Nothing. Nothing matches up. It's all flat. Like there's no egg shape. And that word about cycling, that verse, Jamsi was, or Boricua was saying that God cycles the night upon the day, and then, the night upon the day, which says the night like covers up the day. It doesn't matter. But anyways, so he says he cycles it. That word doesn't mean he balls it or whatever. When you actually look it up, it means yukawir, that's the word, means cycles actually. Like a turban upon your head, you cycle it. Right, you wrap it, and it has nothing to do with the ball. It's the cycling, because it's a verb. It's actually used as a verb, cycling. So it's telling you that the Creator cycles the day and the night. All right, I'll shut up now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you got something to say. Go ahead. You got a rebuttal to that.
Yeah,
Prove
English
your
is
Arabic
my
skills.
first language.
I would also
Arabic?
like to say that when
no.
someone makes a record of something, the closer the record is in time to the original, that's considered more authoritative. So, like, say we do a business transaction and I make a record that day, that's considered more authoritative than a record I make like someone else made like a week later or 5 weeks later. So if he has a dictionary that's closer in time to when the original text was written, that is more authoritative than something that was written another 800 years later, because that is based upon, the original in time. You know what I'm saying? You're acting like people don't read history or, or ex post facto do stuff to justify previous ideas or post ideas. They do this all the time. I mean, this is like, it's not even debatable whether this happens. There's texts before to be written by Mayans that use the heliocentric model that they tried to attribute to Mayans because, the Europeans believe in the heliocentric model, and the ones that wrote this book didn't know that, despite their predictions, they didn't believe in that. So they wrote it from the point of view of heliocentric, right? They rewrote history to try and justify their belief because they couldn't deal with the fact that Mayans were flat earthers and they made more accurate predictions of celestial motions than they did. God, that girl's got a nice ass. I'm sorry, man. I wish I could take a picture of this shit. Damn. I'm gonna get hit by a car out here.
Indio, you gotta post it then, man. Once you get that shot.
But this man says this stuff with the Mayans and then goes, "Damn, that ass is fat."
Oh shit! Yeah.
Shawty, a little baddie.
That was funny, bro.
That's some good curvature.
Put it this way, she was like a football field away, and I could see it was nice. That's how nice it was. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh well.
So, do you have any rebuttals at all, Pega King, or are you a flat earther now?
What? What does that mean?
Like, do you have any counter argument? Like, do you disagree with it?
Why'd you bring that up? Are you like Muslim or Is that like fate? Is that okay?
They
Well, man,
asked me,
so
and then
okay,
they said that
so
doesn't it say that it's flat?
okay, and you said no.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what if I give you like at least 7 verses that says it's flat, at least 5 that says the sky you cannot penetrate, and that it's built? You want some? Or how about verses that says that the Creator places the mountains, He placed the mountains as pegs and counterweights, so the earth does not tilt. En tamid bikum is the term that's used. So when you look that up in the old Arabic, tamid, it's literally tilt, right? Or out of balance, to go out of balance, something to fall because it's out of balance, because it's not centered. So the chains of mountains we have on Earth, like in the east and the west, are counterweights, the Creator said. So I mean, I have a lot of the stuff like just like in my head, you know, but I can definitely lead you to, if you want, chapter this, verse that, for sure, man. There's at least 7 verses that state that Earth is flat, stationary, immovable, spread out like a crib, like a carpet. You know, it's yeah. You keep going. There are so many verses that tell you that it is definitely flat. So let's say 1 or 2 verses.
You mean translations or like?
No, in the original Arabic, no translation, no, because the translation depends on the interpreter. So there's no translation. There's always an interpretation, even if it's Arabic. Like, you know what I'm saying? But like that's why it's like you study. If you believe these are the words that were revealed, fine. Then study what they mean at the time of revelation, not today, because we use similar words today, but they don't mean the same. You know, like the word, Boaz, right, which is pronounced Bets
Yeah, but
in
that's kind of
Arabic.
different because
That means great.
what's revealed there, it doesn't really like if someone uses the word like differently, the way it was revealed, yeah.
Well, you can see how the Creator used that word in that book. Like, you just go through that book and see in which like different variations like the Creator used that word, right? Okay, that'll give you an idea, and then you can crack open many dictionaries, because I compare dictionaries. That's what I do. I don't just use one, because some stuff you can't find it in like the 1200-year-old one, so I go to like the 800-year-old one.
Arabic comes from the Quran.
Oh no, sir. How?
What do you mean?
So what? Okay, fine. What language did Muhammad speak then? You know, I was like, all right. How would that be? A new language? No, Arabic already existed before that, right? I don't know if you know this, but Arabic and Hebrew are like sister languages. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Like, what's day in Hebrew? Okay. Yom, Yam, or Yaum in Arabic? Yeah, same thing. What's hand? Yed? Yeah. Yod? Yeah. Yed? Yep.
Yeah,
same
I
thing.
don't know why.
Yeah. What's river?
I'm
Yem. Yeah, Yem in Arabic too. What's up? Like, you can keep going. Like, the identical words. So Arabic and Hebrew are like sister languages. Anyways. I'm not trying to make this into a religious discussion, but
I think it's almost impossible for that not to happen every day in this server.
No. We this is the proper way. It's like we're trying to discuss this scientifically, right? Like, you know.
Yeah, and keep it on the flat Earth, which is, and I can hear that you guys are doing that, which is good.
Trying to always
people
bring
want it to
back.
be there's people that want it to be a religious discussion, so they can hand wave dismiss it and say you guys are just a bunch of religious nuts and, you know, move on with their lives. So it's just another one of the many propaganda tactics, the nearly endless ones. You know, let's talk about flat earthers and not flat earth. Talk about like what they think, how they feel, what they do, what they eat for breakfast. Like, that freaking matters.
And man, like, when you're studying those, if you're going to study those ancient texts, dude, etymology is key. You must know what that word
That's
means.
what I was saying.
Like, yep,
Yeah.
that's key, bro.
Are there etymological dictionaries for Arabic?
Yes, they are. Those are the ones I use, but man, they're really simple. They're indexed like modern dictionaries, and they're ancient. It's like 1,200 years old when I got. Yep.
All I'm saying, guys, is don't put your full name into a gematria calculator.
It's not gematria.
No, I know. I'm just kind of making a joke. What was that?
What's a gematria calculator?
Here, I'll find it and post it in the live stream.
It's where letters have numerical value.
Yep, and then you got the folks
You
who
play
say,
around with them.
yeah, everything is math, everything is numbers, therefore numbers can represent, every little or big thing, coincidences and linings up and all that.
Well, language is just something that humans made up. Everything is math except for social constructs.
I mean, I don't buy into that because I'm not a math, I'm not fascinated by numerals. I am fascinated by vibration. So if you tell me the vibration that this numeral is emitting, or when your mind understands like 1 or number 3 or 7, whatever the number is, if you're saying that your mind emits a certain vibration and whatnot, blah blah, yes, fine, I'll subscribe to that. But like just in numbers, that numbers have power, I don't know, man.
So I want to know how the Puriha language exists, and it has no words for numbers, any numbers. They have no mathematical terms, words in the language. How do they talk then?
What language is that, India?
It's the Puriha. The Puriha people are they live in the Amazon rainforest.
Okay.
They're isolated from like everybody. They don't have mathematics. They actually have a language where they have two languages. One which you speak, and one they can actually speak by whistling, because apparently, contrary to popular belief, the rainforest is extremely loud from squawking birds and animals and all that stuff. So it's really loud. So to communicate with each other while they're like hunting things, they have to be able to whistle, and they can actually whistle their language.
Oh, that is fucking cool.
Yeah, they're also considered the most. They were analyzed by a bunch of psychiatrists and that observed them for like a 6-month period. They said they're the happiest people based upon how much they smile and laugh. That they're the happiest people on Earth by like an order of magnitude.
Wow. Okay. Any documentaries on those people?
Oh yeah. It's spelled P-I-R-A-H-A.
P-I-R-A-H-A. Yeah?
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, look on YouTube. They got some interviews with some of them. So
fuck yeah.
Another thing about them is that they're considered the ultimate empiricists. They do not believe anything unless either they experience themselves or somebody that tells them the story experienced it themselves. So one of their first contacts was with they might have been Jesuits. There were some sort of evangelicals that were trying to convert them to Christianity that had snuck in there. And they humored the guy for like a year. The guy lived there. And then they finally asked him, they said, well, do you know Jesus? And he's like, no. They're like, well, how about like your father, like some of your family? Like, no, he lived, X amount of years ago. They're like, oh, well, forget it. We're not believing anything you say. The guy waste his time for 6 months or a year. Let him waste his time. Where they're just like, nah, we don't believe your stories. They also don't have words for like the past. Really, they don't use like past tense type stuff. It's really like now or in the future. They don't deal with the past. They're not like speculators. They're like the ultimate empiricists. You better have a direct experience. You better have experienced it, or you're just full of crap.
Nice.
So yeah, they're probably naturally flat earthers. I mean,
like that.
they're probably not flat earthers because they live in the rainforest and they really can't see that far.
I like that
Bunch
idea.
of trees.
I like that idea. It sounds better. Yeah, I really actually. That's a great way to go, I think.
Yeah, they probably wouldn't speculate at all about it, right? If they're
No, like they would never believe an astronaut. Like it's like space pictures? Ha! Yeah, right. Like they would just ask, "Have you been to space?" Oh no, yeah, forget it. When you go to space, tell me about it.
Yeah, your father, your grandfather, your great grandfather, your great great grandfather.
Anybody you know. That's kind of where I got like my little thing where I ask them, "Hey, have you been to space? Anybody you know? Anybody that you know knows somebody?" Oh, nobody. Okay, so we're good on that. We don't need to talk about it because you're just speculating. It's basically your opinion. I think I'm making like a video series on gold propaganda and silly, stupid tactics they use, and knowledge versus belief, and kind of the philosophical, the kind of logical foundation of stuff we debate here, because we often have to teach them that before we can even get into the shape of the earth. They don't even know how to think. They don't know how. Listen, they don't know what constitutes proof in the first place. They don't know what proves things, what proof is. I'm sad. Whatever. It's not my problem. Their problem. We'll figure it out. I mean, we're trying to get these people to listen to debates and critically think when they're not even capable of doing it. They don't know what logic is. They don't know how to logical progression is. They don't know how to, start with a premise and a logical foundation, build upon it to reach a conclusion. That's why we hear so many logical fallacies, because they're just like, some famous scientist said it, good enough for me. So Dandelion, I think this is quite clever. So she's been asking him, how sure are you that the Earth's a globe? Right? And they're like 99.9999% sure. So you're 99.999% sure that these people are telling the truth. Right? That they're not lying. That's how much faith you have in these people. But when put like that, all of a sudden they're like, second thought, maybe I'm not really sure.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point. If they're 99.999% sure that those people aren't lying, then why would we even entertain the question, why would they lie?
That guy left, right? The egg-shaped guy?
He went to go play video games.
Okay. So Melons, I'm gonna pick on you.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Okay, because I don't know what the fuck is going on here, honestly, and I'm not well versed on the subject. So what's up with you and beef with people on here about evolution? what's good?
Well, pretty much I just believe in evolution, and then when they ask me about evolution, I explain evidence, and then they think I'm trolling.
And what's your stance currently on the flat Earth?
I'm on the fence, but I'm leaning towards it being flat. I'm like 75% flat, 25% globe.
Okay. And are you because we've never really had this discussion before, are you a creationist or so evolutionist? Or because I know some people believe in like creation and evolution.
Yeah, I believe in both.
Both.
Yeah,
okay.
Both of them.
And what would be your, I don't know shit here, so you can go ahead. You know, you get to say what you have to say and I'll research it. But what's the biggest proof that you got for evolution? What's the smoking gun? You know, the your 25-mile laser test, you know. What is it?
The example I gave the other day was the fact that people have really pale skin in Northern Europe, and then people that live near the equator have darker skin, and that's because in the north it's really hard to get vitamin C, and then in the south they get too much sunlight. So, yeah.
But that's the smoking gun for evolution. Like, I mean, yeah. Okay. Because we have different colored people. So okay. What mechanism is that you're? So I don't think. Can you dissect it a bit more?
Different species.
The mechanism for evolution is the primary mechanism.
Let's talk about melanin, Indio. It's like literally skin color,
it's the
right?
origin of species, not the origin of I got different colored skin.
Well, no, that just shows how they adapted to their environment, which is pretty much the premise of evolution.
So are you aware of epigenetics?
Yeah.
I've heard that word before. I kind of forgot what it means.
Okay, so epigenetics is that gene expression changes based upon your environment.
Yeah. Okay.
So, like if you're exposed to a certain chemical, you're going to have a different type of gene expression. You're exposed to more sunlight than as opposed to somebody else, even though it is the same genes. The epigenetic, the oncogenes will express themselves in a different way, right? It'll create different proteins depending on how it's methylated. This is called epigenetics. This is 80% of your DNA. Not insignificant amount. They used to call it junk DNA. Junk DNA because they didn't know what it did. Now they know what it does. They know it. It actually tells it. It's the actual software. So the genes themselves are the hardware. But just like any other hardware, I can take a CPU and I can program different software. Right? I can render in 3D. I can use vector rasterization, or I can use voxels, or I can use all sorts of different techniques to get the same result. This is what epigenetics does, right? Depending on the environment. Doesn't support evolution. It has nothing to do with evolution.
Okay. Wow. I actually, you know, melons. That like in the plant world, they call it like a land race or something like that. Where it's exactly true. Where if you take a clone from the same plant, so they're identical in genetics, right? Mm-hmm. And you plant one in like, let's say, I don't know, Africa somewhere, choose a spot, and one in like South America somewhere, and over I don't know how many like cycles it takes for the plant. I'm not sure, 3 cycles or 4 cycles to start looking different. Because the epigenetics, right, like environmental factors start to change the DNA of they like seep in, right? You know, it's like information gets in and it changes the shape of the plant.
Yeah, there's some bug in Europe, I can't remember, but the environment changed. Like, so it used to look like a stick bug, and like I guess the environment changed in England. It became more like darker because there was like more particulates in the air or something. Or it became colder or hotter or something. And the bug changed. It became to look like a moth instead of a stick. So it became a flying insect, even though it was the exact same insect. And then the environment changed again, and they reverted back, which is how they found out it was the other thing in the first place. It didn't evolve. It's the same species. The environment changes.
Well, I feel like if epigenetics was true, like people from Africa when they went to Northern Europe, their skin was
epigenetics is mainstream shit.
Oh my
Mainstream.
god.
Okay, fine. Yes, I do. I'm from North Africa. I live up here on the 47th parallel, near 47, almost 47th. And you know what,
Really?
motherfucker? I turned fucking black, right? When I just exposed to when I lived down south, like near the equator, I turned black, bro, near fucking black, dark. And up here in the winter, man, I get pale as fuck, like white Caucasian pale, like it's ridiculous, right? And I'm from North Africa. It's like, what's up? So there are people in the world that will morph like to extremes. Extremes. Like I get really fucking dark, really dark.
Maybe epigenetics is true. I would have to do some more
It's not that
research.
well, it's definitely true. It exists. Dude. They have the physical evidence.
Okay, but my point is, I feel like if you accept natural selection and you accept mutation,
What's I don't know what that is. Like I said, I'm an idiot. So define it. Like what that which is like I don't know chemistry, but I know like how to balance equations, like basic fuel equations. That's how my brain works. So can you define it kind of down to that level? What?
Yeah.
And then arrow is turning into what, or what is that? What the fuck is that?
So natural selection is basically just survival of the fittest. So people that are not fit to survive their environment will basically die, and that's what natural selection is.
The environment? Oh no, they die, right? Whoa.
Yeah. The people that are not
they die
to the
And
environment.
what? Okay, so let's do some science on it. What test or experiment can we do to falsify that hypothesis?
Well, for example, like I don't know, like if imagine someone in the wild who's like paralyzed. Obviously, if they're in the wild, they're not fit to survive their environment, so they probably wouldn't survive and reproduce.
But what if they do survive? Does that falsify the hypothesis?
Well, it's not just like a one person thing. It's kind of like in
How many?
general.
How many do we need? See, and this is the problem. And this is the problem, is that evolution is not a falsifiable theory. Because you can always say, oh, you didn't wait long enough, oh, we need more samples, or this is an outlier, or this is a statistical anomaly. It's not falsifiable by experiment. You can literally make any claim, and there's no experiment you can do to prove the claim wrong. And that is a requirement. That is a requirement of a valid scientific theory. Otherwise, to claim a pseudoscience. And that's why evolution is pseudoscience.
Well, okay, so there's some other proof, such as molecular biology and DNA.
Okay, you didn't really listen to what I said. You can listen. You can come up with 100 positive claims. If you can't test it, you can't do a test that would prove it wrong, not prove it right, because this is the black swan, right? So this is a white swan versus black swan. My theory is all swans are white, right? You don't go look for white swans. You can find trillions of white swans, but it only takes one black swan to falsify. We look for examples of falsification. We don't look for affirmations. So you can name all sorts of tests, experiments, confirmations that support it, and it doesn't mean anything in the absence of something that would falsify it.
Right, but just because it's unfalsifiable doesn't mean it's like something could be true and unfalsifiable at the same time.
True. Well, it could be true and unfalsifiable. We would never know.
I just wanted to add something to what you said, India, about those epigenetics. The best way to describe epigenetics is like your genetic code is like a scroll. And as you get exposed to different stimulation, that scroll unravels to expose genes already set into your code, preset for that environmental stimulation. And then when that environmental stimulation ceases, that scroll closes off that portion and opens up another portion. And that scroll is the protein manufacturer for whatever environment you're now facing. So people have looked at different sections of the scroll and then they think, oh, it's evolved. But it's simply the epigenetics, the opening of more genetic code or more genetic material due to an
Based on
environmental
exposure.
relation.
That's actually a more, you gave a more thorough recount of what they actually do. So oftentimes when you have epigenetics express a gene, that usually causes like a cascade where other genes which are dormant, now they express themselves to manufacture proteins which that you weren't manufacturing before. So
correct.
Yeah. So you gave a
Like
more thorough
switches.
account. I was trying to give explain it like on Fiverr.
I understood it like as like switches turning on and off, based on exposure, right?
But
Yeah,
those
it is.
switches,
But think about it like an electrical
those
panel,
switches
right?
were
You got
never.
a sub panel, like you're turning,
Right,
flipping a
exactly,
circuit
bro.
breaker. All of a sudden, this other sub panel comes on, right?
Yeah.
With a bunch of switches that were not even being used. Now you're on a different floor or something.
It's like a 2-panel relay system, like hidden panel, and panel A, panel B. Yeah.
Right.
But the fact that those switches were not there before, or not available to be turned on before, and it's only by exposure to certain things. So the same
Now
way
you
that
can.
when people start to hold their breath and do deep sea diving, suddenly they start to produce new proteins that allow them to hold their breath longer. When people are doing long distance running, their body starts to develop new ways to conserve oxygenation use and to flush out carbon dioxide. So the human body, when it's exposed to a certain type of stimulation, builds up complete new proteins. Now, the way that evolutionists try and term that is the survival of the fittest, that the guy who runs further would pass on that gene to his kids. But effectively, if the kid doesn't run, it's not going to have that gene expression.
Yeah, it's already within your pre-programmed capabilities, and upon exposure, it's like the hidden Sether, right? You don't even know that now. Boom, the new circuit breaker appears, right? It's like, okay, cool, I get it.
Well, in the future, we're gonna have gene editing technologies like CRISPR, so maybe that will prove it.
So prove what? So, anyways, back to
So that was
evolution.
fallacious right from the start, because CRISPR is already available and they're doing that in the injectable right now. But if we think that there is only the physical gene expression in its present form, then you didn't listen to anything we just explained to you.
No, I did listen. I was just saying in the future, although yes, CRISPR does exist right now, it's still in its initial phases.
So the word genetics is the physical matter. Epi means above the genetics, epigenetics, and it is a physical science. So it's not if it's proven to be, it is a science, and it is a tested science. And what that means is that there is something beyond the genetic substance. There is more code hidden inside, and it's the audacity of human beings to think that we can go in and manipulate something which we don't yet fully understand, which generally leads to a worse outcome.
Yeah, look up Bruce Lipton, Dr. Bruce Lipton. He's done some. I've listened to some of his videos on epigenetics. Yeah, very interesting.
Like GMO, genetically modified organisms tend to backfire in a catastrophic way. They either become sterile, or they lose all their nutritional value, or they destroy the finely balanced ecosystem to which they belong. It's this short-sighted idea that men can go in and just manipulate at will and will get the outcome they desire in a system that's got so many variables is, once again, it's our ignorance.
So another evidence supporting evolution is the fact that there's a common DNA between all living things, which would suggest that we all come from a common ancestor, which is what evolution says.
Or
Yeah,
can it be
but
like a common designer, a common code that's been like copy pasted to all creation for like foundations?
yeah, but he's forgetting
It
one
could
little
that be a
part.
possibility?
You're
Since he's
forgetting
the
one little
creationist.
wait, you're forgetting one very important little part though. Because we're told we come from primates, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you know all primates on Earth have 48 pairs? Do you know that?
Pairs of chromosomes.
Yeah. And how many do humans have?
42.
46.
Or yeah, 46.
Yeah, and guess what? Now the people are saying that humans only use less than 10%, like 8% of our brain capacity, or genome capacity rather.
Okay.
I like dropping this on. You know what the most genetically similar plant to a marijuana plant is? Fucking strawberry.
What?
Oh,
Wait a minute, say
really?
it again.
Strawberry.
I'm gonna go buy a bunch of
Strawberries
strawberries
and
right now.
marijuana. The closest.
Hey, but can I?
The
Hold
closest
it, I
so-called
missed it.
relative to a marijuana plant is a strawberry.
The most
Dude,
common? Really?
I was kind of half
No,
listening till I heard you say
genetically similar. So they
Genetically
take
similar.
they code. You've got these different markers in your genetics or your DNA or in your RNA, like AG, and they come in different combinations. Now they sequence those things, and it's been shown that those studies that say that we share 97% of our genetics with primates were once again fraudulently done, and they selected certain parts that did have correlation, and they excluded tons of parts that had no correlation, because the aim of the study was to prove that we came from monkeys.
Well,
so when you look at the entirety of the genetic code, we have something like about a 46% similarity with monkeys in totality. In totality. But if you take out the parts where we're similar to monkeys, there was a 97% correlation with those portions. So they falsely labeled the entire article saying we're 90% similar to monkeys, whereas those parts where we're similar, there's a 97% similarity. But across the entire code set, there was more like a 40 to 50% similarity.
And if you match humans up with other things, you probably have almost the same amount and similar to humans as a rose bush or something.
And nothing, and that chromosomal thing is dead. Like that's a silver bullet. You cannot come from something that had a different chromosomal number than you.
Well, did you know humans share 60% of their DNA with bananas?
I was going to say that also. Well, that's just a claim, but also,
No,
I was going to say,
it's factually proven.
how did you verify that? How did you validate that personally?
Well, you can sequence the DNA of a human in a banana.
I can? With what equipment?
Tell me, hold on. Tell me when the first full genome of a human being was sequenced.
I don't know.
Full genome of a human being, full thing.
The first one? I don't know the first one.
It was only this year.
Okay.
It was here, man. So there's things that they say, they're just repeated, right, in every human being, and they just built that in. They never like mapped that. They just said, yeah, we already know this is a repeat. We're just gonna stick that in there and say we mapped it. Yeah, so it was only this year. So people have been thinking for 20 years. Yeah, I found it astounding too. I didn't know that either. So this year there was an article in phys.org that said they finally mapped the first full human genome.
They said in 2014 the sequel. Oh, sorry. No. Go ahead. I interrupted. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I'll find the citation when I stop in a minute.
I mean, I'm about to match my stomach up with a bowl of spaghetti. Feel me?
Okay, so
have you guys watched
a lot
the
of
movie
people...
Napoleon Dynamite? It sounds like the Sasha guy.
So that's very funny.
I don't think I've seen that.
So I want to say this about the genetics in general. It's completely based upon statistics, right? You guys think that like that the genome is like there's some like jigsaw puzzle out there, and they sat there and they like took snapshots of every single gene, A, G, T, C, blah blah blah, and they just like took a photograph of it and copied it down, and now they have the whole. No, it's nothing like that. It's completely based upon statistics and what's the probability of, this chromosome being this and that chromosome being that, and this probability of this being that. It's completely driven by Bayesian statistics. None of this stuff is straightforward. They convince everybody that it's straightforward.
Okay.
So,
check the
DNA
VC and then keep going.
Well, positive IDing of people supposedly for crimes, right? So there's what do they call it? Standard tandem repeats, right? So they compare 13 parts of these, right? 13 sections in different people's DNA, but they also arbitrarily section it out by race, right? For whatever reason. So because the statistics, they have to do this, right? They have to decrease the overall sample, right? They decrease, say, oh, there's only 100 million Hispanics. So the odds of a Hispanic person having these 13 standard tandem repeats in their DNA is 1 in a billion. But Hispanic has no fucking meaning. They could say people that like Pikachu. So on all the people that like Pikachu, what's the odds of people in our database that said they like Pikachu? Well, we only have 100 of them, and this guy has the 13 standard tandem. I'm fucking doing this crime are 1 in a gazillion. It's statistical manipulation. That's all it is. It's a bunch of games. I've gone on like a physics forum and tried to like nail, because there was something I was into. You ever see Making of a Murderer? Ever hear of this?
Yeah,
on Netflix.
So so I like dug deep in like the basis of like their supposed genetic identification of this person, and it's total garbage. And so I want to hear from the horse's mouth. I want to hear from people that like do genetic science. The statistical basis for it, like where's their math coming from? Is this rigorous? And it's not. They just hand wave everything because they're making boku money off of this. It's a whole field, dude. It's a whole field of bullshit. They get to sit think about how many DNA tests has the government ordered in the last 20 years? How much money is that? $80 billion?
Yeah, and they got the DNA database.
In the trillions. It's in the trillions.
Yeah, think about it. It's a whole industry based upon what? Trust us? More trust us? Oh yeah, we're positively IDing people. Trust us.
And you don't think that they're getting paid for it? Yeah, give me a break.
Think about fingerprints. Fingerprints are the biggest bamboozle in the history of the world. What's the statistical evidence that fingerprint? What is the scientific evidence that fingerprints are unique? Anybody know? Any published papers?
I don't know. Cops like them.
Well,
there isn't any.
They have a whole field of a database of fingerprints.
Yeah, that's fantastic. But what's the scientific basis for saying a fingerprint are unique to a human being?
Well, if fingerprints didn't work, why would they use them?
Oh my! Did you really just say that?
Hold on, that's just like saying why would they lie, right?
Well, did they just use it to arrest people without explanation?
No, they give you a bullshit explanation.
They want to clear fucking cases, dude. They want to clear cases.
Exactly. That's why the making of the murderer thing. He brought that up.
Well, I mean, have you ever compared fingerprints with a friend? I'm pretty sure they're unique.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
They're
to an
not
extent.
unique to twins. They're not unique to twins, but in terms of genetic diversity and looking for certain patterns in the fingerprint, you can distinguish millions of unique impressions. So generally within a country population size of, say, 20, 30 million, fingerprints can be beneficial. But if you were going to say compare against all 7 billion people on the planet, or plane, should I say, then you would start to see similarities or duplications that, like India is saying, it's not a foolproof method. They found that the retina of the human eye and the position of the eye on the face is more unique than a fingerprint. And that's why they're going for facial recognition now.
Yeah, I think it's like palm
And
reading.
that's
It's the same stuff.
listen. That's not even what I asked. What I asked was, what is the scientific evidence for uniqueness? Now, they might be unique, they might not be, but like, what is the scientific evidence? They've been saying that they're unique since the end of the 1800s. What was the
Yeah.
right? So you had this guy. So there was the Madrid train bombing. There was a train bombing in Madrid, right, within like 5 years after 9/11. I don't know if anybody remembers that. So it turns out, like, so they get the bomb, the parts of the bomb that blew up, and they get some fingerprints. And these three different individual FBI analysts says, yes, this is the fingerprints of this guy. Well, this guy was a lawyer in Seattle. He was nowhere near Spain. Right? So this actually launched an investigation, the national, into forensic so-called science, right? So the national, the Academy of Sciences actually went and analyzed this and issued something like 100 and something page report in 2011. The part on fingerprints is classified. The Justice Department classified that part. So you can't even look at it because they analyzed whether there's a scientific basis for the uniqueness of fingerprints because it's one case. So they won't even reveal what they found. Because think about it came out that fingerprints aren't unique, right? And that there's like 1 in 1,000 chance that 2 fingerprints are the same of 2 individuals. Think of all the people that went to prison, jail, locked up. That dude, it would rip the rug out from the entire criminal justice system, so-called forensic science, for the last 100 years, going back to Sherlock Holmes.
They need a reason to incarcerate people to keep the business going.
And it is a business, make no doubt about it.
Yeah, I agree with you guys on that. I do think the criminal justice system's really messed up. For sure.
Well, I mean,
it's not even
they've
justice.
had to walk back, hair analysis. They've had to walk back metallurgical analysis of bullets. They've had to walk back blood splatter analysis. They've had to walk. I mean, I can go on and on. Things that they've convicted people of that there's actually no scientific basis for, but they convinced juries that there was, and sent people to prison and probably executed some.
I mean, there's guys in prison for 20 bags of weed right now for like years. It's ridiculous.
That wasn't weed, man. that was oregano. I sold it to him.
You're like, I know that guy. Hey, Indio, I'm posting something in the voice text again. If you can see it, if you can click on it, see if that's... Oh, no, that's not it. Hang on. Why did that go? Anyway, it's the genome thing, so hang on a sec. Tell me if that's it. It's a huge document. Melons, how old is your keyboard, buddy? Or is it one of those new ones that's huge that kids get now?
It's a mechanical keyboard. It's like 3 years old.
Mechanical?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
It uses mechanical switches instead of membrane switches.
Oh, okay. Got it. Cool. Yeah, it's loud, but you know what? I kind of like that sound.
It's better for gaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I hear. I use a Macintosh, you know, those really thin Mac keyboards. I use that for gaming. I don't know why. it's really so like because I'm an audio engineer and it's really easy to use those keyboards with that, but it does not help with gaming.
Yeah, I don't have a mechanical one. I have a Steel Series. It's you can change the actuation points, how sensitive or how, you know.
That's cool.
You guys just reminded me that I have a separate extension keyboard. Oh,
cool.
Cool.
So, do you guys like the name Melons?
Sure. Do you like it? That's what's important.
I'm quite fond of it, actually.
Does it have anything to do with female breasts?
Coming from a female, I didn't think that.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
well,
fair.
like they could if you wanted to.
I'm just asking. You know, you got your headlights, you got your melons, you got your, you know, whatever.
Jugs.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Cans.
That's childish for me to laugh.
Is this for a new name? Is this for your new name?
New? What do you mean new?
We're not supposed to call you Sasha anymore, right? Is that it? You don't want to be called Sasha? I don't want to be rude. Okay, now you're just being a dick.
I call people by
him
their
Jughead.
old names, like Lemon Bird. I still call him that.
You
even
can
though
call
he
me
goes by
Sasha if
something.
you want to. I like the name Sasha also.
How about I call you a cab there, mister? No, I'm just kidding.
But
A cab? What do you mean? What do you mean A cab?
Oh, no.
Well,
See,
Melon,
you
at
tried
least
to
it's
ruin it.
good that you are not called Sasha. That's wonderful.
Okay.
Yeah, there won't.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that very, very much. You know, at least for that.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, I don't want to be, you know, compared with idiots. You know, that's good.
Oh, well, that's a red herring fallacy, but okay.
Oh, red herring fallacy. You're saying that bullshit. Oh man.
Well,
that bullshit you can sell, you know, somebody who is debating, not to me, you know.
Well, if you call someone an idiot while you're trying to have a debate with them, that's a fallacy. So.
Oh, great! I'm so impressed with your sentence, man.
No, that's actually not a fallacy. The ad hom fallacy refers specifically to when you address the argument with the insult, right? So it's like, oh, you're a retard, therefore your argument is wrong.
No, it's still a fallacy, dude.
No,
it's
that
not.
will be
Insult is not a fallacy by definition, dude.
Yeah, it is, because it distracts
No, it
from
isn't.
the argument. It's a fallacy because it distracts from the argument.
Well, sure, but saying something idiotic also distracts from the argument. So.
Yeah, that's why it's a red herring if it's not an insult, and if it's an insult, then it's an ad hom.
Sasha, you think that you and me were we are speaking for the first time?
Why are you referring to yourself in the third person?
I'm telling you now. Do you think that we are speaking for the first time?
I've never spoken to you in my life.
Oh, really?
I can't believe I defended you at one time, dude. You're just such a dick.
Maybe somebody needs a timeout.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'll be good.
Okay. Good boy. Here's a treat. You can have a cookie.
You guys gotta realize sometimes I'm joking, okay? Like, it's just a joke.
Okay,
It's
yeah,
a
but
troll.
your whole voice never changes if you're joking or serious, so we don't know. So yes, it sounds like a troll.
Maybe when you're
What the-
trying to make a joke, be less monotone.
Alright, yeah.
You could just say,
Is
"God."
Stephen Wright your favorite comedian?
No, I don't know who that is.
You sound a lot like him.
By the way, Melon Boy reminds me of somebody I used to know in here.
Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
Who was that?
His name on here was Niggity.
That's a bad name.
Was he a Glober?
He was, let me see. He was IGDAF.
Okay.
That's what he was. No, he was cool. I mean, so yeah, you kind of remind me of him. So at one point, after a bunch of N bombs on the live stream, he was forced to change his name, but I still called him Niggity.
Damn.
Yeah, but yeah, you remind me of him.
Why didn't he get banned for that?
No, he didn't do the N bomb. Other people did, but his name sounded and looked too much like it. I don't remember. Maybe that wasn't the case. It was years ago. I could be don't quote me, anybody. But yeah, maybe I'm not remembering right. Maybe I should go back in the live stream, but I thought I remember him having a monotone voice. Not very many people do. I don't know if that's something that you make yourself do or how that works, but anyway, what were you guys talking about a moment ago?
We were talking about fingerprints, but then India lagged out, I think.
Yeah, we're talking about genes and stuff.
Yeah. I was
Yeah, and India said that they finally sequenced the genome, I think this year is what he said. Or mapped it. I think I mapped it. You know, like a flat map.
Yeah, someone posted a link there.
I did
think it was
a while ago.
Yeah, at the very top of that document, it stated that its publishing date was 2021. And then it said that in the early 2000s, they were sequencing portions of the genome code. But how horrendous that this is the year that they've done the first full complete one. But they've been acting like they already had the complete one right at the beginning to know that it needs enhancement and altering. Now, if you've only just mapped the code now, there'll probably be another year or two of dissemination of that data to understand what is actually going on before you bold enough to start thinking you should manipulate it.
Yeah. I think it's a bold claim. I think it's kind of ridiculous. I think it's still all of it is unfalsifiable. And how are you going to convince the public? You know, like if they're critically thinking. Yeah. If the public is critically thinking, you know, like we are trying to now, they're not going to buy it, man. But they clearly Globers, you know, prove that so much is possible.
Well, they're not going to buy what? They're not going to buy genetics?
Well, listen, think about it. How are you going to prove to a layman that I go up to someone on the street, hey, did you know yesterday I mapped the entire genome? Like, what are they?
Obviously,
Here's my documentation real quick. It's what?
Well, obviously you can't map the genome because you don't have the technology.
It's the same thing as space, man. How am I going to go to space and either prove or disprove it, man? It's a function of gullibility.
Well, some people actually have the technology to do it, though. That's the thing.
They do. I don't.
But
do
this
you?
is a demonstration. This is a demonstration of the ignorant, because an ignorant person will start to hear a topic and then think that they're the first person to ever contemplate that topic, and then think whatever's going to flow out of their mouth next is wisdom. Now, other people who are slightly more intelligent keep quiet when there's something new, because they're probably going to learn something which they didn't know before. When you've completely digested an entire subject, like say you've studied it for 3 or 4 years, by the end of the subject, you'll realize what you thought it was in the first 6 months was nothing near what it truly turned out to be. And if you went and studied it for a further 4 years, you'd probably feel the same way about the first 4-year
Yeah,
degree
there's actually a
at your
word, there's a
postgrad.
term for what you're talking about. It's called the Dunning-Kruger curve.
Oh, we've never heard about that.
Well, it's just ironic that you guys get insulted with it, and then you insult me with it.
Oh my
Whoa.
goodness.
Dude, no one's
Well,
insulting
Flat Earth
anybody.
Solar just said that I'm not
Okay, you're
very
gonna have to learn to get over that kind of stuff, man, because we can't keep having these conversations.
He's not trying to insult you, man. He's trying to help you learn.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
I want to help. I want to help you learn, and I want to learn. Like that. To me, that's why I'm in the server. I don't want to be a dick to anybody. Not
And
really.
I'm simply describing a behavior of someone who's ignorant. If you feel that your behavior matches that, then I think there's some self-inflection that needs to be done. But what you'll
I would
find
agree.
if you stay here on the server is that what I've just described comes in here daily, wanting to assert that they're going to teach us something about a topic which they started to think about at 15 minutes before they logged on here. And compared to someone who's gone and rigorously tried to prove themselves wrong, you've gone and looked for the evidence to try and figure out, no, I must be wrong. I must have missed a step somewhere. And the more that you rigorously look, normally, like Aristotle says, the more you know that you don't know. And that's just the sign of a wise person, is that the more you start to learn about something, the more you realize there's more to learn, always, on every topic. And therefore, most of us should approach things with our baby toe rather than tucking our knees in and doing a giant bomb splash to the pool. We should actually enter things gently and learn throughout the process, and myself included. So, like I say, I really was not pointing a finger at you. I was simply describing a type of behavior.
Yes, we get it so often in here, man. And it's cool that you're at least sticking around in a genuine sense. Whoever's calling you a troll or whatever, you know. Okay, that's my opinion only.
Okay.
just my. And it's also because I'm new, so.
No problem.
What do you guys think I'm doing that's not genuine?
I think you need to listen more
Oh, okay.
and probably do some independent research.
Okay.
And
how long have you spent
reevaluating
researching
yourself.
the topic? Yeah.
Like self-reevaluating yourself, bro.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, if you need
Have
to-
you watched
and when-
have you
oh,
watched
sorry,
200 Proofs yet?
Oh, real quick, 200 proofs, we'll come back to that. But one thing when I said about listening is so you get a feeling for how the culture of this server works. You complain way too much.
Oh.
And you know, so that's kind of why you're probably on second chance.
Okay.
So, I don't know.
Okay, I won't complain anymore.
Well, if you do, and I hear you, I'll just mute you, and then you can have somebody else unmute you. But yeah, so I mean, it's all good, dude. I ain't hating, but you know, you just take up a lot of time that could be spent. Maybe like if you were. I mean, how new are you to the topic? I don't recall.
Flat Earth.
But I thought the second chance thing referred to him potentially not being a glober.
That I don't know
Sasha,
anything about.
have you watched 200 Proofs yet?
Yeah. I started the video. I didn't finish it.
Oh, I got a link. Tell me what you think of it. Hold on.
Because a lot of the questions that you're still asking are in that video. And that's one of the things, is that when you're sitting on the knowledge, but you're not doing your own self-research, and then perpetually repeating the same thing day after day, when someone's posted that video to you, what must be a week ago, maybe 10 days ago, that's when we start to say, well, For me, I couldn't get enough of this stuff, and I wanted to find every piece of information I could and digest all of it, good or bad. I would go listen to both sides, always. Sounds like you just want to come in here and tell us what you're thinking about topics that have already been well documented and sometimes supplied in that form to you. But if you won't watch the video, then it's pointless to keep repeating the questions if
Yeah, that's kind of
they've
like
been
what I
really
was
well done.
saying too. That's why people are getting frustrated with you by what Flat Earth Solar just said.
Okay, so you want me to finish the 200 proofs video pretty much, and other
And
research.
once that's done, then I've got about another 1,000 to send you. But the point is that
I posted.
you're not going to get there with 10 minutes of one video and then suddenly you're still like very much like I say, it's to understand this, you sometimes have to see something that is different to what you thought you knew, and you can't see that something different unless you go spend the time looking at that thing. So it's just time invested.
Can I make a suggestion too? Take it or leave it. When I watched the 200 proofs, I sat there and I said, okay, well, I can't just watch this and sit, and just sit there and let the whole thing play through and then think about it. There's so much information in that video, good, bad, or indifferent, that what I did was every single point that was brought up, after the point was done in the video and he moved on to something else, I paused it and I reflected and I was like, do I really understand what he just said? And if I didn't, I'd research it until I did understand, and then I'd pick the video back up. That was how I did the 200 proofs.
Correct. If he says a word that you don't understand, go get the definition. If he says something that's a completely different idea to what you just said, try prove him wrong. When he said that this lighthouse is on this coastline, I went and paused the video and I went to go check. Is it really on the west coast or is it on the east coast? Those kind of things you can check for yourself and quite quickly find if someone's talking truth or if someone's just making up a whole bunch of. And what was good about what I love about Flat Earth videos specifically is that because it's such a crazy topic, we have to provide our evidence. It's not, we can't just get away saying it like the Ball Earth side. Now, the Ball Earth side just always makes a claim without any kind of evidence. Or if it isn't evidence, it's like a Reddit post or something. Whereas for us, we know that that's not going to fly. It's not going to cut it. So we go and find primary source data stating what we state, and then they still try and attack that primary source data. But you've got to go back to the primary source. You've got to go and do this evidence digging yourself. And that was a great point. Stop the video after each one. Make sure you understood it. If you're doubtful about what he just said, try and prove him wrong before you continue with the video.
That's a great moment to be in too, man. Like when you're like, I don't know about that. That's like the best time to learn.
Okay, yeah.
In my opinion.
I agree.
Do you live next to an ocean or a big lake or something?
No, I live in a landlocked state.
Okay.
Do you have a nearby city that is like, say, 20, 30 miles away?
I live inside of a city.
Okay, so but the point I'm asking is like, can you see other cities off in the distance at distances that you shouldn't really be seeing them at?
Well, I'm surrounded by mountains, so usually I just see mountains.
Oh, good. Go to the top of one of those mountains. Can you see a city that's pretty far away?
I'm not sure.
I mean, you'd have to. Right?
Maybe.
That's a fun one. I went to the top of a mountain, and my family vacations a lot in Colorado, so I went to the top of the mountain, and I was with a guide, and a couple guides actually, and they were telling us, hey, pointing out there, hey, that city's 80 miles away. Hey, that's 110 miles away. We're like, really? At the time, I wasn't thinking, oh, that means it's flat and not a globe. But now I'm going through all these experiences in my life where I'm like, no way. You know what I mean?
Mm.
It's a process, dude. It takes a while. And if you come to the
Personal.
conclusion, yes, if you come to the conclusion quickly, like within the next few months, you know, or something, and you're just wildly convinced, and you're, you know, it's flat. No, there's no way around it. I almost think that's a little too quick. Like, it took me years to really be able to sit down and have a conversation with somebody who's a staunch Glober about it and feel confident, not because I wanted to change their mind, but because I had such a bank of my own personal experience with the topic.
Okay.
Give it a shot, man. It's the most interesting topic, in my opinion, the most interesting topic that exists, right? Nature of our entire reality. It's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. I agree for sure.
Well, I think it attracts a lot of people because there are still question marks next to a lot of points. But there are a lot of people who don't go through looking what's been said before, and then they try and answer it themselves in their own very subjective way. And some of those guys go off on such tangents. They start describing Pac-Man Earth, where the sun jumps between the east and the west, and like really ludicrous things because they haven't gone through the process of trying to actually find documented evidence for something. Like, you know, saying a claim that like survival of the fittest leads to evolution, that's only ever written in a book. But for you to find out the nature of the realm that you live on, you can't just take what's written in a book. You need to go back to primary source.
I feel like survival of the fittest is kind of true by definition, because if they weren't fit to survive, they wouldn't survive, and if they are fit to survive, they would survive. You know
But
what I
how do
mean?
you know that?
They're designed to survive. When they're weak, they don't anymore.
Why does it have to be survival of the fittest? Why can't it just be death of the weakest? Oh, but that doesn't sound nice. That doesn't sound catchy and cool, does it? That
Well,
sounds cruel.
it is death of the weakest, though. That's what it is.
Yeah, but if
Hang
they
on.
use
Just
that
common
term
sense.
instead, do you think people would repeat it so often?
Probably not, no.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, but it's still true regardless of how you put it.
It's like a marketing term. It's like how they say green energy. What is green energy? It's a marketing term. It's not a scientific term. You know, or like when it comes to abortion rights, they say, no, I'm pro-choice or I'm pro-life. They don't like to say pro-abortionist or anti-abortionist because those are ugly words.
Or they don't like to say anti-life. You know what I mean? They never say they're anti-life.
Anti-life. If I step on an ant, does that make me anti-life?
Yes.
Why don't they say they're pro-death instead?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that would be for, you know, people supporting the Iraq War, in my opinion.
I mean, it's half a dozen of one and 6 of the other.
The point is, it's a marketing term. There's so many things that we say and so many things we hear that are marketing terms, not technical terms, not scientific terms, not anything important, just marketing terms.
Okay. But I don't think
Yeah, I am pro-life. What does that make me?
But I don't
And how would death of the weakest affect the next generation at all? Yes, you talk about a gene pool and about genetics being passed on. But if you had a sample size of 10 million and 100 die because they were the weakest, that doesn't necessarily mean that all the others become stronger. They're just the same, and they didn't die because they weren't the weakest.
Yeah, or it means that they're stronger in contrast.
It's not about them being strong or weak compared to the other people. It's about them being strong or weak against the environment. That's what you guys don't understand.
Can you clarify that thought?
I was just gonna say, can you?
Well, like you guys talk about like, well, you're just talking about like, oh, if 100 die, that doesn't mean the other are strong. Well, if they don't die, it means they're strong enough to survive. So it's still kind of true.
I think we're getting off into the weeds here. Do you still think we came from monkeys?
I got a meme for that.
Yes, he does.
Yes, I do.
Well, okay, so what would be your best piece of alleged direct evidence for such a thing? Like, as far as I know, the fossil record doesn't even play out. And even if it did, that wouldn't even be direct evidence.
It does play out.
Because Mama says
it goes from monkey to half monkey, half human to human. It's like, what is that? It's just a bunch of bones that they put together and told a story
I'm
about.
getting a phone call. I'll have to talk to you guys in a little bit.
Okay, that's cool because I want to play a short, like 30-second video. Totally appropriate for right now.
Oh, Miguel, thank you for posting that.
People came from monkeys, and the question is, why is there still monkeys, you dumb motherfucker, you? Is these the retarded monkeys? They didn't turn into people just yet.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Get your stupid ass the fuck out of here.
Get your stupid ass the fuck out of here.
I can go to the zoo and look at my great grandmother.
No, those are the retarded ones. They didn't.
Oh,
they
that's
didn't turn into humans yet.
Where's the best proof of
They're retarded,
evolution? You know, coming from monkeys.
They're retarded.
I say that Melon has some homework to do. I mean, in my opinion, he needs to read about irreducible complexity and abiogenesis.
They're the space monkeys. They're living in space. Space monkeys.
I've got a different way to look at it.
Right? The comedian?
Monkeys in space.
Monkeys are better than the human race. They're gonna turn into humans someday. I know
Hey,
it.
Sasha? Or Melon? Hey, buddy. Are you there? Oh, no, he's on the phone. Never mind.
Wow. Hello? Yes, could you show me where do I go? Which department do I go to find globe proof? We don't have that option.
Sonny?
What voice was that, Sonny? Sorry.
Sasha will come here and he will read something from internet or book, and then we will discuss that 1 hour. And he will, on the end, say, "I don't know anything about that."
Hank, you're cutting in and out like very bad, like a bad.
Hank, just turn on your 5G, bro. You'll be fine.
But you know, it's like it's talking to the Sasha guys. It's kind of like when you're trying to teach someone mathematics, and you say to them, "All right, so we're going to say 2 + 3 = what?" And they look at you puzzled, and you say it's 5, and then they look at you puzzled, and you say the answer's 5, and they look at you puzzled, and then 10 minutes later you say, "Okay, so what's 2 + 3?" And they still look at you puzzled, and you've just told them the answer's 5 so many times. And they're still looking at you puzzled, like
Yeah. Oh, wait, add to that, they agreed with you on the first part. They agreed, yeah, that's correct. And then they disagree later on.
No, that's more like Matthew Learns. Matthew Learns does that. He'll be like, yeah, 3 + 2 = 5, but it's 6. Sasha,
Yeah,
I think, at least doesn't do that. That's why I give Sasha, a little more credit than that, because he's just not as annoying as Matthew Learns or that platypus guy.
Really, Sasha starting with the argument, and then
I think he's talking about the
on
other
the end of the argument, you realize that Sasha don't know anything about that argument.
No.
And every time Sasha started argument, and then he said, "I don't know."
And then you
correct him.
And then you correct him, and then he keeps quiet, and then he makes the same argument again, and you ask him why, and he doesn't know why.
Or he'll talk about how people are mean to him.
And then he don't speak for 2 days, and then he come back with the same story 3rd day. Like he's the new
might have a memory problem or something. I don't know.
Okay, I'm back. What the hell? What the hell? Who changed my name?
I got a video to play for you.
Sasha, argue with yourself. I want to see you argue with yourself.
The best
Play it
thing
again. Wait a minute. Play it again, Jenny.
I'm playing it.
Evolution says people came from monkeys, and question is, why is there still monkeys, you dumb motherfucker, you? Is these the retarded monkeys? They didn't turn into people just yet. Get your stupid ass the fuck out of here.
Ugh, love it. So funny.
It is funny.
Sasha, you probably don't think that's funny, do you?
No,
Sasha,
I'm saying
probably not.
he
No,
said
oh,
something
sorry.
like a strawman
Because
fallacy,
apparently he thinks he's a
like
monkey.
he said like strawman fallacy, like he's thinking
Yeah,
that
it's a
he's
straw man.
debating, like he's debating something. You think that he's
Oh.
debating something in these last, I don't know, 2 weeks, 1 month?
So I
think
can
that you are
actually
do you think you're debating something, man, that you need to say strawman fallacy? Are you joking?
Well, it is a straw man because
You thought that when you spoke with me that you debating with me, maybe
okay.
because
Well,
because using
that
strawman
whole
fallacy,
comment.
you
First of all,
thought
that
that you are debating with me.
yes, yes.
Yes, why you don't use your name?
Mine. What do
I
you mean?
call you idiot. I call you idiot. Do you remember?
Okay, so you're just gonna insult me now?
No, I only telling you what I did.
Okay, yeah, I'll call you an idiot.
First of all,
I think
that's
you're
an
idiot,
opinion.
and you're fat.
It's an
why
opinion.
I'm idiot? Can you tell me
I
why
think there
I'm
might be
idiot?
an
I can tell you
accent
why you
barrier
are
here.
idiot. Can you tell me why I'm idiot?
You think you're a bright young man, but you're just.
If you tell me
Okay,
why
so
I'm
are you
idiot,
gonna let me respond to the clip, the video clip, or are you just gonna call me an idiot this whole time?
Yeah,
No,
Sasha, allow Sasha to respond. Come on, Sasha.
Okay, so the response is the reason why there are still monkeys is the fact that humans did not evolve from monkeys. We both share a common ancestor, and monkeys evolved one way, and humans evolved the other way.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Based on what
Sorry, I
evidence
didn't.
do you have for that common ancestor?
That's
And
not the
also,
definition of evolution, though.
How is it not the
Well, it's
definition?
the story of how they say allegedly played out. But again, what is the direct evidence? What is the best piece of evidence? How can we know this for sure?
Can
I
we-
don't know what the evidence is. I would think it's fossils.
Oh my goodness.
Common
can
ancestor.
I, like idiot, ask you where I can find that information? What you said now, 1 minute ago.
Yeah, where would we
You
find
could
it?
find it in just about any biology textbook or
Can you
Google.
show me? Can you post me now
evidence
one?
not
I
being
mean,
Can you
pretty
post me
much
now
the
one?
whole
Because
scientific
I'm
community
idiot.
agrees on
I
this.
mean,
So
I'm
any
listen. I'm
scientific book.
idiot. I didn't know. I don't know even how to type. Can you please post me because you called me the time idiot?
You called me idiot, dude. I never called you idiot. You called me idiot.
I know why I called you idiot, but you don't know why you called me idiot. I'm now
Okay,
telling you
guys.
the
Yeah,
time.
I called you idiot.
Sasha,
You called me idiot
Sasha,
first.
Sasha,
Sasha,
Never seen
Gentlemen.
evolution in real life.
Sasha. Now, boys.
Okay. I
Okay,
think
now
we need to pause on this topic, especially since it's not flat Earth. And in my opinion, Sasha has some homework to research irreducible complexity and abiogenesis. And after that, we might consider revisiting. But I say we go next on the topic. I mean, unless another mod wants to make a declaration on this, I'm okay with. But that's my
Okay. Could I just say one? Could I just say one thing?
No, because then it'll mean another 15, 20 minutes. You guys can take it down to chill text or chat.
Yeah, Jenny said go do your research on those two topics, and then you can have however long you want to have your say. And then you ask, can you have your say now without doing the research?
Well, I just wanted to review what she said. real quick.
No.
Maybe research evolution and find out how that.
A lot of people have pointed out things about Sasha and evolution. I don't agree with evolution, but if he gonna just reply it and then go do his research or whatever.
Well, I do want to point out one thing, and then he can do that. I explicitly heard him say not a few minutes ago, I don't know. And that is more than fine, but that is what constitutes a belief. It's a belief. So, okay, go
Exactly.
ahead.
Has anybody ever seen evolution in real life?
Sasha's
No.
going to have a final last words, I guess, to close the topic. And this isn't going to turn into another 15, 20-minute thing.
Well, I just wanted to say you guys were talking about irreducible complexity, and then you posted the article about it. But in the article, there's literally a section dedicated to the scientific refutation to irreducible complexity.
Okay, but what does the story have to do with real life?
What story?
You're talking about an article.
Okay.
So how does an article compare to real life?
Well, it was a scientific article.
Oh,
How can we verify that that scientific article describes something happening in real life?
Exactly.
Well, you guys realize this article you're talking about is an article against evolution. It's called Irreducible Complexity.
Don't say peer-reviewed. Don't say it.
Sasha, listen
Peer-reviewed.
carefully. We're not asking you for evidence against a theory, against, that. We're not asking you to prove a negative. We're asking you for proof for a claim, a positive claim. They're making a claim that we came from monkeys. We do not observe with our eyes people coming from monkeys. So in order to validate this claim, we need direct evidence for people evolving from monkeys. We don't need to prove anything else. We need to prove that.
All right, rest of the day, nobody say the word evolution. Ready to go, thanks.
Yeah, craziness only happens on a flat earth.
Like I said,
we
we
go.
evolved from a common ancestor. We didn't evolve from monkeys. That's just
Nope, but that's okay. Let's talk about something else, please.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, I think that's good enough.
Can I have my name changed back to Melons, please?
We'll move it. We'll move it into
Everybody wants to call you
Evo-
Sasha.
the evolution server. Go over there.
Well, my name is It's Sasha's B.
Yeah.
Sasha, don't hate me. I'm the one who changed it. It's a tradition here in this server. I'm sorry. I had to punk
Wait,
you.
it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that, Sasha. It doesn't say Sasha. It says, it's Sasha, bitch.
It used to say bitch, but
pride.
unless somebody changed it.
Oh my god.
But yeah, you got punked, dude. And if you got any future nickname ideas, anyone, I'd be happy to change it. But not right now. I mean, it's got to stay Sasha. Everybody wants to call you Sasha, man.
Oh, except for the
Too
actual.
confusing.
Sasha's like a Russian name, isn't it?
If you keep talking, I'm sure they'll think of something. So
Well,
just keep talking.
everyone wants to call me Sasha, except for the other Sasha. So
Raven. Hey, what's up?
Careful.
Raven, doesn't Sasha sound like Niggity from back in the day?
It does.
Dude, I am so glad I'm not the only one that thought that. Think I'm losing my mind.
No.
I'll
you're
just put
not.
on this tinfoil hat over here.
I'll put mine on with you.
Okay. Because yeah, that's something else we've done is so and so sounds like so and so. But that's kind of been fun.
I can assure you, I'm not that person.
All right, maybe we could call him Niggity just out of nostalgic kind of. I don't know, whatever you call it. You're the new Niggity. Oh boy. We had to, he was forced to change his name because it sounded too much like the N-word.
Jen, what happened to him? What happened to
He
Niggity?
just like left Discord. I don't think he was like going through some stuff or something. I don't know.
Have you
Who
guys
knows?
watched?
Maybe he'll come back. They always come back.
Yeah, he was pretty cool.
It's only
Have
been
you
like
guys-
a year or two.
Do you guys watch Taboo Conspiracy?
Yeah.
Have you seen it's one of the latest videos there with like a rant from Witsit?
Wait, I don't know what you're talking
I
about.
have to look it up.
It's epic. I'll post a link.
Oh.
Good, because I don't want to go searching for it, man. I'm just lazy.
Oh, shiznit.
Shnikes.
That's going to leave a mark.
You guys want to see why wave height is very important in these observations we were talking about earlier? Here's the same location as the Black Swan, the same oil rigs and everything. It's another day. This one is from the magnification one. I didn't mean to change the subject, but look at those waves that day. This is what the Glovers tried to use, part of this, to show. So if anybody tries to show that one picture of the second oil rig being completely covered up, look at the waves.
So does anybody want to listen to some of this or anything? A summary of Flat Earth by Witzik Gets It.
Holy
do
shit!
it. Go
ahead, Jen.
In
Go ahead.
30 minutes, he puts down like probably about 2.5 hours worth of content. You know, he's in one of those moods where he's like not even breathing air. It's just words are flowing out.
Wow.
And it's phenomenal.
Dude, Witsit was born to fucking do this, is all I'm saying.
No
yeah, let's hear it.
doubt. All right, here we go.
But his wording is so brilliant.
In a
but
world,
he should
In a
slow down
world.
a fraction.
people
Just a
still think the
fraction
most
so that these
effective way
people can catch.
Oh, sorry, you need me to pause it?
is to randomly
go ahead.
bombard someone with questions prior to investigation or any logical deduction whatsoever.
Maybe restart it.
Welcome to Clown World. So I'm going to answer basic Flat Earth questions. There's someone in my comments
That's fine.
spamming me with the questions. I don't have time to go back and forth and answer every Flat Earth 101 day one question all day on Facebook when you could easily research this stuff if you actually wanted to know the truth. It's actually pretty frustrating. But anyway, so the first question that this person is asking is, so are all the other planets flat? It's not even logical that it could be flat. The only thing that's illogical is to say that the Earth is a spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum where water bends for the first time in the history of mankind, adhering to the outside of a sphere as it spins and revolves around the sun that shoots through space 500,000 miles per hour, while the galaxy shoots 1.3 million miles per hour, and every single star for all recorded history resets over top of the Earth. Is the Earth... Well, what about the other planets, right? That's the question. Well, are the other planets flat? I actually answered the question, but that's why I'm pretty, I don't know, aggravated, because you asked the question again, right? So I need you to listen. No one thinks that all the other planets are flat, okay? For one, there isn't other planets. When you say other planet, you are presupposing the Earth is in fact a planet, which is the very thing we are discussing, right? That's the question. Is the Earth a spherical planet? That's called a begging the question fallacy. Just reasserting that something's true isn't real. You'll be all right as I take away your little globe Earth religion that you were told about when you were 5 and you were getting cartoons. This doesn't faze me at all. I'm literally not even fazed by it. So anyway, the word planet, instead of typing listen, okay? The word planet, the etymology for planet, listen. The etymology for planet is wanderer, okay? It's a wandering star. We document them all the time. I document them all the time. You can zoom in on them. They're pulsating orbs of light. They're not static, meaning still. You cannot in any way prove they're solid, terra firma, or spherical, because you see the same thing every single day for all recorded history, a pulsating orb of light. Now, even if there were spheres in the sky, which there's literally no evidence for that. There's literally none that exists in the history of mankind. If they were spheres in the sky, that still wouldn't make the Earth a ball. That's like walking up to someone's house and saying, look, there's a light bulb on the ceiling. That means that the floor is a light bulb. That's like walking in a bar, walking up to a pool table, grabbing a pool ball and saying, look, the pool ball is a sphere. That means the pool table is also a sphere, okay? The Earth is provably not curving, which means it's flat. They said it's a certain size, right? So the radius value is the distance from the center to the edge of a circle or a sphere, right? Listen, please. They said that the Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles. That means you have to see the curvature of the Earth at no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, it has to curve at a certain rate. You can Google it yourself. Earth curve calculator. This is not flat Earthers math. This is the globe Earth's models math, okay? Google it. Earth curve calculator. I showed you a picture. We have mountains seen from 255 miles away. Listen, 255 miles away. And according to the globe Earth math, the top of the mountain in the back should have been blocked by 1 mile of Earth curvature. An entire mile of Earth curvature should have been blocking the top of the mountain, yet you could see the top of the mountain with the entire mile of Earth curvature missing. You can see the shoreline leading up to the mountain range. It's literally impossible. We have falsified the radius. It does not curve at the rate they said it did objectively. This is why it is censored by the government. This is why you ask questions like, oh, are we a disk in another solar system planet with other spherical planets? Because there's something called the Flat Earth Society, where everything they say is wrong and stupid and not one flat earther thinks any of it. It's called misinformation. So they admitted in Congress they censor flat earth, yet they prop up Flat Earth Society, which is not really flat earth. It's all misinformation. That should automatically raise a red flag if you're honest. What's on the other side? What's the other side? The deepest hole ever dug is 7.8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. No one can dig deeper than that, conveniently enough. It's very similar to the distance of the deepest location in the ocean called the Mariana Trench. No one's ever dug deeper than 8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. Now, whenever the globe Earth had predictions based on the supposed layers of this globe Earth, they were proven inaccurate the entire way down the entire 8 miles. They couldn't even get the top 8 miles correct with predictions, much less could they ever adequately predict 4,000 miles to a core that doesn't exist, that they still can't explain how it somehow creates a magnetic field because of the Curry point, and it's literally impossible according to Stanford and Harvard and Yale and Princeton. They literally can't explain the magnetic field in 2021 on a globe Earth. Now, would you fall off the edge? These are like elementary first grade questions, and I'm being honest with you, right? You need to listen. You have been engineered to treat us as if we're stupid. But you should be honest. You know nothing about the conversation. You haven't diligently researched it. You've never measured it. You've never made a long-distance observation, and you know nothing about it. So when you ask these stupid questions like, can you fall off the flat Earth? That is called a straw man fallacy, right? Because no one thinks that. So can you fall off the edge of a lake? Can you fall off the edge of a shore? Of course not. There's a shoreline, right? You can't fall off the edge of a pond. There's a shoreline. The water's contained. There's something called this. You need to just listen, though. Right? Because this is so much information that you're going to have to learn for you to even get close to understanding the conversation. Stop trying to pretend you're going to make flat earthers look dumb, because you look dumb when you do that. You ask questions like, so what is up with the other planets? If you knew what flat earth really said, you know that that's a very dumb question. If you say stuff like, can you fall off the edge? You would know that's a very dumb question. There's something called the 60th south latitude, effectively a circle around you. It was signed in the Antarctic Treaty that it is illegal for you to privately and freely explore past this region. China, Russia, the United States have all signed it. It's the longest lasting peace treaty in modern history, okay? So all these geopolitical adversaries and enemies have all signed a treaty that says it's illegal for you to go explore past that area. So we cannot make claims what's past there because you can't go there to verify it. It's literally impossible and illegal, okay? The one thing that would prove the Earth's a ball is, for one, measuring the curvature of the Earth. Never been done. In fact, the opposite's been done. Every measurement of the Earth ever assumes a flat Earth, and we have measurements way too far to be on a globe Earth, including lasers that were shot without getting hit by the curvature. You need to listen. If you can come up with a question you think that I can't answer, that doesn't make the Earth a ball. We falsified the globe Earth. It is not curving at a rate consistent with the radius value of 3,959 miles. This is why we are heavily censored, and I've been censored on every major platform, and even PayPal and Venmo, because they forcibly censored the real flat Earth by telling you the lies. So you should listen very carefully. We know that the Earth is the bottom of everything, okay? The basement, effectively, in layman terms. It's geocentric. That means the center of everything. It's stationary, of course, meaning not moving. It's a geocentric stationary plane. We have mountains, we have valleys, but it's a topographical plane. The sky resets like a perfect clock over top of us for all recorded history. It all goes around Polaris, the North Pole star, directly over the center of the surface of the Earth, which is the North Pole, and it resets perfectly for all recorded history for thousands of years, doing the exact same thing. Literally impossible on a ball Earth spinning, revolving around the sun, shooting through space. This is why they said that the lights are actually thousands of light years away. Not because they went and measured something thousands of light years away, because they mathematically had to construct something consistent with the model, and it necessitated they'd be that far away because the stars don't change like they would have to if you had all these different vectors going on. It's called parallax, okay? So you need to understand the true origins of this religion. And it is a religion, it's a belief system built upon the doctrine of men with no empirical evidence. The Big Bang Theory was literally proposed by a Catholic priest, a Jesuit priest, proposed the Big Bang Theory. First time, oh, well, the perfect shape's a sphere. a metaphysical, ontological premise, philosophical. The perfect shape's a sphere, so the Earth must therefore, by deduction, be a sphere. Let's try to figure out a way to mathematically prove that it could be a sphere. That's literally where it started. It's literally a religion. We were all shown cartoons of it, and they told you there's no more land on the Earth, and there's nothing significant about you. You're on a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing, right? And the truth is that they have put us in a little circle, like a playpen, and they said, you're not allowed to go outside of there, you stupid little peasants. And there are people that are the peasants running around attacking the other people, trying to wake them up and free them. It's insanity. You should research it. So 1945, we brought Nazis over here in Operation Paperclip, okay? One of the Nazis we brought over here was Werner van Braun, because the W is like a V, it's German, right? Okay, Werner van Braun was an SS officer of the Nazi regime. He was brought over here to help us get to the moon via space exploration, right? The Space Exploration Department he was put in charge of. In 1945, Operation Paperclip. It was called this because they put paper clips on certain people's files so they would know who to grab and pull over here out of the Nazi regime. Operation Paperclip, 1945. In 1946, the government started something called Operation High Jump. This is where they went and explored the Antarctic region with Admiral Byrd, a well-decorated admiral for the U.S. military. They went and explored the Antarctic region. He came back on nationally televised interview in 1954 and said, "It is astonishing to me that there is land as big as the continental U.S. on the other side of Antarctica that remains unexplored with tons of resources." He then died in 1957. In perfect shape, heart complication. 3 years later, he died in 1957. In 1958, NASA was founded, which means to deceive in Hebrew and has a snake tongue going through it. In 1959, they signed the Antarctic Treaty, which said that it was illegal to privately explore that region that they had just explored in Operation High Jump. In 1961, JFK then came out and told the world America's going to be the first country to land on the moon. In 1962, they then started to shoot high-altitude missiles in something called Operation Fishbowl, which was part of a bigger operation called Operation Dominique, which translates to of the Lord. So literally meaning Operation Fishbowl of the Lord. The U.S. military shot high-altitude missiles up trying to penetrate the firmament and container. There's hundreds of documents explaining that there's a firmament and that there is, in fact, approximation method to determine the brightness of the firmament that was proven accurate. Your U.S. military documents that have been declassified, but it wasn't on CNN or TikTok, so you've never heard of it. That is how they've effectively brainwashed the public with cartoons since they were 5. So then they shot these up in 62, 1 year after JFK said we were going to go to the moon. Then JFK got assassinated. Then, in 1968, a movie came out called Space Odyssey about a moon landing, and it was the most famous movie at the time. It won Film of the Year. The year before we went, one of the astronauts that was supposed to be in the crew that went said, "We will never go to the moon. We can't even get to low Earth orbit. We can't even communicate in the same building with one another. It's impossible we go to the moon by 1969. He then went and hung a lemon on the module that was supposed to go. Right after this guy mysteriously exploded and died in a routine checking of wires on NASA's facilities. Then in 69, we miraculously were able to go after not being able to go to low Earth orbit in 1968. And then they called the president from a landline 238,000 miles away with no delay. Yet they say we cannot go back to this day over 50 years later because they quote-unquote destroyed the technology and it's a painful process to build it back, quote-unquote, from Don Pettit, world-renowned astronaut. This is where they supposedly took a real picture of the Earth from space in the Apollo missions when they supposedly went back and forth like 6 times with no problem, but now they still can't do it 50 years later because we can't replicate the technology from the 60s. In 72, we supposedly took a picture of the Earth in these Apollo missions, and that is the only supposed real picture of the Earth from space ever. They didn't go there. So very simply, a summary for you, okay? They brought Nazis over here who were typically famous for brainwashing people with propaganda. They said, hey, we're not going to hang you for your war crimes. We're going to revere you as scientific geniuses. We need you to help us with this propaganda effort. We're going to lie to the U.S. public and tell them that we beat the Soviet Union going to the moon. Then they went to explore the Antarctic region. They discovered that the Antarctic region had something there and what it was. They then came back and said, it's illegal for you to go there. And that treaty still stands intact where it's illegal for you to privately go explore it. They then said, don't worry though, we explore the Earth for you. You're not allowed to explore, but we explored it for you. Here's your little playpen. You stay in your circle, you little
Jen, all I
slaves.
hear is
Look
you
at
giggling. What is
space. Here's
happening?
NASA. We're going to go to the moon. Something that you can never stand on,
He's
never
ripping
land
him a
on,
new
isn't
one.
terra firma or solid or spherical. Okay, so there you go. Are there any maps of the flat Earth? Literally every single map that exists in the history of all mankind is a flat Earth. The U.S. military still uses flat Earth maps for navigation and everything else in the world. There's no such thing as a globe Earth map. It's disproportionate. In fact, every single map is flat intrinsically. So the way that they navigate is based on Polaris and the movement of the stars in the sky, which they've done this for thousands of years, which continue to reset in perfectly recorded concentric circles every single year, right? Every map that exists is a flat Earth map. That's the only way you can navigate. Hundreds of declassified documents from the U.S. military saying the Earth's a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is flat, that they use flat Earth assumptions for everything that they do, including engineering planes, operating military planes and aircraft, shooting missiles, long-distance ballistics. They always assume a flat, non-rotating surface. Okay, so I get it. It is a lot to take in, but I'm just letting you know you gotta look into this before you think it's crazy. I've been looking into it for 5 years. We have an observation where we're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, and we look out and zoom in, and the horizon's over 10 miles away. Based on the globe Earth math, geometry, right? If you're 1 foot off this sphere with a radius of 3959, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. So if you're 1 foot off the Earth, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. Yet 1 foot off the Earth, we saw the horizon over 10 miles away. That would require the radius to be 264,000 miles. They claimed it's under 4,000. We falsified the radius. It's not as simple as saying, well, maybe it's just a little bigger. They got it wrong. If the radius is wrong, the entire model's wrong. Day and night cycle uses this number. Gravity supposedly uses this number.
Jen, you're killing me.
Orbit trajectories use this number. You can never go to space without this number. You need something called the radius of orbit, requiring the radius of the Earth. Every single story they told you about going to space is fake intrinsically upon the falsification of the radius. The entire model.
I like
has been
her giggle,
falsified.
man.
This is why it's forcibly censored. That's why they will
Yeah,
never
I do
debate
too.
this
That's
on
one of my
national
favorite
television.
things
Just shut
about
down
her
the
is
stupid
her
flat earther
laugh.
and let an astrophysicist debate them. They'll never do it. Neil deGrasse Tyson was supposed to debate Eric Dubé. It was set up on Joe Rogan's podcast, the #1 podcast in the world for over a decade.
Dang, can someone count some syllables?
Then they showed you some supposed curvature from Felix Baumgartner. 28,000 feet when he supposedly jumped out and saw the curvature of the Earth.
We need a syllable. We need a syllable per minute.
120,000 feet.
You want to pause?
Completely flat up there, showing objectively they misled and lied to the entire world.
Dude,
with a
my
GoPro
syllables
who
are
actually
fucked up. I'm
sponsored it with
drunk.
Red Bull, saying that
I
this was the
bet this is
curvature
what
of
it
the Earth, and
sounds like if he ever talks in his sleep.
It gets better.
Holy cow!
That was so much.
Dude knows how
Wow.
to fuck
That's
that
But he's
shit
just
up.
he's just talking. He's talking to his screen. So this isn't
Mhm.
like pre-written or rehearsed. He's freestyling and he's letting it flow. And he's in a zone, and it's incredible to watch.
It's super condensed. It's
I
very
heard him many a time one-on-one in here. So yeah,
I
he's
bet the
amazing.
camera he's looking at is a flat earther now.
But
I
like I
mean-
say, he's so articulate, but he's not even giving time for his punch to land. It's like he's getting
For
ready to
sure.
hit the next punch. Whereas like
Okay.
each punch is succinct. It needs a little bit of time to just simmer, soak in.
It's like
Okay.
the boxers do with that ball,
So this dude, right? This picture who posted it? Glat Flobe.
Sorry, what happened?
Okay, so
What did I
this
do?
is like the equivalent of like, what would you call it? Clockwork Orange, where they like pried the dude's eyes open to make him watch something. If you made somebody stand there and listen to you and you couldn't move, then be this dude right here. Like, what? Wait, what? Because I mean, Wits, it was just one thing after another, bam, bam, bam. And it's like, if you're forced to really listen to it and you don't have any choice to reply, you're just like, it'll like blow somebody's head up for
we
sure.
should play that in the VC check-in. Force them to listen to it. Okay, you have to listen to this little video
Right.
first.
Just
And
a
then if
clip,
they
just
don't-
like a 5-minute clip.
If they don't spiral, then they can be led into the live
It's only 30 minutes long. Come on, man. You want to enter here? You got to listen to this 30-minute
It's
clip.
true, man. If you want to bring up this topic at all to anybody, you should at the very least have done 30 minutes of research.
Yeah, we could play that video and then say, any questions?
Yep.
Well, somebody should make like a tree of conspiracy. That's what I
Here's the thing. Here's what I want to do. I want to take.
I was just glad that Melon was here to listen to that.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. What I want to do is kind of like what I did with the 200 proofs when I sat down to really give it a good one. No, I didn't mean it like that. But anyway, break it down. Like write down everything that Witsit's saying. I'll pause it every 3 seconds. Write down what he said. And keep doing that. And then I'll have a huge list of stuff. And then later I'll go, check it out.
I'm sure you could pull the transcript from the video itself.
Right.
Supposedly another channel, Quantum of Conscious. What?
Yeah, Matt. He's cool.
Yeah, he did a conspiracy tree. I remember seeing that, but you'd have to go back and look at some of his. I don't really watch him lately.
Yeah. Yeah, I like him. Matt's cool. He's just kind of all over the place. Sometimes I'll fall asleep to his videos.
A little bit out there for me. Like it just gets too far out. I'm like, I don't know, man. If I'm gonna go full in, well, I won't go full in with anything. But you know, that's just a little woo.
I agree.
I bet that Witsit dreams about flat smacking people.
Oh yeah. Hey, I want to know if he has a girlfriend and if she's anywhere near as smart as he is. Because I'd be just annoyed if I couldn't keep up. I'd be like, man, I really like you, but I don't know. Jeez.
If it were my guess, it would be yes and yes.
Good, very good. I hope so. He deserves someone that can, to do. If I were a girl, I couldn't date Witsit. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, he
Because
could definitely.
he's so smart.
He could definitely do that in his sleep.
Pour some Brondo into his drink. That might slow him down.
Oh boy.
Brondo. We should watch that movie Idiocracy in here. One of these
Oh
times.
man, we'd all have to be stoned. That would be the requirement.
We watched it a couple of months ago. It's pretty fun.
Alrighty, Globers, let's talk about it.
Jen, why do you keep giggling?
I was just thinking about what if
it's like making me smile. Like I got this like.
She has the best laugh. I'm not even kidding.
Oh, you're so sweet. I was trying to find a gif of what is it, Brondo or Brando? What was it from the movie?
Brondo,
good for plants.
Yeah, it's good
Got
for
electrolytes.
plants. They need
it.
some
Can
Brondo.
somebody send me the link to that
Electrolytes.
video?
Oh, I found it. Okay, I found it. The Thirst Mutilator.
The Thirst Mutilator. Oh my god.
It's like radioactive and shit. Oh my god. That's worse than Mountain Dew.
They need electrolytes.
Wait a minute. Here's some. Wait a minute. Oh, that was wrong. Wait a minute.
They
I got
crave
some
electrolytes.
satellite footage. Hold on. Coming in.
Why was
Incoming. Yeah, satellite image coming in. Why is it doing that?
Hey, next time we ask Sasha for proof of evolution, he should point at the beginning of that movie.
Must be having technical difficulty. The link isn't.
Could somebody send me a link to that video that you guys were just playing of Witsit, please?
Darn it.
It's on Taboo Conspiracy's channel on his Odyssey channel. I know. Somebody else can link it though.
I posted the link in the live stream already.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
There we go.
Did you post something funny?
Yeah.
I posted it at 24 minutes past.
It's not a live stream, but you could think of it as a live cartoon. A live cartoon.
24 minutes past.
I have a question.
No.
What's your question?
Has anyone talked to Blang Blang Kachang?
Who's that?
No, sir.
Somebody sitting in here that could think they're on an oblate paranoid.
We need to save them.
They have no roles. What should we do? Unmute them
I don't
anyway.
know I don't know what the protocol is for doing VC check-ins on live stream.
I think they need to go into Blang Blang. You need to go into the VC check-in. Just
Yeah,
saying.
someone will go in there.
Yep.
If we ever discover a race of people living below the surface of the earth, we should call them paroids.
Paroid. Why paroid?
Nah,
Because it
moment.
sounds funny.
Are you serious?
What's that even
Paroid.
mean?
Paroid. Do you live in a spinning paroid? Or is
Nah,
this sphere?
moment. They're supposed to be called
Sphere.
moment.
A spheroid. Spheroid.
Spheroid.
Sphere.
Fair.
Like air and sphere. Sphere.
Fair.
In Soviet Russia, globe prove you.
You don't prove the globe in Soviet Russia. The globe proves
No,
you.
globe proves you. Yes.
Russians are smarter than Americans. I'm just saying.
In Russia, flat Earth researches you.
Exactly.
Raven, are you being serious?
Furious.
That sounded a little scary.
I love
maybe
you, Jed. I
scary
really
wasn't.
fucking love you.
Creepy was
Oh
creepy.
my god.
Creepy was the
You
word I was
gotta
looking
come
for.
up
That
with
sounded
funny jokes to
creepy.
keep her laughing, bro.
Jenny, you sound like you got a hold of some good sativa or something.
Yeah, what happened?
I don't know, man.
Was
I think
it?
it's a hybrid. Pretty sure. But I'll have to buy this stuff again. Reorder. Too bad I couldn't have some little drone deliver it to my door. That would be handy.
Give it a year or two.
Yeah.
I don't
I mean,
know.
they're gonna want to do that anyway. They're gonna be like, "Yo, especially, hey, if you didn't get the jabba dabba doo,
The yabba dabba doo variety.
yeah, then we're just gonna deliver your stuff via drone. And some of the drones are also we use them for military stuff. So don't be alarmed if there's a gun on it. Don't worry.
Of course.
This
Yeah,
one's
because
just bringing your groceries.
they're
Well, they're really
multi-purpose.
close. They're really
Yeah, a
close to
little while
doing
later, the drone will be delivering you somewhere.
Multi-pass.
Yes. In Soviet
doing
Russia. Go ahead.
They're doing
Multi-pass.
those robot police dogs, I think in New York. Or they're about to. Yeah, like the ones in the fucking movies they've already
So the
shown us.
dogs are
what
going to
they
come up
do.
to you and say, "Where is your multi-pass?"
Well, they've already shown us what the
Where
dogs
is
can
your
do.
multi-pass?
Dude, the dogs are scary as shit.
In the from the series Black Mirror.
Well, you guys remember RoboCop the movie? They've had this technology since before they were making movies about it. So
Oh, yeah.
Well, you know,
Wow.
60 years in advance. That's what I think. It's always 60 years or a little bit more. They're always 60 years or a little bit more in advance than this.
So yeah, it's serious.
Than the consumer, of course.
Then I should be able to have a little device that shorts out those kind of electronics from a distance.
There should be, yeah, and I think there is, but we just don't have the technology right now.
Yeah, I should be able to just aim and press a button.
it's a
Sorry.
painful process to build it back, man.
It's very painful. But if you do the research, guys, I'm not joking. I watched a little movie where they had electro scooters back in the 1800s.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
come
true.
on,
That's
guys.
true.
They were
Yeah, they
all
did.
over the place.
They
There
did.
was
They
these
were all
little
over here.
gadgets.
Yeah.
There was these little gadgets where they actually sat in, and it was like a wheel that went around the whole seat that they were sitting in. It was just one wheel, okay? And that was in the 1800s. Well, they have that now, 2000. You know, I've seen one rolling around in 2000, but
Mm-hmm.
they had that in the 1800s, dude. So that was 200 years ago. They've had it.
Do robot dogs drool or bark or bite?
Yeah, a lot of the World's Fairs had those little. You could sit in this little wicker like chair things, and they would just drive all around, and electric sidewalks too, or some kind of powered sidewalks.
Pretty weird, I have to say.
Happened to all the technology.
I mean, we never really learned about it all like this. Okay. I mean, this hits you kind of hard because you're like, whoa, wait a minute. We have electric cars and electric stuff and electric little scooters right now, but they had it in 1800. What?
Yeah, and steam ones. And think of that technology. Think of that technology would have been improved to the point you could just put oil in it, or
Why are we not flying right now?
Yeah, exactly.
Shit. And if you do the research correctly, they actually had railroad trains on magnetic fields back then in the
they're all
1800s.
flat.
They were in
and
the
all,
1800s.
and they're all flat.
Yeah, we
On
should
flat
have.
Earth. Yep, it's all on a flat Earth.
We should
I
be able to
mean-
have little personal dirigibles. They could be solid. I mean, they could be like hard body, like little personal dirigible. Think how stable that would be.
Yep. I remember watching the Jetsons when I was a kid and telling my mom that by the year 2000 we'd have those cars. Though. I want
Yeah,
my fucking
me too.
Jetsons car.
I fucking love that show, dude.
There's this one lady at work. She's like older than me. I think she's like almost 62 or something. And she has like white hair and she uses like one of those Apple watches that you talk to and shit. And I call her Judy Jetson. Yeah,
You
so that's
followed
what
her, Judy. Jane, his wife.
Yeah, you couldn't be more serious about that. It's like, wow, okay. But yep, I'm not interested on having a device like that on my wrist. I'm thinking about that I need to get a desktop and get rid of my damn smartphone and just have a damn flip phone.
Yeah,
Can
girl.
you
Like
imagine
in
that?
the 1980s.
Can you all imagine this zombie population flying around? There'd be so much chaos in the sky.
Oh gosh.
It would be
No.
great.
No, I just wanted to like to use directly connect my internet to a computer and get rid of my Wi-Fi. I don't need Wi-Fi. I existed just fine before Wi-Fi. I mean, I'm sounding really old-fashioned, but it's like no.
That's what I did. I turned off
Jen,
all
do
the
they have
Wi-Fi.
fiber optics in your area?
That I don't know. Why? I mean, I have the option to hook my internet in directly right now. I just don't have a computer.
See, I want to get good at telepathy so I don't have to use any of these devices.
I'm gonna fly like that.
Didn't the Egyptians and stuff, the ancient
So
cultures, didn't they do that?
listen, guys. This happened today. This was really cool. We were talking about this girl that didn't come in, and they were like, and we even said her name out loud. And I shit you not, a minute later, while we were still talking about her, actually, she called on the phone. It's like, I don't really believe in coincidences anymore. So I just found that really odd.
Yeah.
Yeah. No such thing as a coincidence. But don't
I
read too
know.
far into it. Just try to see the truth.
Well, my idea is that she projected herself. I know this is gonna sound really nutty, but like, because she said she looked at the calendar and she's like, "Oh shit, I'm late for work," and she called right away. So I don't know.
Yeah.
So like,
Your
it's
guardian
kind of like,
angel's like,
so it's kind of like the quantum idea that I don't know about. Like, are your thoughts your own, or it's kind of like I don't know how to explain it, but
yeah.
it kind of makes sense.
My
It
thoughts are
makes
my
sense
own. It's
to
just
me.
my mind is not, or my real mind, my real body or soul or whatever is not in this meat sack. So there's like two of me or something. I don't know.
Well, it was just so random that we started talking about her in the first place, and then for her to call while we were talking about her.
It's awesome. I love it.
Yeah. So, which started first? Is the kind of like the idea the past is the present to the future. Did I say that right?
So I look at it a little bit differently. I
Oh,
think
go ahead.
the fact that you guys were talking about her, you were putting out a manifestation toward her, and that she then vibrated and contacted you. And this is actually a skill that I'm sort of working on at the moment, and they call it manifestation. So if you start to think about something in your life, suddenly it becomes more apparent to you. So when you have a newborn baby, suddenly you notice all the baby adverts You see all the billboards for, diapers, and that stuff catches your eye because that's in your mindset. So
So you're saying I manifested something to her or
It's all
the other
connected.
girl?
correct.
Well, yeah, I understand all that.
Now, so
Yeah,
do
it's all
do this.
possible.
Write down on a piece of paper, Jenny, like a list of 5 names or 10 names of people that you want to call you,
Oh, yeah,
and then
I've heard
think
of
about
that.
them
Yeah.
or bring them up in conversation, and then when they call you, tick them off the list and see
Well,
how well your resonation can be. And when they call you, sometimes they'll be like, I don't know, I was just thinking about you, and like I just had this urge that I needed to call you. And that was you basically putting out this energy to connect with them or have communication with them.
yeah, I totally believe in that type of, I guess, ideology. I don't know if that's the right word, but that's something that I've investigated in the past. But I mean, I did a vision board one time, and several things off of it came to fruition. Now, there's some people that just don't contend with the idea, and for good reasons, maybe. But I guess I just don't believe in coincidences.
Me neither. Check this out. My mom and I, now there might be a reason for this though, because if she's my biological mother, of course there's going to be a stronger connection there, but all the time, not a week goes by where I don't text her right at the time she's thinking about me, because we text each other every night before bed. We got some family stuff going on, so, we're very close, especially right now. So anyway, every night, oh my God, I was just thinking about you, or whatever. These kinds of things happen. Same thing the other way. She'll get at me when I'm thinking to myself, man, I haven't heard from my mom all day. You know what I mean? It's just kind of deal there.
Yeah,
We have power here.
I do.
Yeah, we have power here.
Well,
Intention
in
is the
recent,
number one
well,
creator
yeah,
for us.
in recent times, it's referred to as the law of attraction.
Yeah, or the secret. God, I hate that they've. What did they do? They made it a product, basically. But yeah, you're right.
I think it's isn't it considered metaphysics?
Sure, I don't know. I can't answer that. It's certainly not physics as a traditional kind of practice.
Oh wait, no, I might stand corrected here. Parapsychology. I'm not sure. It's been a while since I've thought about this topic, so forgive me.
What I can assert. No, this is a good topic. What I can assert is that I don't know if I have the capacity to truly grasp what's going on with quote unquote coincidences. I don't think I'll ever truly know what that stuff is. And that's okay. I don't really care, right? I know how to manipulate it in a certain way for good, right? I send good energy out to people. I don't care if I get the good energy back, but that actually guarantees I'll get the good energy back. So as long as I'm doing the right thing, that kind of deal. I don't know. That's a tangent. Sorry. And only on a flat Earth can any of that happen. So.
All right, how do we get on that topic anyway?
I don't know.
I'm scrolling up.
We got
Anyway,
no
so
Rose
hey,
person in here, Jenny. Bang, if they want to go to the VC check-in. Bang.
all right, let's get spurious in here.
Yeah. All right, everybody get their meme folders up.
We got a VC verified in here in ATEC if y'all talk to
I want to
them.
know how many of you are new to Flat Earth.
I only need
and are
one
Flat
picture.
Earthers.
Wait, what?
I want to know how many of you are new to the server but are Flat Earthers.
There's plenty of There's people in VC check-in. You could probably get someone, or we could probably open up VC check-in too.
Nate is new.
Yeah, I'm new to the server, but
You're a flat earther?
yeah.
That's cool. What woke you up to it?
I've just been like reading stuff, watching stuff online, and then somebody sent me an invite to this because they knew I was interested. And it just seems like a really great resource to learn more,
A great resource?
new.
You mean a great like mind kind of thing?
More.
Yeah.
So how did you learn about the topic though?
I mean, the internet.
Well, like,
So
were
did
you
you watch a
researching it? Were you
video?
on YouTube or something? Were you
Yeah,
on...
well, it was like, I don't know, probably like 4 or 5 years ago, and I was like on YouTube and I stumbled across like a video like going over everything. And that's when it
4,
really piqued my
5,
interest.
4 or 5 years ago?
Yep.
Dude, you just shot yourself in the foot. I'm just gonna tell you
Yeah,
right
I'm
now.
gonna agree with Jen on that.
We might have to go with listening pass, y'all, and save ourselves an hour.
Give him
So
one chance, Jenny. Ask him what the radius of the Earth is.
okay.
What's the radius of the Earth
Yeah.
according to the globe model?
Wait, why are we mad at him? Because he's a flat earther
But
for 4 years?
nobody asked you. Nobody asked you. Okay,
I
well,
asked,
who
that,
was
I
that?
asked the new guy what the radius of the Earth is of the globe model.
What was his name? The new guy?
And don't Google it.
The new person?
I think
Yeah,
he
the one who
lives. Go
said that
ahead,
they were researching it on YouTube and it was just kind of
I
a
know.
thing.
Who was that?
Who was it that said that shit?
Who was it?
I didn't unmute them.
I think you guys
What?
scared them away.
Well, good.
Great. Now they're gonna
That's
come back
awesome.
and do the N-word BS. Wonderful.
4 or 5 years, huh?
I mean, why would you fake that shit?
Wait, so they're a flat earther for 4 years? How is that a bad thing, though?
They aren't. That's the thing.
They're a fake flat earther, is what he's trying to say.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Are you a fake glober?
Well, what if they actually were a real flat earther and they're just not very
Why don't you go ask him? You can go ask him. You can DM him.
Yep.
No, I was just saying they could be technologically illiterate, so like they could.
Well, if you can't figure it out within a year, sorry, to me, you're sus. And he said 4 or 5 years ago, something to that effect. Extra sus AF.
Yeah, true.
All right, so please don't. If you got questions, don't take up time like this when we could be talking about better things. I mean, you don't. Why are you guys mad at him? I mean, come on,
Well, I
man.
didn't understand why you thought he was a fake flat earther at first. My bad.
Well,
He came here to learn, but if he's been at it for 4 or 5 years, if you're introduced to the top 4 or 5 years ago, I don't know, man. It seems sus.
It is.
Oh, it's very.
what was the person's name, you guys?
I don't remember.
Was it a new one we just sent down?
Oh yeah.
I think it was Nate Q. Jenny. Is that funny?
Well, because Cyrus and I had a talk about him.
Oh.
Soul Hack is new if y'all want to try to talk to him.
Which guy?
Nate spiraled.
Did he? Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry.
Nate Q needs a listening pass.
Highly sure.
I mean, what's the point of being dishonest? If you believe in the globe, just say you believe in it. Don't pretend that you know about the flat earth.
I think they just come in here, a lot of them, to see how long they'll last before we smell them.
And my Spidey, I told him too. I was like, man, you're like at a 9.5 out of fucking 10 right now.
Yep.
And he was playing so fucking chill, so like cordial.
Yeah,
you know,
he seemed very genuine in what he was saying, but he's like fucking.
It's those Spidey senses, man. It's the gut feeling.
Yep.
Like he was so like just well behaved, extremely polite. I was like, no, something is wrong. Something is fucking off about you. Sorry about that.
We even said listening past it first, and then you just changed your mind right at the last second.
Russian roulette. You're like, I heard that fucking Russian roulette bit. I was like, shit, man, I like to play that too. Let's go. It is what it is.
Said, let them unmute them and find out.
Yeah. No, I saw Justin, Jenny in here. I was like, all right, okay, he's not gonna get away for too long. He's gonna get clipped. So.
Yeah, I
You
gave him a
can't
listening
fucking fool
pass.
earthers though, because flat
Yeah.
earthers are on that shit. Like they listen to the shit that you say, word for word.
Yeah, every word.
I listen to the breaths in between words.
Jared, I was about to say, I listened to the electricity that's behind the words.
Yeah, even the sound of your
to
breath.
them
They
smiling.
listen. They
I listen
to the sound
for the
breath, whether
sound
you're
of them
being real or not.
smiling.
Right.
Smiling is a bad thing when you're talking.
Oh, yeah, right. Isn't it weird how we can tell? I think that's
It's
a
so
good
weird. You
weird.
can tell when somebody's smiling.
Well, here's a cool thing about that.
I think that's what a real person is they know shit.
But yeah. So the cool thing about the inflection thing, if you're smiling or not and whatever, I've recorded a lot of singers, and what I do sometimes is tell the singer if I can't get them to hit a note, or if I need them to sound a little differently, like I need you to sound like you're smiling. I need you to sound like you like what you're singing about. You know what I mean? Or don't smile because it doesn't sound genuine.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's funny you say that because I've been in the studio too where I've said the same exact thing to somebody doing vocals. You need to smile. You need to think about smiling. Be smiling, happy when you're singing this. It'll change the sound of the song.
Totally. And it'll make the person maybe even get into it a little more.
Yeah, exactly.
So Globers, when you're giving us quote unquote evidence, make sure you're
Don't
smiling.
Smile.
That's your dead giveaway. We can see you through your microphone.
Exactly.
What about Soul Hack? Y'all want to try them?
Yeah.
Hello, Soul Hack. Welcome to the server. What say you?
Soul Hack, are you there?
Soul Hack going once.
Soul Hack.
What? Yeah. Sorry. What?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, I'm also the new guy, so somehow I managed to get verified. But yeah, happy for that.
So what shape is the Earth?
Yeah, what shape is the Earth? That's all we care about.
Yeah.
Do I have an echo?
So like, all I care about is the truth. So recently, like a few years ago, I was looking into belief, and I basically found the Quran to be a preserved scripture, and in that I found a translation of the Quran completely independent of religion, and in there it said that the globe, well, the globe is flat. I mean, the Earth is flat. So I'm like, okay, let's look into that. So I watched a few YouTube videos, and here I am. That's the honest truth.
That's pretty good. Sometimes that brings people here.
I'm going out of speaking range. Somebody else start talking to him. Go ahead.
Cyrus, what happened to that one we sent down? He sounded all chill, and then he disappeared from here.
Okay, we got QE in the building. For all concerned parties, this is your warning.
Hell
Warning,
yeah.
warning, 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 warning.
He's not in the VC, but you know.
I don't see QE. Where is he?
He just posted something.
Hey, I know how to summon him. The ether. Now, all right, let's talk about the ether.
Oh, that's Quantum's bot. Yeah.
Is it?
I'm
About
just kidding.
how the ether,
I didn't know
how
he
the
could do
ethers
that.
makes everything
Ether.
happen.
Yes, yes. Now, gravity, what gravity really is pretty much etheric wind that is flowing across the surface of the Earth.
Neat.
Do
How
planes fly
come
against
sometimes
that?
I don't lift up or get smashed to the ground if it's windy?
I don't think you really need to use a scientific method for anything. What do y'all think? That'll get him in here.
Oh. So, Globers, do you guys really think that QE invented the scientific method? I'll bet he's fine with that.
It's going to end up going down like that somewhere in history.
Who cares who invented it? It's correct. I want to go to the zoo and make a monkey spin around, get a video of it, and put it in the chat here and say,
You know, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't like QE for a while, but like he's here for a reason. Like
Yeah, you gotta get used to him.
he's essential.
he is.
Yes, he's a
Like
very,
he doesn't play around, and he fucking calls you out on your bullshit. So
tough love. Exactly.
He will play
Exactly.
around, but he will just all of a sudden end it.
no, when he's talking serious flat Earth, he doesn't kid around.
Oh, of course.
Especially this new generation coming up. They need a little smack across the lips. Generation Butthurt Snowflake.
Mm-hmm. Deluxe.
Deluxe, yeah. You know who I feel really bad for right now is people working at McDonald's drive-thru.
Oh,
Right?
man. Working at McDonald's is not the same anymore.
I done the Burger King thing.
Yeah.
Dude.
Mhm.
Like about three years ago, I tried working at McDonald's again, and some little fucktard just told me to fuck off. I'm like, wow, you need to adjust your medication. I mean, I didn't say it out loud, but it's like, wow, dude,
He probably didn't even get fired, man.
calm down. No, there was drama with some other girl there, and it's like, wow, people, y'all insane. I'm out of here. I'll be homeless. I ain't gonna go through that. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
People are crazy in life. I'm telling you what.
Yeah,
But,
people
yeah,
believe in a globe.
Yeah, we got to shut down the server, man. Someone went in my DMs and said, "You're an idiot." So obviously, there's a globe.
Hey, India, what's up, man?
What up? What up?
All right, bro.
What's that, Raven?
That's it, man. It's going home, dude.
Yeah.
Pretty good,
I
pretty
hear.
good.
Raven, how are you?
I'm doing great, man.
Got this headset, don't have a mic on it. So that's good. Or still flat?
Absolutely.
Checking.
Wait, let me check. Hang on.
Thought maybe you went to space.
Wait.
Since I talked to you last. I guess not.
Wait.
You thought I went to space?
Yeah.
Ursa
Thought maybe you,
Globe TV said so.
Well, on one of those civilian trips we keep waiting on. That one of these Gulbers just keeps saying, "I can't wait till you go to space. Find out for yourself." Yeah, me too.
Hell no.
There's someone else in voice checking.
I'll go
To
get
the
him.
future proof. It's got to be like the time machine fallacy. Like Sometime in the future, I'll have proof, which proves it now.
That was yesterday, and I think the lobby, somebody said you'll be sorry in the future when people are flying in space.
Even mainstream
I'm looking at
astronauts, astrophysicists, and scientists even believe that. Like, so why do they believe it?
They believe it because they're lying.
Some of them just
All
want
of them
to
are lying.
believe it.
Do you really think that everybody in NASA is, or some of the people in NASA are
Oh,
telling the
NASA.
truth?
No, some people are compartmentalized and they really want to believe
at
that
NASA
that's
they don't.
true.
Yeah, at NASA it's too compartmentalized. You don't know what you're working on. I'm telling you, and they're not allowed to talk about it anyway from department to department, just like at my work.
I mean, imagine if you work for NASA. Doesn't matter what janitors, whatever. You got to sign non-disclosures. I wouldn't talk to an ant on the ground about what I do at NASA, no matter what I was doing there. They just wouldn't allow it.
That's kind of like it is like at my work. When I call in, my name shows up, and they just like do what they have to do, put me through.
Well, yeah, if you're a sheep, if you are into that, if you don't question shit, yeah, you would do that.
No, it's also a matter of livelihood and all kinds of stuff, things that you probably wouldn't consider.
What livelihood do you mean?
Someone working at NASA for 10 years or so, or something, their livelihood depends on what they do at NASA. The last thing they're going to do is say, I don't even know if I agree with this shit.
Yeah, you could say that. You don't have to say it to the people there.
But they have done
That's
that.
true. Some have. I'd say it takes a ballsy person, man.
My dad had nothing to do with space, and he worked for engineering. He was a machinist in the engineering department, so he was like a machinist engineer.
Yeah, and would you imagine him going to a higher up NASA going, listen, I don't even know about gravity. What are you guys doing up here? That's not his place.
They'll say, what are the dimensions of that part, and then is it ready yet?
Right.
Because those guys don't know what they're doing, because they're just waiting for that part. For the other 8 parts, so they can put their thing together and hand it off to the next guy.
Yeah, how could the whole world be in on it? Well, that's why it's kind of genius, because the whole world's not in on it.
They just think they are.
Not the whole world, but the whole world governments are in on it.
They don't
all
care
the
what
world
they're
governments
doing.
are lying about it.
They don't care what they're doing at NASA. They just think that's for the greater good. They don't care. That's why they don't even have to ask questions. They already know.
Do you think that government? That's correct. And do you think government agencies are not compartmentalized, but NASA's the government agency is?
Absolutely.
What is happening in your mind?
The Manhattan Project is an example.
Any organization is compartmentalized.
Right. Even if it's not like dealing in conspiracies or not, you have to compartment. The Ford factory. It's all compartmentalization. None of that has to do with secrets.
You think the guy putting the brakes on at Ford knows what HR is doing?
Nope.
Freaking close. They have no clue what HR does. They probably don't even know who's in HR.
Right. Well, unless she's pretty.
That's a lawsuit waiting to happen. You're not allowed to notice pretty girls, man. Especially
That's true.
in America, man. Just to stab your eyes out with a pencil before you go into the office.
And you got to remember, when you work at NASA, like, there's a whole bunch of buildings. Like, I don't work at NASA, but where I work, we have 27 plants, and they're all close to each other, like within parking lot to parking lot, just across the street and down the street, next to each other, all over the place. I don't know what the guy is doing across the street at all. I don't even know what the name means unless I look it up. I mean, I used to be that way, but where I'm at now, I do know what everything is. But if you just work there, you don't have any clue.
Does that make sense to the person that we were talking to?
Look, you have to do it the other way. You can't do it like everybody's lying and then trying to eliminate people. You got to like do it the other way. You got to bring people in. Like, who has to know? Who has to know with their claims that who has to be lying? So you can say, okay, the astronauts, they have to be lying because they say they went to space and looked at the Earth, right? So after that, who? Nobody else. It's only the astronauts. Everybody else has to believe it, right? They have to go on secondhand information from what the astronaut says.
Yeah.
But then you
Yeah, it's
have
at least-
then you have the people that are in the background that know exactly what's going on. They're the ones at the dive tank. They're the ones swimming in the water. They just keep their mouth shut.
The
They get
people we
paid
don't even
good
know
money.
about. They're not even
Yeah,
listed.
exactly,
They don't even
India.
work for NASA, technically, right? They're probably not
Right.
even on the payroll.
Actors.
Exactly.
and-
They're under a contract, just like all the other things that go on. Everything is never a 1-year contract. It's either a 3, a 2, a 5, some weird number, 2.5 years. They do some weird stuff there, and they pull the rug out from people all the time. We have a lot of NASA ex-engineers that work for us.
Little Operation Paperclip going on. I feel you.
A little bit. We bring them up to speed, actually.
Right on. Joe Rogan said, "I'd lie to my mother if this and that. Show me the
Who
alien
listens
stuff. I'll
to
lie to
Joe
my mother."
Rogan anyway?
No,
Is he still a thing? Actually, I don't
Oh,
know.
not as much as he was, but yeah, I mean, kids are still out there worshiping him.
Joe Rogan, like that one.
I mean, I admit people like Joe Rogan have a purpose. They wake people up. But once after a long while, like you get to a point where you see through their bullshit. Like
Well,
I don't think Joe Rogan is genuine. I think
Okay,
he
how
is being
about
paid.
this? Like an Alex Jones character, Joe Rogan, all that stuff. Would the truth community be in better shape or worse without?
No, we do need people like that. We need people like
Are
that
you
to wake people
sure?
up.
No.
Well,
Are you sure?
No, because Alex Jones is the same way. Like Alex
He is.
Jones woke me up.
Brother,
But
Mason.
I don't trust Alex Jones anymore. I think he's fucking fake. I think he's working with them.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's what
They
I'm
have
saying.
to
Like
wake you up. Listen, they have to wake you up. If you don't wake up, that's your fault.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's that karma thing too, right? They got to tell you what they're doing a lot.
Yeah, Joe Rogan's a total douche, and he knows that the Earth is flat.
Yep. I can't believe you said that because I was going to say that in a different way, but yes, because I remember when he was flat earther.
Me too. I mean, I was listening to Go ahead.
Like you can just tell that these people are fucking fake.
Well,
Just by the way they talk, the intonation in their voice, the things that they say.
Yeah, they can't hide it.
Exactly.
What were you gonna say, Jenny?
when it's Ariel, I almost said it.
Oh, sorry, I didn't even. Sorry.
I almost said my
Yeah,
real
same here.
name.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's Steph. Anyway, when Eddie Bravo was on there and he was chatting away about flat Earth, and Joe Rogan said, I need to go for a piss. And then when he came back, they were still talking about it. And then he said, oh, it's getting really late. I mean, he never
Yeah.
says that. But
Right.
he knows.
He lights up another joint and pours Alex Jones another drink, usually.
Exactly.
Yeah, said he's going to have an early night with the missus. Because he can totally out it. He's got such a big audience.
That's the problem.
He can get right into the meaty parts of it and like lay it all out for everyone. But he knows what side his bread is buttered on.
Joe, we're not going to give you the new update of the sensory deprivation tank unless you make fun of Flat Earth. Does that make sense? Your box of DMT won't show up this month.
I mean, when they come after people, they must come after them hard. We'll disappear your wifey. Your daughter will go to school, but she won't come back, Joe.
Jesus.
No, they don't even have to
Of
do
course. We're dealing with the scum of the earth.
Right.
There we go. Remember that time you were with that 13-year-old boy in Tijuana? We got pictures of that.
India, you sound like you're far away. Turn up your mic a bit, man.
Yeah, I'm using a headset that has no mic, just the earphones.
You're
My
a lot
Bluetooth
better
died.
now.
Is this better?
Yeah, a lot better.
Yeah, but for the gatekeepers, you know, the ones that are not gonna let this get like beyond this Discord, basically. I wonder what they do. I wonder how hard they work to prevent the truth from coming out.
It's
You
so
know,
pathetic.
my opinion is that we shouldn't even talk about those guys, because the point of it, I think, isn't that they're doing these limited hangouts or selective release of information. It's that they want us to talk about them. And if we're talking about personalities, we're not talking about issues. So we're talking about Alex Jones is chill, Joe Rogan's a tool, he's a deuce, da 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 da. We're not talking about the issues or the subject matter and topics that that we're supposed to be talking about. We're talking about them. And this is a common tactic. I watch this happen in. You can watch any so-called controversial thing, say movement, right? So like MGTOW, take that for instance. MGTOW, it's controversial, whatever. But instead of dealing with the issues, occasionally you'll have like some so-called internet famous person that's in the MGTOW movement. They'll do something stupid, and then the topic comes about them and about how MGTOW is bullshit because this dude is a degenerate and he has no class. And they're trying to do that to us currently, right now. That's what the Globers are trying to do. It is an active thing that just kicked off.
That totally makes sense to me.
They stop trying to prove the globe and they start talking about flat earthers instead of flat earth. They want to talk about Eric Dubé and Mark Sargent and Bob Nodell fucking prove 15 degrees per hour, and flat earthers just believe it because they think they're special or they're Bible thumpers or all these other reasons, right? Instead of the globe has no proof, there's no evidence of motion, there's no evidence of curvature. They're not talking about those things. They want to talk about the people saying it. It's a distraction. It's nothing but a propaganda tactic. And you've got to stop falling for it.
I second that for sure.
Because, listen, I go on other platforms and they pull we're pretty good at here at least we're good at smashing that shit and getting rid of it, right? Banning them, putting them in cog disc, exposing them. But on other platforms, it's not as easy. And this is the prevalent tactic. Like if you go on Twitter, they don't try to prove the globe. They try to slander you or strawman you or do all these other silly tactics because they don't want to talk about the issues. The week we have, I had someone on Twitter yesterday say that whole thing is misinformation. Right? So, okay, what part's misinformation? Oh, you flat earthers just think you're special. Just reply to what part of misinformation is to start talking about how I feel about myself. I mean, it's silly, dude. It's like, this is, and get this, the guy's name was Flat Earth Translation. Whenever a flat earther on Twitter makes a post, he changes the wording of what he says and creates a straw man. This dude has an account that does this. Think about it for a second. Some human being went out and created an account where he can nonstop straw man every time a flat earther posts on Twitter.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nutsoid. Dude, like, listen, this happened before a couple of years ago when they just stopped. They stopped coming with defending the globe, and they just started coming with the propaganda. That's it. It's just the tactics. It has nothing to do with the issues. They're all about convincing people something about flat earthers, and if you believe this thing about flat earthers that I convinced you of, then everything they say is wrong. That's why they won't concede anything, because if they concede one thing, then they might be conceding everything. Or they try to prove you wrong at one particular point. So if you're wrong on one thing, you're wrong about everything. These stupid little games. That's all they are, is games. And we gotta like stay focused and not fall for the bullshit. I mean, listen, I'm preaching to the choir here, obviously. I mean, most of the people know just from being on here and seeing the endless debates and the endless nonsense that comes out of here. We see through the smoke and mirrors. But I think a part of our effort here should be exposing it, because normies will go, why are they even doing this? Like, like the globe's so obvious, why are they using the tactic? They should just be like, okay, oh, Earth's a globe? Oh, I'll prove this in 2 minutes. Check out these measurements. Here's my citations. Yeah, you can go there, do it yourself. When has any glober ever done that? Yeah, never. And they won't let us do it. They won't let us present our information. We present our, when's the Earth? Yeah, it was measured flat. This is what they did. This is when they did it. You can do it yourself. But they won't look at it. So we're not in an honest debate. So like some people defend the globers and they're like, they white knight for them. Like, you guys are treating these guys harshly. No, we treat normal people normal. Treat the anti-flat earther globers the way they deserve to be treated. They're not in here to have a legitimate debate.
Yeah,
They want to poke the bear.
We offend them for some reason. We offend their sensibilities. Like, I don't know. They think there's too many flat earthers, no one's going to space, and they're not getting space out there. So I don't know what their motivation is.
It's all space related. I think they just will not give that up. They won't give it up.
It's a space fantasy. It really is. It's their future. It's like telling people they won't go to heaven. It really is. It's like telling them they're all.
It's worse because they don't believe in heaven.
Well, it's analogous, right? So telling them they're not going to space is like telling a Christian you're not going to heaven, or a Muslim for that matter.
Telling a toddler there's no Santa Claus.
Yeah, basically.
Well, that's a good one to do.
It's sad. So
Dude,
sad.
the claims about Santa Claus are less fantastic than the claims in NASA. Think about that for a second. Uranus smells like farts, and we can detect that at 3 parts per million from 16 billion miles away. This is not like I'm not making up these numbers. These are their numbers. 3 parts per million from 16 million miles away. We can detect that. It's insane, dude.
There's some
We can detect farts 3 million miles away.
16 million miles away. 16 million miles away.
I mean, it depends on how big the dude is.
It's not even a heavy fart. It's like a little tube fart in a football stadium. So we're just that good.
I guess so, yeah.
Hire smart
That's
people.
right.
And it's just some math, and you figured it out.
Math people. This may be a stupid question. Yeah, it is. But who traveled 186 million miles to the sun and back to get that measurement? Who is that impressive individual or group of individuals?
93 million miles. 93 million miles.
I know what I'm saying is you got to double that. You got to go there and then you got to come back. So that's 186 million.
Oh, right.
I was just gonna say there are
he's
no
right.
stupid questions, just stupid people.
Stupid people went to the sun and did that? I think smart people would have to go and do that.
No,
Right?
people who have a really good imagination.
Well, the first people that tried, they went during the day and they burned up, and the other people they went at night, so they were all right.
Oh, that makes total globe sense.
South Korean president, right, or the king or whatever? Didn't he
Yeah,
go?
yeah. He just astral projected himself to the
Or the North Korean guy?
Yeah, the North Korean.
But he went at night. They said.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's an easy fix, right?
Yeah, turn it off. I mean, you don't work on cars when they're running, do you? Not normally.
It's a good point. Hey, shut the server down. It's a globe.
I got to pay myself. Got Coder 999 in here, BC verified.
Do you know what I think the funniest thing is when people say that these people who are going on with this illusion are stupid. They're not fucking stupid. They have very high IQs. They haven't been contaminated with vaccines or fluoride or any of that shit. And that shit is known to fucking fuck up your intelligence. So they are actually very smart. Just saying.
I agree.
The people running things aren't the stupid ones. It's just
No, they're not stupid.
The asleep people are the stupid ones. The people who choose to be asleep. They hear about this stuff, but they choose to be asleep.
Exactly.
Well, a lot of people have been taught irrational thinking is actually logic. So that's the problem. It doesn't matter how smart you are if you don't know how to think in the first place. Applying the wrong tool. I mean, you can use a hammer on a screw all you want, and eventually maybe you'll nail it through, a piece of wood.
Guys, it's in the DNA.
I've tried that before. It's not. Don't try to do that.
I do have to give a lot of credit to a lot of you who, are very intelligent and can see all this shit. that can like remember the fucking the value of Tor, and like they didn't find or they can't create pressure in a
you just gotta
shit
do
like
it for a while. You gotta learn on it for a while. Like, what do you do for a living?
Me? I work at home. I just
okay.
do shit
Well,
like
whatever you're doing, I would look at that. Perhaps if I don't have any experience or much with it, I'd look at that and I'd go, "That's impressive. You got all that information nailed." But it's because you've been doing it for a while, right? Same with us in this topic. After a while, it just becomes second nature.
the people in this server have talked about. The flat earthers in this server have talked about until I came here.
Got it.
I understand the flat earth more than I understand the globe earth.
What was it, the beach? No, I went over to the park.
Oh gosh, I thought Indio was talking to us.
Sorry, Indio, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, he's hot micing.
Hold on, dude. I'm hot mic. I'll be right. Sorry about that.
You're good.
We were gonna server mute you.
Yeah, but you are making a good point. I've learned a lot more about physics here than I ever did in middle and high school.
I've learned more from like flat earthers than here. I used to honestly I used to like subscribe to the Flat Earth Society. I used to think that Australia didn't exist until I found this server. Like I didn't know. So
I'm sorry to kind of butt in.
I have learned a lot from the people in this server.
We have a physics student, bro, in here, so which is funny, right? Because we were having a physics discussion up in the whatchamacallit, check-in. I hop in here and you're talking about physics. But this is meant to be. Sir Physics Master, you're on the mic. I forgot what your name was.
Swag. I think it was Swag talking.
Swag, yeah, sure, man. If you wanna bust out your physics skills and debate the shape of the Earth, and let's go.
Yeah, sorry. I was just wondering, like, how you think that gravity works due to it being a pull into the center of a body. That if it's being pulled into the center of a body, it would imply that everything would be spherical, every like heavenly body, if you want to call it. So like the sun, planets would all be round, rather than flat. And I was just wondering what you think about that.
Anyone? So,
Can you prove that it goes to the center of mass?
Okay, there we go.
I mean, I can't prove it with evidence because like I don't have the tools to be able to like do any sort of experiments to prove that. But
Well, welcome to Flat Earth. No, well, okay, so you can't do it with evidence. Can you recreate gravity anywhere else? Like, can you? Okay, so with the experiment, what you want to do is take gravity out of something. Like, I'm going to drop a book, and it'll drop. It'll go down. And then I'm going to take gravity out and just let go of the book and see what happens, right? And then put gravity back in and be like, it drops, and be like, oh, well, okay. But we can't manipulate those variables, can we?
no, because like gravity is very hard to be able to replicate if it is real, is what
I would say yes. It's very hard to replicate. Yeah.
Well,
So that's
how
what I'm
do you
saying.
know Okay, sorry.
I can
No, that's
replicate. I can replicate it and move it around though, but I call it something different. Like I can float an egg and then make it sink and rise.
That's due. Isn't that due to mass though, rather than weight?
What is mass exactly? Hold on. Okay, so since you mass is not weight. So what is mass?
Right, mass is
yes,
like particles, so like atoms, and how many atoms are within like a body. So if we take water for example, water as molecules is known as so it's two hydrogen and an oxygen.
Isn't that a mole?
Yeah, that would be a molecule. Yeah, that's where I'm going. So
a mole, yeah. No, yeah. The unit.
So H2O as mass, it would be measured as how many of those moles are within a certain area or like volume, which would be what it's called. Whereas weight is the effect that gravity, which we're talking about, would have that effect on that. So that would be what mass is.
So mass is the amount of matter. Is your definition of mass?
Yes, it is a measurement of matter, and yes.
What does matter?
Matter is what makes up the physical like things that are tangible. So like you can see and like touch like trees. Those are made up of matter, which is atoms, which are built up of quarks and other fundamental particles known as hadrons, leptons, which are particles such as electrons, which is what makes up the universe in which we live in.
You forgot neutrinos.
Yeah, I haven't mentioned all of them. So you have neutrinos, antineutrinos, protons, antiprotons, etc.
Okay, so all of that stuff is gravity? Gravity affects all that stuff? Why doesn't gravity affect gases, pull them around?
It does, but you don't see that.
Got it. So let me get this straight. I don't see it happening. It isn't happening to the human senses, but it is happening? Tell me about that.
Sorry, can you rephrase that?
You don't see it happening. You don't. No worries. You don't see it happening, but it's happening. Why is it that I can't detect it happening, no matter how hard I try, but it is happening? How's that working? It doesn't even show up on the electromagnetic spectrum. Where is it?
Gravity. Where is gravity? It's very hard to like define where it is, as we only have a very small knowledge
What is it?
of the.
How about what is it?
What is
What
gravity?
is gravity? Yeah.
It's an effect.
Well,
that
they
it has-
say
it's
gravity
an
originates
effect.
from the core of the Earth. Where is the core of the Earth?
Gravity
Oh no!
is
Wait!
an effect on
He's
mass.
got it right. Is an effect. Oh wow! You're educated.
So what's the cause? Yeah.
You're
So what's the
educated.
cause?
Yeah.
The cause is mass.
Well, they say the cause
Okay.
the cause of gravity is the core of the Earth, right?
Yes.
The cause is mass. All right. So, all right. You want to play this game? Formation of Earth and stars. It's a nice game. The first law of thermodynamics, right? Cool. Conservation.
I haven't
Yeah.
studied
So.
thermodynamics too much yet, so I
Oh fuck! I can't squeeze you too much. Well, it's not. It's not. It's okay. It's still a physics principle, so you won't understand it easily. It's not heavy on the thermo. Actually, just the laws, right? They're basic. Anyways, so as from the Big Bang, right? Boom, big blast, material being, spraying down in all directions. Yes, cool.
Yeah.
And then somehow, like gas, right, as it's moving apart, kinetic energy, right? So it's moving apart, right, from the blast. Yeah, cool, right? It's spreading out, reach equilibrium, right? And then somehow now, as it's spreading out, it changes direction and starts to go towards each other. So what's going on here is now at some point, the gas molecules decided to be like, hey guys, let's get together instead of being spread apart, right? Okay. Now, you know what I'm saying? So in order to do that, work must be done upon the system because you've now created order out of this state that's disorder. You've increased the order of the state of these gas molecules by bringing them together, and this is called gravitational collapse of so-called gaseous stars, and that violates first law and the second law, because a system cannot do work upon itself, such as gravity, which is, you're saying it's the mass. So mass is doing work upon the mass, thus mass must be burning something, some sort of quantity, like energy of some sort, to be able to do this work, because work is being done through this magic
Sorry.
gravity.
Is this where you're going to bring in the conservation of energy into it?
It is, yeah, for sure. So it breaks the first law and second law. Yes. Because what? How do you do that?
Because what you're saying.
How does a system do work upon itself? Yes. That's a perpetual motion machine of the first type. So what they have done is they build a perpetual motion machine of the first type and the second type. It's pretty sad. It's fun. The fundamentals of this theory is flawed. Like it just falls on its face from the beginning. And you cannot have something with infinite density either. So, but I kind of let that one go, and let's just expand into Narnia. Then as we're expanding, let's collapse a little bit, and then keep on expanding. Well, that collapse a little bit is called work done upon the system.
If you can't have something with infinite density, then what is a black hole?
Gibberish.
Oh no, a black hole is a mathematical solution to the Einstein field equation. When the Ricci tensor equals what? Do you know?
I mean, infinity doesn't exist technically, so.
No, it's a mathematical solution to that. It's one of, because you can have black hole universe or a Big Bang universe, but you can't have both at the same time. And do you know which? Well, what type? How about this? What type of black hole are you talking about, sir? Any.
Yeah,
what are the types of black holes? How many types of black holes do we have? How many types?
Right, hang on, sorry. Am I on?
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay, so
hang on. Yep, get the fingers fucking rolling. Hang on, just say. Yeah, get them fucking fingers.
Yeah, Cyrus got somebody up against the wall, pretended clowning with black holes, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
He's
You're
on the
in a world
ropes,
of hurt
man.
now. Who should I feel sorry for?
Oh, I was just wondering what you meant by you can't have. Now, obviously, I'm not a physicist, but I was wondering what you meant by you can't have something with infinite density when that is quite literally a black hole.
Infinite density. Okay, do you know what density is?
Oh,
It's
go
a
ahead.
very
Yes, I know what density is. Yes.
Okay, it's a simple. Yeah, Q. I'll shut up in a second, bro. It's a simple
No,
algebraic
it's all
expression,
your.
right?
Hey, Cyrus, it's all you, man.
All right, cool. Yeah, we're just running through some basic shit, man. It's mass divided by volume, correct? Yes.
Yeah, something
Isn't
along
that
that lines,
density?
yeah.
Rho? Yeah, rho equals
Yeah.
what? Yeah, m divided by v. Cool.
Yeah.
Capiche? How do we make that equation equal that infinity symbol? Because you have to do that. You have to satisfy that. Because you're saying infinite density. No, if that's what that means.
You're working.
How do you satisfy that equation?
You're working in.
I'll get you citations from fucking Hawking, so it's like, relax. I got you. Like, dude, it's cool.
You're working.
This is don't go against the founding fathers. But go ahead.
You're working in a more of a the, like you say, Einstein's version of like general relative. It's not relativity, just general Einstein's version of gravity, which is fine. But when you get to a black hole and a singularity, which is it's stupidly small, literally infinite density, the same laws don't apply. Mass divided by volume does not apply on the quantum level.
Okay, tell me that which applies. I'm down.
But the
equals?
whole point is that we don't know yet.
Rho equals
what?
Rho, the Greek, or density equals. Go ahead. You're gonna substitute m divided by v by something else.
We don't know yet.
I am willing to play this game if you provide me something else besides this algebraic expression. But this is the only one we know. Do you have another?
Well, no, but neither does anybody else.
Then. All right, then.
But
so this one is true.
That's a false fallacy. Just because I don't know something doesn't mean that.
See, motherfucker, listen. I got you. The way you do this is you set the volume, and they say this in writing. It's in plain text. It had what?
Bro,
it occupied no space. It occupied 0 volume. So when v equals 0 on the bottom of that equation, mathematically, it's called undefined, not fucking infinity. Exactly. So that's an undefined. Yeah. What does undefined density mean? Well, go ahead. Oh, singularity. Okay, cool. Well, but that's an undefined expression. Okay, cool. Label it singularity. Okay, but that's it. You can't give it fucking properties now. So now, how? Yeah, and it had also infinite temperature. Do you know that? But it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. So that's your density argument. That's how you set density equal to infinity, is by reducing the volume to nothing. That's what they did. Are you aware of that?
I mean, you're kind of putting words in my mouth there, but sure.
No, it's not. It's just the singularity. Yeah. The singularity occupies how much space?
So you're
saying you want it from Hawking's, or you want it from Meissner and Thorne? The singularity occupied 0 space, 0 volume. It's like, that's what they say.
But it's
not my words, my friend. Because of that, because they have to stay true to that expression, and they did. Because they set v equal to 0.
So it's infinitely dense.
You can't have that. That's what I'm saying. It's mathematically incorrect on its face. Because it's undefined. It's not. No, it's undefined.
On a macro scale, yes, that's correct. But singularities aren't macro scale. On a macro scale,
you got a bag full of that shit? Singularity? Like, where do you have one?
I mean,
because it's mathematical. Okay. All right. If you can't handle the physics, because it's a mathematical thing, dude. Friend, it's a mathematical thing.
On a macro scale.
If you can't work out the math, it's not macro, micro. If you can't work out the math, because it's a mathematical construct. It's a mathematical.
You can't apply macro equations to the quantum level. That's why we don't have a theory of everything. That's
quantum level.
Basic knowledge.
What the hell are
There
you
go,
doing?
Quantum Eraser, take over. He said quantum. I'm done with this shit.
Quantum level, then you don't have any of Einstein's field equations left.
That's what I'm saying. You can't apply any of the macro equations that you've just used on the quantum level.
The macro equations, you're in fairy tale fucking land.
No, what
Show
he's,
us a
what
black
he's
hole.
saying is Newtonian physics doesn't apply to quantum
Newtonian
physics,
physics,
which is where Einstein was.
quantum
like,
mechanics took Newtonian physics, Einstein, Maxwell out back to the woodshed and bludgeoned them senseless. All of them.
But that's not
You
correct.
see, I love how
That is absolutely correct.
So then why don't we have a theory of everything?
So why don't we have a theory of everything? That doesn't follow. That's non sequitur.
I love how QE just cuts through all this
Shut
bullshit.
the fuck up.
I was complimenting you.
Oh, I thought you were.
No,
It's
I
like
was saying I love how you
audio
cut through all the bullshit, QE. You just get right to it.
It's like audio chaos, man. I'm sorry I said that to you. I can't tell who's
No, you're
talking.
good.
No,
Sorry about that.
So, where's this numpty dipshit at talking about? Show us a black hole.
There's literally photos all over the internet. What are you on
Okay,
about?
Post one in here.
Chuck one on. Black hole 2021. Search that up.
I ain't searching your evidence, counselor. Fucking post it. What do you think I am, you bitch?
Oh, snap.
So, black holes were conjured from Einstein's field equations, correct? Correct?
100%, sir.
Right. Again, sorry.
I'd like to direct everyone's attention to 00 minutes after the hour. From Warwick University, another tiny little problem. The problem is that the equations, Einstein's field equations, that can only solve for one mass, but I digress, required that energy and momentum to be defined precisely at every space-time point, which contradicts the uncertainty principle for quantum states. This is not just a problem at high energies or short distances, it's a conceptual incompatibility that applies in every lab.
Yeah, correct.
Churn out the light.
No, you're completely correct there. You're completely correct. 100%.
Yeah, I know I'm completely correct. So there goes your black holes.
Well, no.
Oh, yeah.
See, this is the sort of thing that sort of makes me laugh because you've not
Make
read
you laugh.
any
Shut your
articles.
fucking mouth. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to, son? Make you laugh. Post Einstein's field equations right fucking now. You better do everything I ask you from this point on, or I'm going to ban your dumb ass. Post Einstein's field equations right fucking now. I want you to identify each variable
Sorry, why
and
can't you let
fucking
him
define
like, at
each.
least? Sorry, why can't you at least let him try to make his point?
Shut the fuck up. Melon Jack.
Yeah, really.
Do you hear
shut
what
the
I said?
fuck up.
Hello, guys, I'm back. The fact that you're muting everyone, including Swag, because.
Fuck off.
Pew pew.
Go ahead, QE. Keep talking.
What's your problem, Swag?
No, I don't have a problem. I'm just trying to have like a discussion about your beliefs and
It
my own,
isn't
which I'm
a
trying to
belief.
sort of-
Can you fucking read? Do I need to read that out loud to you again?
You don't need to insult me.
Do you fucking another snowflake?
No, I'm not a snowflake. Look, let me speak. Sorry,
Well, then fucking read it out loud for me.
I'm just trying to make my own point because you was having a discussion with Mel and Jake, right?
Yeah.
And then you've cut him off and you started shouting. There's like,
Yeah.
at least let
I
him make
did
his own
because
point.
it made him laugh because he's a pretender clown. What is so hard to understand this? If it contradicts the, do you know what the uncertainty principle is in quantum mechanics? Cite the uncertainty principle, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. You know what it is?
I haven't studied it yet. That's why I was listening. That's why I wasn't asking about it or questioning it.
So, since all the laws of physics are quantum mechanical laws, did you follow that statement? The next statement's coming. Every statement in quantum mechanics is just a restatement of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. Do you understand that? So, Einstein's field equations violate that. That means all his field equations are fucking nonsense. This is, number one, it's not science. Number two, it violates the laws of physics. It's that simple. So Mr. Funny Boy up there has got his ass in a sling. That's why he's reverting to his fucking feigned exasperations and shit. Are you following me still, Swag?
Yeah, I do. I get where you're coming from and why you're annoyed, but like, I'm just thinking if you hear him out, at least then you can come up.
Why
have
should
your
I
own
hear
thoughts
him
on-
out? What is he going to do to controvert that? What? What is he going to do? You
I
tell
don't know.
me.
Maybe you can prove him wrong with
Prove it.
more
I
of what
already
you're saying.
did. That's why I told you to read it. Here we go. Back circle jerking again. We're going to go through this one more time?
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No, man, we're discussing physics, right? And you're studying physics, and these are citations. So, like, he was backing up what he said. Can your friend back up what he said? Whatever his rebuttal is.
Einstein's finished. It's. Do you know? Can you solve? Let's do this. Since Swag, you don't know what Einstein's field equations are, right?
Sorry, I
Right.
think field equations as in like his own quantum equations, like what you're saying, like E is an MC squared, and
No.
his
No.
No, man.
no,
No,
okay.
they're not quantum equations. See, we're already outside the remit of science with
No,
equations.
no. Sorry, it's because I'm from the UK, so
Okay.
and I haven't studied the entirety of my physics course that I'm doing before I go to university, so I'm not aware of field equations. I haven't heard that term
Okay.
in my own environment. So if you could
Okay.
just
Well,
say field equations in a different way, just so I can sort of understand what you're trying to say to me. Do you know what I mean?
okay, all right. Let's take a look at this at 6 minutes after the hour. Do you know who David Bohm was?
No.
David Bohm was
I'm
one of
not too
the
clued up. Sorry.
renowned physics professor, right? And personal friend to Einstein. At 6 minutes after the hour, from David Bohm, one could see that relativity and quantum mechanics, the two most fundamental theories of matter, really directly contradict each other. In the sense that relativity is local, it's causal, it's determined, it's continuous, and quantum mechanics is just the opposite. From Caltech, the final contradiction. General relativity and quantum
I'm sorry.
field theory
I'm
are
trying to
incompatible.
read the link and it says page not found.
It's which one?
The Caltech one, the
Really?
latest link you posted.
Yeah, you're right. Hold on a second. Sometimes that happens. All right, let me go back and get this one. But you get the gist from David Bohm, correct?
Sorry, I'm just reading it.
One second, let me see if I can get a good link. They might have changed it. Wait a second, let me. They'll force me to use the Wayback Machine on their dumbasses. I don't need it anyway. Use the Wayback Machine on it. It looks like they deleted the that happens. They'll delete their fucking sources. Not the first time. So it doesn't matter. I don't need the second one. So let's have some fun with this. You understand that Newton's gone too with quantum mechanics, right? So hello. Is my mic working?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, man, you're coming in.
Swag, you around? Here, let me take Maxwell out to the woodshed. You ready? 10 minutes after the hour. Today this is from Professor Shankar, Chair of Physics at Yale. Today we're gonna shoot down Newtonian mechanics. Uh-oh. And Maxwell's theory. We're like the press. We build somebody up only to destroy them. You build up Newton, shot down. Build up Maxwell, gonna get shot down. How's he gonna do that? How would you think he'd do that?
I think they escaped out of here, bro.
It's called a steel man. You build someone up,
They
you
aborted,
reinforce their argument, and then you tear it down. Steel man argument and tear it down.
Is Sveg still here? Where'd
Nah,
he go?
left.
Holy shit.
Bailed, man.
So let's go. We don't need him. Back to Professor Shankar, Chair of Physics at Yale. First, I want to tell you what goes wrong with Newtonian mechanics. The double slit experiment is a problem. Listen up closely. Here comes the rub. That's what puts the nail in the coffin for Newtonian physics. You gotta love that. That's the nail in the coffin. That's it.
QE, can I ask a favour? Could you expand on that for an old dude that doesn't understand it all that well?
Yeah, just 1 second. I want to take Maxwell, and then I'll get to your question.
Thanks, mate.
Yep. So, at 11 minutes after the hour. So here's what you do to find out what's wrong with electrodynamics. I mean Maxwell's theory. It all starts with the double slit. So everything looks good for Maxwell till you start doing the following experiment. Guess what that was? All they did back in the day, right, was take a light. They didn't have lasers and stuff back then. What they did was they moved the light all the way really far back from it could be a single slit or double slit, doesn't matter. And as soon as that film or emulsion plate or whatever they had to detect light, as soon as one little tick hit that detector, Maxwell started circling the drain at light speed. That's all it took to get rid of Maxwell. That's it. You think I'm kidding?
No, I don't think you're kidding.
Nope. That's
So is
all
that
it took.
proof that light's a particle?
That's all it took. Yeah. Go listen to what he said. He's got videos, Yale videos. Go listen to what he tells you. That's it. Over for Maxwell. Newton's was easy. Right? Because you can't get around this one. You have a double slit experiment and you have a Newtonian particle like an electron. You close one slit and fire a bevy of electrons and you get 10 hits at point A. You close that slit and open up the other slit and fire a bevy of electrons and you get 8 hits at point A. The Newtonian prediction would be if we fired the same bevy of electrons with both slits open, we must get 18 hits at point A. How many do we get? We get a big fat 0. And what does that mean? That is the end of Newtonian physics. Think I'm lying? I'll post it. There you go. That was easy.
kinda. These kids are gonna have to really do some serious thinking if they're gonna catch what you're saying.
Yep, but
All
that's
right,
all.
QE.
That's all for new. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. So all right. So what exactly nullifies Newton's shit, and like which part of Newton's stuff exactly?
I
like,
just
you know what I mean?
told you.
Right. Like okay. Okay. Because what? What is why? Right. Like
that. I just told you. I just said. I put it. Did I put it? Did it show up? Wait a second.
Right. No, I'm gonna go to the link and I'm gonna read it. Like I want to know, like why? What did Newton mechanics? What would they predict?
I told you that you have to get 18 hits at point A.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that you, Sarahs? Yeah. Or
Yeah. I want to know like what the math behind it. You know, that's it.
It's not
relationships. Like
it's not
you
the
know,
math. It's math. Doesn't
right?
have anything to do
Predictions.
with it.
Well, the prediction is based on what for the 18 hits. That's it. I just want to understand that bit. You know.
Like I said, you do the experiment, you see it with your eyes. Doesn't have any mathematics has nothing to do with this. Nothing. Zero. Quantum mechanics isn't based on mathematics anyway.
Well, I get it. Okay.
Get what's it? You know what it's based on?
Experiments.
You got it.
Yeah.
Here you go. Hey, might as well just pile on right here, right? Might as well just confirm that. So at 16 minutes after the hour, back again to the chair of physics at Yale, unless you guys think he's a numpty or something. I suppose you probably wouldn't think that. Quantum mechanics, it's a theory which is based on experiment. It's not deduced by mathematics. Why? Well, because mathematics is in science. That's why. Do you need something for that one too? Not you, Cyrus. Anyone?
Oh yeah, I got you.
Does anyone need any? Do you want me to? It's self-evident, but I can provide citation for you if you need it.
I appreciate you posting it. I've copied it all. I'm gonna spend some hours on it for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, me too, QE. I'm building a file and going through it slowly, mate.
Bro, it's like the best. The delayed choice one is so like it's so crisp and it's so easy to understand that for me. Like that's so easy to wrap my head around for some reason. It's the easiest of all. Like I don't know. I started with that and it's like, oh, that's so fucking interesting. It's just clear cut, you know, because it's the path, right? The known path versus like, because I've heard that, like, you know, when you observe the light, it behaves. And no, it's like, no, when you know the path, right? So when you put the detectors on the slit, it's interesting. So did they do it where they like observed it and did it change with their eyes or no?
No, doesn't have anything.
No,
doesn't have anything to do with what you see.
Yeah, you won't be able to if they're only shooting, you know, like a few photons or whatnot. So
that's a fire and forget experiment.
Yeah, right. Well, how about like the double slit? Did they do like observed double slit shit or no?
You can observe the double slit experiment till the cows come home. That means you could put a double slit like in a college auditorium, and if you don't know the path information, doesn't matter how many people are observing it, you're going to get an interference pattern.
Yep. Diffraction every time.
Yep. Every single time.
Cool. Yep. That's what that's what I understood. Yeah.
The really cool part is that, and this is just the quantum eraser experiment in general. You can put like, this is gonna freak you out. You can put a detector at the slit, and you can have it detecting, but nothing's being recorded. Like all the physical attributes are happening, but you're not recording the information. Guess what?
Oh, diffraction. Oh, if you don't know the path, like diffraction, right? Yeah. No? What?
All right. This is
Let's
really
see.
important point. Let me go back to what I was saying here. Maybe this will drive something home with the numpties that were in here. Even though, are they still here? No? No.
No idea.
Yeah. So remember what I said about, let me go ahead and grab the Einstein thing again. Let's see if we could put it together. Oh, where is Einstein's at? 1 second. I gotta go track that down too. I got too much stuff, man. And it's in different.
You got it organized though.
I got it organized, but it's too much.
Okay.
Why isn't that coming up? Wait a second. Let me put this. Okay, that's in there already. Let me go back. 1 second. That's probably why I'm in the wrong. Unbelievable. There it is. Thought that looked kind of squirrely. Okay. And I'm going to save this all together just in case we run past it again.
All right.
1 second. Give me a minute. I'm getting close. Where are you? Okay. So let's put this in here. And we should be good to go. Copy. All right. So let me see what I got here. Then we'll get to Alice and Bob. I want Cyrus to take a listen to this and see what he thinks. But first things first. Okay. Am I good?
Alice and Bob.
Yeah,
Who the
Alice
fuck
and
is
Bob.
Alice and Bob? Who's that?
It's got the ballers up in arms, and all I've been getting back is feigned exasperations and laughing. That's telling me. Guess what that's telling me?
You got him.
They got Deuce 7 offsuit, so I'm headed all in.
Alice and Bob.
Yeah, we'll get
My
to that in a
favorite.
second. Just be patient.
Yeah, my favorite right now is observational science, but you can't trust your eyes.
Oh, remember when Bob, the pseudoscience guy, told you that? What did you tell him?
Yeah, is observing a porno, is that doing science? And you can't trust your eyes, so how do you know that's not a tranny? Right? I wouldn't be watching pornos these days, guys. Right? In my day, we had Wonder Woman. Nowadays, you got to wonder if it is a woman.
What? Hey, 1 second, guys. I'm just trying to format this for us, and I'll get the great one. Hank. Let me do this. I'm going to put it in some semblance of, I want it to logically flow. What happened here? I got so many problems formatting this. Okay. Let's take this out of here and put that up here and put this right here. Sorry, guys, I talked to myself. It's my cross to bear. Let's take that out of there. I'll muck with this some other time. All right, let me copy that. Why don't you copy it? What in the world? What the fuck? 1 second, guys. Okay. All right. Sorry for the wait. All right. I got everyone's attention. Yeah.
Let's do it. Yeah.
25 minutes after the hour. Let's follow this. So you got Professor Shankar, chair of physics at Yale. The laws of physics are always quantum mechanical laws. Uh-oh. You don't have separate laws for big and small things. The real question is, how do these very same laws, when applied to big things, by big things I mean the things you see in daily life, give the impression that the world is Newtonian? See, if I'm giving you the impression that I'm Superman, am I Superman? No. That's what he means by that. So, back to, I just wanted the first statement. I gave you the whole citation, but all the laws of physics are quantum mechanical laws. Everyone's got that. You don't have separate laws for big and small things. So the next one is Warwick University, talking about Einstein's field equations. Remember, he said, the problem is that Einstein's field equation, it's got many more problems than this, but I digress, require the energy and momentum to be defined precisely at every space-time point, which contradicts the uncertainty principle for quantum states. This is not just a problem at high energies or short distances. It's a conceptual incompatibility that applies in every lab. So this is practical stuff, right? Well, what's he talking about? The uncertainty principle. The next statement, Richard Feynman has pointed out that every statement in quantum mechanics is a restatement of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. And that the entire mystery of quantum mechanics is in a double slit. I didn't probably need that. But if every statement is just a restatement in quantum mechanics of the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, and if Einstein's field equations violate the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, then Einstein's field equations are bunk. Follow? Yeah?
Yep. I'm with you.
You got, everyone's got that. You see how logically I went through that.
Yeah.
So,
Because you have to define every point, right?
that's only fine. One. That's only one thing with Einstein's field equations. Nobody can solve for two or more masses. Of course, they can't even define mass, but I digress. You can't solve Einstein's field equations with more than two or more masses. It's impossible.
So Earth and Moon. That's it. Nothing else in the universe. We're cool, man.
No. No.
No,
You got to subtract the moon.
Oh, or Earth and space. Is it?
Yeah.
Earth and space time. Yeah, that's it. Isn't that it? Aha.
So let me save this. I'll get that for you. 1 second.
No, man, keep going, man, with that. It's I like what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Say it. Hold on a second. I'll go snatch it. This, even though I'm saying all this stuff, everyone understands that anything from Einstein, that's special relativity and general relativity, those aren't scientific theories. So we're off in la la land to begin with. I'm not talking science to you right now. So.
Right. You're smashing the pseudoscience with experiments.
Yeah. We're not in the science.
Yeah, or the math.
Yeah, we're in mathematics right now. So
correct.
So let's check this out. Reduce the newtons. That's not the part. I'll just post this one for you. Oh, where'd it go? There we go. The funny thing, and you mentioned this before, Cyrus, they even tell you what it is. You were absolutely correct. How they got infinity in their black holes was they divided by 0.
Yes. I know. I wanted to actually give them the citations, but I didn't have it ready. But I know I'll get it. Like I got it. They're all over.
Right
They're plastered. Like
you're the first
Where
person.
do you see 0 in nature?
He's the first person. Cyrus is the first person I ever heard say that. I was so impressed. I nearly choked. I was snacking.
Thanks, bro. Thanks. Appreciate it, man. Basic algebra, like I always say. You know algebra, you can smash these assholes. Nothing fancy.
All right, here we go. Oh, there's Alice and Bob. Yeah, we'll get to that, Sasha. You just wait a second. So at 30 minutes after the hour, Einstein's field equations can't solve for more than 2 or more masses. Now remember, folks, they can't even define mass. So this is fairy tale land to begin with. However, from their alma mater wiki, as the field equations are nonlinear, they cannot always be completely solved without making approximations. For example, there is no known complete solution for a space-time with 2 massive bodies in it. They tell you it's right there. What you want me to do?
That's all yours. You know, Huey. That's all your stuff.
Yeah, so I don't know if you're a balltard, you look up in the sky at night. Is there 2 or more masses up there? You tell me.
It's a billion masses.
Yeah. So how are they using Einstein's field equations?
Yeah, I can't.
So what are we talking about here, ladies and gentlemen? We're talking about this is farcical. See, that's why I've been trying to get them out of Newtonian for the past almost 3 years now and force them to parrot the correct pseudoscience, which is Einstein. Einstein's going to be dealt with worse than Newton was. So I'm just setting the table for him. But I am going to force them to parrot Einstein. I will.
That's it, man.
Yep.
Yeah, you have to, because that's gravity. Like now, I say yes, sir. Gravity. I love gravity. Yeah, it's the bending and warping of the space-time continuum. So it's let's go. Let's play ball, because that's it. That's the only gravity I know of. Which can't solve for 2 masses. Yeah. So
it's a farce. What do you guys want me to do? Is there anything else? So what you want me to do? You want me to listen to a conversation now? What, are they going to overturn this? I'd like to see them do it. What are you going to give me? Some sophistry? That's all you got left. So that's all we got. Do we want to move on to Alice and Bob?
John, they can say that they are not agree with you.
Agree and disagree have nothing to do with this genre.
I know.
That's in cake decorating threads and whose favorite color is the best forums. That's not here. That's agree and disagree is non sequitur to the actual point. Whenever you hear that, you know that look out. Right? Here comes the opinion-laden, ball-tard boomer friggin' clown show. All right. Do we want to move on to Alice and Bob?
Yeah, let's do it, man.
So, hey, Sasha, can you post that again down there lower so everyone's on the same sheet of music?
Yeah, right. Just a second.
So I'll give you the background story to this. I'm not going to take credit for this because Jaron came out with this many years ago. I had thought about it. Now, just to be technical, I had thought about it when I first come out, after about in the first week, I kind of sort of thought about this, but I didn't put anything out. But Jaron did officially. So shout out to Jaron. All credit where credit is due. Okay. So the main point of this is that the quintessential tenet of the Baltard spinning space monkey religion is that every point along a tangent from your feet drops, vertical drop at 8 inches per mile squared. Is there any problem with that? Anyone?
Sounds good to me, man.
That's the quintessential tenet, isn't it?
That's the narrative.
This is not
That's the sphere.
perspective. This is not perspective. This is plain geometry. Correct?
Yep.
Oh, all right. All right. So we have Alice and Bob here at 34 minutes after the hour. Let's say we're gonna remove all topography. So keep everything even. There's no, hills, there's no cliffs, no waterfalls. We're in the Salar in Bolivia. Everything's smooth. Okay? We have Alice, the 40 miles here doesn't matter. It could be 1 mile, 2 mile, 5 miles, 10 miles. It could be anything. Sasha did the drawing with 40 miles. It's arbitrary.
Yeah.
Now, you have Alice and Bob. They're both looking at each other. The geometry states that from Bob's position, everything should vertically drop away from his feet along a tangent at 8 inches per mile squared. However, so that same scenario is also true for Alice. See the problem? If Alice and Bob start walking towards each other, there is no other way based on the geometry that they shouldn't fall off into an abyss.
Oh my God. I only see that now.
Welcome to the Bob and Alice.
That is insane.
I want you to think about it now. Just think about it because it's catching a lot of people off guard. See, I've only bring it up in jest over the past few years. I've brought it up a number of times. See, Sasha caught on to it when we were just bullshitting in a hangout. I think it was on one of my shows, and I brought it up.
Yeah.
And my drawing was horrible, right? So
I
Sasha
said like
felt
this.
Sorry for me.
I said like this. Okay, all this observation, all these years, watching videos and everything, and then everything was for me like clear in that picture. It was like, this is the point. Nothing else. I don't care for nothing else.
Now, see, and then the ballers, they think they got they gotcha or something. People have caught on to this. I got in an argument with Matthew Learns the other day, and somebody recorded it, and then the ballers are all over this, right? And I'm sitting there, but all I got back so far, they called me names. They said it was funny. They said, thank you. That's it. I said, well, if you think, what's the argument against it? But give me an argument. No arguments. None. Nobody has a cogent point. They just laugh. Well, guess what I'm going to do now? I'm going to ram it right up their sixes. I'm telling you, Tuesday, I'm doing a show on this Tuesday. I got this same routine because that's a tell. If you ever play poker, that's a tell.
A big one.
Yeah. It's
oh
a
my
tell.
God.
So I call all in. Thanks for the tell. All in. I'm betting the farm. I'm going after you. See what the problem is? Here, I'm going to tell you what the problem, why they're laughing. They're thinking of a sphere in their mind, right? But they are detaching the geometry that must hold true on that sphere. They're two separate things, if you think about it. That's what's happening here.
Yep.
This is so simple.
Can I play
Why haven't I seen it before? Wow.
I want to play the devil's advocate real quick.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I knew you would.
so
That's why I
that's
wanted
it.
you in here.
Yeah. All right. I got this. Okay. Well, that's because, sir, see, Alice and Bob, you have to just clock them. You have to position them correctly on Earth. So once they're clocked in the proper orientation from a center point upon a circle, then your arcs would match up. It's your arcs will match up because, well, I can't say you assumed the surface is flat because you said Bolivia. So I can't say it's like, okay, it is actually okay. You know, you see what I'm saying? So you have to assume that Earth is a sphere for that equation to work, anyways. But it does. I mean, it doesn't. Obviously.
Here's what I got in rebuttal. It's the next slide. Check this out.
Ooh. What is this? The fuck is this? Let me see.
They said with the top diagram that building over to the left is Alice and the building over to the right is Bob. I said, okay, if Alice rolled the bowling ball towards Bob and Bob did the same thing, how in the world she's rolling it uphill? That can't be.
Indeed. Right. Yeah.
And Q, listen, look at the first picture, that big one. They said if you go out from the building, that you are going down. And I asked how. No, but look at that buildings.
Hold up a second, Sasha. The salt flats are.
What's the longest distance?
It's 100 miles distance.
Holy smokes! Okay. Wow. Okay. Wow. So that 40. Yeah. Is that to scale, Sasha? You drew that, yeah? Is it to scale the 40-mile line and the?
No, I put the distance. But no, listen, man. Black Swan example. Like the guy who is.
I get it. That's all.
We are on. I'm on oil rigs, you know. What I'm doing? I'm looking for my job, and you are looking for your job.
But don't bring the Black Swan into this, please.
Yeah. Okay, sir. Yeah.
Please. I'm going to show you another example here that's going to exemplify the point. Don't bring the Black Swan. Let's go down to the second example, where it has the two tilts. Alice is up there and Bob is up there, and you have to put these two together. They couldn't put them together for some reason. You know what I'm saying? How is that different from what I said?
Yeah, exactly. Right on.
All right, let me show you something else that.
Right. Yeah.
That's related. I'll take any.
Right on.
I don't care. There's no other way around it unless they have to give up the 8 inches per mile squared drop. You have to give that up. Ballers.
There's the plumb thing, right? Like, well, it's because you see, you aligned Alice and Bob like plumb to Earth in the second picture, right? Thus, they're the same as the first diagram that Sasha posted. And on the sphere Earth, they're out of plumb. Well, they are actually still plumb, but I don't know. Like it's.
Or
you know
they have
like,
a bulge. Or they have a bulge between them.
All right, let me show you. Let's go to a related topic. You're gonna love this, Cyrus. I don't know if you've seen this before.
Do it. Post it.
All right. So at 43 minutes after the hour, if everyone's looking at this, Jesse Kozlowski, a number of years ago, posted this photo and said he's looking at a curve. Let me explain to you what's going on here. What he did was he took two theodolites, had them together, they're at the same height. Then he took one of the theodolites and put it across that lake. It's 0.47, or it's almost a half a mile away from each other. What he did was then he took his theodolite and he leveled his crosshairs and he said, look, this theodolite across the lake is lower on the crosshairs. Therefore, that's Earth, that's drop. Okay? My comeback to this, guess what's going to happen? Let's treat these two theodolites as Alice and Bob. Bob's looking at Alice right here, and Bob is higher than Alice. In reality, guess what would happen if Alice looked back at Bob?
So, yep. He proved that the land he's standing on over there is whatever that distance is if he incremented his crossroads or whatever. Yeah, he proved that's exactly what he proved.
There is no way. Just relax. There is no way if Alice looked back at Bob that she could be higher. That's a paradox because Bob can't be higher than Alice in looking at her, and Alice can't be higher than Bob looking back. It's a paradox. You can't. That's impossible.
Yep.
It's a related topic. Yeah, go ahead.
They don't know how to fucking survey. That's the problem. Like, they don't know what they're doing. You know, it's like, yeah, okay. So I'm assuming he calibrated them at the same height, like right next to each other. Then he took it over there, right?
Yep.
Or yeah, okay, yeah, exactly. He's proven that the ground he's standing on is higher, whatever that distance is. Because I've done that with my dad for like leveling big foundations or whatnot.
No, Cyrus, it's much easier than that. Guess what's happening here?
What?
Angular size change with distance.
Yep.
Okay. Nice.
Yep. That's why.
Yeah.
That's why if Alice would look back at Bob, she would be higher. She's going to see the same picture. But that can't be. Because your conclusions then, Bob is higher than Alice and Alice is higher than Bob. Can't be. Paradox. That's it. It's over. Yeah, this is how easy it is, folks, to defeat these knuckleheads. So
it's perspective, John. It's perspective. You know.
Say again?
Answer was you know that the answer of Matthew was it's perspective.
Yeah, but not in the first
perspective of what?
Not in the first scenario with Alice and Bob. That's purely geometry. They have to give up the 8 inches per mile squared. Most of them already have. They'll tell you that there is no elevation change with their 8. They think drop means something different than elevation. I'm telling you, ask them. How can you have drop without elevation change? I'd like to see that little maneuver.
I've heard
you can have if Earth is flat.
You can't have drop without elevation change, whether the Earth is flat, polygon.
Yeah, that's also ridiculous. Yeah.
Yep. Well, there you go. There's Alice and Bob. Boy, we went over a lot in the past hour.
Oh yeah, man. We were talking about quantum mechanics. Yep.
I'm so glad I was here for this.
So can I say about mountains? I like mountains. You know, we measure mountains in Africa, in South America, in North America, everywhere around the world. And we measure a reference to the sea level. That means that all around the world is the sea level.
Hey, shout out to Miguel Sousa. Thank you for finding that. He did a what is that? He found that citation, and it is he used the Wayback Machine and found it. Thanks, guy. Appreciate that.
Oh, nice.
Remember the final contradiction? That one guy said that that
link is broken.
Link. Yeah.
Yep. Thanks, dude.
Yep. Appreciate him. Go. Bastards. Hey, Ariel, how you like that? You still thinking about that?
I was listening to you, but I was also shopping on looking for processors and stuff. And I just happened to be paying attention when you were talking about it, and when you asked Sasha to post that again, and I just immediately saw it.
But listen, I have no problems if somebody wants to. I don't know how you come up against this. The only way you can do it is you got to get rid of the 8 inches per mile squared drop. You got to get rid of that. There's no other way. And not everyone stands, in reality, not everyone is standing on top of the ball. That's fucking horseshit. That's just imagination land. So
it's back to the drawing board for the ballers.
So shout out to Jaron. Like I said, I want to give him credit because he was definitely the first one to officially come out with this. So shout out to Jaron.
Well, do you know why that doesn't work, right? The 8 inches per mile square. I can explain that, guys. Let me here. Check this out. Well, because Einstein, right? It's all about Einstein, right? All hail the king, King Einstein. Because of his field equations, right? A proper solution is no matter universe. There's no matter in the universe, and this is where you get your black holes from. And I believe, don't quote me on this, but that's when the Ricci tensor is 0, and it's empty space, which equals empty space in the universe. So which is a proper semi-solution to the Einstein field equations, which that says it's a black hole universe which contains no matter. So because we have matter, and obviously that's fucking false, but it's a proper solution, and I think it's the Hilbert solution to Einstein field equations, and that's why the 8 inches doesn't work, bro. Because space-time is bendy, man.
That's too funny, man.
Oh, that was just I knew you would get it. I was just joking, but it's a proper fucking it's a serious issue, man. The black hole solution, it's some sad shit.
It's a lot of fudge, is what it is. An awful lot of fudge.
No, there is no fudge.
It doesn't work.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. Do you have Do you have mass? Old dude, is there mass? Well, since there's mass, there you go. Then there's no black holes. But hey, here's a picture of a black hole. Well, by Einstein's field equation, the two cannot coexist. It's like, all right, boom. It's like, what's up with that? But there's plenty of mass, and hey, there's a lot of black holes, man. It's like, oh, okay, multiple black holes now. It's just it's a mathematical solution, right? That's it.
Always. Yeah, always. It's a theorem that solves the problem every time.
Always works out the way you made it up if you're making it up, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah, QE, right. Before you go, man, don't dip out on me. So, when the recorder is on the slit, but it's not recording, what was the result? you never told me.
Hold on a second, man. I was dead in the middle of something. Give me 1 second.
Oh, shit. All right.
Wait, what was the question?
When he comes back, so I don't have to repeat it yet another time.
Wait a second, man. I got it. Wait a second. I'm a man. I can only do one thing at a time.
We know.
I didn't need anyone to agree with me, man. It was a rhetorical thing.
Right.
All right, go ahead, Cyrus.
All right. I was saying about the double slit. Okay. So when the recorder is hooked up, but it's not recording, what are the results? That's yeah. Then we never covered that.
Interference.
Because I don't know.
Interference.
Interference
pattern.
Yep, that's what I assumed. Because we do not know the exact path because the data has not been recorded, right? But if it was, then we would know. Then for sure we would get particle, which is splot. They call it or whatever, right?
No.
Why not?
There's a subtlety here.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you this. I'm gonna give you the subtlety.
Tell me.
It's not the actual knowing. It is the existence of the path information. If the path information exists somewhere and can be retrievable, that interference pattern will collapse without knowing it.
But how does the particles know
When it's
that?
retrievable. Okay.
You tell me.
It's the
well,
fucking
yeah.
Akashic record, man. It's the ether.
Yeah. What? Oh no! How dare you?
Don't
Said
bring
what?
the ether.
Sorry, I was making a joke. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I knew you were. You got? Is that? Did you? Here, let me get you something for that, just so you don't think I'm bullshitting.
I think I'm finally starting to get the double slit thing. No. Don't say that word. What I'm saying is the double slit thing. It's like if a consciousness is connected to it, it behaves differently than if not. I guess. I don't know.
Well, it doesn't need to be consciousness. It could just be a video recorder.
No, well,
Sure.
no. You still have to have consciousness take the video.
Right.
So there's an incestuous feedback loop between consciousness, intelligence, and information. It's incestuous. It's a huge circle. You can't have one without the other. Right? Think about it.
Totally. Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's very simple to I think it's easy to understand.
Is somebody cooking bacon or something?
No, sorry, that's my sink. Hang on.
Mike. Cooking bacon. Oh man.
I just had steak, so I'm not hungry, but it caught my attention. 1 second, man. Let me get that for you. In fact, it was an experiment that validated the delayed choice quantum eraser, like at insane levels. The timing was 10 times longer, and the distance was like a magnitude 50 scale.
Oh, is that the 100-kilometer one or something like that between detectors or some stupid shit? Oh yeah, yeah. Thank you, sir. What's the name of that? Who was that in Korea or Japan or something?
No, it was at Canary Islands.
Okay.
I'm searching for it. I'll get it for
Cool.
you. Give me a second.
Take your time, bro. Whenever you find it, just holler, because I got pen and paper ready.
You just need to copy and paste this mug, and I found it.
Pen and paper?
Ah, bro, I'm old school. I love it. Pen and paper, dude. You can get so much done with it. Way quicker than
the older stuff.
Did I date myself with that comment?
No, not you. This dude.
I've got paper and pen right in front of me, by the way.
Yeah, man.
Every time I got paper and pen because I got to write down the nonsense I hear from these knuckle draggers.
Yeah, but do you have a pencil?
No, I hate pencils, man.
Nice, man. Yep. I like real ink, like ink pens, like some, a proper fucking pen.
There you go, Cyrus.
I appreciate the pen. Let me see. All right, cool.
Thank
you.
are
All right,
allowed
the
to
link.
use pencils.
Boom. I am saving the link.
So this is Zhao Sung Ma with the quantum eraser with the causally disconnected choice from the proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. The presence of path information anywhere in the universe is sufficient to prohibit any possibility of interference. It is irrelevant whether a future observer might decide to acquire it. The mere possibility is enough.
Well, that's certainly a deliberate setup.
You think?
Yeah. I go to that website, the NIH one, all the time, dude. That's crazy.
So the key to it is, Cyrus, if it boils down to it, it's all based on information. Information is the key to this reality. In other words, even numpty atheist scientists realize that information, I don't know how they can even admit this, but they do. They don't even know what they're saying. That information is the bedrock of, or the foundation of reality. They're close.
Yeah.
They're close because you can't have information without intelligent agency. And information isn't physical. It's it's supernatural. It has no physical properties whatsoever. Give me the chemical formula structure, charge, matter, momentum, or spin, or milli-electron volts, kcals, or kilojoules for look out, there's a tiger behind you.
I got another one that is yours as well, QE. Do ink, paper, and glue molecules author instruction manuals? Did I butcher it?
No, yeah. To be an atheist, you have to believe in two things. Number one, something can come from nothing, and number two, ink, paper, and glue molecules can author technical instruction manuals and blueprints.
Right. Yeah. I love that one.
Yeah. Right. Information. Right. Interesting.
There's the knower, and then there's the stuff that the guy
Is
knows.
that saying atheists don't believe in information?
Did you? No, it's
no.
Did you? Oh, this guy believes in evolution. QE. I think you know that already, though.
Yeah. How can you?
Hey,
hold on a second.
QE, all this information and everything.
Hold on a second, man.
Evolution, what's that?
I was on a roll.
Jesse.
So think about
Scams
this.
you, man.
If you're an atheist, the only things that can exist must be matter or energy, because that's philosophical naturalism, materialism, atheism. Well, how do you explain information? It's existing. You're done, right? That's how easy it is to destroy atheists. So go ahead. Sorry for the interruption.
Well, isn't
No, you're good. That was it.
Well, isn't information just like true or false? Like,
no.
Kind of is, though.
It's instructions. It can be true or false, but it's not the only thing it's limited to. No.
Is this Ask Quantum Eraser night?
Yeah.
Hey, QE, I wanted to add or ask. I remember last time you speaking about and you showing some information about the light and the particles and all that stuff, and we saw like those 3 lines in the images you shared. All this information and all this that we're talking about is happening under a structure. It's structural.
Yeah, it's got parameters.
I have a question to QE.
I want to reply
hold
from
on a second.
QE.
Back to the structural. What do you mean by that?
Like you need all this information, the consciousness that we have and observe the phenomena, the natural phenomena and everything, and we process that information. But it's all happening under a structure. The last time when you showed the light and it was showing you shared these particles in the light, it was showing like a structure.
Not following.
Yes.
That's okay. I'm not following with that. I'm not saying it's not true.
Even let's say the experiment and the built into everything is structural to be able to see this the results or the information from the experiment, even in the background, the background that we observe before you turn in the machine, even the background noise, I will say is happening under a structure.
Not following, man.
Yeah.
Under structure. So you're saying that are you saying that there's a medium and then the thing that's in the medium?
No.
I don't know.
He's not saying that. He's going up. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying that I know he's not saying that.
Okay.
I feel like information is just a description, so even atheists could believe in it.
Well, define it.
Well, isn't it just a description of reality?
Nope.
There's empirical information.
It's simple. It's a simple definition. It's real easy. Somebody got it the other day. It was intuitive. He didn't even have the definition. He said it. I said, damn, that's pretty impressive. It's an easy one. Don't overthink it.
Facts provided or learned about something or someone.
Something. Break the word down.
Break which word down? Information?
Information. What's the base word?
Inform.
Inform.
Uh-huh.
Inform.
To form within.
Tell.
To inform.
That which is known. I don't know. I'm not sure that. I don't know.
Kinda.
I'm guessing.
You want me to give you the official one?
Sure.
Yeah.
Communication or reception of knowledge or intelligence.
Nice.
So we're the vessel, and the knowledge is the stuff.
For information to exist, you must have, there's certain conditions that must exist for information to exist. What might those be?
I mean, it seems
And the necessary antecedent for that is a structure.
Yeah.
It seems
For the
like
information.
information is just like truth tables and stuff like that.
I should know better to ask open-ended questions to a room filled with about 80 people, right?
Is that antecedent for the creator?
You'd figure I'd know better than that, right?
Oh yeah.
I think you did it for fun, QE.
I did not. There was no malice of forethought with that at all. I just screwed up. It happens.
Information is organized data, and data is just true or false. So it's just like complex truth
wrong.
tables.
Wrong.
No, you're thinking binary, bro. So your brain, you're thinking about silicon microchips, which are switches that work in an on and off format, but that's not information. Dude, that's a machine, bro, that we made. It's like pistons, you know, but they're just electrical switches, you know, on off.
Yeah.
So you don't think of that's digital information, binary, you know, 1, 0, 1, you know, or whatever on off, whatever you want to call it. It's binary information is what you speak of, but that's.
I got a good one for you from 6 minutes after the hour. This is Grunwald and Batania, algorithmic information theory. We repeatedly consider the following scenario. A sender, say A, wants to communicate or transmit some information to a receiver, say B. The information to be transmitted is an element from some set X. It will be communicated by sending a binary string called the message. When B receives the message, he can decode it again and hopefully reconstruct the element of X that was sent. To achieve this, here comes the rub. To achieve this, A and B need to agree on a code or a description method before communicating.
Handshake.
Under a structure.
Must be designed.
So, can inanimate material, does trees send you messages and shit?
Sometimes.
Really?
Sometimes.
No, I'm kidding.
Falls on you.
For example, if a plant's turning brown or like the leaves are falling off, you could say it doesn't have enough water.
Yeah, but it's not communicating with you. Let me just caveat this.
Well, it is kind of communicating.
No, it's not. I'm going to tell you what the difference is right here. Your interpretation of the physical effects or consequences of the existence of inanimate objects is not information. It's your imagination. When I put my hand under running water, the water's not informing me that it's wet or that it's hot or cold. When a tree branch falls in the woods, the sound waves aren't telling me I've fallen and I can't get up. That's the difference.
Yeah, that's correct. I love that.
Thanks, QE. That's getting clipped. Yeah, reality.
So there's 3 necessary antecedents. Well, basically 4. For information to exist. You must have a transmitter and a receiver. They must agree on the medium of conveyance, the convention, and the meaning. I'll give you an example. Paul Revere. I always screw this up and say the Raiders because that was a rock band. Paul Revere and the Patriots, right?
Nice.
Right? It's a good one. What's the code? 1 light or 2 lights? What's the software or the information? Well, it was the agreed upon meaning between Paul and the Patriots. Who created the software or the message? The 1 if by land, the 2 if by sea. The lights or Paul Revere and the Patriots? According to materialists or realists or atheists, it was the lights. What would have happened if Paul Revere never met, agreed on a meaning, medium, and convention with the Patriots, and just randomly sent signals, 1 or 2 lights from the Old North Church? Not much,
we wouldn't
right?
be we wouldn't be talking about it.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said. Say for we might be having tea and strumpets daily. Information is semiotic. It's not a physical entity or part of the medium of conveyance. Photons from Paul Revere's lamps weren't physically carrying information. The lights were just the medium used to signal the intelligent agents, who then assign the prearranged meaning. Information now exists. It is only then they know which path. Follow?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Isn't it awesome?
Yeah.
But like,
Listen,
isn't it 2
I'm
plus
going to leave
2?
you one more. Hold on. I'm going to leave you one more thing, and I'm going to shut up because I've been talking too much. Check. This is one of the most profound things I ever heard. I loved it when I first seen it because it just put everything into focus for me. When I first seen it, I read it and I said, "Oh my God, I got it." This is from Ed Lewis, PhD genetics. He's passed away. Nobel laureate genetics. I'll read it out loud from Caltech. Listen to this closely. The laws of genetics have never depended upon knowing what genes are chemically, and would hold true even if they were made of green fucking cheese.
I like that.
Get that in your pipe.
I love that.
Wow.
Genes. So genes aren't chemical?
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's not what he's talking about. He's talking about the information encoded in the genes.
Thank you, QE. It's good
So
stuff, man.
each chemical could be represented by something else. Is that what he's saying?
Yep. I could say, I can write, it's the physical-chemical makeup DNA molecule is merely the medium. It's arbitrary. The same as someone writing, look out, there's a tiger behind you in chalk, sand, Cheerios, Etch-a-Sketch, M&Ms, 3/4 inch nuts. It makes no difference. It's not, because the information is semiotic. It's not physically a part of the material. Follow?
Yep. It's just separate from the stuff. The information about the stuff is separate from the stuff. Is that right?
The information that's carried along, it goes back to the codes that we were talking about above. You need agreement in on the meaning, medium, and convention, and a transmitter and a receiver. The meaning of the message will not be found in the physics and chemistry of the paper and the ink, baby.
There you go.
Can I have one quick question answered? It's about how can I deal with these globers with tides? I say it's waves.
Tides are waves.
How do I give them more of an explanation?
Well, you don't. You just go to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration and pull the definition of tides off their website.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Right.
Well, I have another thing that I do. One thing I do is I just say that water expands. Mine's not as just right dead on, but I say water expands and contracts. You know, it's going to do that kind of thing sometimes, guys.
Careful with that though, man, because it's.
I wouldn't say that.
You gotta have some. You gotta have some cowbell, man. So you just.
That's true.
That's how that's defined.
It's kind of a logical fallacy because then the water in your cup should have waves.
No, because it's not heated and cooled at a rate that's going to make it do that.
Well, that's a logical fallacy.
Well, I just feel like a kid with a new toy now. Thanks.
Oh, you like Alice and Bob?
I do.
Oh, goodness.
I'm going to rub that under some people's noses.
When's the Alice and Bob thing coming out?
Tuesday. Oh, it's already been out for years. I've talked about it on my show a couple times, but on Tuesday.
Are you gonna have a Glober try to refute it?
How?
Well,
you basically heard the presentation here. You're gonna do the same thing.
Refraction.
Oh,
no, it was perspective.
Refraction, nice one, man.
The refutation of perspective.
Perspective, yeah.
What time zone are you in, QE?
Central.
Oh. Yeah, I don't
Me
hear
too.
you much, so I'm really glad I was here tonight.
So, okay, tell me if I'm wrong, QE, because look, I'm really like ignorant when it comes to that subject.
Well, hold on a second. I put the tides definition in by NOAA. Tides are very long period waves.
Oh.
Yep.
Wow.
The frequency, I think it's 2 per day, or what? No, how many? Every 6 hours, there's a change. So every 12 hours, it returns to, like, if it's high again every 12 hours. So yeah, so 2 per day. Yeah, cool frequency.
Now, they say the cause of it is the sun and moon. That's just bullshit. We just wanted to get down what they are. So they're long period waves.
Nice.
Glober's gonna come in and be like, "What causes those waves, man?"
Waves, wind, everything that causes waves causes waves.
Oh, I know.
Well, just ask them. How would you test what causes it?
Right.
That's the question. So if they ask you that, ask them if you made that claim.
Yeah, so that boat that's driving down the ocean, that wave is going somewhere. It doesn't just stop.
I thought I was talking. Forgive me. Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours?
What were you saying, Q?
I don't even remember.
Yeah. I was about getting them to test it, pretty much.
All right, Cyrus, you had one more, and then I got to shut up because I've been talking too much. People are going to start getting.
Oh, it's cool, man. Who cares? It's cool, man. I'm learning a bunch of shit, so it's all great, bro. I was gonna ask you. So, correct me if I'm wrong. So, I can conclude that quantum mechanics proves evolution to be wrong.
Incorrect.
Am I correct? Well, whatever that fairy tale is, like the fairy tale that they give forward, right?
It doesn't exist.
Well, I bet you know what I mean.
No.
I know, yeah, I don't know that.
No,
So you don't? Okay, fuck off. All right, you're gonna stand. All right, stand ground. Evolution? I've got no fucking idea. I said I'm ignorant, so no clue.
Well, for me to evaluate that correctly and to be comprehensive, I would have to know what evolution is, right?
Oh.
Yeah. For me, the beginning, which is like, information gathering in a more complex manner by itself is where, like, this is what I understand evolution to be. I'm not talking about monkey man, fuck that shit. No, like the rock soup, that primordial soup sort of thing.
He's talking about abiogenesis,
right?
Where'd you get the
soup? Right? Isn't that what they're saying, right? Information got more complex by itself. It gathered itself, right?
No.
Okay.
Matter.
Go ahead.
Where'd you get? Betty used to have this joke that she used to always talk about, and I know most of the people probably heard it in here. And she used to bring it up that there were scientists were arguing with God, and they said, "Well, we don't need you anymore. I mean, we got this. I mean, what are you talking about, right?" And so God said, "Okay, they said they can make man, right, or something." I know I'm butchering this, and they said, "Okay, we don't need you anymore. We got this." And they said, "Okay, we need dirt." And God said, "Get your own dirt." Follow?
Okay.
Yep.
Follow? Because you can't have matter what quantum mechanics is telling you, when you see that interference pattern on that wall, it's there's a lot more to it than this. What that is saying is that if there was no detector detecting anything right there, I'm talking about the catcher's mitt detector, the one that's showing you the interference pattern.
Yes.
If there was no catcher's mitt there, nothing would exist in between the detector and whatever's fired, there's nothing there. That's what it's telling you. You following me? This is really important. There's nothing there. It only becomes there when you have the path information, the knowledge. So that's what they were joking about, because you can't have matter exist without a knower first.
Simulation. Nice. That's where it took me, like that sort of thing. Like because I exist.
But then you get into people, then you have to define simulation and reality. Then that gets you're into big problems now. Right?
Okay. But you get what I'm saying. I'm saying like my eyes are the catcher's mitt, the detector, right? Detector, whatever, 1 and 2. And so when I look at an object, the photons now are like the path is 100% known, right?
Yeah.
By me, by the. Okay, it's philosophical, yeah.
We're getting off the beaten path here. There is no matter without a knower first.
Knower.
So evolution, whatever that is, you don't have anything to. You don't have anything.
No rocks. We don't have no. Yeah, we got no rocks. You're right.
There's no rocks. There's no dirt. There's nothing.
Correct.
So.
Nice. Yeah. Okay, I gotta. Let me reformat real quick. Hold on, update. All right, cool. Yes, matter. Right. Yep, got it, man.
Now, I like the biochemistry aspect, so I like leading them down that path. But I could kill it real quick. It depends what mood I'm in. If I want to kill it quick, I just say, "Well, where'd you get the dirt?" And then I've got experiments till the cows come home to saying that you don't have any fucking dirt without a knower, without a creator. Simple. It's on my website. Just go to my website. It's one of the 4 proofs.
Of the creator? Yep, I have to check that section out. I always listen to like your, well, not always. I shouldn't say always. I binge watch, right? So when I do it, I'd go through like the thick videos where I went through like your quantum one and stuff like that. The old stuff. I went through Newton one. Like the long format shit. Listen to that.
Yeah, just go to the web. If you go to the website, it's consolidated for you.
Nice.
It's systematic, routine. Point.
Yes.
Support. Point.
Yep.
Support.
Yep.
I'm not just saying it and just hand waving. No, if you're gonna debunk this, you got your work cut out for you. Yep. So it's all based on all 4 proofs. I'm sorry. I've got 4 proofs right there. 3 of them are based on information alone. You have DNA, you have quantum mechanics, and then you have functional sequence specified complexity. Those 3 proofs right there are based on solely on information. That's when you boil it all down, information. The third one is just the laws of thermodynamics. You can't. There has to be a creation. You can't get around it, because if you say the universe is always eternal, then that's a second law of thermodynamics violation. It's over.
Yep.
Right there. It's done.
100%.
Where were you when Descartes was trying to figure this out?
Descartes.
He's older than I am.
That's what I'm saying. You guys should have. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say y'all should have been in the same time period together. Something really would have gotten done, because you've taken philosophy and science, and you've made it into a pretty nice reality pie, and I'm digging it.
Yeah, you can't get. There's no way around it.
Yep.
You can't get around the 4. You can't get around the 4 proofs. It's impossible. I've tried. I've sent them through my crucible. I'd like to see somebody do it. I haven't seen it. I had those 4 proofs for about what is it? 2021. Ever since 2009. No one. They don't even talk. All they say is, "We've never heard of any scientific evidence of the creator." That's the rebuttal. You ain't doing anything with the 4. What can you do? I challenge you. Go ahead. Try to debunk them.
Where's your 4?
On the website.
If you.
Yep.
Okay. Oh yeah. Globe Terminator.
Yep.
Yep.
Where are they? Hold on, I'll get it.
Each day that passes, this argument, this truth, these facts get just chiseled into a sharper and sharper little drill bit that we're using to take chunks out of the globe.
Yep.
Like real big dummies can probably understand it now. Hopefully we can get to that point.
You know what really killed me?
Good.
What really killed me is when I discovered yesterday that the Bible says, beware of pseudoscience. I was like, get the what?
Get the hell out of here. Oh, I almost got 30,000 hits on that website, by the way. When did I release it? April last year, I think. April last year. Somewhere around there. It's got flat earth proofs on there too. It's just not proofs of the creator, but that's what we were talking about.
Yeah, I try to spam that one in the YouTube chat sometimes, but those people are acquired taste.
That's what I said, old dude. I was surprised because I did a little Google Analytics on it, and it was 27, if I'm not mistaken, 27,800 and something like that. Yep.
Yeah, that's really, really heartwarming to see that, mate. It's great to see all these numbers coming in. Thanks for all the work you do, bro. Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't get too
Yeah,
many.
for sure, man.
Bro,
man, you put a lot of fucking hours into. No, thanks, man. Thanks, bro. Cyrus, thank you. You put a lot of fucking hours into your shit. I can tell. Lots of work. Just organizing all this shit takes a long fucking time. I really know. It's ridiculous.
I said it earlier, QE, you're essential because there's just so many people that need this information, and I think so far you're the only one who's really just made it completely now accessible like this and very broken down. So yeah, thanks, dude.
You're welcome.
Hey, Quantum, thanks for the community service.
Much appreciated.
Damn, this is like a love fest, honey.
He's got a Patreon for the community service he does. You know that? I'll plug it for
great
you.
job.
I gotcha.
Great job.
You
Nah,
gotta
fuck
get
that.
in there and
Kiwi's a
listen to
clown.
this. You're not calling me an asshole.
No, we can do that too if you want.
Hey, Quantum, you can tell your wife someone loves you in the internet.
At least two people love QE.
Fucking Gemsy, man.
Because you are people fooled with his scientific method and all that stuff.
People are intimidated by the delivery, sure, but just the sheer amount of kind of like a Witsit situation. There's just so much to digest. But you have to be prepared if you're going to learn about this, especially in a short amount of time. Couple years, tops, I guess. It's got to be laid out like QE's done it, so it's great.
I heard QE invented the scientific method.
Yep, I did.
Yeah.
It's mine. I take ownership of it. Everyone's saying that it's QE's scientific method. Hell, I might as well take ownership of it.
There's no such thing as bad publicity, so that's nice.
Yeah, gate 33. Yeah, I know. It's just I've got so much information that the links sometimes get broken. It happens. Sometimes university. What'll happen is with the really deadly citations, like real death knells, what the Globetards will do, they'll call up those sources and tell them that flat earthers are using their material. And sometimes they'll take their shit down. I'm serious. I'm serious as a heart attack. Yep. I know for a fact, University of Rochester Physics Labs, Professor Wolfs. I know for a fact, and I know, hey, I'm Scott Veach, you friggin' booger-eating schmuck. What this guy, he told me he was going to do it too. That's how I knew he did it. But I had called, hold on a second. You'll love this story. I had called it because I reviewed Professor Wolf's, I use a lot of his, not a lot of his stuff, but he has some good stuff on the scientific method and some other things on his scientific method sheet, his physics lab sheet. However, there's a lot of things on there that are not correct. So what I did was, this was years ago, and I called him up. So I was talking to his secretary. He was on vacation at the time. So she was really nice, you know, and I said, listen, there's some things on the sheet that I'd like to talk to him about. And I wasn't going to be an asshole about it. I was just going to go over it with him. I have that capability to talk to professionals, just in case you wanted to know. But I digress. So she said, just give it a week. He'll be back in a week. I'll give the message. She said she pasted the message to his computer. And a week went by, 2 weeks went by, and I said, what the fuck? So I called her back up, and I said, hey. She goes, and we had talked for a while, so she knew who I was. And she said, didn't he get in touch with you? And I said, nope. In between that time, M. Scott Veach told me he was going to call him up because those citations really piss Veach off because he's a booger eater, right? So I'm screwing around that he wouldn't talk to me. She said that he wouldn't talk to me. I said, well, fuck it. In between that time, people started telling me, I started posting the link to Professor Wolf's. They said the link was bad. I'm there, what the fuck? So I pulled it up. Guess what? Gone. So I said, I said, the heck with the Wayback Machine. See, I knew there was going to be a problem with this one. Because a lot of people, a lot of scholars had cited him in other documents in the scientific literature, and they all went, and it went belly up. He can't have that. You can't do that, Professor Wolfs, you fucking idiot. So it took about 3 days. Guess what? Boop! Pop right back up. Up yours, Veach! Clown. Plus, you got a signature numpty clip coming out on you again. You got so many numpty. You got your own wing on the numpty clips, by the way. Veach.
His own folder.
Yeah, yeah. All right, that's all I got, man. You guys got me talking too damn much. You're gonna get complaints and shit.
Nah, brother. Thank you, sir.
Complaint lines are closed at this time.
We like listening you go off, QE.
Yeah.
No lie, dude. I mean, am I the only one thinking it, or I'm just gonna say it?
That's my favorite time with QE's on when he looks up.
Yes, you're the only one.
No,
To be honest,
there's a
bro,
lot of us out here.
QE, I love it. I love hearing you go off on people, bro. I really do. And I really listen and look up to what you say, bro. Like, no lie. Like, I honestly want to clone myself like you. Like, when you go off on people, I want to just go off on people the same way and be like, yo, bitch, this is how it goes. This is how it is. You know?
Yeah, but that's because you're crazy.
Oh, I mean, shit, you know.
Yeah, I'm crazier.
Quantum does it for community service.
So QE, if anything that you get, bro, just send to me, please, because I really want to learn a lot from you, bro.
Just go to the website, man. Just go through the.
Not only the web, dude. I go to the website. I go to the YouTube. I listen to the Flat Earth. Man, I get your information from. I try to look for your information everywhere.
Yeah, man, I know your voice well, you know.
It's been a while, right? It should be
For sure, because I get it mixed up with XO.
All right. Another thing, I'm going to tell you one thing, and then I'm going to shut. I know I said this before. I'm going to shut up. This is what pisses me off.
We'll see.
Yeah, pisses me off. Why are flat earthers out there trying to prove the earth is flat? Still.
I asked the same question.
Good question.
You already have it. All that fucking cows in the barn. It's we've all done it for you. All you have to do is master the arguments now.
Yep.
Precisely.
It drives me nuts. Now,
I'm not trying to prove a damn thing on it.
Listen, I'm not saying that you can't go out there and do stuff on your. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the arguments are already and the proof is already here. You can still go out and do what you need to do. I'm not saying don't do that. But I've been hearing flat earthers getting with ballers trying to coordinate whether the earth it's done. Where the fuck you been? It's already there.
I sort of tell them this is not an agree or disagree genera. That's for cake toppings and stuff.
That's just a pet peeve. It drives me absolutely nuts.
Same here. We're gonna prove once and for all. Y'all are weird, bro.
It's like a slap in the face. It's already done. They're all on my webs. Just go and get them. Master the arguments. It'll take you a week, 2 weeks, maybe. That's why we did it. That's why it's there. What do you think? I just put it up there for shits and giggles?
You just asked where have they been? Watching TV. That's where they've been.
Because really what you're doing is entertaining their logical fallacies for 5 hours. That's all you're really doing.
They're watching TV and using their imagination, thinking that the dinosaurs evolved from this and that. And
evolved? What's that?
Exactly. Tadpoles evolved from dinosaurs. I'm sorry.
Jeez, he's gone, man.
I love it.
You've been watching too much Pokemon, guys. We got to stop that shit.
Uh-oh, Cyrus, we got G Platypus in there. He's going to bust out with his rotation without acceleration.
Let's go, man.
With the,
last
with the
time
Darwinism. Sorry.
No, it's cool, man. Go ahead. Get it
I
on.
was just saying he brings in the Darwinism. A lot of them like to bring in the Darwinism. They don't understand that what they believe in is actually Darwinism, but they don't like they say it's Scientology or science or they just believe in science, but it's not science. What they don't believe in is what they believe in is not science. What they want to think is evolution, but it's Darwinism. Is what's his theory. Again, theory. Again, I'm sorry. Do I sound like a broken record? Theory.
Nope. Incorrect. Darwinism,
okay.
he doesn't, number one, a scientific theory is validated and confirmed by experiment. It differs from your colloquial theory. A colloquial theory is just speculation. So Darwin doesn't have a scientific theory and never did.
No, and he's not a scientist.
Exactly. So don't say it's just a theory. That's friggin' proby. You're going to get your hat handed to you.
Nah, Kiwi, we're on the same page. I agree with you. I'm just saying, like, that's my text that was going on.
Agreement doesn't have anything to do with it. All I'm saying is be careful with the words that you use. They're going to get your ass in trouble.
All right. Got you.
Not with me. You're going to be out there saying this stuff and you're going to get embarrassed. So I'm saving you that embarrassment.
I thank you. I'm learning as I'm explaining to you. Like I'm not afraid to say what I know, what I think, and I will stand correct. I will stand here corrected, man, and I'll like I'm not afraid to be embarrassed. Like if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, and I will accept that I was wrong, and I will stand corrected. You are here to correct me, and I appreciate that.
Guards.
So is it not science if an experiment is not involved?
That's correct.
That's a pretty easy one.
You want to discuss that math? Last time, you had me actually run the math for you, bro. I crunched it out, and then you just escaped. You never came back. But I took a picture of it, right? because I knew you'd eventually I'll catch you in here, and you want to go over it?
QE, that means in every scientific theory, it must be experiment.
You must have experiment. Every science.
Yeah.
That's what a scientific theory is. But who you talking to, sir? You talking to Platypus?
Platypus, bro. Yeah, Platypus, man. He knows. He knows.
It looks like his mic's open a little bit too. Hey, Platypus, what's up, bro?
We were talking, man, and so I simplified the math, the math I was talking about for the sake of the argument. And he was like,
hold on. Do not describe what we tried
now you're on, motherfucker. There you are.
Do not try describing what we were doing last night as talking. What we were
That wasn't last night. It wasn't last night. Sorry, sir.
What we were trying to do last night was shout over other people who did not understand the concept of. Ugh.
That wasn't last night, man.
Oh yeah, that was last night. That was last night.
No, it wasn't.
The fucking shouting match between Helio and Bong. That was absolutely
okay, but that's the gravity thing that we were talking about in the math was not last night. Is what I'm saying. The shouting, you are correct. Okay, now that's not what we're talking about. Okay,
I just put my
cool.
headphones on, so.
All right. Okay. Phenomenal.
He's always got some kind of answer to that stuff.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
But there was definitely a lot of shouting going on the other night.
It's cool.
Yeah, that was last night.
Who cares?
Right.
Doesn't matter.
Let's just not do that stuff, and we'll be good.
All right. So, Platypus.
Platypus has mattresses, and he thinks those are layers of air.
That's not what I said. I didn't.
That's
say
exactly
anything.
what you're saying.
No, it's not.
What's that? Tell me, inform me.
Nope.
I'm unaware of this.
Nope.
Well, okay, explain yourself.
Hold on. We didn't get anywhere. We didn't get anywhere down the road. You took 2 steps down the road and you started asking questions. You needed to let me keep going.
No, I don't need to. I want to know how you have gas pressure without a container, and mattresses are not the answer.
Mattresses. Nice. What's up with that? Can you go through it one more time because I wasn't there for that.
And it's not the only thing. There's 2 other things that got to come after the whole mattress thing. So bear with me here.
Okay.
It was just the thing that I pulled out. I was gonna say slabs of stone, but that would probably fucking kill you. So
slabs of stone.
So you got
just because it says on the
doesn't mean it's
off.
You take 10 mattresses, you lay them on top of one another. I forget what fairy tale that is. The princess.
Okay.
Princess and the Pea.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Yep.
So you got 10 mattresses. Climb up the stack of mattresses and squeeze yourself in between the topmost one and the rest of them, the 9 of them underneath you. So you feel the mattress pressing on you, right? Well, then
wait.
Climb back down the pile. Climb back down the pile. Get underneath all 10 of the mattresses. What are you going to feel? What's going to be different about what you feel? And why do you feel that way? It's going to feel heavier, right?
Okay.
It feels heavier because you got more stuff.
Got more mattresses on you. Mattresses are air layers. Right. That's what you're saying.
So now we would no. As a matter of fact, I'm saying mattresses, they're solids, right? I mean, they're made of solids.
Okay. Yeah. But there's. I know where you. I got it. All right. I got it. It took me a bit.
So now you go get out from under your mattress pile. You go out to your swimming pool and you
same thing, right?
Dip under, swim under, just a little bit under the surface.
Yep.
But then you say you got a deep pool and you start trying to dive down real deep into the pool. What are you going to start feeling as you go deeper and deeper?
Ooh, they call that what? Hydrostatic pressure. Am I wrong? Yeah, you feel the weight of the water above you. Yes.
Correct.
You do. Mm-hmm. So.
Correct.
Now, what? And I knew you were going there, and then you're going to gases, but Listen, bro.
No,
Are you
specifically,
familiar with the kinetic theory of fucking gases?
Specifically, we're
No.
going to the atmosphere.
No.
We're going
No, no.
on. We're going this way. So we're there.
Yeah, we are.
You're with me on this
I'll
logic.
wait. I'll wait for you there. Okay, keep on going. I'll wait for you there.
Yep. So it was easy to follow the logic through a solid. It was easy to follow it through.
You got to
a
have all kinds of
Solid.
hoops to jump through to do globe work, huh? You got to have logic. You got to have mattresses. You got to have all kinds of shit for globes.
I know it's
He's getting the idea from a fairy tale, an
which
actual
cigar to
fairy
smoke
tale with a
tonight, so
princess.
I can do this.
Now he's going to compare
Alright,
gases
we'll do
to other
this one.
states of matter.
So now we
Listen.
Yes.
So now we
No, go ahead. So now.
So now you stand here. You stand here at ground level. You feel a certain way. Then you start increasing your altitude, right? Now, what happens when you start increasing your altitude? Aside from the fact that you run out of oxygen, which is a totally different problem.
Well, you don't know because you run out of oxygen.
Womp womp.
What's going on here? Hello?
So what?
Platypus out of oxygen?
Hold on. So what? So how?
You're talking about a barometer. Am I correct?
Hold on. So now we start.
What do you mean, hold on?
Altitude, and the pressure around you starts decreasing. Now, why does that happen? But you got to think about it in reverse. You got to because it's.
No, you have to think about how a gas actually behaves. No. See, okay, you're cool, you're cool, but your knowledge needs to be like updated.
Okay.
It's called the kinetic
reverse engineering
of gases. Okay.
Which is what?
Just Google those words. Kinetic theory of gases. What comes up? Tell me, because that's what you're missing. You're cool.
Am I gonna find?
You're cool.
Hold on. Am I gonna if I go look that up? Am I gonna run face first into the magic F word? Starts with an F and ends with force.
Force, bro. Just I mean, look into if you're update your knowledge because that's what you're missing.
Right, I got
because these molecules are energetic and they move around. They don't just chill in place. So they're not like a mattress stacked upon you. Because that phase of matter doesn't behave the same way, really.
The atmosphere should be at equilibrium then, right? Same pressure all throughout, right?
No, there would have to be a constant temperature as well.
No. No. The system is dynamic, and it's quite the large system that you're measuring within. Now, I would like to go outside the system with a pressure gauge and probe at different points and see actually, because we've never ever like probed a system this large and actually see like what it is on the outside. We don't actually know. Like thermodynamically, it's pretty cool. We can model it. There's no problem, but so it is dynamic for sure. You have input like and at the surface, you do have gas generation. You do have hot zones, cold zones. You have heat that moves around. You got wind that moves around. Like a lot of stuff is actually moving around.
Yeah, because the sun is moving.
We can detect this. We can detect a storm and whatnot with your barometer, chilling at home. Pressure drops. So what happened when the pressure drops? So some of the air, the height of the atmosphere just decreased above me. Yeah, right. Did it? Yeah. I don't know.
Well, I mean, like the thing I don't understand is why they always think that the atmosphere should equalize, because that would only happen if there was a constant temperature, and there isn't.
We're talking about right. He's talking about the differential, right, of a pressure of a gas, right? So in order to have that gas pressure first, right, the X, right, that we're talking about, and the change of. He's talking about the change of. But the antecedent to have that change of that substance, to contain that substance, you must bind it. Because that substance wants to expand. No, that's what you don't understand about the behavior of the substance.
Hold on.
That substance, that phase of matter, wants to just expand until it reaches zero.
If
right?
you invoke necessary antecedents, then I have a response to that.
Okay, please go ahead, man.
So what? All right.
Oh,
So my response.
Yeah.
My response to the concept of a necessary antecedent, right?
Yep.
So
yes.
What happens when objects fall toward the surface of the Earth? And in this case, we'll forget that we disagree on gases and stuff. Let's think about a solid.
No, we're talking about gases. No.
Hold on.
So are we done with gases? No, don't hold on me. Are we done with gases?
We're going to circle back around.
No. Okay, we're not going to circle back around to shit because you're talking about mattresses. I was following. I gave you my undivided attention to actually have a conversation.
We're going to circle back again.
We're not doing that political fucking circle back shit. No, sir.
Let's circle back to solids to explain gases.
Let's stay on gases. Gases.
Your whole thing is that there has to be a container in order to keep the atmosphere here, correct? Forget that you don't know the
Can you prove otherwise with gases? Can you prove otherwise with gases?
We're going to get there. Hold on.
Go ahead.
We have to get
force field. Sure. Show me. I'm going to get there quick. You're going to take the long fucking road that I know. Your force field. Show me. Go ahead. Run with it. Experimentation, please.
What happens when you drop it? What happens when an object falls toward the surface of the Earth?
Solids again.
My stomach hurts, bro. What were we talking about? Mattresses above you? Now apples falling off a tree? I'm lost, man. What do you want to talk about?
Well, what happens to the apple when it falls off the tree?
Tell us.
It returns to where it came from. 0.0.
But what does it do?
Returning the energy back to equilibrium. And we can model that using Lagrangian mechanics, not Newtonian mechanics. Yep. Speaking of terms of kinetic energy and potential energy, and fuck Newton. There we go.
But it's non sequitur because falling objects aren't gases.
I know. I'm just shutting him down, shutting his mind down. That's all I'm doing. I know.
I think that's the problem. I think his mind is already shut down.
Non sequiturs too. It's like just shut it down. Yeah.
Maybe we should turn it on.
Just trying to get to something else that could hold the atmosphere.
Try turning it on. Maybe it'll do something else.
I wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't even say that you need it.
Sorry,
Can I
pass me the hammer?
Hold on. It's like I wouldn't even say that I wouldn't even say that you need it to keep the atmosphere here because that already implies some kind of like the whole space vacuum problem. But it's like you need that to have gas pressure, the thing that we have. To have that, you need a container. That's the point. It's not about keeping the gas here from going somewhere else.
Or keeping the rock on the ground from going somewhere. Where would the rock go? Where should it go?
I wanted to run something with the gases. A very basic experiment that anyone here can do at home. And you should do it in it's always done in basic laboratories and thermo. Okay, so say we have a tuna can, sealed tuna can. Awesome, cool. There's air inside of it. There's no water, right? Let's not make things complicated. There's just air. Okay, we have a pressure gauge. All right, it's just a needle, just wherever it rests at. We're gonna just calibrate it ourselves. We're gonna, in the increments. We're gonna call that 0, starting point 0. And the temperature, room temperature, you could call it 0 if you fucking want, but just record the real one. If you want to do some real mathematics later, but it doesn't matter. You can call it 0 as long as you know where you started. It's all good. And what you're going to do now is start torching the can, right? So what do we have here? We have a volume, a specified volume that is sealed. So the volume cannot change, and it's containing gas molecules, okay? And now you're inputting energy into the system, so the temperature is rising. Yep. Now, according to the kinetic theory of gases, the molecules, the jitter of the molecules, and the kinetic energy and the velocity is increasing. So they're bombarding the walls even harder.
Hey,
right?
real quick,
Quicker.
Just for clarification.
Wait, I'm not done. This is an experiment. Let me run you through it.
I'm asking a point of clarification.
I don't want to lose train of thought, bro.
I'm asking a point of clarification. Simple point of clarification. Is your heat source inside of or outside of?
No, outside. Outside.
Okay.
Oh my god!
Outside.
All right, it's outside.
How can it be inside the tuna can?
That's fine. It's okay. It's cool. Maybe.
Fucking platypus.
Let's try to understand what's going on here, because this is very cool. We can understand a lot of dynamics in our world today if you understand what's going on in this tuna can. Okay, because we're going to do a variation of this too. Cool. When you torch it, right, you're going to notice that the needle on your scale is going to start to rise. Pressure is going to start to increase. So, because the volume is set and cannot physically move, so volume is constant, right, and you input heat, the pressure must go up and the temperature must go up. Because the temperature went up, the pressure went up. Cool? Because it's kinetic energy. You're inputting energy into the system. Awesome. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take that same volume, but one of the walls, we're going to turn it into a piston. So the trapped air, the mass of the trapped air, right, the amount is not going to change. Okay? So it's a piston, right? But I'm going to torch it again. I'm going to do the same thing and torch it. And I have the same pressure gauge attached to the cylinder wall. Cool. And I'm going to torch it. And what you're going to notice is, because now, as you're increasing the temperature, so temperature is going up, but the volume is not bound. It is free to move. You'll see that the pressure will remain constant, but the volume will increase because it will expand. You see, and that's the force that we're talking about. You see? So that's what happens whenever you have a pressure differential between two systems. The system inside of this cylinder and tuna can, and the system outside, which we calibrated, we just called it zero. But it's actually atmospheric pressure. But we just called it fucking zero. Because all we need is the delta, the differential. That little gradient is all we care about, because you've proven that there will be motion because of the expansion, that force. It's upon the container, the walls of the container. So now, I don't know, you're going to remove this container somehow. With what? We're going to run this experiment again?
Well,
without this V?
Ultimately, you're talking about a
You get it?
container
Do you
around
get what's
the
going
Earth,
on here?
correct? Ultimately, you're talking about a container around the Earth, right?
Let's talk about gases. Yeah, for sure.
We're talking about breathing, bro.
Something must bind. Okay, if there's outer space Narnia, like they say, and we're floating balls, well, then okay, the gas is simply going to expand out until it encounters the walls of the universe, and it will equalize. Because that's what gases do, right? Proven by these experiments. Like, all right, like we can run shit like that all day long. Like, it's, look into like Charles Boyle, those guys.
Well then does that mean so Globers have to concede that gravity is a container? There must be a container that if you want to believe in a vacuum of space, then you can't even go there, right? I mean, is that or the magic of gravity?
You can. If you place a container, sure, you can have a zero. Sure, okay, but you must have a container to bind the system. Now, it could be this magical force field jelly that you speak of. Sure, man, whatever. But
it must be a closed system, right? It has to be a closed system if we are to breathe air, right?
It can't be, Bong. The one thing that it cannot be is a closed system. Because if it were a perfectly closed system, if our system were a perfectly closed system with the heat source that we know as the sun within it, it would constantly be getting hotter and
assumptions.
Wait, Bong's out. I'm gonna tell him to define what is the difference without googling. What is the difference between an open system and a closed system without googling?
That's not the point. That's not the point he's making.
No, that is a critical fucking point. It is defined already. We have defined this.
Mankind has defined this. It's the temperature. You're assuming you know the temperature. First you asked if the heat was inside the can. You said no, it was outside the can.
This is me in serious right now, Bong.
God damn, motherfucker. I've been serious for 6 fucking years. Welcome to the party, bitch. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. All right. What is the difference between an open system and a closed system? Because you're like, it cannot...
Are you gonna ask me the question and let me answer it, or are you gonna ask the question?
Okay. Did you understand the question?
Know what the sun
That's
is.
it, man. Go ahead, sir.
You can't assume that you know the sun is.
Bong, let him answer. Bong, please.
A closed system is a system in which neither energy nor matter can be added or removed.
You're assuming you know how energy is added or
That's
removed,
wrong.
or even if it is
Wrong.
to the system
Wrong.
that you're assuming is open.
Wrong. See,
Dude.
he's wrong in definition.
He's
He's
wrong.
wrong.
Closed
Closed
system
system
energy
is a system. Martov, you got it, bro. Sorry, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, open system means a free exchange of matter and energy. Closed system means a free exchange of energy but not matter. An isolated system is neither. So you need to get your definitions right.
Thought a
Thank you,
dynamic.
Martov.
And your model is right.
Hold on, and I may be wrong. Somebody can correct me here. I was under the impression that the only three kinds of systems you could have were open, closed, and dynamic.
No, isolated. No, dynamic.
Is one where matter can, where one or the other can leave. But
Dynamic means transient in phase, okay, and not running at steady state conditions. Do you know what steady state conditions and transient conditions are? Because those are also fucking defined in thermodynamics.
It's like a dynamic IP versus a static IP. You know how dynamic IPs change because they have to, dynamic. You know.
Well, I mean, like, to be fair, there's not really an isolated system that you can point at in nature, because
it's
in the definition, isolated means neither energy nor
I'd like you to show me any other direct example of a perfectly isolated system.
That's why he covered it right now to tell you that it's theoretical.
I'm just saying it's a definition.
What system are you saying the Earth is?
Bro, you people are saying that the vacuum of space is next to a high pressure system, and then you ask a stupid question like that. You live in the high pressure system, and you're asking that question. You can't prove that you live in such system, and you're asking us that question. It's like trying to prove gravity on the Earth. You can't do that.
Hey, Bong, the further away
gravity
from the surface
on
of
the
Earth,
thing that you're trying to prove gravity on,
the lower the pressure of your system gets.
Yeah, and the less you weigh too. Did you weigh yourself on top of a mountain?
And it just
you weigh less.
It keeps getting lower and lower and lower.
Yeah, you weigh less on a plane. A lot less, huh? Or do you weigh more on a plane?
Do you
thought you were getting serious.
Maybe you would weigh less
on
top of a mountain. I don't know. I don't think you do. You?
Interesting.
You know what the word serious means? It means gravity. It means gravity.
You'd weigh more. You would weigh more.
That's what serious means.
Technically.
Sometimes.
It's serious, bro.
But anyways, bro, let's bring it back.
Yep.
All right. Bong, your rump is so hard that I actually forgot what the fuck we were talking about. But I know
isolated, closed systems. My bad. Yeah, go ahead.
Systems, yes. So your definition of your understanding of what a closed system is incorrect.
All right.
And Martov gave you the correct definition.
Hold on. We both have the same understanding. We're just calling it a different name.
You
sir.
said that.
No, sir.
Hold on. You specifically said a closed system that energy cannot leave or be exchanged, which is objectively wrong because it's not the definition.
Okay, I thought a dynamic system was the one where energy can be exchanged but matter cannot.
I'm just clearing up. Sure.
Right.
You know how many times QE has spoken about this, and you still keep asking questions like you've never heard him speak about it once. That's disrespectful.
All good. Maybe he lacks knowledge, right? Crash course, transient versus steady state. Very simple. Easy. And you'll understand if you actually study this stuff in depth. We run away from transient conditions. We like the fucking plague, bro. It's so much math. You'll be like, let's allow it to run at steady state conditions so I can study this apparatus correctly. Whatever the system is, we usually model it running at steady state. We don't want to study it running. We really avoid studying it in transient conditions, which means changing with time, with respect to time. So as your engine is heating up in the morning or cooling down or whenever, when it's cold, see that duration until that needle runs in the middle of your water temp gauge. As it's rising, that's all transient conditions. The conditions are constantly changing with respect to time. So in order for you to study it, you have to freeze time differentials, and it's like a cone. It's it's not like a square chunk because everything is increasing with respect to time. So you have to cut out a section and study that section, and it becomes more difficult. Okay, so what we do is like, fuck this shit, allow it to run, just let it get hot, and then it will run at steady state, which means the temperature input, like it's versus the temperature. The Q in versus Q out are equal. The rate of Q in and Q out are equal, right? Because there's no heat that is being absorbed by the system anymore, because now the system is running at steady state, which means the heat gain is equaling the heat out plus the work that is being done by the system, right? Minus the work, whichever way you want to take your directions. But I hope you get what I'm saying.
How's that work being done, by the way, and how do you measure that work?
God.
You can measure it with a dynamometer if it's like an engine, if you're talking about a rotating apparatus.
It's called the supervisor, bro. Yeah. Pay them by the hour.
Just giving them answers if you want answers. But anyways, systems. Yes. Yeah.
A closed system is a system that exchanges only
dynamic
energy with its
transient.
surroundings. What's surrounding the container that would allow the exchange of energy?
That's it. The boundary conditions must be defined in thermodynamics of any system, chapter 1.
Yeah, but what's
of any thermodynamics book.
It's like the tuna can.
That implies that there's something else to exchange.
It's the antecedent to any system that must have a boundary, and it must define the conditions of the boundary, because this is where the flow is going between the system and the surroundings.
It's the tuna
Otherwise,
can.
we're in Narnia. Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
I mean, it's literally your tuna can example.
Yeah. Otherwise, take the can away. Let's go. What are we playing with?
What kind of system is a tuna can?
Closed system on the first one. And what do you think in the second one? I'll let you answer the second one.
What was this?
So I gave you two examples of the tuna can. The one with welded lid, and the other one with a piston-like lid, an extended cylinder, but the same volume and the same mass of air. Let's just use air.
They're both closed systems.
Cool. Because there's no mass transfer. So you got it.
Well, no,
but there's energy transfer.
It'd be more accurate to say that they're closed systems.
No.
So both of those systems are still capable of exchanging energy.
Do you understand that the processes are also defined? Like an adiabatic process?
So
what's an adiabatic process?
Is your flat domed Earth a closed system or an isolated system?
It cannot be isolated. That's a theoretical system. So this is speculation, though. Why do you want to enter speculation and then attack my speculation? Because it's speculation, so let's not go there. Why even speculate right now? Nah, don't want to speculate. I like the tuna can. I'm tuna can plus torch Q in, Q out, volume pressure. Let's play all day.
Yeah, you know what's crazy, Platypus? You can't isolate curvature, so we can measure it. You can't isolate gravity, so we can measure it. You can't isolate any of these theories that you claim. But when we talk about things that we can measure and things that we do use practically, you have all these fucking questions. What the fuck?
I think I came the other night. I think I came up with a way that you can measure curvature.
Brother, hold on. Can you turn your mic up? Platypus, can you please turn your mic up? Is there any way you can do that?
Are you guys fucking kidding me?
Listen.
You're low.
What would you talk to us about if you found a way, bro? If you found a way to measure curvature, why would you fucking talk to us? Why wouldn't you take this to NASA?
The most famous rover on Earth.
Tyson.
This is not the curvature level guy. This guy is debating like thermodynamics, and he doesn't really know his thermo. So let's just at least tell me like, you give up, bro, and throw in the towel, and then we can change subjects.
How's my mic?
I'm not gonna give up. That sounds good. You're
Too fucking loud.
Platypus, grow up, bro. Fucking get with the program. Get with the fucking
program. How's my microphone now?
A little better.
That's good.
It doesn't matter how your fucking microphone is. Your head is shit.
Bong, if you can't hear him, you can't talk to him.
Weren't you trying to play Mr. Nice Guy earlier, Bong? Now look at you. And and I'm still, trying to keep it monochromatic over here.
Man. It's frustrating.
My friend, you gotta keep the amplitude the same, right, throughout the entire waveform. You know what I'm saying? But then every here and there, you gotta, give him that nice spike where it starts clipping. All right, anyways, man.
I like that, Cirrus. Though. Stay on gas pressure all night. Keep on going.
Gas pressure, please. No escape. I'm fired up, man. I got my cigar picked out. So, Platypus, you're fucked, bro.
Bro, let me say something, guys. In high school, right? I think physics class was like 3 months. 3 months. If I would have spent this much time learning about gas pressure, I would have aced every fucking test in school. What the hell? You know how much money they pay people to teach gas pressure in universities?
A late bloomer, just like the rest of us.
How long have you been here? You could have gotten your degree in physics or some kind of whatever, learning it in the university instead of sitting here doing this.
Thanks,
running around in circles.
Quantum, for all the citations, man. I just looked at the text right now. Appreciate it. Backing up what was going on.
Yeah.
I hope that guy's actually reading them. I'm giving them like a crash course in really, you would pay money in college to learn this stuff. You know that, right?
Exactly.
Like I did. I did, motherfucker.
And I hear a gem. Right. I'm like, holy shit, I didn't know that. I'll look it up and be like, fuck, I would have never learned this shit and you're here doing, man, fuck you, Platypus.
The only thing I heard was
going to take advantage. I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity. You do whatever the fuck you want, dude. Lay an egg or something. What a waste.
A poisonous egg. Sorry.
Those people will never fucking teach you these things, Platypus.
Let's get back to something, bro. Yeah, let's get back to something. We were on to something. He asked if it was isolated, right? I told him that's theoretical, right?
Yes. That's our class, yes.
Okay, so another something cool for you, Platypus. If you have a pot with boiling water in it, right? You have a thermometer in it, and it's registering 100 degrees C or 212 Fahrenheit. Awesome, cool, at sea level, right? Because that's at sea level, and it's boiling. You see it that it's boiling, and you just, for some fucking reason, you just choose to dip your finger in it real quick, in and out, and just to see. And so you do it real quick, and you don't get burned. How come? So this road that I'm paving right now is, I'm proving to you that your body cannot sense temperature. It senses heat transfer, and I'm proving it by this demonstration. Because heat heat transfer takes time. Time is required for heat to transfer to like a specified distance, right? Depends on the thermal resistance of this thing. Like, all this has been empirically done. Like, this is awesome. Like, those guys in the 1800s, they've done a lot of work. For real. Like, so once you learn about it, it's a cool concept because you can prove it. Just boom, boiling water, dip in your finger in and out, pop, pop. You feel nothing. Oh, just your finger got wet. That's about it. But the water is 100 degrees C. 100% the water was boiling. You saw it, thermometer told you. But you did it so quick that heat didn't have time to transfer. And this is where it's going to an adiabatic process, where a process done where there is no time for the heat to transfer between the system and the surroundings. Cool. You see? So anyways, I paid money to learn all this stuff, by the way. And lucky you, I kind of understood it, so I tutored it for some time. But it's been 10 years ago, so...
Does it depend on the material? Like, what does the transfer, the time? How do you decrease the time? You can't, or is there a?
No. Time is like, time like is the position is like it's a clock. Like, it's the motion, or the way I think of it, of the clock of the heavens between position A and B, and it only goes forward.
All right. Okay. What about this
duration?
One?
Duration. How about that? Fuck that. The time you're gonna get abstract with duration. Do you understand what duration means? Like
Yes,
duration
yes.
of
But what I was
of what?
asking about
I
was
have time. I don't know.
how do you decrease? How do you dip your finger in so you feel it?
You keep
Does
it there.
the transfer? Yeah,
Keep
right.
it.
So there's a. That's what I
You'll
mean.
feel it right away. Like not right away. After, well, if you got a timer that's accurate enough, and you can actually punch it with high accuracy, and you can come up with all sorts of cool ways with like high speed photography and your voice to kind of like you can run this, pretty cool shit. Like if you're really interested in this, because the water is boiling, and we've all done this. We can relate, and I'll prove this to you in a different way, right now, easier way. It's not going to burn anybody. Grab a piece of steel or metal, okay? Aluminum would be fantastic, or copper, but whatever. Steel is fantastic too. It's okay. And grab a piece of wood, toss them in the freezer, toss a thermometer with them, okay? The 0th law, all right, of thermodynamics, 0th, right? States that if you have three objects, and object A, object A and object B are at equilibrium, and object B and object C are at equilibrium, thus object A and object C are at equilibrium. Cool? Capiche? Thermometer, wood, steel, freezer, inside the system, all the same temperature. You can verify that, grab your infrared gun, shoot them, all the same. It's going to register. Cool. Now just paint your aluminum black or something. That way you can, can see it. Anyways. Now, grab it with your hand. Which one feels the coldest? Yeah. The steel, right? Not the wood. Yeah? Why? Yeah. But they're the same temperature. We all know the steel is going to feel colder because it's sucking, right? It's the heat transfer, right? The gradient, the slope, it's colder than your hand. It's absorbing the heat from your hand. And the higher the gradient, the greater the differential, the more like intense the transfer is in the beginning, because the slope is literally higher, right? Because the delta temperature between the system and the surrounding is greater. So literally, like one is at, it's the slope is high. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, and like 90-degree slope, which is like a vertical line, it's just, whatever, theoretical, but not, because that's your time, needs time. So you can't. Anyways, I hope you guys are following, and I'm not rambling. Just tell me to shut up if it's boring. But this stuff is cool as fuck, because I'm proving to you that your body cannot sense temperature. It could only sense heat transfer. And when you're cold, you're just telling me, hey, you're losing a lot of heat. Warm up so you don't, your heat transfer, you reduce the rate of heat transfer that's Q out, that's lost. It's being lost to the environment because it's lower temperature than your body. It's a cool concept because it's been quantified. So then if you want to dance around it with your gravity, you really can't. If you do, go ahead, please. Show me how. How can you keep gas from expanding into outer space?
Sure. Same thing that makes solids and liquids move toward the center of the earth makes gases move toward the center of the earth. Easy day.
So where can we observe these gases moving towards the center of the earth? Is there air falling down? Is there wind from above anywhere?
Of the earth. Where? Who's seen the center?
How about this? Let's forget about the globe for a second.
Let's forget about the globe.
Hold on. Let's go with the flat earth.
Hey guys,
you know what? I'm gonna forget about the globe for the rest of my life.
That was the best promo. Everybody sat up. I think the ovation is called for.
All you gotta do is accept that it's flat, and then we can all forget about the piece of shit globe. How's that grab you?
How about yeah, exactly. Platypus.
Nerd. How about we forget about everything that I was just saying, man?
No.
Forget about that pesky gas pressure. Let's not talk about that.
I would still like to see this falling air, wind from above stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, are you saying that the falling air wind is keeping the air wind from expanding the air wind? Is that it, Marta? I don't get it.
Well, I mean, he basically said the same thing that pulls down liquids and solids is pulling down gas. So I was just wondering, where can we observe this? Can we observe gas falling down? Is there wind from above anywhere?
I like the interaction. He said solids and liquids. Solids and liquids aren't gases. What's the difference? What makes a gas and a solid and liquid solid liquid?
Oh, may I answer?
Yeah, we went
No.
over this.
I'm not.
like 10
Is that
minutes ago.
directed at me?
No.
Okay. No. Okay.
No.
All right. Cool.
G
All right.
platypus. What makes a gas and liquids and solids? You know they're different, right?
Yeah, you tell me, Kiwi.
No, I'm asking you, since you just basically made an equivalence between solids, liquids, and gases. So they must be all the same, right? Right? That's what you said. Right? Since solids and liquids do this, then gases must do the same thing, which is fucking incoherent, like at a second grade level.
Well, you're saying that they don't behave the same.
Yeah,
so
I
why not?
am. Yeah,
So why
because
don't
they're
they?
different states of matter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what makes gases different from their brothers, solids and liquids?
I don't know. You tell me.
Dun, dun, dun.
Kinetic energy.
Okay.
Oh.
Intermolecular forces, electrostatic forces. That's what I was looking for. But you don't have no fucking clue. Right?
How do you get more kinetic energy or less kinetic energy?
Is the gas
within
a
a gas?
solid, fucktard?
How do you get
Is a gas a solid? Is a gas a solid?
Can a gas turn into a solid?
A gas a solid is my
Can a
question.
gas turn into a solid?
Fuck off.
But bro, come on! Don't answer his question with a question. The answer to your question is yes, but that's
basic
not. That
level
doesn't answer his question. So please don't obfuscate. Answer the question. Do not answer it with another fucking question.
I already told him I don't know, and then asked him to tell me.
Hold on.
No,
I did.
Oh, hold on. The question was, is a solid a gas? And your response is, I don't know. Problem, dude.
He asked me why they're different from their brothers. Solids.
The last question he asked you, no. The last question he asked you was, is a solid a gas? And he asked it 2 or 3 times, and you answered with, I don't know.
No.
Answer the fucking question, GE. Answer the fucking question. Yes or no? I'm gonna fucking ban you, bro. You're acting like a fucking agent. You're either too stupid or you're a fucking agent. Answer the fucking question. I'm serious.
We got him, man. Bro, we got the scalpels over here, man. Chill on them. No problems, man. All good. So, platypus.
Yep.
The answer to your question is yes. But did you answer QE's question?
For the third, you didn't hear it the second time because Bong was talking over me. But for the third time, no, a gas is not a solid.
Awesome.
Why did you make equivalent statements with the solid and liquids do this, therefore gases must do this also? That's the problem. That's all I wanted to point out.
To be fair, QE, you're the one telling me that it should behave differently from a solid and a liquid. So since you're asserting that, I'm asking you why that is.
Yeah, because the average kinetic energy is greater than the attractive forces between the particles. So the substance will not condense to a liquid or a solid. If the kinetic energy is less than the attractive forces, a liquid or a solid will form.
Is carbon dioxide a gas?
Is carbon dioxide a gas?
Bro. Yes. Carbon dioxide?
Yeah.
Gaseous state, room temperature? Yeah, it is. At room temperature.
I didn't ask you room. No, I didn't ask you room temperature. I asked
think you're fucking
carbon
slick.
dioxide a gas.
Don't think you're fucking slick. Oh, no, sir. You could never, ever remove temperature and volume from any of this. Fuck you. You could never do it. Ever.
Carbon
ever.
dioxide is
locked in. It's a holy trinity. Okay? Pressure, volume, temperature. Holy trinity. Cannot be disconnected. Show me how you can disconnect them. And I'll listen to everything that you're saying. Show me. Disconnect one of them from another. Go ahead. Go ahead. How?
You know, he's already violated basically 6 laws and Brownian motion with his horse shit. There they are right there. You're finished. Of course, this is about the, 2,567th time? You're finished. When you said your little gas molecules fall to the earth, number one, it would never fucking rain. Number two, you just violated Brownian motion. Among Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, parts of Dalton's law, and the second law of thermodynamics. You're finished. You're a clown. There they are right there. Read them and weep.
And I really hope you understand why you're finished, right?
Well, he posted it 10. He posted it 20 seconds ago. Give me a second to read here.
Sweet.
I posted it like 4 times now.
Tomorrow it would be like you've never seen them before, ever. Right? Start
that tuna can stuff. That tuna can I was talking about is critical, man. It's not.
Also,
It's not a joke,
every time you said atmosphere, that's a contradiction in terms. Atmos, air is a gas, sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. So you violated.
Well, then you need to talk to Martoth up here and him invoking the celestial sphere, whatever the hell that means to a flat earther.
No, that's a red herring fallacy. So, do you understand that gases have no definite shape or inherent shape? Do you understand that? They also don't have a definite volume either. That's a big problem for you in our discussion right here. But do you understand that gases have no definite shape? Yes? I hope you do, because if you don't, you'd fail first grade. Literally. Want me to show you how? I'll show you. Copy, paste. Let's check this out.
Well, you could also say a liquid doesn't technically have a defined shape either,
let's
correct?
check it out. I'm not talking about liquids.
Okay.
So, grade level 1 from Christy Bodak, Southwestern University. I will use this lesson with a first grade class. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have a definite shape or a definite volume.
If pressure and temperature remain the same, will it have a definite volume?
Pressure and temperature, you need a container.
Yep. That's your volume. That's how you get the volume.
That's how you get the volume.
That's right. Inherently, yeah, they have no. Do you know like what intrinsic properties are? You know, there's no.
You should have been a nuke.
I'll post
Seriously.
a slide for you.
Should
Nah, fuck that. I didn't want to be a nuke.
Oh, you fucking sound like one.
I was offered nuke school, but I turned it down.
Oh, you should have
Glober Submariner.
So CO2 is a gas at room temp. Yes, sir. Right. Room temp and atmospheric pressure. What, you know, or I'm talking about, right?
It's already over. I don't even know why we're talking about this anymore. You're in violation of 7 laws or 6 laws in Brownian motion. It's over. That's how easy it is. It's done. There's no argument. We can move on to cleaning the bathroom.
Number 4, for a given mass of an ideal gas, QE, define mass.
I can't.
Ideal gas?
No.
Well,
Mass.
you can mass. But he said for an ideal gas, though, right? Mass for an ideal gas?
Well, he's invoking this law for a given mass of an ideal gas of volume and amount of molecules, gas directly proportional to temperature and pressure are constant. Kiwi, can you define mass?
No.
As you're invoking this law.
No, I'm not invoking
Well, then why invoke it?
Avogadro's law. He's
Well, then why invoke it?
I ain't invoking it. He is.
All right, so we can knock that one off this list.
No,
So
we
now we're down
can't.
to 5 that
No,
we're
we can't. No, we can't, dipshit. That's not the point.
You can't even define everything involved with the law.
Fuck off. The point
Have you
is the
knocked off
volume.
curvature yet? Off that list?
The point is the volume, not the mass. You're quibbling over nonsensical horseshit.
You can replace it, from my understanding, with N, which is the amount of substance in moles. PV equals nRT. You can also use the variation of MRT in mass. There's different variations of it. You can.
Okay,
you can
I'll
play
take
around.
it out. No, hold on. Okay, I'll eliminate it. Now you're in violation of 1, 2, 3, 4 natural laws and Brownian motion.
Lawbreaker.
No problem.
Seize him.
We'll eliminate that one over a quibbling fallacy. No problem.
Trying to do platypus, reinvent the model. What are you doing?
I just need to brush up on his, dude, like chemistry, basic, not even chemistry, just basic concepts, of gases. What a gas is.
Hey, Sirius.
What a
define mass.
Me?
Oh,
it's not my
shit.
fucking term,
look,
bro.
Look, everybody.
Oh,
Somebody
no,
figured it out.
Wait,
The mass is fucking undefined.
Hold on a minute.
And now he wants to run his mouth.
I got it, bro. No problem, man.
We've been saying that this
There
whole
are many,
fucking time.
many definitions of mass, right? By the mainstream science. Yes or no?
Yep.
So it's not. So which one shall I pick? I don't know. They're not. They don't know what it is. So how am I supposed to know what this label fucking means if they're the ones that are like telling me, oh, listen, check this label out. Equals. I'm not exactly sure what it equals, but check out the label, right? It's like, what the fuck, bro? Tell me what it equals. I don't know. I really don't know. Resistance to what is it? Motion? I don't. Is that it? Isn't that inertia? Wait, I don't get it. I don't know. I'm lost now.
Resistance to God. That's what it means.
So you tell me, I'm telling you, I don't know what mass is. I always use it as like amount of substance in kilograms, but that's not what mass actually is. It's in none of the definitions, right?
I'm surprised that Kiwi hasn't jumped in and said wrong.
No, we're having a discussion. You can check me Kiwi anytime, bro. I don't. Go ahead, man.
No.
Update my knowledge.
If mass is defined as resistance to acceleration, then F equal ma is F equals resistance to acceleration times acceleration.
Makes no sense. Nullifies, doesn't it? Hold on. Yeah, that's a good one. Right. That's it. That's it. M equals, you're right, resistance to acceleration multiplied by acceleration, according to that definition.
Now divide both sides by acceleration to balance it out. I don't know what the hell is going on here. Yeah.
So force divided by acceleration.
Hey, Cyrus, that one's for you, brother.
Good one, bro. Good one. I love it, man. When it's like that, that's it. You just like, boom. Your math doesn't work, sir. Nice. Nice, man.
I feel like we're picking on a 10-year-old here. Like,
no, he was picking on me, and I told him, listen, I really don't know, man. So that one, I'm not going to use that one, obviously. So can you tell me? And I was going to go with that definition, but QAE just shut it down mathematically, so I can. That's it. We're done. That one nullifies. So let's move on. What's the next one, sir? Can you update my knowledge, Platypus?
Nuclear physics. Platypus, bring it on.
We can probably crush him in that shit too, man.
In the Navy, nuclear technicians are fucking idiots. That's why we use the term. You fucking nuke. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah.
No. Nukes are not idiots. What they are is World of Warcraft players. Universally, they all play World of Warcraft.
They're klutz.
I did learn
They're klutz.
Oh, that is too bad for them then.
They all play Magic the Gathering. They all play.
Yeah, you should know. Yeah, you hang out with them.
Of course I know. I used to play Magic the Gathering with them all the time.
No, we want. So let's get back to Flat Earth.
What'd they do before World of Warcraft? Did they just twiddle their thumbs?
Actually, I was told by a Nuke ET chief that they would play Dungeons and Dragons on watch.
Well, everybody does that.
Purely in theater of the mind.
Can you stop telling people what we do? Stop talking. Shit. Fuck. The boys are still in, you know.
Yeah, no, they are. It doesn't make them any less.
And shut up. Damn, dude. I'm just saying.
Cool. Flat Earth.
Nuclear techs don't understand, like, very common sense. They lack.
Can I ask?
Like that.
Platypus.
Earth's not very curved.
I want to.
Yeah, make it quick. I gotta step away.
Make it quick. Oh, sir. Yes, sir. You said CO2, and I was just gonna ask you how much CO2, sir? Can you how? Well, see, you just CO2. Oh, what is that? How much CO2?
Well, it depends. What state of matter are we? The thing that I knew you were going to flub on.
Yeah, you already know.
What state of matter is that CO2 currently in?
Water.
What state of matter? Gaseous state.
I don't think carbon dioxide has a liquid form, to be honest with you.
So why the fuck are you asking a stupid fucking question?
Because it has a solid form.
Yes, there is. There's
there
actually a
liquid carbon
super.
dioxide?
There is even a supercritical phase. Do you know what a phase diagram even is? Okay, cool. All right, because there's a phase diagram for everything, right? From iron to CO2. Okay, study that. Because there's something called supercritical. What is supercritical? And in this magic
This is
zone.
what I mean. This is what a nuclear tech does. Ask stupid question. This is what I mean.
No, it's something that's been defined already. You just need to.
Been talking about gases this whole time. We are talking about gases, platypus. Gases.
So, bro, how much gas is what I'm really asking for?
And by the way, the answer to because I knew a little bit about how the nuclear reactor worked on the sub, I do understand the concept of a supercritical liquid. It's a liquid that, if it wasn't being held at the pressure that it's being held at, would expand into a gas.
No.
Because that's the only way we can maintain liquid water and steam inside of the primary loop.
Yeah, okay. That's not supercritical. You're talking about superheated steam?
Yeah, but temperature is the only way to get, increasing temperature.
Yeah, that's supercritical phase. Okay, yes. Okay. Anyways, so how much CO2?
So,
gas state.
If you're talking about dry ice, you could measure it with a ruler.
Oh yes, okay. Can kilograms? You gonna sell me the chunk by the volume or by the weight? And if you give me the weight and into the state, I'll tell you the volume. No problem.
Now, if that brick of dry ice fully evaporates or sublimes, technically at atmospheric pressure, you know what sublimation is, right?
Atmosphere.
Yeah. Yes,
atmosphere,
I do.
And that's a contradiction in terms.
Mm-hmm.
I do, man.
What's sublimation, Cyrus?
You're testing me.
Sublimation.
Man,
you use the contradiction in terms.
Huey, I was having a conversation with Cyrus.
Yeah, I know, but you invoked atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
Atmo means air is a gas, sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape, man.
I invoked atmospheric pressure, which ultimately
atmospheric
pressure
is still a shape of gases. You're in a paradox. Yep.
Hey, GE, you don't have to say atmosphere. Just say air, bruh. Air pressure. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Say air pressure and you're good. I'll leave you alone. Restate it and I'll leave you alone.
So at atmospheric pressure, Cyrus.
That's a paradox.
I don't know what that is. I don't understand.
Yep.
Atmos.
Yep, because it's a paradox.
Sphere.
No, Atmo.
I'll slap him.
It's basically
gases have no inherent shape. Yes, gas sphere pressure. I don't know what a gas sphere pressure is. I never studied that in fluid mechanics. I shall pass. I'm sorry, sir. Your knowledge supersedes mine.
Platypus, I'm slapping you in the back of the head. Try again.
I don't know.
Try again.
He has to recuse himself because of your ignorance.
If you're gonna learn something,
well, because gas ball pressure.
I don't know what gas ball pressure is.
You are coming here to learn, right, Platypus?
Yeah. When Platypus says atmosphere, he's going to La La Land because he's claiming that the air that we experience and the gas pressure we experience is in a sphere of some sort. So he's saying atmosphere. He's going into La La Land.
Doesn't
He
understand.
wants
that
to
he's
keep
doing that.
using magic words. That's why he doesn't want
It's
to stop.
above his IQ grade. You know, it's just what he can't. He doesn't.
He doesn't want to change. He doesn't want to call things for what they are. He likes to talk about call things unicorns and shit. Yeah, words that don't make any sense. What
Yeah.
the hell, man?
Then start talking about the gate, the timing, the timing of the timing of the hoof sounds of the antelope or the whatever freaking unicorn.
What were you gonna say, man? Just rephrase that and keep going. That's all you got to do. So that way, I understand what you're talking about. Because all I understand is gases have no shape. It's just like have no inherent shape. They will take the shape of the container they're bound in. Oh my God, what do you know? Okay, that's awesome. Cool. Sweet. Because they have no
Only
shape.
in Soviet Russia does gas contain you.
How about this? How about this one? If you want to keep hanging, I got one.
containing you.
Let's make a deal. Let's make a deal. If you want to keep hanging out here with flat earthers, you have to use the right words to communicate with us, or else you can't hang out. How about that, Platypus? Is that too much to ask?
Hey, you guys are fun to talk to, but I do not need to be here, Bong.
Oh, no shit.
Hold on. Contrary to semi-popular belief, I do not get paid to be here.
No, that's clear because I wouldn't pay you to be here either. Doing what
I'm
you're
threatening you, asshole.
I know.
Good on, man.
Hey, Bong, lick my nuts.
Okay.
That's his rebuttal to atmosphere. Lick my nuts.
Hey,
He's still on balls,
gas
right?
pressure,
He has a
air
ball
pressure. Try it right now.
Yeah, but why don't you make sure that there's zero atmosphere in between your tongue and my nuts? How about that?
Well, first you gotta prove curvature, asshole. Prove
second,
curvature,
get you like that.
and then you can use the word atmosphere. Asshole.
He really has a ball obsession, huh?
I never want to hear one flat earther in here ever again use the word atmosphere. I will immediately call them out.
I will
stop using the word atmosphere. I will stop using the word atmosphere if I never.
That's a good one.
I agree. I
dare you to do that. I dare you to do that.
Up and I will.
I'm down
because it's not because it.
As a matter of fact, hold on. You are in charge. You are in charge of pointing out when people use the word atmosphere. You are in charge. You ask me when somebody does that.
You better fucking believe I'm going to point it out.
Yeah, you send me DM. Say, Bong, this guy just used the word, and I'll go fix it. Okay?
I was just trying to get a shot of the North Star, line my my new camera mount up, and the atmosphere is
I can't use the word atmosphere.
It's very cloudy.
Well, because the atmospheric refraction.
Oh. Come on, guys. Hey, what were you gonna say, Platypus? What was your question, man? Do you have any? Do you have a thermodynamic question in your mind?
You're still talking to Platypus? What?
Dude,
I got it. I had to get out.
The season Globy.
He's a Glober, dude.
No, you can't go, Platypus.
Why? Because I'm the only globe earther that sticks
Okay,
around.
don't let him go. Yeah, you can't go. Sorry, you can't go.
Platypus, listen.
I like you guys. But
You're the only Glober.
Could
You're
we
the
have
only
someone-
Glober with. You're the only Glober with the balls to
Could
be.
Could
Your
we have
shift isn't
some?
over, bro. You gotta wait.
Could we have someone nicer talk to Platypus?
7 minutes.
It's not a matter of nicer, dude. None of you guys and your talking ability can compete.
Let me try and find a stupid flat earther if there is one to talk to him. No stupid flat earthers. I can't find anybody. Sorry.
You don't even know which nice I'm speaking of. Sorry, I'm just taking.
You don't
it
know
back.
the kind of nice I'm talking about. I'm trying to get away from you guys to go make out with my girlfriend.
You
And
don't even know
I
what
gotta go.
nice. You
What do you
gotta
mean
go.
try?
man.
Let's go do it.
That's the most amazing thing I've heard all night. You have
What's
a
his
girlfriend.
name?
Boom. Hey, Platypus.
Dude, go get her. Why are you here? There he goes.
Yeah.
Weirdos. Who the hell
What is his
does
name?
that? Like the
Permission
one
granted.
guy's like, my wife is in there making dinner for me, and I'm in here talking to flat earthers. That's not someone who's married.
Guys, he doesn't have a girlfriend, okay?
He was just trying to get out of talking about stuff he just won't admit to himself or us.
I mean, girlfriends only work on a flat Earth. Impossible in a globe. You can't.
I agree.
You can't have a girlfriend in a fantasy land. I mean, if you imagine
he's just
it.
a nuke. Yeah. I hope he's not an agent. You know? I hope he's just, that's just the way he is. And not some agent, because that would be scary.
Why? Have you been impressed by agents at some point?
No, it's this guy, man. It's like a likable agent. It's weird.
Likable? Speak for yourself.
Yeah. I'd play World of Warcraft with him. Like, hey, watch my back.
Okay.
You're a healer.
He's
I
okay.
forgot to ask him what role he plays in World of Warcraft. It's you're like a healer. Just hide in the back of the tanks and do nothing.
Is he a pitcher or catcher? That's what I want to know.
Yeah. Damn.
So you like him because he plays video games with you, Bong? Huh.
I don't know, man. Fucking weirdo.
Does he know that video games are dependent on the flat Earth?
I think he's one of those weirdos,
Weirdo. What do you mean by that? I also
Is he
agree
aware
without
that
even
video
knowing
games
what
are
you
flat?
mean, Huh? Oh yeah, they're flat.
You smack him one and he's like, ooh, can I have another one? It's like, oh, hell no. Knock this guy out.
Yeah, I do. I think a lot of Globers are masochistic, I think, because they're smart enough to know it's flat and such. They know what we know, clearly. But, they just want to, they just want to get in a little playground spat. It's
what about
nonsense.
space?
He doesn't know anything. He doesn't even know what he's supposed to know. That's sad, man.
Yes, he does.
And
he
that's
has
what
to.
I mean.
Come on.
He's a fucking agent.
He couldn't define a closed system. That's pretty bad.
Take him
He
out.
didn't want to. He's playing a part.
Take him for a ride. I mean, I think he should be quiet. My dog is almost an expert on gas pressure. My dog, who listens to this, while I'm here. My dog, he just sits here and listens. Like, oh, gas pressure, woof, 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 woof. But yeah, it's platypus again, Lucky. Woof, 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 woof. Like, yeah, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, dogs are dependent on a flat Earth.
I mean, he sits here and listens to all our talks, so it's like.
I would side with your dog before platypus. That's for sure.
Yeah. My plant that's just outside is probably smarter than him. It's probably learned everything from listening to these talks.
Yeah, your plant knows which way the sun is every day.
Right.
Yeah.
If there was a 10-year-old here listening, he would probably have learned everything. What are you guys talking about? Well, it's gas pressure. Here, come here, son. Come. You know what I mean? And this guy.
You need a row of 10-year-olds slapping platypus right in the side of the face.
I just like the fact that I have to build a barometer and know everything about them to prove the globe is a globe. That's a strange one. You know how they use the barometer as an art? You know what I mean? They use the barometers as arguments for. Is it a gradient? Is that what they're defending? I don't know.
Barometers are dependent on a flat Earth.
They're trying
Well,
to.
yeah.
They're trying to separate a gradient from freaking pressure, and they can't do it. It's retarded.
I'm just trying to keep up with their train wreck,
Their train wreck thought. Their train wreck of thought.
Trying to keep up.
Instead of train of thought, train wreck of thought. I like that.
Right.
All you have to do is imagine the vacuum of space next to air. and try to make it work. That's all you have to do.
I can make it work in my head, but not like if I tried to make it real. I couldn't do that.
We're gonna have to write out this gravity that we're talking about on
Clouds
paper.
are a perfect example of gas pressure without a container.
Somebody showed me earlier, a Glober showed me a picture of a candle and said that that was gas pressure without a container. Thoughts?
No.
Candle burning. Is that gas pressure without a? Yeah. See, I don't know what they were trying to say.
Well, the container would be the
Earth.
The container of the Earth.
Right.
Right.
It's called the firmament, I guess.
Yeah, it's called. You already are in a container, so sure. But that's so it is contained pressure. I don't care what
I
you're doing
know.
with it.
That's hilarious. When they're bringing a container full of gas that is cooler than the surrounding air, and they pour it in another container, and the whole thing, including the building, is in another container.
Right.
Let's not mention that part, though. And they say they got three. They have 3 or 4 containers. Trying to say this is gas without a container. Sure.
The heat is what's creating the expansion of the gases. But it's not. It's not pressurized. It's not. It's not pressure without a container. You know what I mean? That's not even the same thing. That's a bad analogy. Terrible. Didn't work. Yeah, hot air balloon. You're right. It's not a contained. You need the heat to create the.
The only reason you can have the heat to make the balloon do the thing is because it's already in a pressure system.
Yeah, exactly. Which requires oxygen and whatever.
Right. So you're not making a separate kind of like containment environment. We don't even know how to do that, man. We're in this contained environment. We can only work within the bounds of that. That's all she wrote.
Right.
Yeah, everyone came out of a container, which is their mother's womb, into a bigger container, which is all dependent on flat Earth. And the design and the structure that I was talking about earlier. And the structure, the antecedent to that is a designer, a creator.
That whole entire process includes thermodynamics, yeah, from the very beginning.
Is the sun inputting more and more energy into the system, though?
Yes, but there is an in and out. There is a high pressure, low pressure, in and out. It's a synchronistic. It's a pull. How do you say pull and push? In a way, it works.
No, it's the first law.
It's a duality system. Yeah.
He proffered a first law of thermodynamics violation.
Yeah.
Matter and energy are not created or destroyed.
Yeah.
Simply. So he said it's going to get hotter and hotter. Can't do that. System is the system. It has the amount of matter and energy, and that's it.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, he was assuming. Yeah.
Do you like that? Think about it.
I like it very much.
That's pretty incredible, actually. Think about that one for a few minutes.
I'm constantly thinking about this stuff.
I was gonna pipe up, but I spoke too much, man. So I decided not to.
You might as well, brother.
No, because it doesn't give other people a chance to speak.
Yeah, just shut up, dude.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, well, keep on. Here's a sphere of gas while we're waiting.
Nice.
It's a sphere with gas in it, man. I'm gonna split hairs on that.
Okie dokie.
Do we need to go over Alice and Bob again?
I like Alice and Bob.
I don't know.
They're my best
Yeah,
friends
sure.
against the Globers.
I think we
That's
need
probably the
we
strongest.
Sorry, Jancy, go ahead.
No, go ahead, bro. I was just
We
joking.
need an in-depth story about it. So we want monologue.
No, I can't do that again.
Yeah, man, intricate detail. Come on, man, you can do it.
No, you know what? That image, and when Huey added the theodolite, I think, right? That equation that makes sense on a flat Earth, not on the globe, obviously. So.
Well, I was told by ballers that a lot of flat earthers were on their side on the subject, so they didn't name them and shit. Obviously.
Yeah, ballers are lying to you, bro.
I'm just telling you what they told me. All right.
They're trying to cause division. Don't let them, brothers.
I know.
You know, I posted that Alice and Bob image in a different server, and I just said, this image right here just debunks the whole globe Earth.
And what happened?
Yeah, I like that. That's fine.
They just went into all the normies arguments for gravity. So that's like a
yeah, man. They don't know how to actually respond properly because they don't have an argument, and some of them might be smart, but nobody's smart enough to be able to create a lie that's going to work against this argument now.
You know what? 1% QE. He presented like AutoCAD image. He made a sphere and he draw a line on the top of the sphere and says, since you're so small, you can't see the curve, and that's why Alice and Bob can see each other straight because he draw a line on a circle.
My argument isn't Allie. Who was it? Oh, you said Allie or Alice?
Alice and Bob. He just draw a line on a circle, and zoom in into the line, passing the circle, and said that's why you don't see the curvature from that viewpoint.
I'm not talking about the curve. That's not my point.
No, I get it. Yeah. But that was their argument. That's a drawing with a line on top of a circle. Yeah, that was the argument.
So we can have somebody in the SLAR 5 miles away and get a pair of binoculars. We can't see them.
We can definitely see them.
Yeah, exactly. You have to be a pretty powerful set of binoculars, but I'm sure you'll see them. I'm going to have to, I made that claim, so I'm going to have to test that. I don't know how I can get down to Bolivia, though.
Salt flats?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good spot to do something like that.
Yeah. We have to find out who's living in Bolivia in 24/7.
Yeah, that would be a fun place to go, man. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, it would be. Yep, I'd do it.
You know, you could make Bob and Alice like with rear photography and actually video. This is Bob, this is Alice, with the whole presentation.
Well,
make a little cartoon.
I'm gonna do it Tuesday, but Bob and Alice, see, that's the least of their problems. As soon as I start adding Victor and Sonny and G Platypus and Gemsy, then it gets exponential magnitudes more ridiculous.
That's nutty.
Then you live on Mogo Earth.
They're all facing down into the abyss. Don't go too far.
No, it's Mogo Earth.
Magor. What?
Yep. Tuesday, QE Live. I'm going to be talking about this again. You bet your ass I am.
Yeah, because if you have multiple people at multiple distances and angles or areas of the Earth, you make the Bob and Alice with all that. There's gonna be curvature going up and down everywhere.
It's gonna be going every which way. Yeah. Too funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have seen the responses. They're hilarious. I had the same reaction. This is the same reaction when I was more or less, me and Nathan and I told Nathan, I said, watch this, man. Because I was doing a lot of work in Google Earth, and I was just noticed, I said, the damn elevations are the same, like from Texas to Florida. I said, the elevations are the same on here, dude. Isn't there an 8 inches per mile squared drop in shit? What? And I put it out more. We did it more like a tongue-in-cheek type of thing. But the ballers came back, right, like in hordes, and all they did was do the same thing that they did with this: laugh, feigned exasperations, say it's hilarious, thank you, without any substance. No argument, no semblance of even a simple argument against it. And I said, that's a fucking tell. Let's drive this right up their sixes. He said, let's do it. So it's the same scenario, man. Same thing. So I'm going to drive it up their sixes. Any objection? Because they said some flat earthers had some objections with this. I'll listen. Listen, you're good. I'll listen to your objections. Go ahead. Go on now.
Crickets.
I'm going to show you the objections I got to it. Here they come. This is from Matthew Learns. He had a help from a flat earther too. So there you go. Here's 2 of them. There you go.
Great.
That is his. Those are his rebuttals.
The usual learned style. Are those 2 L's? I think they are.
Yeah, he said that
they're 2 V's.
Yeah. He said that the ones that are pointing straight up, that's Alice and Bob on the bottom diagram right there. So I said, so if Alice rolled a ball, wouldn't it roll right back to her feet? How can that be when it's supposed to drop away? So you just confirm my argument. So on the upper, this is too stupid to even comment on the upper part.
That's retarded.
The first diagram, same thing. If Alice was the building and Bob was the building on the right, then if they roll the ball, it will roll back down to them. So they're screwed there. On the bottom 2, that just confirms my argument. Well, there you have it, folks.
Great job as usual by Matthew.
So Baltards. So I'm sorry, Sonny. So Baltards, I know you're listening. So your feigned exasperations, that we call that in poker a tell. I'm gonna jam this up your 6. You tracking with me, sunshines? Fucking clowns.
Watch your 6 where the sun don't shine.
They sure like their 3s and 6s, don't they?
I'm only getting excited because I want to crack some jokes, but at the same time, I'm so sad, man. It's like, what the fuck?
Hey,
what's wrong, dude?
Bong, you need a moment. Are you having a moment, Bong?
Hold on, man. Since I mentioned the argument, I have to give credit where credit's due. The first official argument of this was by Jaron many, many years ago. So I got to give credit where credit is due. So he brought it out officially about 4 or 5 years ago. It was a long time ago.
Shout out to
Good job, Jaron.
5.
Hey, I'm sad that we're taking these fucking things seriously, man. Like we're trying to rebuttal and
listen, I'm not presenting it to them. I'm presenting it to the audience to show
right.
Fucking stupid the ballers are. They just I just sit back and wait.
Yeah, I mean, what the hell is the education system doing? Like, can you come correct these fools at least? Get them back on the narrative at least, so we can.
No, what they got to do, Bong, is they got to distance themselves from the 8 inches per mile squared drop. See, they got to do that. That's what they have to do. And you've been hearing over the past year, 2 years, you've been hearing it coming out amongst the bigger ballers because this all goes, I'm going to tell you what this goes back to. This goes back to them not being able to define, get ready, elevation, level, altitude, drop, curve, and angular size change with distance. They cannot define those fucking terms. That's what it goes back to.
They can't afford it. They can't afford to do that. Yeah.
Nope. They're simply defined. Everyone knows it. Everyone outside the genre, the people that are looking at, let me tell you something, ballers. Let me give you a clue. See, people that are looking at this, the silent masses that are looking and listening to your dumbasses, especially on the Numpty clips, they are laughing their fucking asses off at you. I just want you to know. I know it's anecdotal. I'm telling you. Because people have been messaging me. And they're saying, what in the fuck? To you, Baltard, spinning space monkeys. You're finished. I'll tell you what, though. Keep talking. Thanks.
Couldn't agree more. You're doing our work for us, Glovers.
You heard that, Platypus?
Yep. Sure makes the ride that much more pleasant. It's been great. Continue.
Oh, I just forgot to push the new signature Numpty clip on Monday. I forgot to do that. Fuck, I'm losing my touch.
Hey,
That's okay.
Quantum, my 3D glasses broke. I need another pair. Can you give me some? That would be
I
great.
can't give you any, man.
The paper glasses, the ones that you get in the movie theater.
I don't like those fucking things.
I accidentally used those when I watched the eclipse.
Oh, that was great.
How can you get away from
No, go ahead.
How can you get away from How can you get away from curvature when the radius is what everything is based on?
They do.
They're
Numpty dipshits, man. I'm telling you. They do. They deny their tenets of their religion. It's like the Catholics saying, "Mary, who?"
Yeah. They already go Genesis who?
Who that?
It's too bad.
It is, man. I'm telling you, it's just like that.
Brave New World.
So there you go. There's signature Numpty clip. Now, it's not a big name. I don't do big names just to do big names, even though I got a lot of big names. There'll be more big names coming out on signature Numpty clips in the future. But this is Fullest Decisions. He goes by Dress the Legend. I met this daft Numpty dipshit about 6 years ago on an Aaron Raw video and just whipped him around by his short hairs. But anyway, he's now, like I always said, the Baltards are just Evo-tards in Baltards clothing. It's the same population group. So I met this. He is a big mouth over at Gem Panda server. So this one's for him. And Richard Feynman's in this one, so that's why I made a Numpty signature. I had to do it. Because the Baltards worship Richard Feynman. So get ready.
Oh, I've been ready.
By the way, you can see the Numpty clips. Just go to my channel, Quantum Eraser, and just go to the channel, go to the Numpty clips, or go to the playlist. There is a section with signature Numpty clips and the Numpty clips. It's not that the Numpty clips are any less violating to these Numpty dipshits, right? Make sure you just listen to all the motherfuckers. Follow? That's my best flat earth.
Oh, yeah.
Roger that.
You want a
Shoot,
flat
we have
earth
to wait.
proof? If you want to, I'm sorry, damsel. If you want a flat earth, our best flat earth proof, just go to the Numpty clips.
He can have to wait 39 hours for this one.
If you're a Patreon, you'd already have it.
Yeah,
no, I'm just messing with you, man.
we're always playing. I'm always playing them in here. When you get new ones, I usually see it, and I'll play it on the DJ if we have quiet moments.
Did you like the drunk one?
Oh yeah! Oh my God!
That was good. I rolled on that one.
Priceless.
I wasn't ready for that one because I did it a long time ago and I forgot about it. And I said, okay, I'll just run this one. I didn't even think about it, right? I just went on, I was doing other stuff. And I forgot what was actually the substance in there. And when I listened to it live, I was fucking in tears.
I could tell. I could tell. Sometimes we play your live shows in here too.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know
figured
that.
double down on it, man. Yeah.
Double-deckered me. I didn't know that. Well, thanks, man.
Yeah, you could be playing it live. We could be playing it here too, so everybody on YouTube is listening to it too.
Oh, that's gonna add an extra. I might get scared.
So you have your show going on. You're in the server over there. We're in the server over here. We're playing your show live on YouTube, and we are all hearing it in here as well.
Are you gonna do it on? You're gonna do it on Tuesday? I'm gonna do Alice Bob.
Shoo, yeah, we ought to do that on Tuesday. Yeah, you know what? That's a great idea. That's a great idea. Let's do it, man. Tuesday.
Let's do it.
Y'all out, man.
Yeah, we'll do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
We could start a schedule on that, right?
It's been a little quiet lately, so that'll be good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So as long as there's
We'll
a
try
link,
to set it up. Yep.
as long as there's a link with a little bit of advance, I'll notice it. I'll see it. I usually pick up on them pretty quick anyway, though. But
well, thanks. I appreciate that, Sonny.
yeah, man. Try to get it out there.
Well, the numpty clips are going to be coming to an end. All good things must end, right?
Oh.
But there's still a lot of meat on the bone left.
Yeah. Hey, I was going to ask you, what do you think about the BM? I know it's about a month old, but BMSLB's 19.2 Grace platform Grace 19.2.
That's BMLSB. Everyone fucks it up. It's simple.
BMLSB. Never mind. I'll just have to go look. What am I doing?
LGBTQRSTUVW.
His name's Bo. He's kind of shy. He's a good man. What the fuck? Are you pinging us or some shit?
Is it one of those like paint bucket drums? That's what it sounds like.
I'll start cavitating on his ass.
LSB. Got it. It sounds like LSD. Okay.
No, it's here.
LSB.
I'll fucking print it.
No, I see it.
BMLSB.
I'm looking at his
69.
YouTube channel. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at his channel. I got it. Thanks, man.
There it is. I printed it out for you. Does it match?
Yeah, it matches. Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Yep.
Black Lives Matter, South Bend, 16. What?
His name's Bo. His name's Bo, if you wanted to know.
Is that Bo, B-O, or B-E-A-U?
That second one? It's not a real spelling. I don't know why
Like
people even think it's-
Beauregard. Short for Beauregard. Sorry. Isn't he a member here? I thought.
Yeah.
I just saw someone that had.
He's pretty shy. He doesn't say a lot. I've conversated him over email, but I offered him, come on the show, but he's a little shy, and that's okay. I understand that.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. There's somebody that has a name that's BML 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Nah, I don't think it's.
That's not. Nah.
But ironically, I'm going to tell you that Black Swan, that original Black Swan video, I saw that video live when it first came out in 2016. I watched it. I'm telling you, I remember watching it and I said, damn, there's something there. And then I went off on another topic, right? But it's ironic that I went back to it. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's such a cool place. I wouldn't mind doing some observations right at that very place myself.
Sure.
Or out on the islands. If you get out to the islands out there.
Yep. I drove by it also back in the day.
Right?
Yep.
Beautiful area.
Right there in Santa Barbara, right there on, what's that highway called? Is that
PCH
5 or 101?
Highway 1.
Oh, Highway 1, that's it. Sorry.
Yeah,
yep.
yeah.
I live on Highway 5 now, man. I get confused. I'm getting old.
Highway 5. That's not the same 5. Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I remember the I-70.
Who can forget I-70? If you're going anywhere across the states, you're going to be on I-70 at some point.
We used to live right near it, pretty close to it.
Well, that pinpoints your location. The
That
fucking
pinpoints it pretty good. Yeah.
States.
I'll pinpoint it a little closer, right near the airport and I-70. So now it's narrowed down. Now it's narrowed down.
God.
Narrow it down.
What about I-80 goes from California, goes from West Coast to East Coast? I-80 passes through my place. Where am I at?
I-80. I don't think I've been on I-80.
Where are you at?
Oh.
You're in Donner. You're in Donner's Pass.
Hang on. No, I don't know.
Like Lake Tahoe.
Put a map with I-80 on it.
Hold on, God.
Who's an American that hasn't been on I-70? Say, here.
Right.
Quantum at 10:16, 16 after the hour, my friend.
Now I got to look at the that looks like I-70.
It's close because they're very close in numbers, so they're very close. Yeah. Yeah, it's the longest one I think in the whole country because it goes.
I told you it went by Reno and Tahoe. It goes right through there.
Might have been on there. I just can't remember.
I've driven it a few times back in the day. It's been 15 years, I think, though.
Which one? I-80 or I-70?
I-80.
I-80.
Tahoe. Through that area. I was coming down out of Air Force Base, out of not San Diego, Sacramento.
I've been all the way out there in Salt Lake City and all of that.
I put 70 in there now too.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
Check it out. Yeah, that's for us Southerners. Yeah.
I've driven 70 a lot too.
Yep.
Been to Maryland a few times, Baltimore.
Yep. That's where I was coming from, Maryland and Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. So I chose that because I-80 is up just more north. So yeah, I remember doing that. Yep.
Right.
Sweet.
Couple main veins right there.
Yep. There's the main veins.
So yeah, I drove part of I-70 last week when I came into Arkansas.
You did?
I went across Kansas on it. Yep.
Right.
I moved here from Washington State last week. I'm in the Ozarks now.
In the Ozarks, Ozark Mountain Daredevils.
That's all they got.
No, what do you mean that's all they got? I'm in the Ozarks.
Yeah, they don't have any sports teams other than that.
Who the hell's talking
Razorback.
about sports teams?
They're crazy people.
They ain't crazy people.
No, actually, I really like it here. It's nice.
If
People
they
are
were
really
watching, if they were watching Paper Spectators, then they might be crazy. They could be.
They ain't got any sports teams. What the hell you mean? We got the Kansas City Chiefs. Watch how much
I
they
know
kick-
some Chiefs fans.
Yeah. Watch how much they kick ass this year. You ain't gonna believe it. I'm not a Chiefs fan, but they're gonna kick some people's asses. That bullshit last year. They didn't have an offensive line. They changed that shit. Look out. Yeah. Well, I don't even know why they're playing. I mean, the NFL season. Why play? The Chiefs are going to win the Super Bowl.
But is that your prediction?
It's not my. That's not a prediction. That isn't even fucktard at the carnival.
Yeah, sure. I mean, but I used to be a huge NFL fan and all that kind of stuff.
Well, I still
But
am.
the reason I jumped in was to talk about Damsel Medic, and she's in North Central Arkansas, and I'm in Northwestern Arkansas, and UQE are I know. I'm sliding in right here because I heard.
Yeah, I figured you would. You
Hi, Helio.
This is funny. But anyway, so how's it going? I mean, so you're going with the you showed me where you the general area where you're going to establish your.
Listen to him. He's stumbling on his words and shit.
It's because I'm inebriated.
Yeah,
Everybody knows
like
that I'm
usual. Like
Yeah.
usual.
Yeah, like this is his. How you doing?
Anyway,
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
you were talking about football. Is this a little bit? Is it? It doesn't really.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Go ahead,
hate
man. We like
football.
to listen to this. We like to
No,
listen
I'm
to
just-
feeble pickup lines you got.
No.
I hate it.
I'm not trying to pick up on Damsel. I'm just curious. I heard her talking about it on the ladies' night show, and I just like, it's like she let me know that she was coming to Arkansas, and I was like, hey, it's really cool
That's
because she
she's
talked about it
thrown
on
some
ladies' night. It's
Yeah,
just-
because she's
you're-
thrown some flat Earth things, man. You
So you're like, how you
together.
doing? How you doing?
No,
How
that
you
that would be the feeble pickup line. Hey,
Call me
baby,
Cash.
how you doing? We
Dennis
got something
Cash.
going on. I got something going on over here. No, Damsel, man, I'm just really, you told me about you moving to Arkansas or near Mountain View, right?
Actually, I'm nearer to let's see, Harrison. It's a closer
Harrison, yeah,
big
that's one of
town.
the bigger cities. Yeah.
And then I'm between there and Bull Shoals.
Oh shit! I know
So
right where you're at.
I'm in a really beautiful area. I ended up on Bear Creek. I got some property
cool.
now.
Oh shit! I'm triangulating your ass.
You got fish in the stream?
Trust me, it's all through dirt roads and locked gates. You can't find me.
Is there fishing
Saratoga.
nearby? Is there some fishing nearby there? I'm
There
sure
is
there
some
Helio.
damn good fishing
I
here,
bet
my
there
brothers.
is.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
bet there is.
Yeah, Helio's already got the friggin' protractor out.
No, why are you saying that, bro? I'm not. I mean, me and Damsel have already talked about this.
That's 500 miles.
I'm not going to tell you where she is,
She's
but
over
I'm
here.
pretty close. But I'm just saying. I mean, it's just really. It is a. I've been to that area before, and it's beautiful. That's all I was just trying to say. God damn.
It is the Garden of Eden here, brothers. It really is. Compared to where I was from, especially.
Yeah, that sounds.
Yeah, Arkansas is a
sounding
really
better.
cool place. A lot of people give us shit.
Sounding better and better all the time, man. Arkansas sounds like a pretty good place.
No, Arkansas is beautiful, man. I've been through it plenty of times. man. It's
Beautiful,
not far-
cheap taxes.
Or
It's not that
Southern
far
Missouri.
away. It's not that far. It's not that far. See, I'm gonna get in here. It's not
Southern
that far away
Missouri.
from me right now. See, he's still fucking. It's not that far away from me right now. I'm near
Hey.
Springfield, Missouri.
Drove through
Hey,
there.
Hey,
Went
in
to Branson this
Southern
weekend.
Arkansas is like Kansas, and it's not a cool place. But
Yeah,
Northern Arkansas
is-
is fucking awesome.
Yep, it's beautiful. Yep.
Yeah, southern Missouri is really nice too. Even any of those places down there, probably.
Yeah, southern Missouri, northern Arkansas, same damn thing. Every time I drive through northern Arkansas, I get this, that when my family were driving through and I'm driving, I'm there. And they start laughing.
Banjo music.
They just lose it, right? They just wait for me to start doing it.
No.
Yeah, I'm about an hour from Mountain Home. I guess that's what it's called. They've got, I guess, good music there. Branson's really close. I went there on the weekend to see a movie in the theater for the first time in over, what? I haven't been to a theater in probably 5 years.
Yep. Branson, that's big deal, man. That's where everyone goes.
Yeah, it's where everybody goes. Rocket.
We're at our.
Is that Sunny?
Yeah.
Welcome to Arkansas.
Thank you very much.
It's freaking hilarious, bro.
You
no,
are
that's
now
not what
entering.
like. Well, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, it can be like that in Arkansas sometimes. You know, yeah, it can be like that. And I'll tell you what, I mean, for where Damsel Medic is from, there are some crazy rednecks out there. I ain't gonna lie about that. I ain't gonna lie.
I've run into a couple, but most of the people are really, really nice, really friendly.
Yeah.
Didn't the term redneck come from like they're out in the fields working pretty hard and they get a sunburn on their neck?
Yeah. That's where the term comes from. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. How's
And
that a
Jeff
bad thing?
Foxworthy. Yeah.
Well, they call them hicks here. Everybody's a hick.
Hick. Where'd that
You guys
come
remember
from? Hick.
the Jeff Foxworthy show? You know you're a redneck. You just throw it in.
If you think gas pressure can exist without containment, you might be a glober.
Man, I love this show.
Dude, crickets.
We're gonna do a skit. Glober Surveyor.
Glober surveyor? Like a he does it as his career?
Yeah, haven't you ever heard Glober Sniper?
Oh, no, I haven't.
Oh my gosh, we should play it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta do this. Great, it might be a
Play
good thing. Hold on, let me find it. I just have to scroll
It's
back.
Saturday night. We got to get loose at some point.
Yeah, it's supposed to be karaoke, but I don't think I'll be able to stay awake. Honestly.
I don't want to sing for you. I don't want you to never want to use your ears again. So.
I don't think it's that bad. It's probably not that bad. Glober Sniper.
Just start with the music. Kiwi, you all set because he's leaving.
Okay, here we go. Glober Sniper coming right up.
Is it sound?
Edge of space, not even close to where they claim space is, which is the Kármán line at 62 miles. And then, of course, that's the international one, and they say the U.S. acknowledges that 50 miles, right?
Yeah.
That was with
That was earlier.
Yep, hold on.
Right. I had a technical issue with it. I think I'm gonna have to buy a new cord for my phone.
Okay, let's try this again. Had to clear the queue.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Glober, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
I love it.
If you factor in the curve, right?
I tell you what, I talked to some snipers overseas, and they never even talked about that shit.
Who was that, Sonny? I didn't.
Owen Benjamin.
Oh, that was Owen.
Yeah.
Really?
We've been here for 4
Yeah.
days,
I know.
shitting in little cans.
I just didn't recognize his voice for a second there, but yeah, that was funny as hell.
But that would mean. Go ahead.
He goes, everybody else just shoots.
It's a mirage.
So funny.
So I started doing another little joke like that, but like when people were Globers would talk about sniper, we could do a little one like Glober surveyor. Yeah,
totally.
You could have someone talk about, with that marking right over there. No, that's a mirage. Yeah, we make the building crooked every time you do this.
Well, and it's like a lot of times, when it comes to the surveying thing, it's like, how many flat spots on Earth can you survey where it starts to turn into a globe?
Yeah, but then I'm not done yet. Glober, sailor.
Bro. Like, why are you
Glober, sailor.
Such questions?
Yeah, how many ports can you navigate where you're traveling over flat ocean where it turns into a curve afterward?
No, triangulate over to that lighthouse. Wait a minute. Triangulate over to that lighthouse. No, it's a mirage. We have to wait until it comes in view. It is in view. Triangulate over to that point of land and the lighthouse. They're both mirages. We run into the freaking rocks every time you do this, bro.
I'm lost at sea, and I don't know why.
Don't you?
Yeah, imagine if you actually tried to live as if it were a globe.
Dude, that's
goodness.
Well, I mean, it's like when you find out that the Earth is not a globe, then you're broken from the mind control. Because when you see that what they're telling us is impossible, then you see, and then you get all the vitriol, right? But at the same time, it's just like they look at you like you're a freak because you don't believe everything that everyone is telling you. It's like, well, I'm trying to tell you that, that's that might be another thing. I mean, it's the same with a lot of religions, as well, and so. So it's kind of like, I don't see what you see. But when it comes to, like, just you were talking about the lighthouse. It's like, well, the lighthouse is supposed to save you from the rocks so you don't get too close, because you could freaking destroy your ship if you get too close to this lighthouse.
I gotta make a shout out here. I see Jose in here. What the heck?
I was just about to make my grand entrance, man. QE, you fucked it up.
Jose,
well, how about QE announces you? Jose, man, it's been a little bit. Good to hear from you. I'll shut up.
Hey,
I
get to see everyone.
I'm not going to shut up. I'm going to rumpus him to death. I just sat down and I looked at who's in here. I said, damn, what is this? Freaking 2015 and shit.
Yeah, we're going back, QE. The arguments haven't changed, so hey, it doesn't matter if I come in 2021, 2032, man. Glover's arguments don't change, don't matter what time I come back.
Yeah, I mean, when I heard you, QE, I heard you shout out Miguel Souza about some of the stuff he posts all the time. He really finds some good information and follows the conversation. He does.
Man,
he's great.
If you guys want to shout out anybody, man, you guys need to shout out Mitchell from Australia, man. He's been
of course,
killing it, man, killing it.
I like it
Hey,
all.
but it's really good to see you guys. Old Dude, Helio, Quantum Racer, you know, all you guys.
Well, and
Bong, how you guys doing?
Mitchell started some live streams now too. That you know we should.
It's good to see you too, Patron. You should come around more often. We need you.
Oh, I'm starting to. I'm starting to, man. Pretty soon, I don't know if you guys know this. I'm moving back, moving again. Once I get settled in, definitely making my way back in here full time. Right now, it's been kind of tough, you know.
And
with
the
move
coca
and
will
everything.
flow again. Yes.
Excellent.
Oh,
brother.
yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, shout out to Miguel and Baba Yaga. Let's just freaking move this shit
The
forward.
arguments have not changed. Correct.
Now, if everybody were interested in the truth, that would be the good news. But there are some stragglers, clearly.
Well, see, I've always said that I'm seeking the seekers. It's like if you really don't care, and they act like they care. It's like here's the deal. It's like, hey, you're a flat earther, right? Well, what about this? What about that? What about that? You know, but they're not really seeking any truth. They're just like, I believe this because my teacher and my parents and all this kind of shit, you know, that they see on the news. They're not actually seeking truth. They're just like they're curious.
Well,
but
it's
they're not
process,
actually
Helio.
seeking truth.
It's
Go
a
ahead.
it's a process, man. It's a process. Cause look,
It is. It does take a long
I'm sure Quantum Racer will agree with this. Once the average human being can understand what science is, then all the doors open. You know, for questioning shit.
Preach
You know,
it, brother.
that's
Preach it.
Well, that's a step, but I mean,
that's the first step. Because look, that's what
Yeah,
happened with
it
me,
is
right? Like,
it's-
once, like, here's the thing: I became a flat earther before I even understand science. I was just very open-minded, right? But for most people, if they actually took the time to understand what science is to this day, I'm talking about professors, people that are like in those fields, right? That should fucking know what science is. They don't know what science is, bro. Like the other day, I had a discussion. Like I didn't tell you guys this, 'cause I haven't been around a while. I had a discussion with an astrophysicist, and he did not know what science was. Like he couldn't even describe science or the scientific method or anything to do with science. Like he thought science was just doing anything to do with observing the earth, like observations. And I was like, bro, I'm like, the scientific science is the study of the natural world through observation and experiment. Not maybe, not you can do experiments. No, it's the study of the natural world through observation and experiment. I'm like, so the observations doesn't mean like you have done science. It's like me saying like I'm gonna make a peanut butter or jelly sandwich, or is it a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? You know what I'm saying? Like if I ask for a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, that means I want peanut butter and the jelly in the sandwich. You know, like you don't fucking say I want peanut butter and jelly sandwich and just get peanut butter sandwich, right? Like I had to explain that, had to go that deep with him because he couldn't understand that. And means like it's two things. It's not like it's like you need two things to complete science, right? Dude, it was so crazy. I'm just like, dude, this guy is like supposed to be a freaking PhD in astrophysics. Like, how the fuck does he not understand this? You know?
Oh, because he's
But
a
then
pseudoscience.
well, of course, they've been taught that like, oh, if I observe this equals that. No experiments needed, just observation.
There's
It's like an appeal to they're appealing to I don't actually care about the information.
No, it's observe and declare.
Yeah.
That's science. Or observe and declare. That's science. I just wanted to comment on Ali Baba Yaga. Yeah, the old timers' arguments are still the same, but the speed of deconstruction has increased exponentially.
Yeah, but that's for us. The speed of this construction for us has speeded up. Like, it only takes a day to debunk any argument now. It used to take like back then, like people wouldn't even touch the arguments. Like they talked about fucking geodetic surveying. That would take months sometimes. Now it's like the next day there's a fucking rebuttal to that shit. It's amazing. I've been watching everything. I know I've been gone, but I'm still observing YouTube. I'm still watching everything, and yeah, definitely it's sped up. It's to the rate where, you know, you have to be really, really just, you know, closed-minded
to even entertain anything. Just the other day, I was on Facebook, right? And someone posted this video, and I thought it was amazing. I'm gonna actually upload it on my YouTube. I don't know if you guys seen it, but it's like, I don't know who the hell it is, but it looks like some guys in the safari, like in Africa, and he's talking to this guy, and he's like, yeah, I think it's really a disgrace what's happening with with students in college. They go to these colleges, very expensive colleges, and they get brainwashed. They think if it's not in peer review paper, then it's not science. And he's like, that's academia. Science is experiments. So if I post, if I want to have a hypothesis and I want to test something and look at something, these guys are like, are they on is it on a peer review paper? If it's not, they don't want to look at it. He goes, I think it's a disgrace. It's a freaking amazing quote. And I'm like, I got to put this on my YouTube. I've just been sleeping on it, man.
I saw that one, brother. That one's really good, man. Actually. And he says it's what's leading to the basically no new discoveries and the end of all new things coming to good for society is gone because of that stupid peer review.
Oh, peer review is the stupidest shit ever, in my opinion. It's like everybody agrees on something,
Yeah, there's a quote about
that's not science. That's the opposite of science. Peer review to me is the stupidest shit ever. It's the opposite of science. Like, this many people agreed on this, therefore it's valid. Like, no, it's that's not what science is. Just because people agree on something doesn't mean it's true.
Yeah, it's like the accepted view of the appeal to authority. Yeah.
Science is actually the opposite of that. It's trying to prove something that like it doesn't even need to take into consideration all people agreed on this. It needs to be experiments. Observations and experiments.
Those kinds of tactics are like that's what the mafia would do. These kinds of it's power, right? It's about authority, and it doesn't matter. Like, it's a disgrace because I thought we were all looking for the truth. That's why it's a disgrace when you look at the system. It's set up like that because that's how they maintain power. Control over.
Yeah, it's racketeering. It just happens to be in this realm.
I just find it so interesting, man. I don't want to bring the topic so we can start talking about the topic. So I'm very blunt and quick about it. So don't over comment on it. But what's going on at the moment, the last year, I'm sure you guys all know what I'm talking about. The people fucking claiming claiming they know science. It's like, dude, these fuckers aren't even talking about science. They're talking about pseudoscience. They're talking about peer review. People agreeing with shit. That's fucking not science. The last thing we've been dealing with for the last year is complete bullshit. It's laughing at the person Fauci, right? He's like, if you disagree with me, you're disagreeing with science. Holy shit, quantum racer! Tell me you didn't fucking flip 2 times when you heard that.
No, we just laughed, man. Yeah, I'm sitting back here proud in the game rooster because I know the deal. Preach it, brother.
So can we say science is witchcraft now?
No, man. For the longest time, man, I remember talking to Quantum Racer way before he was on Discord. He used to post on every Glober fucking video. And I remember one time I hopped on M. Scott Beach's video a long time ago, and I remember seeing this guy named Quantum Racer. I don't know who he was at the time. It was it was early 2015, I think. And I was like, hey, Indio, I'm like, have you seen this guy Quantum Racer? He's like, if it's the same one I think you're talking about, yeah, he's freaking smart. He knows science, and he just destroys all the Globers in the comments. And I was like, yeah, that's the guy I'm talking about. And I remember I posted a screenshot. And I tried to get him in here in 2016, and he wasn't interested. And I to be honest, Quantum Racer, I forget how you even showed up here. I forget.
I remember.
But I remember I tried to invite him for the longest time. When he finally showed up, I remember Karen was going hard on him because of photons. I just remember that. That's just furthest I could go back. But I do remember I tried to get Quantum in here a couple times, and and I always admired his work. And then I finally found a channel called Cathexis. He came around because back in those days, YouTube was very friendly. YouTube was like, oh, you just saw his video? Let me introduce you to this other content, And I remember I saw this video by Cathexis, and that's when I listened to Quantum Racer having a discussion with with Cathexis. And it's literally like the Nathan Oakley and Quantum Racer shows where like Quantum Racer breaks down an ideology or something, or not an ideology, but like a method or scientific method or science. It was science versus pseudoscience, literally on Cathexis. Like what people have seen on Nathan Oakley, it was the same thing on Cathexis. Way before Nathan Oakley, and I was like, dude, this fucking dude. Like, I've been trying to get him on Discord. I remember when he hopped on it, I was so happy. Like, I was like, dude, this is gonna be a really good, knowledge for everyone to learn. Because to be honest, that's where I learned about what science was, and it brought me to that. Because before all that, I thought science was like technology. I thought science was computers. I thought science was like me fucking dropping something and licking it. Like I honestly, man, science was like everything to me back in the days, and it just opened my eyes, and it really made me read up on sciences. It's good.
I didn't come on Discord right away because I thought it was the spawn of Satan. So I had to wait for it.
Hey,
100%.
I don't think you were wrong. But hey, I'm glad you're
here. No,
Bro.
man. I then somebody made a server for me, so I said, shit, I might as well come on.
People were complaining about you because how you were mean, how you were talking. But I was just laughing my ass. I was like, people were even talking about banning you. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Yeah, man. Yeah. Glad you stayed, bro.
From here like 6-7 times, man. I can tell you who banned me.
I always saw it like as like how Libra is, right? Like the scales. I always saw it like, yeah, Quantum Racer is very aggressive sometimes. Sometimes he friendly fires because I don't know, man. I got Quantum Racer since day one. Like I'm a people person. I can understand people, and I understood him from day one. You don't want to piss him off. Don't say stupid shit. It's that fucking simple. Don't speak on things you don't know about. And, don't fucking be that person. It's that fucking simple. And, like, people hate that, but I actually admire that because he's helping you. You don't see it as help. You see it as he's talking shit. I see it as, dude, that dude is fucking helping you. Like, he's telling you, don't be a fucking idiot. Stop talking shit that you don't know about because you're going to look like a fucking dumbass when you go up against a Glover or something or someone that's a little bit more knowledgeable on the subject. Don't speak on it, And I actually picked that up right away. I remember when I knew the second law of thermodynamics argument for the longest time. And even though I knew the argument, I never spoke on it because I didn't understand what the second law of thermodynamics was. I didn't understand how it worked. And I remember for the longest time, I didn't speak on it until I did my research into it. I learned about entropy. I learned about the whole fucking thing as left and right. I'm like, I know Wikipedia is bullshit. I'm going to read what Wikipedia says. I'm going to go on university website. I learned it from like all these angles, and I was able to conclude what everyone was saying based on all the information I gathered, even though some information was from fucking Wikipedia, right? I'm like, I'm just gather all of it because I want to understand all of it because it's, even though Wikipedia is all bullshit, you need to know Wikipedia because when you're debating, you need to understand what the fuck the other side's going to say. They're going to use Wikipedia. So you have to understand all the angles of what fucking second law of thermodynamics means from everyone's viewpoint because it changes, dude. Like, in Wikipedia, it says something completely different. In universities, it says something different. And my advice is learn them all, And then always go back to what the universities say because that's what the fucking gold standard is.
Hey, Jose, I mean, Wikipedia is not a bad source for information.
It is. It completely is.
I would say, hold on. See, what happens with Wikipedia? They'll give you an article and then they'll show their sources. Now you can research the sources and then you can.
Helio, if Wikipedia, look, I'll tell you this: Wikipedia is a great source if you're trying to look up a movie, if you're trying to look up something like that. If you're talking about things that are very fucking disputed and there's back and forth, it's not a good source. It's that simple. To me, at least, that's how I view it. Like, if you're trying to watch a movie, that's not a big deal. But if you're fucking trying to...
I'm not talking about movies. I'm talking about... I thought we were talking about science here anyway,
Yeah. Hilly, you're not understanding what I'm saying. You're not understanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, like,
maybe I missed it. Go ahead.
If you use Wikipedia to look up, like, IMDb of a fucking movie or a rating, yeah, it's good, But if you use Wikipedia to look up what gravity means, dude, that shit's been changing every fucking year. You know what I'm saying? It's completely different.
No, but actually, I'm talking about, hey, if you look up gravity and you look it up on Wikipedia, they'll give you the standard definition of what they mean by gravity, right? And they'll give you
I wouldn't trust
resources.
that because
I don't trust it. I'm just saying that you can actually study the resources. No, I'm not getting upset.
Go back. Before we get into the wiki fight, I'd like to go back and stress what Jose said. See, he just didn't take my word for it. He went and looked at all the sources that he could and tried to understand it. Even wiki, that's fine, and tried to understand it before he spoke on it. That's fucking gold. Dudes.
Agreed.
Dudes, that's what you do.
It's like, don't be afraid of information.
Right.
I mean, a lot of the Globers that we get involved with, they're afraid of any information we share because we're flat earthers and we're obviously wrong, So
now back to wiki. Anybody?
No, I'm done with wiki. It's garbage.
Anybody and their sister can post on wiki. That means if you're going to university and you're sourcing like research papers, you ain't fucking citing wiki. I'm going to tell you that right now. Unless in wiki there is a cited source for the information, you go down to that source, you evaluate that source. That's the only way. Other than that, don't post shit from wiki. I'll tear your ass up. Period. That's it.
Well, when I post a wiki source, it's because of the sources they came up with from that article. I call the wiki pages articles, and for the most part, they have sources at the bottom of the article where the information came from. You can follow those sources and do your own research from that point.
Yeah, but most of their but listen, hold up, Jose. But most of you just don't scroll down to the sources for the article. Each comment must be sourced. Each comment, you'll see a one, a big in brackets, right? Now, if it doesn't have a source behind that comment, guess what?
It's bullshit.
That means they're making shit up.
It's just like in high school or college, when you go to college, right, and you write an essay, every single time you borrowed information from somewhere that wasn't from you, you have to cite it.
Yep.
That's the problem. That's the problem with this Wikipedia. Yeah, they'll cite one part of the whole fucking phrase, but little did you know that one part they cited is only for that part. There's all these other fucking bullshit they said that isn't cited. And people are like, oh, look, it takes you to this website here. Dude, like, you have to be able to break that down, man, because that's how they get you, man. Wikipedia is such bullshit, man. Like, yeah, like, it can have one citing that is correct. It's kind of like the fact checkers from Facebook, right? Like, they'll be like, yeah, Joe Biden didn't say this. And they'll fact check exactly what they're saying. But people that don't actually click on the fact check, or they're like, oh, it's been fact checked, they'll assume the whole comment was fact checked. When in reality, it's just one single fucking phrase that they're fact checking, not the whole paragraph.
Jose, you need to bring your ass back in here. You understand me?
I'm starting full time pretty soon. You'll see.
All right.
Hey, I've been gone for a long time, man, but I have not been slacking off on researching stuff. I'll tell you.
Good.
Yeah,
how about the Numpty clips?
Wonderful.
What is the meaning of wonderful?
Wonderful enough that if they're 30 minutes long, I'll freaking put a bag of popcorn in my microwave.
Well, get one out. Oh, I don't think this one's 30 minutes.
It's like all these guys think they have something. They have something on us, just like, oh, the flat earthers are wrong about this. It's just like, and QE, yeah, you
just
do
wait.
Brilliant.
Just wait. In a few weeks, you're going to be getting one from Professor Phil. Phil.
I'm looking for that. He's my number one most hated Glober at the moment.
Professor.
He's the biggest cocksucker to me.
Wait. Good things come to those who wait, man.
Look, QE. I'll give you my top 2 hated Glovers right now: MC Toon and Professor Phil.
Oh, MC Toon, I already dissed that shit.
I know. You eviscerated him so many times already. I know. I've been watching. And he hasn't responded to you, which is hilarious.
Does he still have a channel?
To be honest, I don't know. But
hey, he has a website. He has a website where you can get
forget
all
the website. I'm subscribed to him. I'm actually subscribed to some Glover's YouTube because I want to see like what they post. I follow it all. Like I said, I don't care if they're Glovers. Like I follow the information. You know, the only one I'm not sub to is Jose JG because I think his show is just the stupidest shit ever.
Yeah,
it's literally a bunch of. It's retarded. Yeah, it's not even worth subbing to. But MC Toon is one that I actually consider worth subbing because I know, like, in my opinion, I'm not a Glover, but if I was a Glover, I would look up to MC2 more and Professor Phil out of all the Glovers. Like, those would be the 2 I'd kind of look up to if I was a Glover.
Those are the 2 biggest numpty clips I'm going to have on my channel.
No, it's like MC Toon. This guy, like, showed up to a Flat Earth conference and just, like, hung out in the lobby of where, the hotel where this was sponsored and everything. And he confronted Karen, and Karen freaking tore his ass down. It's just weird.
No, I think you got the wrong guy.
No, MC Toon, dude.
No, it wasn't MC Toon. It was that other numpty dipshit.
What's that idiot's name? The loud one that debated Nathan Thompson and got on the fuck. Was it that one?
George Hutton and Nayuko.
No, that was George. No, they're freaking
the other one. I'm talking about the one that debated Nathan Thompson that got super fucking heated in a conversation.
The one that he
that
got
was a guy.
Mark Stone. His name was Mark Stone.
No, MC Toon actually showed up. I think it was in Dallas. MC Toon was at the.
That was Stone. That's Stone numpty.
It was Mark Stone. Yeah, he's giving people death threats and shit. I've seen him do it on chats before.
Well, we're talking about different videos then.
Nathan Thompson
you need to go track that shit down, Helio, and post it in here. That's not MC Toon.
I know MC Toon showed up in Dallas.
Post it
at the Dallas.
Right. Post it.
Post it and tell me how many beers you're in.
Yeah.
Like I'm not too. I don't think I'm too far from you, Helio. I'm 5 in. How about you?
5. He's searching
5.
He's dedicated.
I'm probably really behind. Helio's like, what the fuck are you talking about, Jose? I got this keg sitting next to me.
Yeah, he's like in 25 and 6.
Helio's approaching 33. And
bro, you guys are making fun of me, but I promise you, MC Tuna was at one of these Flat Earth conferences, just sitting.
Maybe he was, but I think
Karen B confronted him, saw him sitting there.
Nope, that was MC Toon, the one that Karen confronted.
I just said that.
No, I'm sorry. It was Stone. I'm sorry. It was Stone that she confronted.
Yeah, and Nathan Thompson too. Stone.
Yeah, they got into a fight almost.
So the Stone guy.
Yeah, that's M Stone. It's the one that he almost got in a fight with M Stone. Because I'll tell you what, MC Toon is the biggest beta male. He would not. He's wants to be like, I'm gonna call the cops before he throws a fist.
Yep.
All right, well, maybe I'm misremembering it. I guess maybe.
Yeah, that's okay. They look the same.
It's okay. It's okay. Tell me how many beers you're in now.
I'm not going to tell you. Man, do you want me to give you?
Come on, just tell me, Helio. I'm trying to compete with you. I want to see if I can catch up. Or if I should just quit.
I'm not freaking counting them. What the hell are you talking about?
Kid, you got 5 more to go before you even start drinking. Shoot.
Fucking. What the hell are you talking about? But yeah, it's just weird that these globies will show up at a Flat Earth conference and just sit in the lobby and try to make videos so they can. It was just like, why do you give a shit if people want to gather together and talk about Flat Earth? What the fuck is wrong with you?
George not going to work here anymore. He was there too.
Yeah, George, and also, what's that supposed scientist that showed up with Nathan Confronted? It was from Reasons to Believe.
No, not Reasons to Believe. No. That's Danny Faulkner from Answers in Genesis.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, from Answers in Genesis. He was at one of the conferences too, and Nathan confronted him.
Yeah, we told him to.
Well, I mean, but anyway,
Yeah.
so it's just like, yeah. So anyway, I might be wrong about
Yeah,
McToon.
it was
but I'm pretty sure I still remember McToon. I think he was at one of the conferences.
No, go
Doesn't
find him.
matter.
Go
Doesn't
find
matter.
him, though. Yeah,
I'll find
MC
it. I'll find it.
Toon. MC Toon is a numpty dipshit. Hey, Jose, has he commented on that numpty clip? MC Toon, numpty dipshit. I don't see how he can still have a channel, dude. If he still has a channel after that numpty clip, then his subscribers are dumber.
Was that a
than him.
rhetorical question? If he would have commented, I think you would have known.
I'm pretty sure he
He'd be
put
all
out a
over it.
video last week about Flat Earth, so he's still around. So
Sounds like he needs a McTune up. You know what I'm talking about.
Anyway.
It was fucking. I got medieval on his dumbass.
I mean, he's been here a couple times, and he got tuned up.
Well, to be fair, from what I've been following in the last the time I've been absent, it seems like Glovers have they haven't quit completely where they're just not involved, but they've at least quit on rebuttals because they don't stand a chance.
Wait, check this. There was a modern day
do you remember-
debate.
Hold on, real quick. Do you remember like a couple of years ago, maybe 2 years ago, that as soon as someone made a rebuttal, like Anti or someone, not trying to bring up that name, but as soon as someone fucking brought up a rebuttal, like the day later there was a rebuttal to the rebuttal, and then there was a rebuttal to that rebuttal, and it was just like constant rebuttals. It was like that's not happening anymore.
It's a waste of time.
Now it's just
It's a waste of
now.
time.
No, it's not that it's a waste of time. It's that there's nothing to rebuttal, so they don't fucking acknowledge it.
Well, let me ask you guys: did you? I mean, I'm subscribed to Modern Day Debates. I mean, they had a debate tonight with the Aussie guy, the guy with the big beard and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, so he was debating T-Jump about whether or not space is fake. I watched a couple of minutes, but it's just a waste of time, So it's just like I got better. Well, and so I mean, Flat Earth Aussie is
T-Jump.
Flat Earth Aussie is the same. Yeah, he's a fucking idiot, and so is Flat Earth Aussie.
I'm gonna get over you, Helio. T-Jump is dumber than a bag of fucking hammers.
I know that, and so
dude, I don't even know who T-Jump is, but I'll tell you this: every time Modern Day Debate has a show, or Fight the Flat Earth, or even MC Toon has a debate, dude, they debate these people. I'm not saying that I know every Flat Earther, because that would be fucking false. But you would know damn well if they were debating a Flat Earther with skills, you would know the fucking name.
All right, here's the title of the video. Here's the title of the video.
Hold on, Helio, I'm not done. What I'm trying to say is, every time MC Toon has a debate or Fight the Flat Earth, it's these fucking weird ass Flat Earther names I've never heard of. I've never encountered them. I'm not saying I know them all, but I'll tell you this: I guaranteed, if they were as good as debaters as they should be, I would know them. So they either are debating the weakest fucking Flat Earthers they could fucking come up with, the ones that just woke up like a month ago or 2 weeks ago, the ones that don't know science, the ones that believe on Flat Earth.
That's exactly what I was about to bring up. You're exactly right.
The ones that believe on Flat Earth because of biblical cosmology, not trying to say that's a bad thing, but usually when they debate them, they don't debate them on the premise it's on biblical because they're fucking all atheists, right? So they debate them on science, knowing that those motherfuckers are biblical. That's what they debate.
But I'll tell you what, though. On that point, though, with Modern Day Debates, he has had some good Flat Earth debates.
He has
in the past.
Shit.
Well, I mean, but as far as the argument goes, it can go either way. But
argument.
Steve is a moderator. I mean, he's the
moderator.
I know. Fucking A. I mean, yes, we can take the piss
in name only.
Okay, yes, fine.
Yeah, so back to Jose.
Go for it.
Yeah, they bring in stiffs.
Yes, it's but I mean there's like 400 people watching and
Who cares? They're all
T Jump and freaking this Australian guy that they've taken the piss out of for for a couple of years now. It's just like nobody wants to watch that shit. But apparently they do. There's 400 people watching, and I just want to hang out in the chat and just freaking make asses of themselves in the YouTube chat.
They're numpty dipshits. Who cares about the fucking numbers?
I don't care. Yeah,
I don't care.
Just think of it. Look, think of it this way, Helio. They've never actually invited, at least to my knowledge, they never invited Indio, Quantum Racer, like the top debaters, on an actual debate. They've never done it. And I'll tell you why.
I ain't gonna do it.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it either. Yeah,
hold on,
Here's my policy. Here's my policy on that. If it
involves money, you're winning.
If it's below PhD, I need $1,000 in my.
I knew it. I fucking knew it. If it's money,
hell yeah. So you're gonna have to pay me. Yeah, I'm gonna
if it's a
fucking
PhD,
volunteer my.
Holy fucking shit!
Sorry, QE. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah. If it's your average skank and file baltard, it's $1,000 in my PayPal account. Because as soon as I go on there, they're gonna make tons of money. Fuck that. $1,000 in my listen up, ballers. $1,000 in my PayPal account below a PhD. For a PhD, I'll do it fucking pro bono. You got that? That's all.
Isn't that lovely, QE? Because if you think about it, there is a lot of PhDs that could take that. You know what? It should get to a point where, like, you should. Hold on, my kid's crying. What's it?
Hey, I'll do it for half of the super chats.
Nope.
QE is more advanced than I am, and as far as like doing debate, if they want me to come on modern day debates to debate flat Earth, I'll do it for half of 50% of the super chat coming to my PayPal account. I'll do it.
I'll do it for $5.
All right. Well, you might want to contact Steve. Because he gets flat earthers to do it for free and make themselves look like a fucking retard. And then has 500 people watching just streaming just weird shit in the YouTube chat. But anyway.
Do it if you stop rumpusing everybody.
My question is Redrick, where's his fucking burial? I'm curious. I want to go visit it.
I haven't seen Reds in a while.
Exactly. Where the fuck is that guy? Like, I want to go visit
I will
his
never. I will never tell you where I buried him. I will never let you know.
You got his name wrong. That's Red's Pretenderic. You know what that son of a bitch did back in the day? Let me share something with you with Red's rhetoric. I was on Robert Pisano's show. This is well before Cathexis. I'm on Robert Pisano's show, and Robert got on to Red's Pretenderic show. And he's messaging me, right? He's there, I'm on the show, man. I said, get me on there. He goes, I'll get you in the back door. I said, no. I said, I want you to tell him who's coming on and get ready. Right? So Robert said, listen, I'm listening to the live show. I have a friend that wants to come on. So everybody and their sister knew who that was because they knew who Robert was, right? So, and I was on Robert's show. So I said, cool, send me the link. Send me the link. They put me on fucking mute, right? For 45 minutes.
Oh my.
Reds did. And then he took me off mute and started fucking adjusting my volume back and forth where I started cracking up. And all he said was, your mic's shit. Come back when you have a good mic. Mute.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yep.
2016, if I recall.
Fucking weasel.
Right?
Yeah,
2016, right?
Say, fucking snake.
Yeah. Man, I haven't talked to Robert Bazan in a long time, and I was really close to him too. And the last time I talked to him, man, he was really big on holographic universe. I remember. This was about a couple months ago, maybe. Is he still on that, QE, or you don't know?
Robert's a good man. He's got a good heart, but he follows every wind of doctrine.
Oh yeah, he's definitely a good man. Good
last
heart.
time I heard from him, he was talking about doing drones over Antarctica, and and so he's doing his thing.
Yeah, he has a good heart. I've even seen his kid. I've met his family. Like, I remember one time we were on Telegram. That's how me and him communicated, because it wasn't even Telegram. It was some other freaking app. He was Robert was in the military, so he's very sketchy. Like, he's like,
Real
I'm sketched out
telegraph
about.
system.
Yeah, he's very sketched out about certain apps, certain things he uses. So like, he hated Discord, but he only did it because like we were all on there. He hated it. He's like, when you join this Discord, you needed 2-factor authentication just to go in his Discord. Like, he had it to the point where it was like, dude, like, I can't even join it, unless I'm trying to give all this information, which made the people that were trying to join uncomfortable. He didn't give a fuck. Like, he was just, I don't know. He's like, in my opinion, he was a little paranoid, but it's fine because that's what he is, and he has his issues.
He's not paranoid. He's right. He's 100% right.
Bong, you have no room to speak here. You're worse than him. Anyways.
I know. That's what I'm saying. He's not paranoid.
You've been through like 30 accounts since I've been on Discord, so you're no one to talk. But the point is, he's very careful with what he does. And I remember when we were on this app and we were conversating. I think it was called Wire. Now that I think about it, it was Wire. And I met his kid. I met his wife. And this is when he was going to school and everything. And I remember we were having a conversation, and he was really big on the holographic universe. And he was telling me, he's like, Jose, right now, go on Google and look up anything from any fucking place that takes pictures from astronomy. Look up for pictures of the sky. And I did it. And I'm like, dude, all I'm seeing is pictures of the place that's supposed to be taking pictures of the sky, with the night sky, with that place there. And he's like, exactly. I'm like, what the fuck? And dude, that tripped me out. That was the biggest trip to me. It's like, why is it all these observatories that are supposed to be taking pictures of the sky only having pictures of the fucking telescope with the night sky? Like, what the fuck is this all about? That made my head scratch. And I, to be honest, I haven't checked up on it to this day if they've added anything else. But in that time and date, when I looked it up, I was like, dude, all I'm fucking seeing is supposedly the Milky Way galaxy, or what's observable from this position with the observatory in the background. That's all I can fucking see, dude. And he's like, exactly. Why is that? Like, aren't these motherfuckers supposed to be taking pictures of fucking, Andromeda and all this other shit? Like, what the fuck? Why do these guys only have pictures of their fucking observatory in the night sky? And I thought that was so fucking trippy, He's very brilliant. Like, I think he's I may not agree with everything he says, but he's very, very brilliant and observant on things that like most people wouldn't even think about. He definitely catches it, I'm sure Quantum Racer, if you agree with me, I remember him and Robert Bazzano had a debate about God in his Discord for the longest time. Hey, can I get a mic check?
Yep.
You're there.
All right. John, what happened? I know you heard me. We lost QE. But I'm telling you, QE and Robert Bazzano had a debate on God. Like, it was hilarious to watch, man. Me and Morvet were in Robert Bazzano's Discord, and we were just observing QE and Robert Bazzano have a debate about God for like half the day, man. It was hilarious.
What was Robert's position? Like, what was his?
Okay, I would be very close to calling him almost atheist.
It was very weird. He had a weird position. I can't recall it, but
There's
he
no
didn't
such
believe, at
thing
least
as an
in.
atheist.
He was very close to an atheist, maybe an atheist, if I would say.
Well, I mean, agnostic, I think, would probably be closer. Which,
To be fair, I'll wait till John hops back on because I know for a fact he remembers that debate. I'll ask him about it.
Atheist or
He seems to
agnostic?
be AFK at the moment. Nah,
You
he
mean
wasn't agnostic. I'm telling you, if I recall right, he was almost atheist. Like I would say
Oh,
atheist.
man.
Just
Yeah,
I
I'm
just don't
back.
want to be wrong.
No, I'm back.
Cute. Quantum Racer.
Yeah.
Do you remember a couple years back when you and Robert Bazzano were having a debate on God? What was his position? Was he atheist or was he not?
Atheist. I handed
I
him
knew
his
it.
ass.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. It was over quick.
Have you heard of the CIA family? I would like to introduce you to my family. I'm just saying, yeah. Atheist, smart guy, but we can't figure him out. I'm not saying anything bad. I'm just saying.
Yeah, there was a whole big thing. I think it's still on his channel about information where it was bad, man. I crushed him.
I don't know if you were listening, John, but a little while ago I was talking to them how I used to be really close to Robert Bazzano. And the one thing I picked up from him, even though I don't agree with a lot of what he said, and he knew that, and that's why I like him. He's one of those persons that you can literally disagree on, and he'll still be cool with you, still be close to you. I didn't agree with his atheistic view, and I did not agree with holographic universe at all. And he knew that. Even though I did find very interesting the idea that the dome or the container was superfluid helium. You know, I did find that very interesting. I can't say to this day that's what it is or it's not, but I find what his ideal of what it could be and the temperatures of that, you know, of what that is at that altitude and everything, what it would be, how it would crystalline at a certain degree. I find that very interesting. You know, and I definitely.
I crushed him on that too. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Possibly. Yep. But my point is, I definitely agreed a lot with him, and I disagreed a lot with him. And he still was really cool with me. But what I learned about him the most, I don't know if you were listening, John, but what I learned about him the most was that he had an eye for things that most of us would fucking miss. You know,
like a good agent.
Like from the Hubble telescope, you know, like dropping because of drift to you know, that one was solid as fuck to me. Like, dude, the fucking IS is in this environment, the Hubble's in this environment, you know? There's supposed to be a medium in this environment, especially now that we know the fucking atmosphere extends to the moon. It would even prove his point even more. The Hubble should be fucking crashing down to Earth at this day, you know?
Oh, we did the calculation. It was funny. We were doing the calculation in the background, and I was doing it, and I calculated it to be like 5,000 feet below the Mariana Trench.
So at 6 miles, roughly. Yeah. Well, Mariana Trench is close to 6 miles. So.
Robert was really good at he just had fucking balls bigger than church bells. He'd just get on Skype, and then he'd go through the directories of who he wanted to talk to, like NASA. He'd just go through the directory and say, all right, I'm going to call him. Boop.
That's why I loved him. Look, he was very good at communicating with NASA, which I honestly believe they caught on to him because they stopped. Like, he got to a point where what he was doing at the beginning became complicated. That's one factor that I noticed.
No. They put out a memo. Yeah. I was there when it happened.
It's your fault. I know it's your fault.
It's my
completely
fault.
your fault.
Yeah,
I know it
is. He blamed me for it, but it wasn't me.
To be fair, I kind of agree with him, Quantum Racer. Like, you did kind of step in when you were supposed to be quiet, but okay.
Yeah, but he's right, and that is correct. That did happen. But he was going down well before that. It was weeks before they caught on. Yeah, but I didn't help. So let's tell the story correctly. He had the Sohu scientist If you go back, see, this what got me interested in Robert Bassano. He had a Sohu scientist from NASA. That was, there were sun investigators, and Robert was on his script, and the Sohu guy, I can't remember his name now. The Sohu guy offered, just unsolicited, offered that it was a second law of thermodynamics violation. I'm sitting here watching it on the show, and I'm sitting there, oh, for fuck's sake, Robert, stay right here. He's just offering it to you on a plate. But Robert, he had a series of questions he wanted to ask, and he bypassed it. So I got pissed off, and I wrote to Robert. I said, but very nicely, why in the fuck did you move on from that point? And he said, well, I got to have your ass on the show. So that's how me and Robert got hooked up. Now, fast forward 8 months later, he said, I want to call that Sohu guy up. So I was on the call, but he didn't tell the Sohu guy I was on the call. So I was on mute. So I stayed on mute until a point reached in me where I had enough of this fucking idiot's bullshit, right? So I just said something to the effect that, you got to be fucking kidding me. You don't even know what a scientific theory is, and that was it. He said, whoa, who's that on the call? Right? And then Robert ran with it. Like, oh, QE ruined everything. Fuck you. He was already done before that. Right? About 2 or 3 weeks before that, they caught on to him because he was calling up people and at NASA, and they would say, are you recording this? That's when I knew it was the end. Right there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, see, I never got that context, John. So thanks for cleaning it up. To this day, I actually never knew that. I just heard it from Robert Bassano's side, which he said, you spoke out of turn because I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I've listened to you, known you for long enough till I know that you stepped in when you were supposed to. I know that because you can't fucking hold it sometimes. You're just, when you hear a fucking trigger word, you jump in. It doesn't matter what's going on, who's around. If it's the fucking Queen Elizabeth, you're gonna fucking jump in and speak when you fucking, that trigger word happens. I know that about you 100%. So
yeah,
when Robert,
I waited.
Yeah. Okay, well, I don't know all the context, but the way Robert explained it was, as soon as that buzzword came on, you hopped in, and that's when it was all over. That's the way he told it to me. Now that I heard your side of the story, it makes even a little bit more sense.
Yeah. It was towards the end because people were telling on Robert, especially after he did the project manager at NASA, where he made him look like an idiot.
Yeah, he knew more about what the guy job was than he did. It was hilarious.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so they got the word, whether ballers, I'm sure a lot of ballers said, hey, NASA, this fucking guy's calling you guys and making you look like idiots. But it was cool. I mean, Robert ran with that, John, it's QE's fault, right? That I took it. I didn't mind. But it was coming to an end regardless.
Yeah, that couldn't go on for too long. But also another part I was saying, John, was one thing that I did pick up from him that I thought was just interesting was he told me to look up observatories, right? Different observatories like Chile. Chile has a really good one because of the elevations and shit. Just a bunch of observatories in the Earth. He told me look them up and look up pictures of space from that observatory. I did that. I went through freaking hundreds of pictures. And you know all I found? All I found were pictures of the fucking observatory from with the space in the background. Like of the telescope that's supposed to be taking pictures of the fucking space on the background. And I'm like, all right. So I'm like, I'm not trying to say Robert Bassano's stupid at all. But I'm like, you know what? I'm going to fact check this. I'm like, maybe the wording on Google is wrong. Maybe because I'm looking at observatory pictures of this, the way I worded it, it's making pictures of the observatory come out with the background of the space, or the Milky Way or whatever the fuck. So I typed it many different ways. I was like, pictures of the observatory. Pictures, I just changed the wording to the point where it's like, there's no way like I could be wrong. And I got to the point where I was like, Robert Bassano, I'm like, Okay, I get what you're saying. Like I looked up exactly. Here's the thing. He liked little tricks. He never told you this is what you're gonna see. He never did that. He always told you, look this up and explain to me what you see. He was very fucking like scriptic. Like I was like, all right, so I did that, you know?
Yep.
And I tried different fucking ways to look up what he was asking me to look up because I'm like, maybe the way he asked me to look up is the only way I could see what he's thinking, you know? Maybe if I look it up a different way, it'd be different. Nope. I looked up observatory, pictures of space, any way you could think of where like, you know damn well it means I'm trying to look up pictures of what this observatory is taking of space. Nope. All I found were observatory and the space in the background. Literally, like if someone went with a fucking Picon, Picon 900, Nikon 900, and took a picture of the observatory. That's all I was fucking getting. Yeah. And I was just like, dude, I'm like, I know exactly what you're asking now. And and I even explained to him, like, I went to the detail of changing the wording on Google. I went to looking at the observatories that you mentioned and looking for pictures through their fucking website. All they're doing is taking pictures of the observatory with the space in the background, not using the fucking telescope that people spent billions and trillions or millions of dollars on, but take pictures of space. It's like, what the fuck? And he's like, that's my point. You know? And I just thought that was fucking fascinating. I was like, dude, like you catch on to things that most people would not catch on to.
Yeah,
and I'll tell you what, man.
Robert was a pioneer, man. There's no doubt
he
about
was.
it. I mean, he set the standard, and his research into the two biggest things, obviously, was confronting NASA employees that didn't know their ass from a pipe wrench. Not only employees, but heads of departments that didn't know their ass from a pipe wrench, and the research he did, like with the balloon program. Yeah, there's second to none. He was outstanding. Go back and listen. His channel's still up. Go back to his videos and check them out, man. Not you, Jose. You know all about it, but I'm saying if you Robert Bassano or PlaneteVeritas.com.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Or YouTube.
I kind of have a question about Robert Bassano, like about his. So let's say hypothetically speaking, if Robert Bassano was a nigger, how much KFC could he shove up his asshole?
Yeah, you're gone.
Oh boy.
Who said that?
He's gone. Somebody caught him.
Okay, good.
He's not gone yet. He's still here.
Who is he?
What's the name?
Wizard guy. Wizard.
Well, his pussy probably hangs like sleeve of wizard. So fuck him.
Well, you guys should ban him before he comes back.
So, does somebody got him? Wizard, the wizard or wizard?
It was Wizard, and then he had parentheses after his name.
Hey, John, I don't know if you know this, but like that, I took really offense to that because like I almost felt like the guy trolling knew him because Robert Bassano. I'll explain something to the. I don't know if I should say this, but Robert Bassano reminds you of Denzel Washington, and it's hilarious because all the pictures he posts of Denzel Washington, when you actually see a fucking picture of him or you meet him, you're like, dude. He looks like fucking Denzel Washington. I can see why he does that.
Well, wasn't there a mind control movie that Denzel was in, or like he's been in a lot of movies. But what was that movie where he was? Oh, it's fucking Manchurian Candidate. The Manchurian.
I don't know, but my favorite movie from Denzel.
I'm not gonna lie. That's
why
I think that's why Robert chose that profile because of the Manchurian Candidate.
No, I'm telling you right now, Robert chose Denzel Washington. I mean, I could be wrong, but what I think the reason he chose Denzel Washington is because he fucking looks like Denzel Washington. I'm not lying.
Well, I haven't seen his face, so I've
seen his face. I've met him. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, I used to be close to Robert. He showed me his family, his son. his wife, that he's Colombian. I'm not gonna dox him or anything and go too far, but dude, he looks like Denzel Washington. He looks just like Denzel Washington. And dude, the way he talks even kind of sounds like Denzel Washington. It's like, dude, like you're the Colombian reincarnation or the version of Denzel Washington, just the red pill version, you know? But, you know, like that's why like when the guy was saying he's a nigger and all that, I was like, dude, like I take offense to that because like actually seeing him, I know what he looks like. I'm like, dude, who the fuck is this troll? You know, like
we get that shit every day. But, you know, it's
he got lucky with. I'm not gonna lie, he got lucky with the troll because Denzel. I mean, Robert does look dark. You know, he does look black. You know.
In this case, it was a coincidence. Yes. Just so happened he came in with the N troll, and you got lucky, wizard. Little shit.
Oh, you got lucky, pet. Still, my respect.
Yeah, but either way, I mean, like I said, we get those, you know, those trolls all the time. I mean, their favorite word is the N word, and they think that's a troll, and we're going to be offended, or somebody's going to be offended. I mean, it's worthless.
Well, they can't say it anywhere else. Yeah.
What do you think about a man that joins a conversation and start talking about other men and things going
that was
into
not
a
man.
whole...
No, that was not a man.
Yeah, you got it.
It's a troll living under the bridge somewhere.
That is someone who is going to eternally remain a child.
Dude, I don't even call him a troll, man. Like, trolls are funny. That guy wasn't funny. Like, he was just stupid. Like,
well, nowhere else in his life.
I have a high standard for trolls. A troll has to be hilarious, make me laugh. Like when he's trolling me, that's what I call a troll. I wouldn't call a troll someone that's like fucking stupid and just talking bullshit, you know? That's me.
Man, do some prank calls before you come in. Get some practice on how to really troll people up, and then come back, because that's horrible. It's terribly embarrassing.
Please make us laugh. If you make us laugh, that's a good troll. We're still going to ban you, but
that's not even a troll.
Make it funny if you're going to troll. You know, please.
It's just that's somebody who cannot say certain things ever in their lives in the real world, and this is their only opportunity to say such words. That's like you know. Pathetic.
Hey, I have an important question to all of you since I've been absent for a while. I know this is almost 100% not factual, but has there been one global argument that's new?
Sorry, boss.
They don't have an argument. They got stories, Jose. They an argument will have some type of fundamentals.
Okay. Let me change my phrase. Look. I'm willing to be that nice. Let's skip my phrase.
All they got is stories.
Fuck the stories, all right? Do they have anything that they're saying that's new? I don't care if it's a story, an idea, a postulation, a hypothesis, anything new. Do you have anything new to the table?
I think we've changed the color scheme on the unicorn's horn. It was more of a barbershop thing before, and now we've kind of got the whole rainbow in there. I think that's about the only change.
Well, that's in San Francisco.
Across the road.
We're not necessarily going to talk about that.
Other than that, no, they just like to talk about unicorns and stuff.
Anything new?
Why couldn't the toilet paper cross the road?
I got it. I got something. They're calling it gravity field. They're calling gravity a field. Is that new? I mean, I think that's quantum.
They're calling gravity a field, so it's no longer an uneven distribution of mass causing a warp in space-time. Now it's a field.
Yeah,
mass. What's that?
Yeah, I think field theory is their new thing.
Yeah, I saw that on Facebook today. Maybe you saw it, Jose, as well.
Yeah. Hold on, John. Did you just ask me what mass is?
Yeah, I'm not.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me look up my 20 definitions.
My Globe Dictionary.
Mass is whatever I want it to be at that current time and moment. That's what mass is. Is that the correct answer?
No, the secular story is still Einstein.
Don't lie, though. Was I right? That's what Globers claim, right? Mass is what they claim to be at that current time and moment.
Yes, they're claiming mass attracts mass. They're back at Newtonian 106 years ago.
Mass is whatever they want it to be and whatever argument they want it to use. Like, They switch. You know. They switch to it. They'll be like, they'll be like 4D pseudo-Riemannian. What are you talking about? It's mass attracting mass. Yeah. And then when you bring it to relativity, it's like, oh, you mean 4D pseudo-Riemannian? Yeah, of course. You know, they switch it. It's whatever they want it to be.
Yep, exactly. Yep, they switch it.
They're like 3D Euclidean. What the fuck is that? We're talking about Einstein now. And then when you get them, peg them in that, they'll be like, oh, I mean, it's mass attracting mass, 3D Euclidean.
Yep.
Science is always changing.
No, that's not science, and they're easily dispatched with that horse shit.
You guys, it's evolution. Science is evolving.
Yeah, so I was gonna say that science evolves. It's evolving.
Evolves. What the hell is that?
Yeah, that's
We're just
the
helping
story.
it along.
That's the story they give us.
Oh, the story changes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
as
that's
new
evolution.
information comes in, yes.
I'm sure I got rumpus with that.
Sorry.
Oh, that's bong. It's just who bongs is. It's fine. It's just.
Dude, that shit pisses me off when they say that the science changes because it reminds me of the whole bullshit we've been going for the last year. The reason we were wrong about everything was because science is always changing. It's like, dude, you never fucking used science to begin with. What are you talking about, you know?
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Yeah, that's the problem with facts, man. They're so transient. You just can't keep track of them anymore.
Hey, Jose, to answer your question about, let's say, new stories, one Glober said one time to answer how can you have gas pressure without a container? And he said that we were talking about the volume, and he had an answer for that. He said that the container is there, it's just that it's at the edge of the universe. So that's the volume, you know, it's that big. That's why you have a pressure gradient. That's one of the stories that I've heard.
That's non sequitur.
Wow. That's stupid. It's like, I thought their space had no ending or beginning.
No, it wouldn't matter.
Beginning, yes. Ending, no.
No, it wouldn't matter. It's still non sequitur.
Right.
Right? Because
it does not follow.
Even if they identified the boundary conditions, which they never do, they can't. The volume inside there is 10. You got to stay with their story, right? If I'm going to put him on a stand, he's got to stay with the heliocentric model story, and that's 10 to the negative 17 torque. So how the fuck are you still breathing?
Yep, or 10 to negative 6 torque if you're talking about the moon, right?
10 to the negative 9th to the 12th.
Okay, I thought it was a 6, man. Maybe I've been on too long.
10 to the negative 6 is the ISS.
Oh, maybe you're right. Yeah, that is ISS. 200
so those
miles
harnesses,
away.
those harnesses take off that much gravity. Crazy.
Yeah, the harnesses. We don't need that. Just second law of thermodynamics violation and put it out of its misery.
I don't know, QE, but I think you taught Nathan Oakley a little bit too good because I remember a long time ago, he grilled me. He actually grilled me. I'll tell you why. Because he hates going into the story at all, right? He just crushes it at second law of thermodynamics. Yeah. And I remember I brought up this point when I was on his show one time. I was like, all right, Nathan, I understand that you disagree with the whole, like, if we crush second law of thermodynamics, you don't even need to go into their ISS fucking fairy tale. I'm like, but even if you were to go in their fairy tale, you could still debunk them, and I'll tell you how. And he's like, I know you can. And I was like, I know. I'm like, but let me tell you a different way that you probably haven't heard. So this was something, I swear to God, to this day, I've heard no one mention this besides me. Indio Cavouch since 2016. This was my argument. And the reason it became popular was because I used to debate M. Scott Beach a lot. And M. Scott Beach was like 100% sure that the fucking ISS was real. So I brought this up to him one day. I was like, all right, if the ISS is real, have you seen the footage of Earth from the ISS? Hold on, let me get a mic check real quick.
You're good. You're there.
Hold on, let me put you on speaker. It's because I have these new Bluetooth headphones that, like, if I touch them a little bit, they fucking disconnect, and it's so annoying. So now I'm on my phone.
Changed. Yeah, it changed.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Can you guys give me 1 second just to reconnect them? I'll explain it right now. 1 second, all right?
Too late.
God, the suspense is killing me, dude.
That wasn't even 1 second. Give him a chance. Okay, too late.
He fried in a thermosphere.
Hello, Mike.
Thermosphere got him.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is what I was saying. So I brought this up to Mskavich. I was like, all right, have you ever observed from the ISS, like the view of Earth from nighttime? And he's like, yeah, many of times, And I was like, all right, I'm like, can you explain this to me? I'm like, what causes the stars to twinkle at night? And he goes, well, refraction or turbulence. And I was like, well, mostly it's turbulence of the atmosphere, right? He's like, yeah. And I was like, okay, that makes sense. I'm like, so explain this to me. Why is it that when the ISS is viewing the Earth in the nighttime, we can see the lights of the Earth, like from California, like everyone's lights on, and there's no refraction, no turbulence? And he's like, oh, that's a good idea. He's like, that's a good hypothesis. Like I'll look into it and I'll come back to you. So he came back within the hour. He's like, well, the reason when the planets, he brought up the planets, the reason why Mars, when it's directly above you, it doesn't twinkle, is because there's less atmosphere you're observing the planet through. I'm like, oh, I agree 100%. I'm like, but what happens when that planet or the lights that you're viewing from the ISS of the Earth is at an angle, almost to the point where they're like not at a 90-degree angle? Why is there no turbulence? Why are the lights static? And he said, you know what, Jose? I can't explain that. I don't know. And he never fucking came back and answered it. And I brought it up to him a couple times, and he's like, you know, I haven't looked it up. I haven't looked into it. I've been absent. To this day, M. Scott Veach has never gave me a good answer why the lights from from Earth, like, people that have their fucking lights, like in California, that light travels all the way from Earth to the ISS through the atmosphere, and they're fucking static. Can't explain that. But yeah, we're supposed to believe that. I don't care if the stars are trillions of miles away. I don't care about any of that. The point is, the light has to travel through a medium, right? It has to travel through that medium to the Earth.
Yeah, that's too nuanced, man. You can't release that.
Plus, Jose, you said you agree with the atmosphere stuff, and you gotta call them out right there when they say atmosphere. You cannot say I agree.
So, does anyone get the argument now?
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
Yep.
Oh, hell yeah, man. It's a good argument, man. How the lights from Earth should twinkle too, right?
Be honest. You've never heard it anywhere else, right?
Yeah.
Nope, that's
you,
all
I know.
you,
I
man.
think you told me that one before. I think you did.
No,
that's
all you, man.
I swear. So I told that to Nathan Oakley, and even though, in my opinion, I think it's a decent argument for, like, even if you were to take their idea of a fucking vacuum and ISIS and all that, even if it's a good argument, Nathan's like, fuck you. I'm not taking that argument. Like, second law of thermodynamics. Like, Nathan was so strict on that. And that's where that's where me and Nathan bump heads. And I remember on a different episode I came on, I brought it up again. I'm like, Nathan, you've heard. He's like, so he's arguing the ISS. Right now, you couldn't even take it to his friend land and say that this argument. He's like, you know what I'm saying? And he used that argument in that debate. And I remember because I told him to do, and I used the argument, and they couldn't respond. They couldn't respond to it. And Nathan was like, you know what, Jose? I don't like to go into the second law of thermodynamics violation bullshit, but I love the silence you got from your fucking argument. I'm gonna use it maybe once in a while now, and that was just great, man.
Yeah. Hey, let me see if that is awesome. Let me see if I understand. Okay, so I would put it like this. I would say, and this is just based off what you just said, your idea. If I were to try to talk to somebody about it, distill it down as best I could, I'd be like, okay, so there's interference, there's turbulence between our eyes and the stars, right? That's why they twinkle. There's a lot of stuff in between. Yeah. So between the ISS and the Earth, how do they remove all of that turbulence and stuff that should be in the way. Why don't we see almost the exact same kind of deal happening? What's that? Does that make sense at all?
Yeah, that's literally what I would say. Like I
Cool.
gave you the simple argument, the logical one, but I took it further. Like obviously, I argue with him for hours on this topic. I took it that far. I'm like, yeah, I don't care if I told you right. I don't care if it's because his argument was like that the light is equal at certain angles, but that wasn't my argument. My argument was that that light has to travel through our atmosphere. I don't care if you're saying, oh, the lights from Polaris is 3 trillion miles
Atmosphere.
per second. Right. Okay, Atmos plane. I don't give a fuck what you call it, but let's I'm trying to talk in terms so we all understand. The atmosphere. The light has to travel through that fucking atmosphere to reach the lens or your eyes. It doesn't matter if it went through trillions of miles or billion miles. Ignore all that. The point is that light still has to travel through our Earth's atmosphere and be at some point distorted, and that is not the case with the ISS when you're viewing the Earth from Earth.
Well,
it has to be subjected to the same distortion.
No, I trained Nathan well, haven't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, you taught him too well that he was like arguing with me at first about it, but he only liked it when because I wasn't gonna abandon it because here's the thing, man. I stick true to my convictions, and I felt like that was a good argument, even though like it's taking all these fucking bullshit ideas in fantasy just to make the argument. I understood that. I completely understand that. But I thought that even if you step into their fucking fantasy, it's a good argument. And even though Nathan turned it down the first time, I was like, I'm gonna come back with it on another show and bring it up again.
It's
and
fine.
I found the chance to do it.
It's fine. It's fine. It's a good argument, but it's begging. Yeah,
it is, of course. But if here's the thing, they're not even willing to go that far with it. Only you would, John. It's kind of a snaky argument. I'm not gonna lie, but only you would figure that out. But they wouldn't.
No, it's a good argument. No, it's okay if you entertain begging the question.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Yep.
So yeah, it was nice though because I remember that time I hopped on and I brought it up the second time and I used it as an argument for a Glober on his panel. Everyone was quiet. He got quiet. The guy was debating, and then Nathan asked, "Does anyone have an answer to that question?" Nobody fucking answered it, and he's like, "You know what, Jose?" He's like, "I hate going into their fucking fairy tale Narnia land, but that argument shut them all up. I like that happened." And I thought that was cool, when that happened. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I got you. Yep.
Well done.
Now you got to do a bunch more, get a bunch more new ones, not necessarily begging the question, just new proofs.
No, just begging the new proofs. Why do we need new?
Oh, that's true.
You're
right. Beg the question over and over. So you could say, hey man, listen, whether or not I beg the question, the argument falls flat.
It does.
That's the beauty about flat Earth is that you don't need any new proofs. Everything we come to this day is solid. It hasn't been destroyed. It's standing on pillars. It's beautiful. It's like they got nothing towards it. So, to be honest, we have nothing else to show them. Everything that we can talk to them about, it's already there. It's there.
It's something about your heart instead of your head. Like, in my opinion, the thing that seems to be, in my experience, the thing that seems to be the hardest thing for anybody to get over, the hurdle is their pride, their ego, their unwillingness to even say to themselves, okay, hold on. I know I believed it, but I'm a smart person. And maybe I was duped a little bit, just a little bit. Let's check it out. Let's put my pride aside and just try to dig into this as if I give a fuck about it. Just for 5 minutes.
I think trick right now to this day is people that know they've been duped by either Biden or coronavirus. I'm not trying to get too into it, but when I see some type of I don't trust this no more from normies. Oh, dude, fucking flat Earth is coming in. That's the way I see it. That's my red flag. Dude, you're fucking being a little bit questioning about the narrative. Let me throw this in there. That's kind of what I've been fucking doing. Because you can't go flat Earth all the way, man. Flat Earth. I don't care what anyone says. Man, there's people that are fucking brilliant, very brilliant,
and they won't get flat Earth. They're brilliant in their own right. Like they understand, they can recall, they can talk about certain things, but like, dude, like I said, in their own right. But when it comes to like shit like flat Earth, dude, it's too taboo. It's not in their mind. It's actually it does hit them with that cognitive dissonance. It pisses them off. Like just not too long ago, like about 2 months ago, I had a debate. I'm part of a Snapchat group. It's me, my cousin. He brought me in that Snapchat group. So that means it's just like Discord, like let's say we had a group chat. You know how Discord could have a group chat with 10 people? Well, Snapchat can have it. I don't know if it's unlimited. But there's like 20 of us in there, right? In a group chat. And there is one person in that group chat that knows I'm a flat earther. They all know I'm a flat earther because I don't hide it. But there's one of them that is actually curious about flat earth. And I love it because every time he asks me questions about flat earth, we use the group chat. So that means everyone is exposed to the information that me and that person are sharing. And they're just like, flat earth, and they start talking shit about it, and that's when I fucking let elbows and fucking fists fly. I'm like, oh, if you're gonna talk shit about flat earth, then you fucking better know your globe. If you don't know your shit about your globe, then I don't want to fucking, don't talk to me about anything. Because it's just a waste of time. So the other day, that guy that's curious about flat earth, he said, hey, Jose, I saw this video about the moon and clouds. Is this legit flat earth shit or what? And I explained it to him, like, oh, that could be a perspective thing. Like, personally, my position, I think it's an optical illusion of like clouds being right behind the moon. How, or right in front and behind, where it seems like the moon is just so close. I think that's an optical illusion. I don't think that's like legit that the fucking moon is so close. I don't think that. I could be wrong. I agree that. But from my point of view and from what I've researched to this time, I don't think that the moon is that close. That's just me speculating, of course. But that's what I told him. I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to say I know this is what it is or this is what it is, but this is what I think. And I explained it to the person. And while we were having a discussion about it, someone put flat earth, that's fucking retarded in the group chat. And I was like, oh, that's my target right there. So me and him had to start having a debate. And in the debate, it was hilarious. I made him look like a dumbass. He was like, I'm like, dude, I'm like, before you fucking start talking shit, I'm like, explain to me with one fucking evidence, one scientific evidence that the earth is a globe. Give it to me. And he's like, sticks and shadows. And I was like, oh, so you're talking about Aristophanes? And he's like, no, I'm talking about the Egyptians. And I was like, Egyptians? What the fuck are you talking about? So then he posted right after Carl Sagan, showing how from Egypt and Cyrene, Aristophanes proved that it was a globe. And I was like, dude, you're fucking so stupid. You didn't even look at the video you just posted. He's talking about Aristophanes, the guy I just mentioned. I'm like, and he's not from Egypt. He's a Greek. I'm like, yes, the test was done from Cyrene and Alexandria, which part of it takes part in Egypt. That doesn't mean he's Egyptian. So obviously I knew way more about the shit he was posting, and I made him look like an idiot. And then he as soon as he saw that I knew what I was talking about, he switched it from Aristophanes to pictures from space. They every time they see that you have a lead somewhere, they change the topic to somewhere where they think they might have an advantage. And he just went through a road where it's like, dude, the more you switch it, the more I know, and you're just looking more like an idiot. So it got to the point where he switches so much that he couldn't switch anymore, and he said, why would they lie? That's where I ended up with him. Why would they lie, What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, very shallow. I mean, a lot of people, yeah, it sounds typical, but that their knowledge is so shallow, yeah. And when they find out you know more, that sounds typical, man. It's very frustrating.
It sounded like your normal Discord VC trick, right?
Your average Glober, yeah. I mean, trusting blue pillar, young person. I mean, you know how
Hey, I heard
effective
that
the
argument,
propaganda.
bro. You said you should be able to see the waves of the ISS, the turbulence, right? That's that philosophy. Pay attention to what you don't see. So, good job on that, man. I would ask another question. 17,500 miles an hour. Where's the motion blur?
Hey, Hank Hill. I don't know the answer, but I'll tell you this: it's a pleasure to talk to you. You're one of the OGs from Flat Earth, and it's good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to hear your voice, man. I like how you always come in here with that vigor, man. And I don't know if it's because you're a young man or you're so passionate or both, but gotta respect that.
Well, I don't know if you consider being. I think I'm 31, dude. To be honest, ever since my child was born, I lost track of time. I don't know if I'm sure you guys all know this. I'm a stay-at-home parent, so I don't need to wake up. I do need to wake up at a certain time because whenever my son wakes up, I need to wake up. But what I mean by I don't need to wake up at a certain time, I mean I don't have to wake up at 6 or 5 to go to work or anything like that. I don't need to keep track of like what time I need to be at a certain place. I just wake up when my son wakes up, take care of him, make sure he's fed, make sure he's learning stuff. You know, that's my job, and it's been that job for the last 4 years at least. You know, so yeah, I don't know, but you know, that's been me for the past time, and I'm glad you're here, Hank. I remember your biggest issue was Southern Pole Star rotation. I'm glad you got over it.
Well, I had to grow, because